Are you weary of the mundane? And do you yearn for power? If you wish to transcend the ordinary and possess strength that surpasses all beings, then join this game. Shuangluo has been chosen by a mysterious game to become a preparatory player. As a participant, he must confront external players from parallel dimensions and multiverses. Gazing at the myriad of terrifying foes on the other side of the time portal, Shuangluo sighed and mused. In truth, I merely wish to quietly pursue achievements. Why must I be coerced? Chapter 1. The beginning of everything. No, I am the leader of the 72 pillars of demons. How could I possibly be defeated by? Observing the monotonous dialogue on the screen, the youthful boy at the computer impatiently struck the spacebar to skip the conversation. At long last, a blue box appeared on the screen, proclaiming, "Noble hero, congratulations on conquering hell difficulty and fulfilling all conditions for the true ending. Achievement unlocked. Godslayer. This achievement boasts a mere 0.01 acquisition rate." Upon seeing this, the boy nodded in satisfaction, stretching languidly as he murmured, "Such a rarity. It was worth my relentless grinding for half a month." Skillfully, he took a screenshot of the achievement and shared it in a gaming community chat. Unsurprisingly, the chat was soon flooded with praises and expressions of admiration. The boy reveled in this adoration, for apart from his gaming prowess, he was otherwise quite unremarkable. His name was Shuangluo, a gaming enthusiast whose greatest joy lay in collecting every achievement within games. To him, amassing these accomplishments represented the true essence of gaming. In school, Shuangluo was merely an inconspicuous figure, with average grades and an unremarkable appearance, lacking any notable athletic ability. The only aspect that set him apart was his background. Indeed, Shuangluo was an orphan. His parents had tragically perished when he was 9, struck down by a drunken truck driver, who subsequently received a death sentence. Notably, his parents left him a substantial inheritance, which, due to his age, was temporarily managed by his uncle and aunt. Fortunately, they were not the cruel figures often depicted in tales of orphans, neglecting him and leaving him wanting. Instead, they treated him well, though they did take a portion of his inheritance to purchase a car and a house, as well as to indulge their own twins with luxurious gifts. Yet, Shuangluo accepted this, for they had cared for him over the years. It was only fitting that they would utilize some of the funds to support their own family. Thus, even when his cousins boasted about their lavish lifestyle at school, he felt no anger, understanding that their youthful words were mere echoes of adult conversations. Leaning back in his swivel chair, his gaze drifted uncontrollably out the window. Outside, the maple leaves fell gently, and Shuangluo found himself lost in thought, pondering his future. At 17, he would soon be of age to claim his inheritance, but would his uncle and aunt truly return the funds to him? After a moment's reflection, he concluded they would not. Setting aside his aunt's disdain for him and considering his uncle, Jiang Yiming, who had grown accustomed to an affluent lifestyle, he recognized the difficulty of reverting from luxury to frugality. That moment, a notification sound echoed from his computer. The Shuangluo sat up slowly, noticing a blue chat box, reminiscent of a messaging application, had appeared on his screen. Faced with this peculiar occurrence, he attempted to close it using his mouse and keyboard, but to no avail. Every effort failed. Even when he unplugged the device and forced it to shut down, the screen remained lit. Unperturbed by this bizarre situation, Shuangluo pondered whether to smash the computer with a hammer. Just as he contemplated destruction, he inadvertently glanced at the content within the chat box. "Would you like to engage in a truly captivating game that could alter your destiny?" "Yes, very much." Is this a multiple-choice question? It hardly affords one the opportunity to decline. At that moment, Shuangluo stood before the screen, hammer in hand, fully capable of shattering it into fragments. Yet, those words seemed to possess an enchanting power, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. It was as if his very being whispered to him that if he let this chance slip away, he would regret it for eternity. Thus, Shuangluo discarded the hammer and returned to his seat, moving the mouse to select very much. Upon confirming his choice, the chat box gradually transformed into a beam of white light that enveloped him. Suddenly, the screen darkened, as though nothing had ever transpired. When Shuangluo opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a desolate ruin. Utterly alone, he pondered the nature of his situation. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. "Welcome, preparatory player. This world serves as a novice trial realm to enhance your gaming experience. The following buffs are bestowed upon you. 1. Increased drop rate. You will find it easier to acquire equipment, and various items expires after 3 worlds. 2. All attributes boost. All your attributes, except luck, are increased by 5 points. Expires after 1 world. Upon hearing the voice's announcement, Shuangluo, drawing upon his years of gaming and novel-reading experience, silently invoked Personal Panel. In response, a luminous screen appeared before him, visible only to himself. Player name: Shuangluo from World SL 1122. Health points: 100. This attribute cannot be completely quantified and will vary based on injury severity. Mana points: 50/50. Intelligence attribute: 5. Current recovery rate: 1 point per minute. Strength: 9 related to attack power and weight capacity. Agility: 8 related to movement and attack speed. Constitution: 10 related to health, defense, and resistance to abnormalities. Intelligence: 10 related to spell damage and mana capacity. Charisma: 12 related to interaction and summoning skills or items. Luck: 3 related to item crafting and various probabilities. All attributes above reflect the augmented buffs. Talent: Achievement Master, a unique, exclusive talent that while Shuangluo clenches fists, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him, as if boundless energy flowed within. This sensation was intoxicating, yet he remained grounded, aware that these attributes were a gift from the game system. He firmly believed that with diligence, he could soon wield power far surpassing his current capabilities. Having resolved to strive for greatness, Shuangluo turned his attention to the talent section of his attributes. With a mere thought, the talent panel unfurled before him. Achievement Master, exclusive unique talent. Talent description: each time you enter the trial world, a series of achievements will be generated. Completing them will yield special rewards to enhance your strength. Current achievable achievements: Kind Soul, save 1 life. Great Benefactor, save 100 lives. Saint, save 1,000 lives. Bodhisattva, saving the lives of 10,000 individuals. Villain, taking the lives of 5 individuals. Evildoer, claiming at least 100 lives. Mass Murderer, slaughtering at least 10,000 individuals. God of Death, annihilating over 99% of the population in a city. As she gazed upon this familiar array of achievement panels, a smile involuntarily graced Shuangluo's lips. A genuinely enthralling game coupled with the prospect of unlocking achievements brought her joy to new heights. Chapter 2. Initial achievement: with a sharp sound slicing through the air, a dazed man in a suit, resembling a mere shell of a being, was struck down to the ground. He struggled to rise, yet his assailant planted a foot upon him, and without mercy, an iron rod descended upon his head, extinguishing his life. The perpetrator of this act was a youth, seemingly no older than 16 or 17, who was none other than Shuangluo, freshly immersed in the game. Upon reviewing his personal panel, the game system reappeared, presenting the main quest. This world serves as a novice trial realm, devoid of a specific main storyline. Players are free to explore. After 7 days, teleportation will commence, followed by an evaluation of player actions. Given the opportunity for unfettered exploration, Shuangluo departed from the ruins, fortuitously acquiring an iron rod along the way. As he traversed the streets, he discerned that this realm had succumbed to unimaginable calamity, with an abundance of individuals moving as though they were the undead. Their every motion mirrored that of zombies from films and games. And upon confirming their lack of intellect and cognitive ability, Shuangluo resolved to engage one of these creatures. As he anticipated, the mindless zombie fell effortlessly beneath his assault. Perhaps it was due to his inherent lack of empathy and a disposition marked by indifference that when he struck down the zombie, he felt naught but apathy. Observing the fallen creature, he tilted his head, pondering that one would typically feel disconcerted after their inaugural kill. Yet, he experienced no such feelings. In fact, he found himself yearning to slay more. After all, dispatching zombies counted towards the achievements of the Killing God series. His gaze swept across the nearby zombies. The noise from his recent kill was not insignificant, yet the surrounding creatures exhibited no response. This peculiar silence struck Shuangluo as somewhat amiss, too simplistic, as if these zombies possessed no awareness of resistance. However, he dismissed the thought and grasped the iron rod, approaching another nearby zombie. Before long, Shuangluo had vanquished 5 zombies, successfully completing his first achievement. Congratulations! You have attained the achievement of the Malevolent One. Reward: Perception 1. As the mechanical voice echoed in his ears, Shuangluo sensed a remarkable enhancement in his 5 senses. This perception did not manifest on his personal panel, suggesting it may be a hidden attribute. The significant augmentation of his senses invigorated Shuangluo, who now aimed for his next achievement, requiring the demise of an additional 95 zombies. The sheer magnitude of the subsequent goal prompted him to shake his head in disbelief. For now, he resolved to focus on achieving the task at hand. Time passed unmeasured, and just as Shuangluo was brimming with enthusiasm, a notification reverberated in his mind once more. Notice: nightfall is imminent. For your safety, please seek a concealed and secure location to hide. Shuangluo furrowed his brow and reviewed his achievement panel. Evildoer, 78. 100. The progress of the malevolent entity was already over half complete. Merely a couple of hours more would suffice for its culmination. Yet, Shuangluo exhibited no hesitation and promptly entered a nearby dessert shop. Inside, a few employees clad in uniforms had transformed into zombies. Shuangluo adeptly utilized the terrain to eliminate them one by one, swiftly pulling down the shutter door thereafter. Having accomplished this, he ventured deep into the shop and seated himself on the floor. As a seasoned player immersed in games for years, Shuangluo was acutely aware of a singular truth. One must never oppose the system, nor succumb to greed. While greed in itself is not inherently wrong, untimely avarice often leads only to demise. After resting for a brief moment on the ground, Shuangluo rose and approached the counter. The computer behind the counter remained powered on, displaying surveillance footage, allowing him to keenly observe the movements of the zombies outside the shop. Initially, there appeared to be no anomalies, but as night gradually descended, the previously stiff movements of the zombies began to exhibit agility. Their grayish-white pupils were slowly tainted with crimson, and several zombies abruptly turned their gaze towards the dessert shop where Shuangluo was concealed. This sent a jolt through his heart. Could they possibly sense his presence within? His suspicion was soon validated as the zombies launched themselves into a sprint, colliding violently against the shutter door one after another. The resounding impacts quickly attracted more zombies, and before long, the area before the shutter was overcrowded with them. Their clawing and gnashing resembled feral beasts awakened from a deep slumber. Witnessing the scene, Shuangluo felt an immense relief at his earlier decision to act without hesitation. Otherwise, faced with this frenzied horde, he would have been torn to shreds in mere seconds. Fortunately, the shutter door was robust, and these zombies were unlikely to breach it. Nonetheless, Shuangluo remained vigilant, gripping a metal rod tightly to ensure that he had at least some means of defense should the zombies manage to break through. After 2 to 3 hours had elapsed, he glanced at the surveillance screen. Even though the zombies had battered themselves into a bloody pulp, they showed no signs of ceasing their assault. This prompted Shuangluo to ponder the system's warning. Night was fast approaching, and for safety's sake, he should find a concealed refuge promptly. Connecting this with the zombies' frenzied capabilities, a realization dawned upon him. The zombies by day were mere shells of their former selves, easily dispatched by a prepared adult man. Their movements were sluggish. However, the zombies at night were an entirely different breed. Shuangluo had no doubt that, in the face of these deranged creatures, unless heavy firepower was employed, even the most numerous of defenders would merely serve as fodder. Reflecting on his other achievement series, Savior, Shuangluo couldn't help but question whether any living souls remained in this city. Yet, upon further contemplation, he reassured himself that his talent achievement, Master, would not bestow upon him an insurmountable challenge. A sleepless night passed. Fortunately, the newcomer had granted Shuangluo an increase of 5 points to all attributes, allowing his physique to exceed that of an ordinary human. Thus, a night without slumber was merely a slight fatigue for him. As daylight broke, the eyes of the zombies transformed back to a pallid gray, their bodies regaining a stiff, lifeless demeanor. A throng of zombies congregated at the entrance of the dessert shop, gradually dispersed in all directions, leaving only a few reluctant to depart. Observing this, Shuangluo raised a roll-up door, wielding an iron rod to dispatch the remaining zombies blocking the entrance, before continuing his exploration toward the north. With a swift strike, he felled another zombie, and, as he efficiently dispatched it, Shuangluo once again heard the mechanical notification sound. Congratulations, you have achieved the title of Great Villain. Reward, Perception 2. The moment he received the bonus to his perception, Shuangluo felt a remarkable enhancement in his senses. Years of immersion in gaming had left him with mild myopia. But now he was certain that his vision had not only been restored, but had surpassed that of the average person. Determined to pursue another series of achievements, Shuangluo effortlessly summoned his personal interface and opened his talent panel. Achievement, Kindness, 01, not yet completed. To fulfill this achievement, he needed to locate a living person, but the criteria for determining whether he'd save a life remained unclear. This needed further exploration. For now, his priority was to find a survivor. As he continued to clear away the zombies, he searched for any signs of life, yet he found nothing. It appeared that all the living had been transformed into the undead, but Shuangluo refused to relent. Eventually, he arrived at a dilapidated community, where the residential buildings starkly resembled hazardous structures. Could there be any survivors here? Suddenly, as he pondered, a peculiar sound echoed from above, prompting him to instinctively step back. In the next instant, a glass bottle plummeted from the sky, shattering right in front of him. Had he not retreated, it would have struck him squarely on the head. Gazing at the shards of glass, Yi Shuangluo narrowed his eyes, wondering if this was fate offering him a pillow as he sought to rest. He lifted his gaze, scanning each window, and finally spotted a figure at the sixth-floor window. Thanks to his heightened perception, he could clearly discern the person's features despite the distance. The would-be assailant, whose careless act nearly befell him, was a girl, seemingly no older than 20. She stood at the window, frantically waving her arms, seemingly beckoning him to come up. Chapter 3. The Tears of the Hypocrite. With a swift motion, Yi Shuangluo dispatched the zombie blocking the stairwell, then proceeded to ascend to the sixth floor, contemplating a troubling notion. Was it merely his imagination, or did these zombies appear less lethargic than the previous day? This sparked a vague suspicion in his mind. Were these creatures evolving? Upon reaching the sixth floor, the security door creaked open, revealing a girl clad in scant attire, who cautiously peered down the stairs. Once she confirmed the absence of zombies, she exhaled in relief and expressed her gratitude to Yi Shuangluo. Thank you for coming to our rescue. We have been trapped here for nearly a week, and our supplies at home are almost exhausted. No need for thanks. It was merely a trivial effort. Although the other party nearly struck themselves, it did not appear to be intentional. Yi Shuangluo chose not to pursue the matter and instead offered a warm smile. Observing Yi Shuangluo's amiable demeanor, the girl began to contemplate her next move. Not wishing to pry into her thoughts, Yi Shuangluo summoned his talent panel through sheer will. Congratulations on achieving the benevolent. Acquired skill, Killing Power. Killing Power Level 1. Passive skill. Each of your attacks will be imbued with Killing Power, which ignores the enemy's defenses and inflicts a guaranteed 10 points of true damage. Note, this skill cannot be enhanced through skill points or talents. The only way to improve it is through slaughter, and this skill has no level cap. Upon seeing this skill, Yi Shuangluo's expression turned peculiar. After saving someone, he was rewarded with a skill meant for slaughter. This talent was decidedly abnormal. However, a smile crept onto his lips, for as an experienced player, he understood the might of this ability. An unlimited skill of this nature was indeed a boon. Just as Yi Shuangluo reveled in his newfound power, the girl suddenly spoke up. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Yilin, and this is my younger brother, Yi Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, thank your brother for coming to take us out. Once Yilin finished her introduction, she called into the house, and a boy of about 5 or 6 years old dashed out. Thank you, brother. Once we see Mom and Dad, we must tell them to express their gratitude for your escort. Remember, the boy echoed eagerly. Watching the siblings engage in their cheerful exchange, Yi Shuangluo's brow furrowed slightly, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Forgive my interruption, but I believe I never mentioned where I would be taking you, he remarked, his tone distant and frosty. Yiding, seemingly unfazed, responded with an air of entitlement. There are hardly any safe places left in the city now. You must be heading to the shelter in the city center. It will be beneficial for the three of us to travel together for mutual support. As soon as Yilin finished speaking, her brother, who had been clinging to her leg, chimed in, Yes, take us there, and I can have Mom and Dad pay you a lot of money. At the mention of money, Yi Shuangluo scoffed. Setting aside the fact that he was not originally from this world, in this apocalypse, money had likely become worthless. He was barely able to look after himself, let alone bear the burden of 2 dependents. It is impossible for me to take you with me. I have already eradicated the zombies in your building. You can leave on your own. You cannot abandon us here, otherwise. I will use a loudspeaker to attract all the nearby zombies, Yilin threatened. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuangluo, who had intended to leave, halted his steps and slowly raised his gaze to Yilin. Are you threatening me? Confronted by the terrifying gaze of Yi Shuangluo, which resembled that of a ferocious beast eager to devour, Yilin felt a tremor of fear. Yet, she summoned her courage and spoke. You have forced my hand. I have already stated that we lack supplies, and yet you insist on abandoning a vulnerable woman and a child here. Is there any difference between your actions and murder? You are a murderer. The combination of threats and moral coercion darkened Yi Shuangluo's mood, reminiscent of how a certain couple in the main world had once behaved. At that time, he had been powerless to resist. But what of now? After a moment's contemplation, the grim expression on Yi Shuangluo's face vanished, replaced by a smile. Very well, I shall take you with me. With that, he prepared to ascend once more. Despite having just threatened him, Yilin found herself trembling uncontrollably as their proximity increased. Meanwhile, her younger brother, Yi Xiaoyang, though merely 5 or 6 years old, exhibited greater composure than his sister, even mustering the audacity to threaten again. Do not entertain notions of harming us. If anything happens to either of us, the other will use a loudspeaker to attract the zombies. We might as well face death together. Yi Shuangluo remained unfazed by Yi Xiaoyang's threat, as if he had not heard it at all, and calmly inquired, The zombie's mobility significantly decreases at night, so we shall depart then. Is that agreeable? No objections, came the response. The siblings promptly shut the security door, clearly unwilling to engage further. Soon, night fell, and the security door was opened once more. Shuangluo glanced back to see that the siblings had seemingly taken all the valuables from their home. He did not bother to offer any reminders, simply picking up a nearby iron rod and leading the way downstairs. The brother and sister cautiously followed him until they reached the entrance of the residential building. Shuangluo took a deep breath and stepped outside. The siblings followed closely behind, but in that moment, they sensed something amiss. The eyes of the zombies had turned a menacing red, and an overwhelming realization struck them. They had been deceived. They attempted to retreat back into the building, but it was too late. The zombies had already caught the scent of the living, driven solely by primal instincts. The undead surged towards the siblings in a frenzied rush. As for Shuangluo, he had long since sprinted towards another building. Countless withered arms wedged through the gaps in the door, preventing Yilin from shutting it no matter how hard she tried. Desperate to escape upstairs, she found that the zombies had forcibly breached the entrance, pouring into the building in a relentless tide. Help! The cry for salvation never left her lips as the frenzied zombies tore her apart. Her brother, too, stepped onto the road to the underworld, following her in tragic succession. As the architect of this calamity, Shuangluo, expressionless, dashed into another residential building and immediately ascended. During the daylight, while attempting to rescue the siblings, he had discovered a peculiar truth. These zombies seemed incapable of climbing stairs. Otherwise, each floor would not be graced by merely a few scattered zombies, and this notion has now been validated. Indeed, these zombies are incapable of ascending stairs. They are only driven by a frenzied pursuit of the scent of the living, even resulting in a stampede. If there were only three, Shuangluo would not have been afraid. From his elevated position, he wielded a metal rod, striking down the approaching undead with ease. After dispatching the oncoming zombies, Shuangluo remained vigilant, his gaze fixed intently on the stairway. After 10 minutes passed without a single zombie charging up, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Shortly after the demise of the siblings, a sound echoed from the game system. However, in that moment of peril, he had been too preoccupied to investigate. Now that he was safe, he summoned the interface to review the recent system notification. Congratulations! You have achieved a hidden accomplishment, the capricious one, without hesitation. You have once again consigned a life to oblivion after redeeming it. Reward, Tear of the Hypocrite, a keepable. Shuangluo opted to claim the reward, and in an instant, a necklace resembling a teardrop manifested in his hand. Tear of the Hypocrite. Equipment quality, white. Equipment type, accessory. Special effect, backstab blade. When you attack any entity that harbors goodwill or trust towards you, damage increases by 5 to 10 based on the level of affection and trust. Evaluation. Oh, my dear friend, how did you meet your demise? Wiping blood from his palm while weeping, fear not. I shall inherit all your possessions and take good care of your wife and daughter. Upon reviewing the attributes, Shuangluo felt that the necklace was utterly devoid of value. He was faced with a horde of mindless zombies. What significance did goodwill and trust hold among such creatures? He scoffed, his disdain palpable, but acknowledged that having something was better than nothing, ultimately donning the tear of the hypocrite around his neck. Having completed this task, Shuangluo glanced out the window, where the violet moon cast an eerie, frigid glow. This prompted him to silently muse. These zombies are so quiet during the day, yet they become frenzied at night. It is likely closely related to this purple moon. Resolving in his heart that he would seek refuge during the night in the future, he decided to rest for a while, planning to depart at dawn. Chapter 4. The First Choice. A sleepless night. Shuangluo rose to stretch his body. Despite having gone 2 days without sleep, he felt only slightly fatigued. This made him all the more eager to anticipate how formidable he would become with higher attributes in the future. However, anticipation aside, the immediate priority was to leave this place. Thus, he began to descend the staircase, stepping over the bodies of countless zombies, one careful step after another. As for where to go next, Shuangluo had no definitive answer, for the main quest had indicated freedom to explore. Therefore, he resolved to venture eastward, hoping to encounter other survivors, which might allow him to continue earning achievements or trigger side quests. After approximately 3 to 4 hours of walking, he spotted a large supermarket across the road. He briskly approached and indeed spotted several individuals armed as if on patrol. Upon seeing Shuangluo wielding an iron rod, they were not particularly surprised. The leader even took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Hello, young brother. Did you come to join our encampment after seeing our flyers? Yi Shuangluo nodded subtly and replied, "Yes, after all, there are many people here, which is certainly safer than being alone." The leading gentleman sighed and inquired, "Are you alone? What about your family?" "They have all passed away," Yi Shuangluo stated calmly. The others in front of him instinctively showed sympathy, evidently believing that Yi Shuangluo's family had succumbed to the hands of zombies. The leader intended to offer some words of comfort, but upon glancing at Yi Shuangluo's impassive countenance, he swallowed back the words that had almost escaped his lips. "Lao Wang, please take this young brother to register with Miss Su. After all, without registration, one cannot receive food in our encampment." Upon hearing the leader's words, a bespectacled gentleman stepped forward. Subsequently, this Uncle Wang guided Yi Shuangluo into a large supermarket. As they walked, Uncle Wang could not help but speak up. "Young brother, you seem quite young. You must still be in school, right?" Yi Shuangluo nodded. Uncle Wang then sighed deeply, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "Alas, my son is about your age. He was a diligent student and got admitted to a university abroad. Now, with all that has happened, I can only wonder how he is faring." Listening to the mix of concern and pride in the man's voice, Yi Shuangluo felt little. After all, it had been far too long since he had experienced familial affection. The faces of his parents had blurred in his memory, and whether they were alive or not was a question he dared not entertain. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in life. Yi Shuangluo refrained from indulging in melancholy, recognizing the futility of such thoughts. His sole focus now was to grow stronger and relish the enjoyment this game offered. Soon, they arrived before a voluptuous woman. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face of Yi Shuangluo, her brow furrowed. "Another newcomer," she stated, her tone reflecting dissatisfaction. It was evident to anyone that she was displeased. "I truly do not understand what Brother Lin is thinking. Food is already scarce, and yet he posts such messages online, attracting a horde of freeloaders." After her complaint, she scrutinized Yi Shuangluo closely, her gaze reminiscent of appraising an item for sale, akin to inspecting a garment finally marked down. This scrutiny made Yi Shuangluo exceedingly uncomfortable, a surge of violent impulse rising within him. At such a distance, a single blow could easily send her to her demise. Startled by the sudden aura of menace emanating from Yi Shuangluo, the woman reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, her demeanor erupting instantly. "What do you want? Are you trying to kill me? Have you lost your mind?" Yi Shuangluo ignored the woman's outburst. He had indeed felt the temptation to take her life. However, he ultimately subdued that impulse, fully aware of the dangers of harboring such lethal thoughts. On one side, Uncle Wang wore a beaming smile, his face adorned with a countenance of ingratiation. "Miss Su, I sincerely apologize on behalf of this young lad. He is indeed a pitiful soul, having lost all his family and left alone in this world. Old Wang, let me make this clear. Do not even think about it. I will absolutely not assist this boy in his registration. Where I am, he is not. Where he is, I am not." Listening to Miss Su's words, Uncle Wang felt a pang of frustration. He had intended to persuade Yi Shuangluo to utter a few kind words and soften this woman's heart, only to discover that Yi Shuangluo had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Yi Shuangluo found himself in a deserted corner, gazing curiously at the flickering points of light on the ground. Earlier, as he had passed through this area with old Wang, the latter had seemingly ignored these luminous spots. This implied that only he could perceive them. Contemplating this, Yi Shuangluo approached the light and crouched down, tentatively reaching out to touch it. "Congratulations, player. You have discovered a novice supply pack. Would you like to open it?" Silently contemplating his choice, the light before him erupted in a dazzling display. "Congratulations, player. You have obtained 10 red, blue potions. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the Zephyr Type 1 weapon. Zephyr Type 1 equipment type. Handgun durability. 12 magazine capacity. 88 special effect. Zephyr, able to automatically restore bullets by slowly absorbing wind attribute energy from air. Usage requirement. Possess wind attribute qualification and a strength of over 3 points. Evaluation. This item was developed by a young researcher who combined technology and the extraordinary after years of evolution in a world where elemental powers are universally manipulable. Although it pales in comparison to true powerhouses in that realm, it holds significant utility for you. Seizing the opportunity to be alone, Yi Shuangluo retrieved the Zephyr Type 1 from his spatial backpack and began to examine it closely. The Zephyr Type 1 bore no notable differences from the handguns of Yi Shuangluo's world. Perhaps the only distinction was the predominantly dark hue of the firearms in his realm. In contrast, this handgun was a striking blend of deep blue and sky blue, resembling a meticulously crafted piece of art meant for admiration. Yi Shuangluo's fingers gently caressed its surface, Even the tactile sensation was exquisite, making him reluctant to part with the Zephyr Type 1. However, the usage requirement stated that one must possess wind attribute qualification, and he was uncertain if he met that criterion. Yet, there existed a straightforward method to ascertain his qualifications. Gripping the Zephyr Type 1, he placed his index finger on the trigger. With a slight exertion, the bullet would be propelled forth. Ultimately, he abandoned this notion and returned the Zephyr Type 1 to his spatial backpack. For within his mind echoed the system's prompt. Conducting equipment assessment. Assessment successful. You can use the Zephyr Type 1. Accompanied by a roar, the game's system notification resonated in Shuangluo's mind. Triggering emergency side quest. Initial choice. Task introduction. You have arrived at a gathering of humanity, believing you have found a large troop and can finally rest. However, you did not anticipate that a mutated zombie would follow closely behind, also arriving here. At this moment, you face your first choice after entering the game. Abandon all the people in this gathering to escape, or, in a display of courage, engage in a fierce battle against this mutated zombie to protect them. Task reminder. This mission is exceedingly perilous. Players are advised to choose wisely. Task reward. Dependent on the player's performance. Chapter 5. The Horned Zombie. To flee or to fight. Shuangluo had yet to thoroughly contemplate the risks and rewards of these two choices. The deafening roar echoed once more, this time even louder, signaling the rapid approach of the creature. With little time to ponder, Shuangluo hurried towards the entrance of the supermarket. Upon reaching the threshold, he was met with a sight that filled him with profound terror. A colossal zombie, adorned with horns, stood towering, grasping a fellow zombie in each hand, while the one in its left hand had already lost its head. Just as Shuangluo arrived, he witnessed the horned zombie devour the helpless creature in its right hand. The gruesome sight of cannibalism among its kind made his body tremble uncontrollably. The horned zombie was at least 3 meters tall, and merely gazing at it made Shuangluo feel as though his breath was about to cease. In that moment, he comprehended why the nearby zombies were so few. They had likely all fallen prey to this monstrous being, although its combat prowess remained uncertain. The sheer terror emanating from its height was sufficient to induce shivers in Shuangluo. As their eyes locked, the horned zombie hurled the decapitated corpse towards him with ferocity. Faced with the impending projectile, Shuangluo's body finally ceased its trembling, and he rolled awkwardly to the left to evade the attack. So, as it set its sights on me, Shuangluo had no doubt that the horned zombie was interested in him. Its greedy gaze resembled that of a lecher beholding a stunningly beautiful, naked maiden. The eyes, brimming with desire and avarice, rendered one to question whether it truly was a zombie. If given the choice, Shuangluo would undoubtedly opt to abandon the supermarket and its inhabitants. But now it was evident that the zombie had already singled him out. Thus, must it be battle? Shuangluo scrutinized the crystal-like structure on the horned zombie's forehead, the most distinctive feature aside from its size and horns. Could it be a weakness? Such matters could only be discerned through personal experience. He drew forth his weapon, the Wind Chaser Type 1, and began firing at the charging horned zombie. Bang! 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 He aimed for the crystal on its forehead, but 2 shots went astray, while one struck its arm. Roar! The horned zombie was now directly before him, forcing him to swiftly stow away the Wind Chaser and grasp a metal rod to confront the foe. Clang! Shuangluo retreated 5 steps, the terrifying strength of the horned zombie causing his hands to tingle from the recoil. Although the creature was corporeal, the collision of its palm and his iron rod produced a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. In that moment, there was no time for contemplation, for the horned zombie lunged at him once more. Shuangluo rolled to the left, and with a single hand gripping his rod, he struck fiercely at the zombie's calf. Clang! The familiar metallic sound echoed, deepening Shuangluo's sense of foreboding. If the creature's entire body was so resilient, how did his actions differ from mere scraping? Roar! The horned zombie, frustrated by its prey's evasive maneuvers, emitted a roar akin to that of a wild beast. Upon hearing this, Shuangluo stood frozen in place, as if stunned by fear. The mutated entity has unleashed the skill roar upon you, initiating a mental assessment. Assessment failed. You will be forcibly stunned for 15 seconds. Shuangluo felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, the dizziness rendering him immobile. In the next moment, an overwhelming force sent him flying, his body spinning through the air before crashing violently against the wall. Struggling to rise, his mind was filled with the system's warnings. Warning, your body has sustained severe damage. Life value has fallen below 10, all attributes decreased. Entering crippled state, movement speed reduced by 90. Even in this near-death state, Yi Shuangluo refused to surrender. Perhaps it was the brink of death that ignited his mind, for this zombie was unlike any he had encountered before. The most significant differences, aside from its height and the horns atop its head, were the crystalline structure flashing upon its forehead. During their previous clash, he had made multiple attempts to strike that crystal, yet the horned zombie had diligently protected it. That had to be its weakness. An inexplicable thought surged within Yi Shuangluo's mind, as if intuition were guiding him. With a flicker of intent, he retrieved the Wind Chaser Type 1 from his spatial backpack. Although his 3 guns had proven ineffective in the earlier skirmish, he now felt a potent conviction that this shot would be different. The horned zombie lowered its body and charged at Yi Shuangluo like a raging bull. Just as it opened its gaping maw in an attempt to bite off Yi Shuangluo's head, clang, the resounding noise instantly captured the attention of the bull-headed creature. In that moment, time slowed, and Yi Shuangluo's senses, honed through numerous enhancements, began to acutely perceive everything around him. In a fleeting haze, it seemed as though he could see the formless wind. As the horned zombie refocused its gaze upon him, he summoned every ounce of strength to pull the trigger. Boom! With a thunderous crack, the barrel of the Wind Chaser Type 1 expelled a pale blue bullet, which did not disappoint Yi Shuangluo's hopes. It accurately struck the crystalline structure at the center of the horned zombie's forehead, shattering it instantly. Though the horned zombie attempted to charge forward to claim Yi Shuangluo's life, it staggered only a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Yi Shuangluo gasped for breath, having triumphed over the monstrous threat to his life. Perhaps due to the sudden relaxation of his tense body, he felt a dizzying whirl, and before he could steady himself, he collapsed onto the ground. Sitting there, he gazed at the fallen horned zombie before him, a profound sense of achievement swelling within him. Upon the creature's demise, a pale white treasure chest materialized seemingly out of thin air atop its corpse. Observing this chest within arm's reach, Yi Shuangluo speculated that it was akin to the novice supply pack, visible only to players. However, rather than immediately opening the chest, he first retrieved a vial of red potion from his spatial backpack and consumed it. As the elixir coursed through his body, a warm sensation enveloped him, revitalizing his previously weakened form. Now that he had fully restored his vitality, it was time to uncover what rewards this chest might bestow upon him. Yi Shuangluo had always been fortunate, as evidenced by his luck attribute of 3 points on his status panel. Perhaps due to this exceptional luck, he possessed a unique ability to sense fluctuations in his own fortune. This talent meant that he often succeeded in card-drawing games, only choosing to draw when his luck peaked. Presently, his fortune was exceptional, making it an opportune moment to open the chest. As this was the first chest he had unlocked since entering the game, Yi Shuangluo held it in high regard, offering silent prayers to all the celestial beings he knew before proceeding. With a mere thought, the white chest before him slowly creaked open, a dazzling light bursting forth, revealing a long blade interwoven with red and black hues. Ink Executioner. Type, weapon, quality white. Special effect, execution order. Upon initiating combat, it can mark a single enemy. After every 5 attacks on that target, an additional layer of the slaughter mark is applied, stacking up to 3 layers. When you attack an enemy bearing a slaughter mark with Ink Executioner, each layer increases damage by 5. Sharpness value, 7. Among white quality weapons, it undoubtedly ranks among the finest. Not far away, a bald man in a supermarket observed Yi Shuangluo intently. Witnessing the sudden appearance of a blade in his hand, he murmured to himself, could this be what the official website once described as the rarest of space-type newcomers among all humans? Clearly, the scene of Yi Shuangluo acquiring Ink Executioner had led him to a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Yi Shuangluo delightedly handled the Ink Executioner, cherishing it as his first weapon obtained from a treasure chest, a token of significant sentimental value. Moreover, this blade was indeed formidable. He had just tested it on the horned zombie, effortlessly slicing through its metallic-like body. Had he possessed this weapon before the battle, he could have dispatched the horned zombie in mere moments. Finally, Yi Shuangluo cast a glance at his old companion, an iron rod now rendered useless by the overwhelming might of the horned zombie. After silently bidding farewell in his heart, he walked towards the supermarket. Chapter 6. The New Humanity in Him. Inside the supermarket, people gazed at Yi Shuangluo, who had just slain the mutated zombie outside under their watchful eyes, effectively saving them all. However, instead of gratitude, they looked at him with fear, anger, and resentment. The expressions of the crowd left Yi Shuangluo perplexed, yet he paid no heed to it and sincerely thanked a girl holding a gong. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you distracting it at a critical moment, I would have been devoured by that zombie. My name is Yi Shuangluo. May I know yours? Shuangluo expressed his gratitude earnestly, but the girl merely waved her hand and smiled. No need to thank me. After all, you were protecting us. My name is Shuangluo. It's a pleasure to meet you. The girl stared intently at Shuangluo, seemingly wanting to say something but held back by some hesitation. A few nearby individuals, upon hearing this, discreetly distanced themselves out of respect for Shuangluo. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling sensation and turned his gaze to a middle-aged man with a bald head among them. His instincts told him that there was a vague malice emanating from the bald man, seemingly directed towards himself and Shuangluo. Shuangluo frowned slightly. Ever since his arrival, the bald man had been secretly observing him and Shuangluo, and coupled with this subtle malevolence, it began to ignite a sense of murderous intent within Shuangluo. He trusted his instincts. The man was undoubtedly suspicious. He preferred to eliminate threats before they escalated rather than scrambling to react when disaster struck. Once everyone had moved far enough away, Shuangluo seemed to have finally made up her mind and asked, "You just conjured a knife out of thin air. You're also a new human, right?" New human? This term was unfamiliar, but after a brief contemplation, Shuangluo grasped its likely meaning. And he also sensed what the girl was implying. "Yes, I'm also a new human. So, are you one as well?" Shuangluo bit her lip, as if resolving herself to something, and replied, "Yes, I am also a new human, specializing in time. I can see the most probable future among various possibilities." Upon hearing her words, Shuangluo's pupils slightly contracted. The ability to foresee the future was indeed a remarkable skill, and he was astonished to encounter it in the trial world. "In the future I saw, your shot missed due to the high speed of the horn zombie, and after your demise, it will slaughter everyone in the supermarket. So you needn't thank me so much. I was actually acting in self-preservation as well." Shuangluo fell silent. To be fair, that shot would likely have missed without Shuangluo diverting the horn zombie's attention. "Since you're also a new human, do you know where the new human base in our city is located?" "I don't know. I have just become a new human myself." Upon hearing this, Shuangluo instantly appeared despondent, murmuring, "I see. I thought I could finally find an organization and no longer live in fear. I have recently become one of the new beings. Why must we, the newly emerged, live in fear?" Shuangluo paused, clearly taken aback by the unexpected question. Her expression suddenly shifted to one of inexplicable sorrow as she slowly replied, "Zombies are far more inclined to devour us than ordinary humans. And the old humans perceive us as a menace, intent on exterminating us all. Oh, how I miss my parents. They have all turned into zombies. Just yesterday, in my memory, I was attending school, and after merely sleeping for a night, an entire month has passed, ushering in the apocalypse." As she spoke, she couldn't help but crouch on the ground and weep. Fortunately, Shuangluo's tears subsided after a brief moment. She stood up and wiped her tear-stained cheeks. "I apologize for my outburst." "No worries. Tears can sometimes serve as a release for one's emotions. It may help you feel a bit better," Shuangluo remarked, feeling a twinge of compassion for Shuangluo, who appeared no different from an ordinary person. She had merely slept and awakened to find her loved ones transformed into the undead, while she herself had become an anomaly in this world. Humans sought to hunt her down, zombies desired to consume her, and her parents were lost. It was remarkable that she had not succumbed to madness and could still masquerade as an ordinary human. "I am genuinely curious about one matter. Why do the old humans regard us as a threat? If we refrain from using our abilities, we should appear no different from normal individuals, correct?" Shuangluo remained non-committal, for her fortunate attribute was not merely for show. Noticing Shuangluo's genuine lack of knowledge, Shuangluo began to enlighten her on the matter. "The reason we are viewed as a menace by the old humans is that the new beings in Kyoto initiated a coup. They believe that we, the new beings, are the rightful inheritors of this planet's future, deeming all old humans as defective beings that must be eliminated. Since the day of our awakening, a profound divide has formed between us and the old humans. It is said that in Kyoto, there are new beings who voluntarily offer themselves for dissection. And through examination, it has been discovered that new beings and old humans are now two distinct species, with even reproductive isolation between us. Reproductive isolation suggests that we are indeed not of the same species." At that moment, Shuangluo began to comprehend why those individuals had gazed at her with such disdain and fear. Looking at Shuangluo before her, Shuangluo suddenly recalled the two greatest questions she held since arriving in this world. "Classmate Shun, I have another question. Why are there so many zombies rampaging through the streets? Shouldn't the authorities have immediately dispatched soldiers to suppress them?" "It seems you were not keen on the news before the apocalypse," Shuangluo replied. "When that ominous purple moon descended, Humanity's most prized conventional weapons were rendered nothing more than scrap metal. As she spoke, her expression grew somewhat peculiar, for only moments ago, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the young man before her had wielded a pistol that appeared far from ordinary. Shuangluo understood the thoughts racing through her mind, yet he could not provide an explanation. Fortunately, the girl did not press further, which relieved him. The two continued their idle chatter, and Shuangluo took the opportunity to inquire about her most pressing question since entering this world. In recent days, I have encountered numerous zombies. During daylight, they exhibit no aggression, yet come nightfall, they unleash a ferocity akin to rabid dogs. How do they infect others? Indeed, this remains his most perplexing conundrum. Through careful observation, he noted that these zombies, upon encountering the living at night, would immediately launch an attack, intent on slaughtering and consuming their victims. Shuangluo also found herself bewildered. This presents a formidable challenge, one that top scientists worldwide, who have yet to succumb to zombification, have been unable to unravel despite their diligent research. Regrettably, humanity has yet to discern the transmission pathway of the zombie virus. It spread across the globe overnight, without any prior warning. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Shuangluo's mind, emanating from the game system. World announcement. Player 057 has triggered a world mission regarding erroneous evolution. Mission description. The pace of human evolution is exasperatingly slow, prompting certain entities to feel discontented, thus deciding to assist humanity in accelerating its evolution. However, it is evident that humanity cannot accept this evolution with equanimity. Yet evolution is merciless. It will not cease due to human will. Mission objective. Aid humanity in concluding this misguided path of evolution. Mission reward. Partial authority within this world. Such an abundance of information. Apart from himself, are there other trial players in this world? Indeed, the existence of other trial players is trivial. What truly astonished Shuangluo was the reference to he in the mission description. In most games, novels, or animations, he typically alludes to a deity. To obliterate all of humanity's conventional weaponry single-handedly and forcibly initiate the evolution of the entire human race. Such power surely befits a divine being. Does it not? Chapter 7. The Green-Eyed Zombie. After a brief exchange, Shuangluo casually inquired, "Who was that bald man earlier?" He appeared rather menacing. Not someone who seems benevolent. Bald man? Are you referring to Brother Lin? He is the leader of our gathering place. Although he looks intimidating, he is genuinely a good person. Is that so? Shuangluo recalled the woman's word from when he registered earlier. She had actively taken in those whose lives were shattered by zombies. If he were to perish, could this gathering place sustain itself? In the distance, Brother Lin glared intently at Shuangluo and Shuangluo, silently muttering to himself. That boy is undoubtedly one of those damn new humans. Why is Shuangluo inexplicably aiding him? Do they know each other? Or is Shuangluo also one of those cursed new humans? The more he pondered, the more his anger surged. Lin recalled that his parents had met their demise at the hands of new humans in Kyoto, and he felt a growing difficulty in suppressing his rage. Although Shuangluo and Shuangluo were not part of that group from Kyoto, Lin equally loathed every new human. Recollecting the scene when Shuangluo battled the horned zombie, he surmised that his abilities seemed spatial in nature, an exceedingly rare talent, yet one that could not effectively safeguard its wielder. A cold glint flickered in Lin's eyes. If he were to strike unexpectedly, he could surely eliminate him. As Lin Ge began to fantasize about slaying Shuangluo and then dispatching Shuangluo to appease the spirits of his deceased parents, Shuangluo unexpectedly approached him. Although the other party had made no aggressive move, Lin Ge felt a prickling sensation enveloping his body, a profound sense of oppression emanating from the youth. He gazed at the boy who drew nearer with a knife in hand. An overwhelming urge to flee surged within him, yet his legs trembled uncontrollably. In that moment, the boy had transformed in his eyes from a mere peer into a ferocious beast, poised to pounce and end his life. With a swift thrust, the blade effortlessly severed the man's throat. He had barely registered the attack before his head slowly descended to the ground. Shuangluo paid no heed to the panicked men and women who had witnessed his sudden act of violence. He merely did what he desired, nothing more. As he departed from the gathering place, Shuangluo finally found the opportunity to examine his personal panel. After he had dispatched the horned zombie, several system notifications echoed in his mind. Hidden achievement, Elite Hunter. Completion condition, slay 3 elite monsters. Current progress, 13. Achievement reward, Luck 1. To his astonishment, this was a luck attribute that could not be increased through conventional means. Shuangluo's eyes brightened at the prospect. With heightened luck, the chances of obtaining valuable treasures from chests would increase, along with the probability of activating certain skills. He then turned his attention to the skill bar, which had once been devoid of entries, but now bore an unexpected skill: affinity with wind 1. You can slightly manipulate wind elements. Skill description: those favored by the winds that roam the high heavens will find the wind guiding their path, transforming into a tempest to clear all obstacles in their way. Shuangluo considered the potential of this skill, recognizing its high ceiling for development. He had already begun to formulate preliminary ideas regarding the manipulation of wind elements. At that moment, a gentle breeze caressed the boy's cheek, its softness dissipating the fatigue that had enveloped him. He felt his body rejuvenate. The weariness of battle seemingly soothed away. Did you assist me in that fight? Did you reveal to me that its weakness lay in the crystalline structure of its forehead? Shuangluo's inquiry would remain unanswered, yet deep down, he had already found his own response. Finally, he retrieved from his spatial bag a fragment of the crystalline structure, now reduced to half its original size. Virus nucleus, ugly, has been damaged. Type: material task item. Item description: the energy source of one of the 12 monsters created by a mad scientist during a fit of inspiration. Item evaluation: it possesses an almost frenzied allure for the other 11 monsters. This is an alternative form of breeding, where ultimately only one of the 12 can survive. Special effect: when you grasp this item, you can faintly sense the locations of other items of the same origin. What should I do next? Shuangluo pondered deeply, contemplating his forthcoming actions. The world mission seemed futile. After all, to halt this evolution, one would need to eliminate it. Shuangluo was quite aware of his limitations and opted not to pursue such a reckless endeavor. Ultimately, his gaze lingered on the final line of special effects within the virus core. A spark ignited in his heart. Perhaps he should hunt other mutated zombies instead. After all, the rewards from elite monsters would undoubtedly surpass those of ordinary ones, although their strength far exceeded that of typical creatures at this moment. Shuangluo wielded the Mo Zhu in his hand. Coupled with his formidable attributes, vanquishing a few mutated zombies would not pose a significant challenge. With resolve, Shuangluo grasped the virus core, and in an instant, he sensed an inexplicable attraction emanating from the south. Whoosh! A blade enveloped in a verdant glow sliced swiftly toward the approaching zombies. Thud! Accompanied by the sound of flesh being cleaved, the zombie collapsed weakly to the ground, blood gushing from its severed neck. Shuangluo flicked the blood from his blade. His slightly furrowed brow revealed his dissatisfaction with the recent strike. Throughout his journey, he had dispatched numerous zombies with Mo Zhu, yet the special effects had never been triggered. After all, if Mo Zhu could cleave through the bodies of mutated zombies like the horned zombie, it was needless to say that ordinary zombies were no challenge, akin to chopping vegetables. In such circumstances, it was impossible to activate the execution order. Of course, he wasn't merely indulging in the slaughter of zombies for sport. He was endeavoring to develop his soul skill, wind affinity. In fact, Shuangluo discovered through experimentation that he could indeed manipulate wind elements, albeit only at a rudimentary level. The wind elements he gathered under his control would dissipate after approximately 3 seconds. However, he conceived the idea of using wind elements as projectiles for his wind type 1. Almost immediately, he envisioned a technique. If wind elements could serve as bullets, could they not be enveloped around his weapon? The result did not disappoint him. The wind elements could indeed be wrapped around the weapon, though they would also dissipate after 3 seconds. Yet, 3 seconds was ample time for Shuangluo to deliver a swift strike, and under the influence of the wind elements, that strike would be remarkably quick. Yet, for reasons unknown, no matter how diligently he practiced, there remained an inexplicable obscurity during actual use. Perhaps he would continue to practice when the opportunity arose. Shuangluo turned his gaze toward the towering edifice before him, guided by the virus core. He surmised that the other mutated zombies he sought were likely located underground within this building. Approaching the entrance, he took a deep breath and pushed the door open to enter. Upon entering the building, several zombies immediately lunged at him with menacing gestures. Bang! 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 Shuangluo first employed Wind Type 1 to eliminate the foremost zombies, then, wielding Mo Zhu, charged toward the remaining undead. Hud, hud, hud. In that moment, Shuangluo resembled a tiger among sheep. Even the fiercest zombies could only meet their demise beneath his blade. Before long, nearly all the zombies within the building had been vanquished, leaving only one, which Shuangluo pinned beneath his foot for observation. Shuangluo glanced outside the skyscraper. It was still daylight. Logically, these zombies should remain rather subdued during the day. Yet, the few within the building exhibited an unusual vigor. Lowering his gaze to the zombie at his feet, he noted its striking green eyes. Typically, a zombie's pupils would be a shade of grayish-white by day, turning blood-red at night. These peculiar green-eyed zombies were as formidable as their frenzied red-eyed counterparts that roamed at night. Shuangluo's attention shifted to the elevator ahead, which continued to operate even in this apocalyptic setting. His intuition suggested that the answers to these mysteries, whether pertaining to the green-eyed zombies or the uniquely abnormal horned zombie, awaited him below. With a swift stroke, he dispatched the zombie beneath him and approached the elevator, pressing the button to descend. The doors opened immediately. Upon entering, he discovered that the button for the third floor was protected by a layer of bulletproof glass, evidently intended to prevent the building's staff from accessing that level. However, this barrier proved no match for Shuangluo. With a decisive strike, he shattered the glass and pressed the button for the third floor. The elevator soon arrived, and as he stepped out, he was met with a disturbing sight. Numerous animals, tigers, sheep, dogs, cats, immersed in formaldehyde. Shuangluo noted that some of these creatures appeared mutilated. One cow was missing its horns, and a tiger had lost its tail. Directly ahead of him stood an elegantly designed door. The closer he approached, the more agitated the virus core in his possession became. As he reached the door, it unexpectedly opened automatically, as if inviting him in. A smile crept across Shuangluo's face, and without hesitation, he entered. Chapter 8. Zombie Mother Body Number 0. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by an array of high-tech instruments, with the most prominent feature being the building's surveillance system. "Your body is truly unscientific," a voice remarked. Shuangluo turned to see a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white lab coat, his expression a blend of amusement and curiosity. "I have heard tales of a group of individuals with extraordinary abilities gathering in Kyoto, calling themselves the New Humans. Are you one of them?" The young man's gaze was intensely invasive, filled with fervor and inquiry that made Shuangluo feel distinctly uncomfortable. In truth, compared to those with special abilities and antisocial tendencies, "I believe you are more deserving of the title freak," Shuangluo retorted, while simultaneously communicating with the elemental forces around him, ready to strike down this individual before him. Unperturbed, the young man maintained his nonchalant demeanor, even in the face of Shuangluo's accusation. He chuckled lightly. "I'm actually quite curious about how you found your way here. However, never mind. Rather than ponder this trivial matter, I am far more inclined to dissect your body at once to discern the source of its remarkable resilience." Ultimately, the young man in the white coat had succumbed to a peculiar frenzy and excitement. He turned sharply and pressed a button behind him, causing the two nutrient pods nearby to open instantaneously, revealing two mutated zombies that roared as they approached him. "Chun, shatter this fellow's limbs and bring him here. I wish to dissect him to uncover the secret behind his extraordinary physical prowess." In the face of Chun, who bore antlers and eagle claws, as well as with a head and tail reminiscent of a tiger, Shuangluo remained unperturbed. The next moment, the two mutated zombies launched a simultaneous attack on him. Chun, being the swifter of the two, reached Shuangluo first. Just as it was about to strike with its eagle claw, Shuangluo acted swiftly, wielding his knife to sever Chun's claw. Subsequently, the element of wind enveloped his weapon, Zhu, as he brought it down in a decisive arc. Just as Chun attempted to roar in defiance, a crimson line appeared, extending from its forehead to its abdomen. In the following instant, its blood gushed forth like a fountain. At that moment, Yin had also arrived before Shuangluo. Upon witnessing the gruesome demise of its companion, an instinctual urge to flee overwhelmed it. However, as it turned to escape, Shuangluo seized its tiger tail, halting its flight, and Zhu pierced through its skull. Yin did not even emit a cry of lament before departing from this world. Regrettably, these two mutated zombies did not yield any treasure chests. "Now that your little creations have perished, might you summon a few more?" Shuangluo remarked as he wiped the blood from Zhu and approached the astonished young man. It must be noted that after his encounter with the horned zombie, Shuangluo underwent a transformation. First, he acquired the adept weapon, Zhu, and along his journey, he gradually learned the fundamental applications of the wind element. The result was that the once beleaguered Shuangluo, who had previously struggled against a single mutated zombie, now effortlessly dispatched two. "Stay back. Don't come any closer." The young man, witnessing the fearsome approach of Shuangluo, was utterly panicked. He sought to flee, yet within the confines of this enclosed room, where could he possibly escape? Soon, he was apprehended, a knife pressed against his throat. As Shuangluo inquired with an unsettling gentility, "I have slain 3 of the mutated zombies you created. Pray tell, where are the remaining 9? With his life in another's hands, The young man had no time to ponder how his adversary knew there were 12 mutated zombies in total. 2 are dead, 3 are in Kyoto, and 4 I sold abroad for additional resources. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down his body as he recognized that despite his supposed genius, he was no different from ordinary individuals. Murder would lead to death. I see. Then you are of no further use, Shuangluo replied, tightening his grip slightly, causing the blade to press ever so gently into the young man's neck. The pain emanating from his neck warned the young man that if he did not swiftly devise a plan, he would soon meet a grim fate. Recalling the other's ruthless demeanor, his mind raced in search of any useful information. At last, he conceived of a matter that might pique Shuangluo's interest, and he urgently shouted, "Do not kill me. I know the whereabouts of Subject Zero." Upon hearing his words, Shuangluo halted the blade's advance into his neck and inquired with keen curiosity. "Subject Zero?" The young man, having gambled correctly for survival, hastily elaborated at a rapid pace. Indeed, the progenitor of the zombie virus, the one who single-handedly disseminated the virus across the globe. Side quest triggered. Eliminate Subject Zero. Quest description. She is the very mother of the virus, created by him. Her birth has long been overdue, yet unforeseen circumstances have delayed her emergence. The moment she is born, the zombie virus will undergo a complete evolution, rendering humanity extinct. Now, to save the world, locate and eliminate her. Perhaps this will postpone the world's descent into ruin. Quest reward. 5 free attribute points. The reward was indeed substantial, igniting Shuangluo's ambition. He would not squander any opportunity to gain strength. He had survived, but before the young man could savor his fortune, a gun was pressed against his forehead. "I offer you a chance. Clarify the matter of this Subject Zero. Should I find your explanation lacking, you may anticipate a most creative demise." Faced once more with the specter of death, the young man hastily recounted all that he knew. Approximately a month prior, a fishing vessel had retrieved a coffin from the sea, a crystal coffin. The fisherman promptly surrendered it, and after employing various methods, we ultimately succeeded in opening this coffin. To our astonishment, inside lay what? Shuangluo's curiosity was piqued. A small infant, one who appeared as if she had just emerged from her mother's womb. Could this infant be Subject Zero? Indeed, she is Subject Zero. At the time, 2 female researchers were tasked with her care. Her appearance was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary baby. Yet within just 3 days, she rapidly matured into a 3-year-old child. Even now, the young man recalled that moment with awe, as she defied the natural pace of biological growth, a phenomenon that could only be described as miraculous. Subsequently, she continued to age by 1 year each day, confounding our research efforts as we could not decipher the reason behind her extraordinary growth rate. In no time, she had spent half a month in the laboratory, now resembling a stunning 15-year-old girl, breathtakingly beautiful, almost unreal. Shuangluo furrowed her brow. Why the sudden emphasis on her beauty? At this point in his narrative, the young man paused, then sneered. In our research facility, there exists an individual named Archie, a fool who has been fixated on Subject Zero since the day he arrived. We all assumed his curiosity stemmed from a scientific perspective. Yet we were utterly unprepared for the revelation that he had fallen in love with her. The audacity of this fool. He dared to betray his own kind for that aberration, and even contemplated aiding her escape. On the 16th day, Archie inexplicably treated everyone to water. Fortunately, I had always held him in disdain, or I too might have unwittingly ingested the water, tainted with Subject Zero's blood. Ultimately, apart from myself and a couple on leave, the rest of the facility's personnel succumbed to zombification. Upon hearing this, Shuangluo's expression grew peculiar. It was fortunate I had always looked down upon him, though the reasoning behind it was rather absurd. Nevertheless, the youth seemed oblivious to the implications and continued his animated recounting. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I promptly alerted the nearby military forces. Consequently, when Archie attempted to flee with Subject Zero, he collided head-on with a fully armed battalion. Left with no choice, Subject Zero activated the transmission of the zombie virus prematurely. In that instant, all modern weaponry was rendered obsolete. Many from the rescue team were transformed into zombies, allowing Archie and Subject Zero to make their escape. I had always regarded him with contempt. After all, Archie was as dim-witted as a pig, and I had discerned his intentions from the outset. Thus, I intercepted him at his intended destination, and we struck a deal. He relinquished Subject Zero's heart to me. Without it, she could not continue to grow, thereby preventing the virus from evolving further. What form might the virus take should it evolve again? The youth fell silent for a moment before uttering a few words. Airborne transmission. At that point, no human would be spared globally. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuangluo's pupils constricted slightly. Indeed, it was a terrifying prospect. You mentioned you knew the whereabouts of Subject Zero, he inquired. The youth nodded fervently, quickly responding, yes. I know where Subject Zero is. That fool Archie is hiding with her in an underground base somewhere in this city. Your research facility is truly brimming with talent. One after another, they all hide underground. Do they relish being like mice? In response to Yi Shuangluo's remark, the youth could only manage an awkward smile. He was concealed here for safety, after all, as zombies cannot detect humans underground. As for why that fool Archie also hid beneath the surface, he could only speculate that, like the creature before him, he was a coward who shunned the light. The youth took a couple steps back and handed Yi Shuangluo a map from the table, explaining that the pair were likely located at the marked position. Yi Shuangluo accepted the map, which bore a marked spot that clearly indicated their hiding place. Task item acquired. Map of Zombie Zero's hideout. Chapter 9. The first collectible. Gazing at the map in her hands, Yi Shuangluo suddenly appeared to have a revelation and commanded. You just mentioned that the heart of Zombie Zero is in your possession. Show it to me. The youth, hesitant to refuse, manipulated the device a couple of times. And suddenly, the floor in the center of the room cracked open. Subsequently, a table encased in glass slowly ascended from below. Yi Shuangluo's gaze was instantly captivated by the heart of Zombie Number Zero within the glass casing. Collectible. Heart of Zombie Number Zero. Effect. When placed in the collection chamber, it grants the player an increase of 10 in virus resistance and an additional 10 damage against all types of zombies. Unlike the zombie hearts he had encountered previously, the one before him resembled a work of art, fragile as crystal, as if even the lightest touch could shatter it. Remarkably, even detached from its host, it continued to pulsate slowly. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Shuangluo stored it in his spatial backpack and inquired, "This now belongs to me. Do you have any objections?" "No, please take it," the youth replied, feeling a pang of anguish in his heart. Without the heart of Zombie Number Zero, he could no longer create special mutated zombies like Een and Shun. Yet at that moment, he was merely a fish on the chopping block, devoid of any power to choose. At last, as Yi Shuangluo prepared to depart, the youth let out a sigh of relief, watching his retreating figure, ready to bid farewell to this harbinger of doom. "Did you step out with your left foot first?" "Huh?" The youth was taken aback. What did it matter which foot he had stepped with first? "You stepped out with your left foot. It seems you do not hold me in high regard." Bang! Yi Shuangluo shot the youth in the head, then turned away without a trace of regret. Following the task's guidance, Yi Shuangluo soon arrived at the location of Number Zero. However, he understood that entering would not be a simple endeavor. Within his line of sight, at least 100 zombies surrounded the entrance to the underground, blocking it completely. Most crucially, these zombies' eyes were not the usual pale gray but blood red, indicating that they were not mindless corpses devoid of resistance, but rather feral monsters that would attack humans with frenzied abandon. This posed a significant challenge. How could it be that all these zombies had red eyes in broad daylight? Was it the work of someone named Aki? Or was it a capability of Number Zero? He did not need to know the answer to this question. The only thing he needed to ascertain was whether he could single-handedly eliminate this horde of zombies. If not, what strategy could he employ to divert their attention? After some contemplation, he resolved to utilize the most straightforward and brutal method to eradicate the zombies, thus clearing his path. However, he would not charge an unprepared. Casting a glance at a nearby alley, he silently counted down in his mind. Once ready, he drew out the Zhufeng Type 1 and aimed at the distant horde of zombies, firing into their midst. Without pausing to assess his results, he immediately sprinted toward the narrow alley. Upon reaching the midpoint of the alley, he turned, drew out the MZH, and faced the frenzied onslaught of the zombies. Embarking on his journey of slaughter, he had observed that this alley was quite constricted, allowing at most 3 people to pass side by side. Thus, within this narrow alley, no matter how fervently this horde of zombies wished to rend him asunder, they could only converge in groups of 3 at most. Clearly, having to confront merely 3 zombies simultaneously should not pose an insurmountable challenge. In this confined passage, as the zombies in front fell, those behind would swiftly fill their places. Yi Shuangluo fought while retreating, daring not to let his guard down, his weapon, the ink extermination, relentlessly harvesting the lives of his adversaries. He sensed that amidst the relentless slaughter, something was gestating within the chaos. Time became elusive, and soon the once dense throng of zombies dwindled to a mere handful. With a few swift strikes, he dispatched the last of the creatures and stepped over their fallen bodies to exit the alley. During the recent skirmish, he had been struck a few times, leaving his clothing in tatters from the zombies' grasp. Fortunately, These creatures lack the capacity to infect others through their claw wounds. Additionally, the affinity he possessed with the wind granted him a regeneration of 2 health points per second, which was instrumental in his ability to vanquish all the zombies. Now, with the obstacles out of the way, it was time to reap the rewards of his triumph. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, he descended through the entrance. To his surprise, the underground space resembled an air raid shelter. However, it appeared to be no ordinary refuge. An array of supplies lay strewn across the floor, while countless people outside had fought fiercely for mere scraps. Yet here, these precious resources were discarded as if they were mere refuse. It seemed that only one individual, along with a half-dead zombie matron, resided here, rendering such an abundance of supplies unnecessary. As Shuangluo ventured deeper, he arrived at the innermost part of the shelter, facing a large circular door. Affixed to the door was a piece of paper, which he tore down to read its contents. If you seek supplies, they're abundant outside. Feel free to take what you wish. This was likely penned by that Aki. Had he been a native, he might have genuinely chosen to take the supplies and depart. Alas, he was not. His purpose was singular. 0. He unsheathed his blade and thrust it into the door, then rotated it clockwise, withdrawing the weapon to reveal a circular opening sufficient for his entry. Upon entering, Shuangluo discovered the interior to be surprisingly small, approximately 50 square meters. His gaze quickly fell upon a youth with a foolish grin, fixated on his target, a girl submerged in nutrient solution, her heart bearing a gaping wound. This scene inevitably evoked thoughts of the many Yanderas who would resort to murder to prevent you from leaving. Yet, Shuangluo discerned that this individual was not a Yandera. At worst, he was a foolish sycophant, so lost in his infatuation that he had forgotten his own lineage. How did you get in here? When he noticed that Shuangluo's gaze was fixed on the enigmatic number 0 behind him, a sense of unease washed over him. Yet, he feigned composure and declared, "The supplies outside are all yours. As you've seen, I possess nothing here. Should you choose to act recklessly, I can only resort to a desperate struggle. Fool, his vitality is terrifyingly robust. Should you provoke him, the outcome will only be that the fish perishes while the net remains unscathed." Suddenly, a clear and ethereal feminine voice resonated, causing Aki to regard the girl within the nutrient solution with disbelief. "Wonderful. Number 0, you have finally awakened. I have been so worried about you, fearing you might never regain consciousness." The girl in the nutrient solution remained with her eyes tightly shut, resembling a sleeping beauty. Truly a sight to behold. Chapter 10. Legendary Passive Commander. Humans, if I am not mistaken. It was that individual named Song Chi who informed you of my presence here. What of it? Shuangluo observed her with keen interest. Although her lips remained sealed, her voice reached him. Could this be the ability of telepathy, a form of mental communion? Noticing that both were disregarding him, the sycophantic Aki grew anxious, perhaps eager to assert himself or to validate his existence. In a fit of frustration, he shouted at Shuangluo, "Song Chi, you are untrustworthy. I have already handed over number 0's heart to you, and yet you betray us." As he spoke, this foolish sycophant lunged towards Shuangluo in a fit of rage. Shuangluo sidestepped his reckless advance with a slight turn, and in an instant, Mo Zhu was unsheathed, delivering a swift strike aimed at Aki's head. The blow was executed with such speed that Aki, still turning, could only regard him in disbelief before collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his neck like a fountain. After dispatching Aki, Shuangluo remarked coldly, "That was a pact between him and you. It bears no relevance to me." Taking 2 steps closer, he gazed at the nearby number 0 and silently mused, what a fortunate acquisition this has turned out to be. In his perception, the girl immersed in the nutrient solution, appearing like an ordinary maiden, bore a blood-red skull insignia atop her head. It was indeed a mark, and the crimson emblem had darkened ominously. This piqued his interest as he observed the seemingly ordinary number 0, her eyes closed as if merely in slumber. Her pure and exquisite beauty provided ample explanation for the reckless sycophant's betrayal of his own kind in her name. For reasons unknown, as he simply gazed upon her, Shuangluo felt an overwhelming impulse to sacrifice himself for her. Zombie number 0 has cast a charm upon you. A mental assessment is required. Assessment passed. You will disregard the charm. Upon regaining his clarity, Shuangluo immediately swung his blade towards number 0. With his superhuman physical prowess, the strike would easily shatter even reinforced glass. At the moment of shattering, number 0's clear and ethereal voice echoed once more. "Powerful human, please sheath your blade. You asked me to withdraw my weapon, yet doing so would strip me of my dignity. Human, I can grant you anything you desire. Please do not impede my birth. Shuangluo stood resolutely with a blade in hand, observing as Zero, having departed from the nutrient solution, visibly withered at an alarming rate. What if I must stop you? This is a sacred evolution. Even if you were to slay me, you cannot halt this progression. At best, you are merely a trivial stumbling block along this divine path. Huh. Shuangluo covered his face with one hand, laughing heartily, his laughter laced with mockery and disdain. Since you claim I am but a stumbling block, I shall indeed make an effort to obstruct you. Human, you cannot prevent this evolution. It is his decree, unalterable and unpreventable. You are ultimately nothing more than discarded failures. Do not be deluded. With a resounding crack, the Zhifeng eye effortlessly shattered the skull of Zombie Zero, this monster that could obliterate the world upon its successful birth, thus extinguished. Such needless shatter, he thought, as his current fortune appeared to be at a low ebb. Certainly not the ideal moment to open a box. Simultaneously, a mechanical notification from the game's system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, preparatory player, for completing the side quest, Eliminate Zero. Congratulations on your kill of an apocalyptic entity. Due to your actions, you have indirectly saved countless lives. Achievement unlocked. Great benefactor, saint, savior. Special achievement detected. The above rewards will cease and compound. Unlimited achievement triggered. Redeemer. Achievement description and rewards. For every apocalyptic entity you slay, you may draw a special passive. Would you like to draw? Naturally, Shuangluo opted to draw. And in an instant, a brilliant golden light engulfed him, so radiant that he had to close his eyes momentarily. When the brilliance subsided, he reopened his eyes to behold the passive he had drawn. Congratulations, you have acquired a legendary passive, Warlord. Warlord I, skill type, legendary passive. The conditions for skill enhancement are for you to explore. Using any weapon will increase damage by 25. In every battle, any adversary attacking you with a weapon must undergo a willpower check. Failure results in a mandatory 0. 5-second stun. Any weapon that strikes you will have its damage reduced by 20. To be esteemed among the pinnacle of all beings, above countless weapons, is to be a warlord. Shuangluo stared in awe at this skill. It was immensely powerful, akin to a cheat. An apocalyptic entity? Though tempted, he shook his head in resignation. This time, he had struck lucky, yet such fortune might not grace him again. However, if one were to speak truthfully, Shuangluo gazed upwards at the heavens. Surely he could be considered an apocalyptic entity as well. With ease, he had rendered all human firearms as mere scrap metal. An awe-inspiring display of might. Perhaps one day, he too could attain such strength, or even surpass it. Unbidden, this thought took root in Shuangluo's mind. Surveying the relentless onslaught of the undead, Shuangluo gripped his long blade and charged forth. Though he was acutely aware of the futility of his efforts, this world was destined to succumb unless someone could sever the violet moon hanging in the sky. He found himself powerless. Merely an ordinary individual unable to save this realm. At best, he could eliminate the initial wave of zombies, thereby merely delaying the inevitable descent into chaos. 4 days later, with a swift series of strikes, Shuangluo dispatched 2 zombies with remarkable precision. Killing Frenzy, 478-910000. Had he not even reached half of his goal? Ding. The trial will soon conclude. Teleportation will occur in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourself. A sense of dissatisfaction welled within him. He had devoted nearly every waking moment of the past 4 days to hunting the undead, yet he had barely scratched the surface. He had not even achieved the secondary accolade of killing Frenzy, let alone the prestigious title of God of Death, the highest achievement within this world. Yet there was little he could do. Time was slipping away. Slaying numerous zombies has slightly increased your score. Eliminating mutated zombies has moderately increased your score. Completing the side quest to eliminate Zero has significantly increased your score. Your final score is reward, 8 points of free attributes, a skill book of your choice. In a daze, he felt as though he had transcended time itself. Despite having spent merely 7 days in the trial world, it felt infinitely more exhilarating than the preceding 17 years of his life. Then, a realization struck him. Having entered the trial world, he had effectively vanished for 7 days in the eyes of those in the main world. To make matters worse, his old teacher was a diligent and meticulous individual. After his absence, she would undoubtedly notify his guardians. The thought of his uncle and aunt, furious and pacing in a fit of rage due to his evasion, oddly filled him with a sense of delight. Were he to relive the experience, he would make the same choice again. Such an enthralling game was not to be missed. He would have regretted it for a lifetime, endlessly lamenting his own foolishness. as he contemplated what excuse to concoct for his uncle and aunt. A notification chimed from his computer. Curious, he approached the screen to investigate. Wow, incredible. You've outpaced the competition by a full hour. Those fellows must be reeling from the blow. Shuangluo's expression turned peculiar as he absorbed the screen's contents. The message was from a fellow online gamer, known by the handle Lost Black Cat, a nonconformist and enthusiast of violent aesthetics in gaming. Their friendship had blossomed over a shared game, and due to the other's rather unconventional username, Shuangluo had taken to addressing him as game name Zihan. To his bewilderment, the screenshot he had shared in their group chat had been posted a week prior, yet this individual was only now choosing to extol his achievements. Just as confusion washed over him, he inadvertently glanced at the time displayed in the bottom right corner of his computer screen, and he froze in astonishment. He had believed that while he traversed the trial world for 7 days, the main world experienced an equivalent passage of time. Yet here, merely an hour had elapsed. Indeed, does time flow at different rates? Shuangluo immediately grasped the reason. Only an hour had elapsed in the real world, and it was likely that no one had reported him missing. This was fortuitous, as he wished to avoid premature exposure. Engaging in a casual conversation with the Black Cat, the screen suddenly went dark, only to reappear with the previous blue dialog box. The box displayed, "Greetings, esteemed warrior." Chapter 11, Equipment of Growth Pluto. Observing the chat box on the computer, Shuangluo gently pressed the keyboard to initiate a dialogue. "What are you?" He was uncertain of how to address the entity, realizing it was highly probable that it was not human at all. "Esteemed warrior, you humans have bestowed upon me many names. Gaia, Aleya. I am fundamentally the world consciousness of your realm." World consciousness. A myriad of concepts from games and novels flooded his mind, yet he was unable to ascertain the intentions behind the sudden appearance of this world consciousness. Thus, he resolved to engage in casual conversation, hoping to extract some useful information. "I am quite exceptional. What evidence do you have of that? Your evaluation speaks volumes of your excellence, and you possess a remarkably unique talent." "My talent is truly unique?" While Shuangluo felt a sense of strength in his abilities, he presumed that others were equally formidable. "Indeed, it is exceptionally unique. I am unable to even view the nature of your talent. Can you not examine the talents of others?" "Certainly, as I am the world consciousness. Each world within the game operates as an independent server, and naturally, I have exclusive access to this server's data." Upon hearing this, he understood that being able to view player data was quite normal for such a role. Yet, the inability to view his own talents suggested that his abilities were indeed remarkable. "I do not concern myself with the specifics of your talent. After all, as a player of this server, the stronger you are, the better. I merely wish to inform you of one matter. At 10 a.m. 3 days from now, a group of humanoids will invade this world, and you must prepare accordingly." "Why must it be me? With my current combat strength, the military should be capable of handling it. It is simple. Only you players can defeat them. Thus, I will have the opportunity to obtain the coordinates of their world." "Ah, so it is a scheme for a reverse invasion." As a professional gamer with a taste for diverse games, Shuangluo comprehended the world consciousness's intent thoroughly. "Of course, I share this information to ensure you are not caught unprepared. The enemy will likely breach in 5 locations simultaneously, one of which is near your school. However, there is no need for concern. Besides yourself, other players will also join the fray. And even the strongest players on our side are expected to engage. An invasion from the enemy world." Shuangluo refrained from contemplating the implications or his own plans. For when calamity descends, there are always those of greater stature to shoulder the burden, rather than the invasion itself. He was more curious about another matter. Are there many players among us? If we consider the entirety of humanity as a base, it could be said that individuals like you are exceedingly rare, perhaps not even 1 in 100 million. Although the phrase 1 in 100 million suggests scarcity, it still implies the existence of at least 80 to 90 individuals. It is essential to recognize that these 80 to 90 individuals are not ordinary. They possess extraordinary abilities, capable of transcending the heavens and the earth, impervious to harm, and able to confront multitudes single-handedly. Reflecting on your existence prior to entering the game, this world seemed tranquil, as if time flowed gently and the winds were calm. Yet, unbeknownst to many, beneath the surface, tumultuous waves surged. "Well then, I have conveyed all that I wish to express. Now, take a moment to rest, my intriguing companion." With this, the consciousness of the world concluded its remarks, and the blue dialog box on the computer screen vanished automatically. Shuangluo shrugged, powered down the computer, drew the curtains, and then collapsed onto his familiar bed. At last, he could enjoy a moment of repose. After a lengthy slumber, he awoke naturally, stretching luxuriously and glancing at his phone. To his astonishment, he had slept for a full 18 hours. This was understandable, considering that during his time in the trial world, his mind had been in a constant state of high tension, leaving him little opportunity to rest. Rising and approaching the window, he pulled back the curtains, allowing the warm sunlight to pour in, and he squinted into light. The main world was indeed preferable, devoid of the frenzied zombies that roamed at night, allowing for a peaceful night's sleep. He even fancied that the air in the main world felt significantly purer than that of the trial world, although he recognized that it was likely a psychological effect. Nevertheless, he greedily inhaled the fresh air, for the atmosphere of the main world did not transform individuals into zombies. And for that reason alone, it triumphed. After savoring the fresh air and warm sunlight, Shuangluo returned to his bed and retrieved the final treasure chest that had emerged from the zero-level trial. At this moment, his fortune was at its peak. If not now, then when? The chest was entirely black, and although he could easily open it with a mere thought, he chose to manually unveil it for the sake of ceremony. Congratulations, preparatory player, you have acquired 10 points. Congratulations, preparatory player, you have obtained the Eye of Enchantment. Congratulations, preparatory player, you have received the virus essence. Congratulations, preparatory player, you have obtained Pluto. The points appeared to serve as a universal currency, plentiful yet not of paramount concern. The true significance lay in the 3 items acquired. Eye of Enchantment. Type skill. Learning conditions. Female players with a charm attribute exceeding 10. Effect. When used on a member of the opposite sex, the target must undergo a willpower assessment. Failure results in a state of enchantment. When used on a member of the same sex, the target must undergo a mental assessment. Failure leads to a state of confusion. Initially intrigued by this skill, Shuangluo fell silent upon reading the learning conditions. As it was only available to female players, he pondered its utility for himself. Onward to the next item. Virus Essence. Type Consumable. Effect. After injection, Strength 2, Constitution 3, Agility 2, with a chance to acquire special skills. Evaluation. This is the result of a mad scientist from the original timeline, who, after numerous human experiments, ultimately succeeded in enabling frail humans to attain superhuman physiques. The virus essence is a vial of reagent. Shuangluo gazed at the vial before him, reflecting on the description of the mad scientist. Could it be that this lunatic was the very one he had slain? The individual had indeed been conducting human experiments, although whether zombies could be classified as human remains a topic for debate. Finally, his gaze fell upon the last item within the treasure chest. Pluto is a necklace. A slender silver chain threading through a gem of black and white, its exterior alone exuding a sense of considerable value. Pluto, quality white. Type, growth equipment accessory. Current capacity for soul imprisonment, 01. Advancement method, where Pluto and personally slay 1,000 ordinary enemies, 10 elite enemies, and 1 boss enemy in battle. Current progress, 01000, 010, 01. Evaluation. To be slain by you in life and have one's soul imprisoned by you in death is undoubtedly tragic. Yet, among the multitude of souls, being chosen and confined by you signifies a recognition of their formidable power. Growth equipment. Shuangluo's breath quickened involuntarily. In any game, growth equipment is rare and formidable. He truly did not anticipate acquiring such an item so swiftly. In a fit of excitement, he adorned himself with Pluto, dismissing the tear of the hypocrite with a wave of his hand, deeming it a trinket unworthy of his interest. He casually listed the tear of the hypocrite for trade and turned his attention elsewhere. However, Shuangluo felt a twinge of regret that there were no formidable beings in the real world for him to slay, rendering Pluto's soul captivity effect temporarily untestable. But there was no need for haste. The game panel manifested before him, revealing that the next trial would occur in 3 days. Observing the countdown on the game panel, Shuangluo calculated that would take place in the afternoon. This meant he could deal with the intruders by noon and then participate in the trial later that day. Indeed, it seemed the day was destined to be busy. After his musings, Shuangluo perused the new features on the game panel, which had been unlocked since his first trial. Forum, Exchange, Training Ground, Arena, Private Space. He briefly reviewed these functionalities. The forum feature, akin to most others, facilitates player communication, encompassing both a server-specific forum and a global forum. The exchange serves to handle surplus equipment or items and can also be utilized to procure necessary resources or gear. The training ground provides players with the opportunity to hone their skills freely and at a modest cost, allowing them to assess their effectiveness when the opportunity arises. The arena, as its name suggests, serves as a battleground for players to engage in combat against one another, especially given the looming threat of world invasions, indicating that relations between worlds are likely far from cordial. Intriguingly, the arena operates on a tiered system, whereby players can only compete in arenas corresponding to their respective levels. For instance, Shuangluo can only be matched against fellow novice players. As for the private space feature, it stands out as perhaps the most considerate aspect of the game system. After their initial trial, every player is bestowed with access to a private space. The game system conjures a realm in the void solely for the player, which, although initially limited to a mere 20 square meters, can subsequently be expanded through accrued points. This alleviates concerns regarding housing. Even if my uncle's family were to heartlessly cast me out, I would have a place to reside. Shuangluo shared a rather unamusing cold joke, amusing himself in the process. He then summoned the command menu through the game system and opted to enter his private space. In a flash of white light, he was transported to his personal domain. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the space, though not expansive, felt particularly vacant, with only a solitary machine nestled in one corner. Approaching the machine, its information materialized instantly. Attribute Enhancement Machine. This machine is used for allocating free attributes. It became clear that this device was intended for enhancing personal attributes. Seating himself within the machine, Shuangluo's attribute panel promptly appeared. Novice player Shuangluo from World 1122. Health points 100. This attribute cannot be fully quantified and will fluctuate based on injury severity. Spirit points 50-50. Intelligence attribute 10. Current recovery rate 1 point per minute. Strength for related to attack power and load capacity. Agility for related to movement speed and attack speed. Constitution 5. Related to health, defense, and resistance to abnormalities. Intelligence 5. Related to skill damage and spirit capacity. Charisma 6. Related to interaction and summoning skills or items. Luck for related to item crafting and various probabilities. Talent. Achievement Master, a unique, exclusive talent. Allocatable free attributes, 13 points. Distribution recommendation. Primary attribute Charisma. Secondary attributes Intelligence and Constitution. Chapter 12. The Defense War commences. After reviewing the latest attribute panel, Shuangluo was left perplexed. Firstly, why had his mana transformed into spirit points? Although he had never utilized mana within the trial world, the sudden metamorphosis into an unfamiliar entity left him uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Furthermore, he noted a decrease of 1 point in his charisma attribute, while his agility attribute inexplicably increased by 1 point. Had the lost point of charisma somehow transitioned into agility? Shuangluo accessed his personal panel in search of answers, and at last he discovered the cause of his attribute changes. Due to your wanton slaughter, your charisma, current alignment, lawful, has diminished. You have triggered the newbie protection hidden clause. When a player experiences a decrease in charisma due to killing within the 3 trial worlds, one random attribute among the 5 dimensions, excluding charisma, will be compensated by 1. This compensation can only be triggered once. Congratulations, player. Your agility has increased by 1. Can reckless slaughter truly lower one's charisma? Shuangluo pondered as he gazed at the notation of current alignment, lawful, following his charisma attribute. If memory serves him right, the alignments corresponding to lawful should be neutral and chaotic. Perhaps in the future, the alignment accompanying his charisma might transform into one of the other 2. Having unraveled the reasons behind the fluctuations in attributes, Shuangluo ceased to dwell on his concerns. A reduction in charisma was a minor setback, especially since his agility had been enhanced. In the allocation of attributes, he disregarded the distribution suggestions entirely. Selecting charisma as his primary attribute, he was not so deluded. Charisma could influence interactions and summon related items and skills, yet he currently possessed neither summon skills nor items. As for interactions, he preferred to wield a blade at others' throats. At that moment, he could do as he pleased. Surveying his attributes, he swiftly devised a distribution plan. 4 points to strength, 4 points to constitution, 4 points to agility, and 1 point to intelligence. Ultimately, he allocated 1 point to intelligence, as it affected his potential. However, what exactly was this spiritual energy? He could sense that he could manipulate something effortlessly, akin to using his own limbs. Yet he remained uncertain about the true function of this energy. Nevertheless, he had no time to ponder further, as the attribute allocation had commenced. Pain and overwhelming, excruciating pain was the singular sensation enveloping Shuangluo at that moment. As the attribute allocation began, he felt as if his body and soul were being torn asunder. Strikingly, despite the agony, he did not faint. He was acutely aware that it was the system's capabilities preventing him from losing consciousness. Yet he would have preferred to succumb to the darkness, for the pain was unbearable. He had previously endured grievous injuries from a modified bullhorn zombie in the trial world, feeling as though his body had been shattered and even witnessing a kaleidoscope of lights before his eyes. However, the torment of that experience paled in comparison to the agony he felt now. He perceived his bones being shattered, reformed, and shattered again, repeating this cycle over 100 times until the enhancement concluded. Shuangluo staggered down from the attribute enhancement machine, his gaze somewhat vacant, uncertain how he had persevered through it all. Just then, a mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Friendly reminder. Initial attribute allocation will induce immense pain. If the player cannot endure, they may opt to disable the sensation of pain. Did you truly consider yourself humorous? You only announced this after I have completed my allocation. Shuangluo nearly roared in frustration. He could accept the pain, for it was the price to be paid for becoming stronger. Yet, the game system insisted on waiting until the enhancement was complete before revealing that it could indeed suppress pain, which sent him into a state of exasperation. Regrettably, the system paid no heed to his fury and outbursts. Shuangluo let out a resigned sigh, conceding to fate. Very well, let be destroyed. He retrieved the viral serum he had just acquired from the treasure chest and cast a wary glance at the attribute enhancement machine. Would injecting this serum into his body also entail excruciating pain? After a moment's hesitation, he plunged the syringe into his flesh and, with a slight pressure of his finger, administered the entire contents of the vial into his system. Upon completion of the injection, his body tensed, bracing itself for the impending agony that would rend both soul and flesh asunder. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated torment did not materialize. Instead, a gentle warmth began to envelop him, radiating from his chest and gradually spreading throughout his being. It was utterly delightful. He nearly moaned in pleasure, feeling as though a weary traveler, parched for 3 days and nights, had suddenly plunged into a refreshing spring. After half an hour, the soothing sensation began to wane. Shuangluo eagerly summoned his attribute panel once more, and at that moment his attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Shuangluo, player 1122 of the World Preparation. Health points, 100. This attribute cannot be fully quantified and will fluctuate based on injury severity. Currently, it reflects a constitution of 20. Mana points, 60-60. Current recovery rate, 1 point per minute. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 12. Intelligence, 6. Charisma, 6. Compared to before, his attributes had experienced a monumental shift. Strength and agility, initially a mere 4 points, had surged to 10 points following the allocation of enhancements and the injection of the viral serum. The Constitution, however, showed the most significant change, soaring from 5 points to 12 points, now the highest among all his attributes. Intelligence had also risen from 5 points to 6 points. After this fortification, his once frail body had regained the formidable prowess he possessed as a novice in the trial world. Nay, it could be said that he was now even more formidable than before. With his attributes enhanced, Shuangluo turned his attention to the heart of Zombie No. 0 within his backpack. This was his first collectible, which indicated it needed to be placed in a collection room. However, he was unsure of the location of this room or how to activate this feature. Esteemed preparatory player, it has been detected that you possess collectibles. Would you like to expend 5 points to activate the collection room feature? So, it required points for activation. Nevertheless, having just received 10 points from the treasure chest, he felt financially buoyant and opted to unlock it. Upon activation, there was no remarkable change in his personal space, save for the sudden appearance of a display case on the left side. As Shuangluo's gaze fell upon the display case, a prompt materialized before him. Detected that there are collectibles within the preparatory player's backpack. Would you like to place them in the display case? Shuangluo affirmed the choice, and the heart of Zombie No. 0 was promptly transferred into the display case. Congratulations on achieving the title of Innocent Collector. The reward for this accomplishment is a mere 5 chance of acquiring collectibles after vanquishing enemies. One could say that the benefit is minimal. At that moment, he furrowed his brow slightly as a realization struck him. His personal space was a mere 20 square meters. While it sufficed for now, what would happen when he eventually acquired 10 or 20 collectibles? Indeed, it seemed that his personal space was rather cramped. A notification appeared, detected a related need. Would you like to spend points to expand your personal space? Currently, the cost was 1,000 points for an additional square meter. It was quite unexpected. Even in this fantastical game, one still had to toil for a larger abode. After a moment of grumbling, he opted to expand his personal space. with a resounding rumble. The area instantaneously expanded by 10 square meters. The current price, 2,000 points for 1 more square meter. If he required 4,000 points to reach 40 square meters. He fervently hoped he was merely overthinking. Otherwise, it would indeed be a bottomless pit. If you do not strive now, you will certainly regret it later. Listening to the impassioned speech from the teacher at the podium, he idly twirled the pen in his hand. Just 3 days prior, he had been slaying zombies. And today, he found himself sitting here, absorbing motivational platitudes. It was truly a capricious world. In truth, while enhancing his intelligence attribute did not elevate his IQ, it did allow him to concentrate more effectively. For instance, even without focusing intently on the teacher, he retained every word spoken. Leisurely, he walked at the back of the class, an average student with modest grades, an introverted disposition, and a family of little means. Moreover, the notorious twins incessantly tarnished his reputation at school, leaving him friendless and compelled to devote all his energy to gaming. As he ambled toward the playground, lost in thought, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Was it an earthquake? Oh no, help! What is this? Monsters! A cacophony of chattering filled the air, and the previously listless Shuangluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dear prospective player, the spatial gate has been opened, and invaders have arrived. Please prepare for battle. At last, it has come. I was nearly dozing off waiting. He stealthily slipped away to a secluded spot, shed his school uniform, and donned a prepared fox mask from his spatial backpack. Finally, he retrieved his weapon, the ink blade, and dashed toward the playground. Chapter 13. The Boy in the Lion Mask. Upon arriving at the playground, a scene of chaos greeted his eyes. Countless boys lay sprawled on the ground, some unconscious, others moaning in agony from excruciating pain. Meanwhile, a throng of green-skinned dwarves relentlessly pursued the girls, who were clearly unable to escape, either being tackled or struck down by weapons. The dwarves brandished spears, long guns, and hefty clubs, greedily eyeing the beleaguered youths, their mouths dripping with vile drool. They were diminutive in stature, each measuring approximately 12 to 14 meters. Their faces were etched with avarice, and the objects of their insatiable desire appeared to be the youthful female students and some robust male students within the school. Observing their appearance and the gluttonous gleam in their eyes, a name inexplicably flickered through Shuangluo's mind: Goblin. However, what captured one's attention even more than these goblins was the enormous portal, measuring 10 meters in length and 10 meters in height, that had inexplicably appeared at the school entrance. A steady stream of goblins emerged from this doorway, each radiating excitement, their greedy gazes fixed upon the boys and girls on the playground. It was truly repugnant. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 shots accurately claimed the lives of 3 goblins, simultaneously drawing the attention of both goblins and the youthful spectators on the playground. The youths initially expressed delight, but upon realizing there was only one assailant, their joy turned to despair. The goblins, however, did not ponder for long. They were consumed by rage, the fury of witnessing their kin fall before them. Thus, 3 goblins lunged toward him, and as they approached, he exhibited no inclination to evade, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Yet, in the next instant, he sprang into action. With his left hand gripping the blade, Shuangluo executed a swift, decisive slash from right to left. In a single arc, he cleaved the 3 goblins in twain. Thud! The sound of their lifeless bodies hitting the ground left the young spectators in a state of astonishment. They had barely registered the swift stroke, almost convinced that the masked figure would be overwhelmed by the green-skinned creatures. Shuangluo nodded, satisfied with his recent strike, acknowledging that his training over the past few days had not been in vain. Perhaps it was the legendary passive ability of the weapon master that granted him an innate proficiency with armaments, whether wielding the Windwalker or the ink execution. He found them exceedingly manageable. Introduction to Swordsmanship Level 2. Effect: increases damage by 4 when wielding bladed weapons. Evaluation: acquiring this skill signifies that you have at least grasped the fundamentals of swordsmanship. However, his talent for marksmanship was not as pronounced, which let him be utilized a selected skill book. Introduction to Firearm Proficiency Level 1. Effect: increases damage by 2 when wielding firearms. Evaluation: acquiring this skill signifies that you have at least grasped the fundamentals of firearms. In Goblin Tongue, Jilikaso, the goblins, enraged by the loss of their comrades, surged toward Shuangluo in a frenzy. He, of course, did not retreat. The elemental force of wind surged around his legs as he charged toward the throng of goblins. Wielding the ink execution, slicing through with precision, Shuangluo harvested the lives of the goblins one after another, empowered by his formidable attributes. As the number of their fallen comrades increased, the initial rage and greed of the goblins began to wane, replaced by a growing sense of despair. They were relentlessly slaughtered like swine, and the boy wearing the fox mask harvested their lives with devilish efficiency. At last, after the demise of 30 or 40 goblins, they chose to flee. Yet, among all the goblins, there were always one or two who were different. In an instant, a goblin that leaped from behind to launch a surprise attack was met with a chilling end. Subsequently, adhering to the principle of utilizing waste, he gripped his blade, Emoju, and hurled it fiercely towards the throng of goblins ahead. A few goblins were knocked down, yet the others paid no heed to their fallen comrades and continued their flight. Shuangluo casually flicked the green blood off his blade, despite being alone at that moment. His mere presence overwhelmed the hundreds of goblins before him. Through the recent skirmish, he discerned that these goblins, aside from their heightened agility, possessed attributes comparable to humans, with some even being inferior. However, the goblins had battle experience and wielded weapons, which explained why the students on the playground were no match for them. Observing the fleeing goblins, Shuangluo sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. If the invasion could be thwarted so easily, there would be no need for the world's consciousness to specifically alert him. Indeed, as the goblins attempted to escape the school, a beastly roar suddenly echoed nearby. Accompanied by this primal sound, the ground seemed to tremble, and the goblins, initially preoccupied with their escape, halted in their tracks. They instinctively formed two lines, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. Something was approaching, and Shuangluo tightened his grip on the long knife. Soon, a towering goblin clad in armor slowly approached from a distance. The most distinctive feature of this goblin was its head, which, unlike the others, bore a bear-like visage. For reasons unknown, Shuangluo recalled the horned zombie. Yet this bear goblin was unlike that creature. It wielded two hefty warhammers, clearly demonstrating intelligence and the ability to use weapons. At that moment, a goblin sidled up to the bear goblin, chattering away while gesturing towards Shuangluo. In goblin tongue, it spoke. Shortly thereafter, Shuangluo witnessed the bear goblin unleash a furious roar and, with a single swing, reduce the snitching goblin to a pulpy mess. What a volatile temper. If the appearance of ordinary goblins had incited chaos, the emergence of the bear goblin sent everyone into utter disarray. Regardless of who it was, the moment one laid eyes on this colossal being, maintaining composure became nearly impossible. Such was the instinct of living creatures. Its immense stature inspired dread. Previously, Shuangluo had encountered the largest humanoid, the horned zombie, yet even that creature would seem diminutive before this bear goblin. In terms of height alone, it would undoubtedly fall short. Yet Shuangluo felt no fear. He was acutely aware that this time, escape was beyond his reach. In his perception, a formidable aura soudainly matérialised. His instincts proved accurate, for atop the roof, a youth adorned with a lion mask surveyed the ground while mounted on a sleek black panther. Shuangluo's attention was drawn to this boy, who was equally noted by the burly goblin. Perhaps it was the disdainful scrutiny from the elevated youth that incited his ire, or perhaps other reasons prevailed. Regardless, the goblin gripped his twin hammers, striking them violently together, muttering in the dialect of his realm, Jalakakusa, goblin tongue. Upon concluding his utterance, he hurled one of the hammers towards the masked boy. In response to the incoming projectile, the youth leapt into the air, his panther dissolving into a cascade of starlight. Though the boy descended gracefully, he did not land upon the ground, but instead hovered mid-air, gazing down upon the goblin with a countenance rife with disdain and loathing. Foolish and filthy creature, he mused, you deserve nothing less than to be reduced to ash. Raising a finger, a flicker of flame ignited at its tip, which he then traced through the air. Heed my summons, O divine flame lion. As the boy spoke, a massive portal materialized in the void, swinging wide open. With a furious roar, the goblin launched his remaining hammer towards the newly manifested gateway. Yet as it soared, the hammer succumbed to the intense heat, gradually melting in a molten iron. In the next instant, a colossal lion, enveloped in golden flames, leapt forth from the portal, striking the goblin to the ground with a single paw. Shuangluo, witnessing the emergence of this magnificent beast, felt a surge of awe. The lion's size dwarfed the goblin, rendering the latter, nearly 4 meters tall, akin to a mere dwarf in comparison. The disparity in stature was comparable to that between a human infant and an adult lion. Under such overwhelming dimensions, the goblin was swiftly pinned to the earth, utterly immobilized. Despite its desperate struggles, the lion's paw remained firmly pressed upon its head. Enough of this play, Lion Lord. Eliminate them all, the youth commanded from above. Heeding the boy's urging, the divine flame lion ceased its antics, unleashing a torrent of golden fire from its paw. Within moments, the goblin was reduced to nothing but ash. Yet, the flames did not extinguish. Rather, they seemed imbued with intelligence, scattering into countless sparks that ensnared the goblins emerging from the portal. Strangely, these embers did not incinerate the goblins with the swiftness displayed earlier. Instead, they elicited cries of anguish and pleas for mercy. Shuangluo gazed at the youth suspended in midair. His masked visage concealed any semblance of emotion. Was he merely an impassive observer of the unfolding scene, or was he exhilarated by the brilliance of his own creation? Ultimately, he shook his head, finding it exceedingly difficult to discern the youth's thoughts. Yet, one certainty lingered. This individual was extraordinarily powerful, capable of effortlessly extinguishing his life countless times if he so desired. As for the others on the playground and within the academic building, following the demise of the bear goblin at the hands of the youth donning the lion mask, they had long since seized the opportunity to flee. In the face of Shuangluo's departure, the colossal lion, referred to as the god flame lion by the youth, did not impede him, nor did the youth himself. Instead, he merely observed Ye's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. 5 minutes later, as the last remnants of the goblins were reduced to ash and the portal ceased to summon any further invaders, the gigantic lion leapt toward the portal from whence it had emerged. Meanwhile, the youth in the lion mask retrieved a scroll from his spatial backpack. As he unfurled it, a blinding white light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. Was he, or perhaps she, also a student of this institution? Were there such formidable individuals within his own school? Yet, did this person not fear exposure at all? He had at least taken the precaution of removing his uniform. Nevertheless, upon reflection, this individual was undoubtedly an experienced player and must possess a sense of discretion. There was no need for Yi to concern himself with the affairs of others. His thoughts now turned to the magnitude of this incident. It had undoubtedly attracted the attention of hundreds present on the playground and within the building, especially considering the world consciousness had indicated simultaneous invasions at 5 locations. Conservatively estimating, it was likely that over 1,000 witnesses had observed the goblins. Chapter 14, the second trial begins. Congratulations, prospective player, on successfully repelling the invaders. In the face of interdimensional invaders, you have obliterated their incursion with absolute prowess. Your contribution in this battle is rated at 574/128. Due to the complete annihilation of the enemy forces, the opposing world portal will forcibly remain open for 1 month. It appears the others have resolved their issues as well. Leaning back on the sofa, Shuangluo began to contemplate the advantages and disadvantages of a counter-invasion. The benefits were evident. The incessant chattering goblins could be utilized to enhance his progress on Pluto. In his view, both invasion and counter-invasion could be perceived as cross-server battles within the game. Such conflicts traditionally favored the victors, while the vanquished were cast into oblivion. However, the inherent risks were substantial. Although the goblins could be dispatched in droves, the bear goblin was certainly not beyond defeat. Yet, who could guarantee that the bear goblins from the opposing world represented the pinnacle of their combat prowess? Of course, the portal would remain open for a month. The flow of time between the trial world and the main world diverged. Within a month in the main world, he might very well complete 3 trials and become a formal player. At that juncture, his strength would undoubtedly surge, perhaps allowing him to devise a strategy for a counter-invasion. Congratulations, you have achieved the title of Novice Guardian. Courageous Guardian, Beginner Achievement. Achievement condition, participate in a defense battle in the main world. Reward, Beginner Guardian. The prospect of earning an achievement was a delightful surprise. He promptly claimed the Beginner Guardian and began to examine the benefits it would bestow upon him. Beginner Guardian. Effect. While in the main world, all damage you receive will be reduced by 5, and all damage you deal will be increased by 5. This heralded a promising future. It was likely to become quite powerful. Moreover, the term beginner suggested that it could be advanced further. Shuangluo immediately investigated the advancement conditions for the Courageous Guardian. Guardian. Acquisition condition. Participate in at least 3 battles to defend this world and achieve over 10 contribution in at least 1 battle. 3 battles, and a requirement of over 10 in at least 1. He glanced at his own contribution of 128 in the current defense battle. Shuangluo resolutely decided that this achievement was beyond his grasp. He would leave it to fate. As the second trial was about to commence, he felt an unusual sense of nervousness. He took deep breaths to calm himself gradually, uncertain of the environment for the second trial, and considering potential scenarios of resource scarcity. He had purchased ample instant food and drinking water 2 days prior. After meticulously checking the supplies in his spatial backpack and confirming that everything was in order. He slowly closed his eyes and awaited the system's prompt. Time passed, and a mechanical voice gradually resonated in his mind. The new trial is about to begin. Would you like to enter the trial world immediately? Yes. A powerful wave of dizziness enveloped him. He felt darkness closing in and subsequently lost consciousness. When Shuangluo opened his eyes again, he found himself seemingly transported to a remote mountainous forest surrounded by trees. Now, an introduction to this world. Please listen carefully. In the early years of the Qi Yuan era, a new emperor ascended the throne, seeking immortal beings and the secrets to eternal life. In the 4th year of Qi Yuan, the immortal, moved by the emperor's sincerity, bestowed a divine stone, forging an immortal body for him. In the 185th year of Qi Yuan, the emperor, now 200 years old, decided to hold a grand birthday celebration in the imperial city, mandating that every official present a satisfactory gift. Unbeknownst to the emperor, the imperial city had become a gathering place for all manner of tricksters and rogues. Some sought to kill him. Others coveted the divine stone that forged his immortal form. While the imperial city appeared harmonious and festive, a tumultuous undercurrent threatened to erupt into chaos and bloodshed at any moment. You, a bodyguard escorting an official's birthday gift to the emperor, may seem detached from the impending turmoil of the imperial city. However, once you set foot within those city walls, the course of events may no longer be under your control. 500 points have been automatically deducted to enable the player to comprehend the language of this world. Basic memories of the identity have been instilled. Main Quest 1. Escorting the birthday gift. Quest description. You are a bodyguard, entrusted with the task of safely delivering a precious gift to the imperial city, commissioned by a high-ranking official who has paid a substantial sum. Quest reward. 2 points of free attributes. A wave of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, and upon absorbing them, he comprehended the significance of delivering the gift alive to the imperial city. The world has been fully analyzed, and a series of achievements are being generated for you. Ding! Special achievements have been created. Achievement: Slay the Emperor. Achievement requirement: to slay the 200-year-old emperor in plain sight. Achievement: Exterminator of Demons. Achievement requirement: eliminate 5 demons 05. Is there only this pair of achievements? Shuangluo frowned slightly. For one who reveled in achievements, this was hardly encouraging news. At that moment, the sound of clanking chains resonated from behind him. Turning towards the sound, he beheld a prison cart drawn by 2 horses, within which 2 young girls gazed at him with a mix of helplessness and fury. Shuangluo's gaze instantly fixated on the 2 girls, not due to their striking beauty, but rather because they possessed fox ears and tails. Indeed, these 2 maidens were the gifts he was to escort, the offspring of a union between a human and a fox spirit. As hybrids of human and beast, they inherited both human features and certain physical attributes of foxes. Notably, although they were identical twin sisters, there were subtle distinctions between them. The elder sister was a silver fox, while the younger was a white fox. It was said that their father was a renowned scholarly genius known throughout the region, while their mother was a white fox who had lived for around 500 years. The reason for the elder sister's silver fox lineage was attributed to her maternal grandmother being a silver fox as well. Although Shuangluo found it preposterous that such hereditary traits could exist in a world inhabited by spirits, even more absurd was the absence of reproductive isolation among humans. It seemed that any species could procreate with humans. This pair of twins served as a prime example. Despite foxes being capable of transformation, they could never truly become human, at best employing illusions to appear as enchanting beauties in the eyes of others. However, this was merely an illusion. In reality, they remained foxes. Yet, even with the absence of reproductive barriers, such hybrids were prone to premature death, with the odds of surviving to adulthood being exceedingly slim. The likelihood of twin hybrids reaching maturity was even rarer. Therefore, if these twins were indeed delivered safely to the emperor, it was conceivable that he might reward the official who presented them with a promotion. Coming back to his senses, he regarded the imprisoned twins with a tinge of pity. However, the 2 girls simultaneously fixed him with glares filled with hatred and rage. Do not look at me like that. It is not I who captured you. From the memories imparted by the system, he was already aware of how these 2 maidens had come to be imprisoned. The incident began when an apothecary apprentice ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs and encountered a gray wolf. The young apprentice was so petrified that he fell to the ground, paralyzed with fear, expecting to be devoured by the beast. He was unexpectedly saved by a young maiden who appeared just as the wolf was about to strike. To his astonishment, the girl bore fox ears and a tail. The official, recalling the emperor's decree for a satisfactory longevity gift, suddenly conceived the idea of capturing the fox girl as a tribute. He personally led over 200 robust men, accompanied by several skilled warriors, into the mountains. Ultimately, they located the maiden and discovered she had a twin sister. However, the wild creatures intent on protecting the twins suffered heavy casualties, and less than 1/10 of the official's party emerged from the mountains unscathed. Nonetheless, the official deemed it all worthwhile, believing that the twins would surely please the emperor with the gift, thus ensuring him a substantial reward. Yet, the perilous endeavor had cost the official dearly, prompting him to lavishly commission the most renowned escort agency in the region. Grandmother was right. There is not a single good human among them. The younger fox sister bared her teeth in disdain towards Shuangluo, who merely smiled in response, unfazed. Turning to sit in the carriage, he spoke slowly. If your grandmother has already warned you that humanity holds no virtue, then why save that little apothecary apprentice? Upon hearing Shuangluo's words, the elder silver fox sister lowered her head in melancholy. Indeed, had she not acted on a fleeting impulse of compassion and rescued the apprentice from the wolf's jaws, perhaps they would not have been reduced to captives, and none would have perished. This reflection rendered both sisters silent, their hearts heavy with sorrow, as he dismounted the carriage to kindle a fire and dispel the encroaching darkness. An eerie and piercing laughter echoed from behind. The sound startled Shuangluo, and instinctively, he propelled himself forward with the swiftness of an arrow. Almost immediately, a large pit formed where he had just stood. As the smoke cleared, a humanoid creature, approximately 22 meters tall, emerged from the chasm. At that moment, Shuangluo discerned the true nature of this being. It had an unusual appearance, covered in blood-red fur, with a vividly crimson nose. Frowning, he was overwhelmed by the pungent stench of blood emanating from the creature's coat, which made him feel nauseous. He surmised that the creature's fur was likely not originally blood-red, but had been stained by blood. Upon closer inspection, he identified the species, the mountain demon. As someone with a penchant for peculiar knowledge, he recognized this beast almost instantly. Once languishing in their cage, the two sisters sprang to life upon the arrival of the mountain spirit. The white fox maiden joyfully exclaimed, "How wonderful, Dejin! You have come to rescue my sister and me." The mountain spirit responded with its eerie, high-pitched laughter, gesticulating animatedly. Observing its antics, the silver fox maiden furrowed her brow and could not help but admonish, "Dejin, why have you taken to devouring children again? You promised me you would refrain from using infants as sustenance." Her words were laden with reproach, inciting immediate discontent in the white fox maiden, who retorted, "Sister, do you not see the gravity of our situation? Why concern yourself with what Dejin consumes? They do not regard us as human. Frankly, we should no longer hinder Dejin and our grandmother." The silver fox maiden sought to counter her sister's remarks, but upon reflecting on their predicament, her expression darkened. Indeed, no matter how hard she tried, she remained an outsider. In the eyes of others, she and her sister, regardless of how human-like they appeared, were mere monsters donning human skins. As the younger sister chattered away and the elder sank into despair, the mountain spirit grasped the iron bars of their prison, seemingly intent on tearing them apart. Unbeknownst to them, however, a bodyguard escorting them to the imperial capital had yet to be dealt with. "It appears you have neglected to greet me before attempting to save them," Shuangluo remarked, leisurely retrieving a weapon from his spatial pouch. The mountain spirit's features twisted into a scowl, its ghastly visage glaring menacingly at him. In the next instant, it lunged towards the perceived threat, using both hands and feet in a frenzied charge. Shuangluo infused the wind element into his legs and met the oncoming assault head-on. As the distance between them closed, the mountain spirit struck down with a powerful blow. In a swift motion, Shuangluo unleashed a blade imbued with wind energy, so rapid that the twin foxes within the cage scarcely comprehended the moment it was drawn. Blood gushed from the mountain spirit's severed hand, splattering onto the ground as it gazed at its mutilated limb in agony, yet it refrained from uttering a cry of pain or fear. Shuangluo glanced at the severed hand at his feet, silently admiring the beast's formidable survival instincts. In that fleeting confrontation, the mountain spirit had aimed a strike, while he had infused his weapon with wind energy. Sensing the imminent threat of death at the instant Shuangluo drew his blade, the mountain spirit had opted to leap back, albeit too late, resulting in the loss of half its hand. Yet on a brighter note, had it hesitated even slightly, it might have lost the entirety of its hand. Inside the prison carriage, the twins were in a state of distress, though they could not clearly discern the blade strike. The unfolding battle revealed to them that the Golden One was no match for the young warrior. The white fox girl clutched the iron bars, her voice hoarse as she cried out, "Golden One, flee. Do not concern yourself with us." Yet, Yi Shuangluo merely scoffed. You speak of coming and going as if it were so simple. Such fortune does not exist. The mountain demon, despite its swift movements, seemed intent not on escape, but on licking its wounds, preparing for another assault. With a thunderous roar, the mountain demon sprang into action, targeting the twins within the prison carriage, clearly recognizing it was outmatched by the human youth. Instead of confronting Yi Shuangluo directly, it aimed to bypass her and rescue the twins. As it leaped toward the carriage, hands reaching for the twins, a cold voice echoed behind it. I have already stated. Did you consult me before attempting a rescue? With a sickening sound, the blade sliced through flesh, catching the mountain demon off guard. And blood gushed forth as the strike cleaved open its back, exposing bone. The demon attempted to remain standing, but Yi Shuangluo delivered a decisive kick, sending it crashing to the ground. The twins, witnessing the scene, felt their hearts shatter, but what followed was even more unbearable. The young escort, a mere boy, stood upon the back of their companion, wielding a blade to sever her limbs. Golden One, you scoundrel, remove your filthy foot from her. The white fox girl's heart bled for her childhood friend, while the silver fox girl, though not as vocally distraught, trembled with fear. If you dare slay the Golden One, I swear I will not let you go unpunished. Yi Shuangluo glanced at the imprisoned white fox girl, bemused by her audacity to threaten him despite her predicament. He bent down, grasping the mountain demon's head, and with a swift motion, he struck down. The blade met flesh with a sickening thud. Yi Shuangluo held the severed head before him, observing the wide, unblinking eyes, a testament to its demise. He sneered disdainfully. It appears you beast fail to grasp a fundamental truth. If you seek to take a life, you must be prepared to lose your own. With that, he carelessly discarded the head before the prison carriage. The younger sister, enraged, ground her teeth in fury at the sight of her lifeless companion, while the elder sister, overwhelmed by grief, fainted. Yet, Yi Shuangluo, indifferent to their reactions, focused solely on the dead mountain demon. As the demon's life faded, a white treasure chest emerged from its corpse. The chest was of lowly quality, a mere white, which was to be expected given the demon's pitiable strength. What truly astonished Yi Shuangluo was that this mountain demon conformed to the standards of the Pluto effect's soul confinement. Several chains, visible only to him, penetrated the mountain demon's corpse, drawing its spirit into Pluto. The spirit of the mountain demon, Daijin, is imprisoned with a power attribute of 1. This spirit is only effective with a power attribute below 20 points. Do you wish to retain it? Adhering to the notion that having something is better than nothing, Yi Shuangluo opted to keep it, thus imprisoning the spirit of the mountain demon within Pluto. In that instant, he felt a noticeable enhancement in his own strength. Chapter 16, Breath of Nature. One day, I shall flay you alive before Daijin's grave. Yi Shuangluo gazed at the frenzied white fox maiden within the prison cart, intrigued by the source of her confidence in escaping. Even if she could flee, who instilled in her the belief that she could slay him? Were gazes lethal? Yi Shuangluo believed he would have long been subjected to a myriad of tortures at the hands of these two foxes. In truth, were it not for the fear that slaying these two foxes would affect the evaluation of his main quest, he would have dispatched them to join the mountain demon without a second thought. However, the absence of an opportunity to eliminate the foxes did not equate to an obligation to endure their incessant banter. You just claimed you would flame me before this beast's grave. Do not harbor such delusions, for it is beyond your capabilities. Observing the white fox dragging Daijin's corpse to the pyre, she initially failed to comprehend his intentions. But when she witnessed Yi Shuangluo sharpening a branch and skewering Daijin's leg meat to roast over the fire, the realization dawned upon her. The white fox maiden frantically battered against the prison cart, her lips spewing curses. You wretched bastard. You deserve to rot in hell. I will kill you. Disregarding the white fox's vitriol, Yi Shuangluo remained engrossed in roasting the meat. After a while, the tantalizing aroma of the meat assaulted his heightened senses. He then brought the roasted flesh before him, at which point a thought crossed his mind. Was this thing toxic? However, he quickly dismissed his concern, reasoning that if it possessed any poisonous qualities, it would have been employed against him long ago. He then took a delicate bite of the roasted meat, and his eyes widened in delight. Delicious, exceedingly delicious. Even devoid of any seasoning, the meat was remarkably succulent. Was it due to the creature being a mystical being? Its flesh having transformed into such delicacy through years of cultivation? With that thought, Yi Shuangluo scrutinized the two fox maidens within the prison cart. At that moment, even the vociferous white fox instinctively curled up, retreating to a corner. She was not a fool, having witnessed him consume Daijin, and now, gazing at her and her sister with evident interest, The implications were unmistakable. Yet, Shuangluo soon averted his gaze, which offered her a momentary reprieve. But she quickly felt indignation at her own relief, realizing she was grateful that he had no intention of killing her. Shuangluo lamented that both twins were in human form. He could not bring himself to feast upon them. As he savored the delectable flavors, his latent talent unexpectedly awakened. Congratulations! Achievement unlocked, gourmet. Achievement description: taste 5 extraordinary delicacies. Current progress: 15. The term extraordinary is rather broad. What truly qualifies as exceptional? After a brief contemplation, Shuangluo arrived at one answer. The exquisite dishes derived from mystical creatures, which ordinary people cannot indulge in, certainly fall into the category of extraordinary cuisine. For now, there is no need to rush towards this achievement. With so many mystical beings inhabiting this world, there will inevitably be opportunities to vanquish for more. However, it is worth noting that the achievement for Slayers requires one to personally eliminate 5 demons. What exactly do demons signify in this realm? Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Shuangluo felt fortunate and decided to open the treasure chest dropped by the mountain demon. With a thought, the chest gradually opened, and a blinding white light flashed before him. Congratulations, aspiring player, you have acquired 2,000 points. Congratulations, aspiring player, you have obtained the breath of nature. Congratulations, aspiring player, you have received the beast summoning flute. Breath of nature, quality white, equipment type, footwear, equipment requirement, constitution of 8 or higher. Active, summon the spirits of nature to instantly restore 500 health points. Any excess will convert into a shield. Cool down, 8 hours. Beast summoning flute. Quality white. Item type, consumable. Usage limitation. No single attribute may exceed 20. Effect. Blowing this flute summons a beast with attributes identical to the player. Evaluation. At certain moments, it may yield unexpected victories. Shuangluo rubbed his eyes, pondering whether fortune had favored him. Slaying a mere mountain demon rewarded him with such exceptional equipment. He promptly equipped the breath of nature, and a wave of warmth enveloped him entirely. Combined, these effects allowed him to regenerate 7 health points per second, though health points cannot be fully quantified. Calculations suggest his maximum health hovers around 240 points. In other words, regardless of the extent of his injuries, as long as he draws breath, he can fully revive in a minute. This significantly bolstered his survivability and endurance in combat. Having entered the trial world and acquired useful equipment immediately uplifted his spirits. With this newfound joy, he leaned against a tree and drifted into a gentle slumber. Upon awakening, Shuangluo stretched languidly. The morning breeze was exceptionally gentle, caressing his face. At this moment, he sensed that he was in peak condition, prompting him to seize the inked blade he had cradled while sleeping and begin his practice. It must be said that with the awakening of his spiritual energy, the wind element, which had previously been challenging to manipulate, transformed into a compliant companion. Not only could he infuse the wind element into his weapon for attacks, but he could also imbue any part of his body with it to enhance himself. However, this would consume his spiritual energy. Fortunately, he currently possessed no equipment or skills requiring such expenditure. After once again practicing the infusion of wind elements into his body and refining his fundamental sword techniques, Shuangluo realized that perhaps due to his low skill level, he was experiencing rapid progress in his training. Upon completing his swordsmanship practice, he returned to the carriage, preparing to continue their journey. The road was unusually quiet. The white fox maiden, who had been incessantly barking the night before, seemed transformed, with demeanor altered, save for the lingering venom in her gaze. Shuangluo found solace in the tranquility, as he had always preferred peace over noise. He felt no concern regarding the reason behind the white fox maiden's change. After all, what did it matter if a barking dog ceased its noise? If a dog intended to bite, it was best dealt with swiftly. Regardless of any schemes the white fox might harbor, he remained indifferent. Should she provoke him, he would not hesitate to strike. Thus, the trio journeyed in silence. Not a word exchanged among them. As noon approached, Shuangluo halted their travels, tossing provisions into the prison cart before descending from the carriage. Leaning against a tree, he prepared to savor his meal when a sudden, urgent sound pierced the stillness. He turned to see a youth on a white horse galloping towards them with haste. Placing his hand on his weapon, Mo Zhu, he readied himself for a potential confrontation. However, the young horseman had no intention of fighting. He stopped before the carriage and swiftly dismounted. As he caught sight of the twin maidens within the prison cart, the white fox maiden erupted from her previous calm. Rushing to the iron bars, desperately extending her hands towards the boy. "You despicable creature! Your sister saved you, and yet you have brought us to this fate. Oh, Yi Shuangluo observed the boy with keen interest. This was the young apothecary responsible for the twins' capture. Yet, what had triggered the White Fox Maiden's frenzy once more? Had her defenses truly been breached? I'm sorry, Miss White Fox. It is my fault that you suffer. The apothecary knelt before her, his forehead striking the ground repeatedly until blood streamed forth. I understand you did not mean to cause this harm, but my family perished because of you, and thus I harbor hatred. The Silver Fox Maiden's voice was devoid of emotion, imbued only with an icy calm. Tears streamed down the apothecary's face, mingling with the blood as he whispered incessantly, I am sorry, Miss White Fox. Yi Shuangluo shook his head, recognizing the sorrow of the weak. Their frailty rendered them mere objects, pawns for the amusement of the powerful. He tightened his grip on his blade, determined to avoid the helplessness that the twins and the apothecary had experienced. He resolved to grow stronger, to become a force that could not be controlled or trifled with. In that moment, the young apothecary ceased his apologies, rising slowly before kneeling once more in Yi Shuangluo's direction. Esteemed escort, please allow me to accompany you. Accompany me? Yi Shuangluo's gaze lingered on the apothecary. Casually inquiring, he asked for a reason to agree. Over the years, I have saved a modest sum for my work as an apothecary boy, complemented by a recent monetary reward from my master, totaling approximately 800 taels of silver, which I am willing to present to you. Is the currency in this world experiencing significant devaluation? How can even an apothecary boy possess such wealth? Nevertheless, Yi Shuangluo pondered earnestly. The currency in this world likely held little significance for him, yet it may prove useful. Very well, I consent to your companionship. But I have a condition. You shall take responsibility for caring for the two of them. I truly wish to avoid the burden of tending to their needs and gauging their moods. Agreed, esteemed escort master, the apothecary boy readily affirmed, then reverently retrieved a banknote from his garments and presented it to Yi Shuangluo. After receiving the banknote, Yi Shuangluo appeared indifferent as he tucked it into his clothing, but in reality, it was securely stowed in his spatial pouch. After a long afternoon-esque journey, the group finally emerged from the thicket onto the main road. During the evening's respite, apothecary boy Lin Xingchen stealthily approached Yi Shuangluo, wearing a solicitous smile. Esteemed escort master, we are nearing the Tiannan mountain range. Should we prepare to take a detour? Yi Shuangluo raised his gaze to Lin Xingchen, remaining silent. Yet Lin Xingchen found himself momentarily subdued by his aura, hastily elaborating. Esteemed escort master, my intentions are not to belittle you. It is merely that the banditry in the Tiannan mountain range is rampant. If we do not divert our path, I fear unforeseen circumstances may arise. Before Yi Shuangluo could respond, a voice resonated in his mind, announcing the activation of a game system. Side quest triggered, kill to stop killing. Chapter 17, kill to stop killing. Regarding the banditry in the Tiannan mountain range, I am curious about your perspective. As he lowered his head to polish his beloved blade, he casually inquired. I believe there are far too many bandits and robbers in the Tiannan mountain range. The current emperor could have dispatched troops to eradicate them long ago, but has remained inactive, which is truly. His voice dwindled, aware that criticizing the emperor could be a capital offense. However, upon observing Yi Shuangluo's unperturbed expression, he could not help but sigh in relief. He was genuinely fearful of this youth who appeared to be a year or two younger than himself. Having accompanied his master in healing and saving lives, he had encountered numerous formidable figures in the martial world and understood the palpable difference in aura between one who has taken lives and one who has not. Thus, he spoke with great caution and politeness, fearful of inadvertently offending Yi Shuangluo and facing dire consequences. Yet, Yi Shuangluo paid little heed to his words. He was not a native of this world and harbored no deep-seated notions of loyalty or patriotism. He stared blankly at the task panel before him, lost in thought. Side quest, kill to stop killing. Task description. The Tiannan mountain range is plagued by rampant banditry, with numerous robbers entrenched within. For 20 years, countless citizens and merchants have perished, transforming the Tiannan mountain range into a forbidden zone. Even if merchants dare to enter, they must pay exorbitant tolls. Despite this, fewer than 1 in 10 emerge alive. Within the Tiannan mountain range, bones have long been heaped into a towering mountain, where countless restless spirits wail in anguish, yet find no redemption. In the face of malevolence, one must embody greater wickedness. If they revel in slaughter, let them partake in your own feast of carnage. Employ absolute violence and bloodshed to thwart their killings. Minimum completion criteria. Slay at least 1,000 mountain bandits and vanquish one of the 16 heavenly kings. Task rewards, contingent upon the number of bandits slain by the player. It must be said, this task is exceedingly arduous, presenting a formidable challenge with no apparent solution. The bare minimum demands the elimination of 1,000 bandits. That is 1,000 foes, and lacking any area attack skills, he can only strike them down one by one. It is no trifling matter. Even 1,000 defenseless pigs would take him an eternity to slaughter. Shuangluo shook his head, bemused that the game system held him in such high regard as to issue this kind of side quest. He gazed at the distant, unending, and perilous peaks of the Tian-Nan Mountains, contemplating whether to venture forth. He found himself in a quandary. He could not forget the main quest that still awaited him. Should any unforeseen incident arise, it could jeopardize the primary objective. With this thought in mind, he inquired Lin Xingqian, "How many days remain until the Emperor's grand birthday celebration?" "It is already the 4th day of the month. The Emperor's banquet will be on the 19th. So roughly half a month remains." "Half a month?" Shuangluo fell into deep contemplation. Observing his silence, Lin Xingqian discreetly stepped back, hesitant to intrude. "Old rules," Shuangluo declared, retrieving a coin from his spatial pouch, a keepsake from his late father. "Aluo, when faced with a dilemma, consider tossing a coin. Not because it will guide you to the right choice, but because in that fleeting moment of the coin's ascent, the answer resides within you." Shuangluo seized the fallen coin decisively, the hesitation and confusion in his eyes dissipating entirely. If he remained indecisive here, unwilling to embrace the challenge, what right would he have to claim the mantle of one who can shape his own destiny? Though he resolved to undertake this side task, he would not recklessly plunge into danger without first acquiring some understanding of the situation. With this in mind, he began searching for Lin Xingqian's figure, as the latter had advised him to tread carefully, clearly knowing what lay ahead. "Miss Bai, here is the dew I collected. Please drink." Lin Xingqian offered a gourd filled with dew to the captive vehicle. Before the silver-haired maiden could react, the white-haired girl snatched the gourd and hurled it away. "Begone! Who wants your filthy water? I would rather drink your blood and feast upon your flesh." Lin Xingqian understood that the two had grown up in the wilderness, accustomed to drinking dew and foraging for fruit. He noted that the twins had gone a day without water, appearing listless. He'd spent an hour climbing to gather this single gourd of dew, yet it took only 3 seconds to spill all. Lin Xingqian forced a smile as he picked up the gourd, emptied the dew inside, and then addressed the twins in the prison cart. Miss Bai, Air, you have not had a sip of water for an entire day. It is imperative that you drink." He continued, "Miss Bai, Air just reminded me. So I presume you two have lost interest in dew. What you truly desire now is undoubtedly my blood." Upon hearing Lin Xingqian's words, the silver-haired girl with closed eyes suddenly opened them wide. She then witnessed Lin Xingqian using a dagger from his waist to slice open his arm, allowing his blood to drip into the gourd. Nearby, Shuangluo observed the scene with a detached expression, finding Lin's actions quite absurd. The cut was substantial, and soon enough, the gourd was filled with his blood. When Lin Xingqian presented the gourd back to the prison cart, this time, the white-haired girl did not immediately spill its contents. Instead, she eagerly grasped the gourd and drank deeply. In her haste, some of the blood trickled down her lips. After consuming about half of it, she paused to glance at her sister for confirmation. When her sister shook her head, she resumed her consumption of the crimson liquid. Shuangluo had initially thought the white-haired girl merely enjoyed idle chatter, yet here she was, following through on her words and drinking the blood of her enemy. The taste of human blood was notoriously pungent. It was remarkable that she could stomach it. However, given her mixed heritage of human and beast, perhaps her palate was particularly discerning, finding it quite palatable. Seeing his blood being consumed by the white-haired girl, Lin Xingqian felt a twinge of anxiety. "Miss Bai, you should partake a little as well. Otherwise, I fear your body may not withstand it." "No need. I can manage with the water the escort provided us," she replied. Lin Xingqian wished to say more, but Shuangluo called him over at that moment, compelling him to comply. Standing before Shuangluo, Lin Xingqian nervously regarded the youth seated by the fire. "Now, could you elaborate on the situation within the Tian-Nan Mountains? You're the escort. You should be more familiar with the circumstances in the Tian-Nan Mountains than I am. Why do you ask me?" Shuangluo remained silent, fixing a cold gaze upon him. In that instant, Lin Xingqian sensed a palpable danger and quickly corrected himself, saying, "However, since you have requested, I shall share what I know." He hastily crouched down, not daring to maintain an elevated position before the young escort. The Tian-Nan Mountains are plagued by rampant banditry, with factions in abundance, yet only 16 leaders truly hold sway. They are referred to in the martial world as the 16 Kings, said to be tall and imposing. With green faces and sharp fangs, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms. Stop. Yi Shuangluo interjected sharply, regarding Lin Xingqian with skepticism. Are you certain they all possess 3 heads and 6 arms, and green faces with fangs? Challenged by Yi Shuangluo's inquiry, Lin Xingqian hesitated, stammering, that is the rumor circulating in the martial world. Rumors, you say? That seems to undermine their credibility. Yet, we cannot completely dismiss it. What if they truly possess 3 heads and 6 arms? Do you have an estimate of how many bandits inhabit the Tiannan Mountains? Yi Shuangluo pressed further. Uncertain pondered. For each year, there are those who face hunger or find themselves imprisoned due to their transgressions, amounting to perhaps tens of thousands. Upon hearing this figure, a profound silence enveloped him. Although he was aware that the minimum requirement for completion necessitated the elimination of 1,000 mountain bandits, the mere magnitude of the number rendered him speechless. He suddenly comprehended why Lin Xingqian expressed discontent towards the emperor regarding the banditry in the Tiannan mountain range. How could the emperor remain at ease, allowing tens of thousands of outlaws and desperate souls to flourish unchecked? Chapter 18. The method to break the deadlock. As he contemplated the predicament of dealing with the bandits in the Tiannan mountain range, Yi Shuangluo engaged in fervent reflection. A direct assault was undoubtedly unfeasible. His current combat capabilities were insufficient, and should he become ensnared in a tactic of attrition, he would be overwhelmed and perished. Thus, he could only resort to cunning strategies. Rapidly, he devised plans in his mind, continuously simulating and rehearsing various scenarios. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, the notion of employing poison. With this idea firmly rooted in his mind, he eagerly inquired of Lin Xingqian, who stood nearby. You just mentioned a detour. Where shall we circumvent? Lin Xingqian exhaled in relief, for he had initially feared that the youthful escort, brimming with youthful righteousness, intended to storm into the Tiannan mountain range in the name of justice. It appeared, however, that the young man was not foolish. He recognized his limits and would not recklessly court disaster. With this realization, Lin Xingqian promptly retrieved a map from his satchel and spread it upon the ground, indicating their position to Yi Shuangluo. My lord escort, we are currently situated here. To avoid the Tiannan mountain range, we must take the western route. His finger glided across various points on the map. Suddenly, Yi Shuangluo's finger abruptly landed on a specific location on the map, inquiring if we go around the west. There's a small town nearby, correct? Indeed, there's a small town. If we depart early tomorrow and do not take breaks, we should reach it by evening. At that time, we can also take a moment to rest. Yi Shuangluo acknowledged with a nod and gestured for Lin Xingqian to withdraw. Gratefully, Lin Xingqian complied and moved aside to prepare for rest. Time passed, and soon the gentle sounds of Lin Xingqian's snores reached Yi Shuangluo's ears. He sighed inwardly. This was the downside of possessing heightened perception and acute senses. Sleep eluded him, not due to the disturbance, but rather the turmoil within his mind. No matter what he did, slumber remained elusive. The night stretched long, destined to be a sleepless one for him. At last, the interminable night came to an end. Lin Xingqian opened his eyes to find the young man leaning against a tree, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Good morning. You are up quite early, Lin Xingqian remarked. Yi Shuangluo chose not to correct him nor explain his sleepless night. Instead, he mounted Lin Xingqian's horse, leaving only a succinct command. Keep up. Lin Xingqian said little as he took over the position of the coachman from Yi Shuangluo, following the twins in the prison cart. Along the way, Yi Shuangluo galloped furiously, finally arriving at the small town by dusk. As for Lin Xingqian and the twins in the cart, they were left far behind. Although out of sight, Yi Shuangluo felt no concern. Lin Xingqian was a clever individual, blessed with family, and accompanying the twins on their final journey was the least he could do. With this in mind, Yi Shuangluo ceased to focus on when they would catch up, prioritizing his own urgent matters instead. He casually approached a passerby in the street to inquire about the most renowned apothecary in the area. After learning its location and expressing his gratitude, he made his way to the establishment. Before long, he arrived at a pharmacy named Changxing Hall. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by the fragrant aroma of traditional herbs, surprisingly refreshing rather than pungent or bitter. It was evident that the young gentleman appeared healthy, not at all like someone ailing. Perhaps he was fetching medicine for a family member or friend. This observation came from a middle-aged man dressed in a long coat, appearing to be in his 30s, who wore a friendly smile that disarmed those who encountered him. Yi Shuangluo wasted no time and got straight to the point. Do you have poison here, sir? The middle-aged man frowned slightly, visibly displeased as he asked. What do you mean, young sir? Literally, I wonder if you possess any poison that could cause immediate demise. The man let out a dissatisfied huff, his expression darkening in an instant. Yi Shuangluo sensed the man's suppressed anger, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. To heal and save lives, may I inquire, sir, how many can be saved in a day? Though Shui had modest skills, he understood the compassionate heart of a healer. If possible, I hope no one ever needs to visit my shop. How could I possibly quantify how many lives I save each day? It was evident that the man was neither willing nor inclined to provide an answer. Yi Shuangluo chuckled softly, locking eyes with him as he said deliberately, "Are you aware that not far from here lies the Tiannan mountain range, home to tens of thousands of notorious bandits and thieves? I have operated my shop here for many years, so I am indeed aware that the Tiannan mountain range has long been plagued by banditry." What are you implying? Noticing that Dr. Shui was growing impatient, Yi Shuangluo retorted with a cold smile, "Surely, you understand that each of these individuals is steeped in wickedness. Should such people not meet their end? Undoubtedly, their crimes warrant a punishment so severe that even 10 deaths would seem lenient. Are you familiar with the saying? To take life in order to preserve life, to eliminate evil, not to slay the innocent. The Tiannan mountain range is filled with those who deserve to perish. Their continued existence will result in numerous innocent lives lost. If I eliminate these wretched souls, does that not count as saving lives?" Undoubtedly, Yi Shuangluo's words left Dr. Shui momentarily speechless. Sensing the man's wavering resolve, Yi Shuangluo pressed on relentlessly. "Have you ever contemplated, sir, the proximity of our humble town to the Tiannan mountain range? Should an unforeseen calamity arise, the very individuals you strive to save today could be ruthlessly slain by others. What then would you do in such a scenario?" This statement seemed to serve as the proverbial last straw, causing Dr. Shui's countenance to shift dramatically, as if deep in thought. After a moment's pause, he appeared to arrive at a resolute decision, closing the door of the apothecary and gesturing for Yi Shuangluo to enter. "Please, esteemed guest, let us converse within." Yi Shuangluo readily complied, and once inside, Dr. Shui regarded him intently, as if attempting to see through him. Unfazed, Yi Shuangluo maintained eye contact. After what felt like an eternity, Dr. Shui averted his gaze and spoke slowly. "I do not possess a poison that can cause immediate demise, but..." He rose and opened a medicine chest, carefully retrieving a packet of powder. "This is a tranquilizer I developed in my spare time. Any individual who merely inhales it will experience extreme lethargy and weakness. If the dose is sufficient, they may faint or even perish. Even those with exceptional martial prowess would find it challenging to withstand its effects." Dr. Shui extended the packet to Yi Shuangluo, who reached for it only to discover that Dr. Shui stubbornly clutched it, unwilling to relinquish his hold. "Having lived for 46 years and encountered many, I find you inscrutable. I implore you to accomplish one thing. Eliminate as many bandits from the Tiannan mountain range as possible." Upon uttering this, he released the packet, revealing its detailed information before Yi Shuangluo. Shui Nanqing's special tranquilizer. Effect: individuals with a constitution below 6 points will forcibly faint upon inhalation. Those below 8 points will experience extreme weakness and lose the ability to resist. Those with internal strength above 2,000 are immune to this substance. Description: this item was developed by Shui Nanqing, the proprietor of Changshan Hall, initially intended to alleviate patients suffering by inducing unconsciousness. However, excessive dosage poses life-threatening risks, making precise measurement crucial. "Dr. Shui, I too have a request. Might I implore you to grant me all of this powder you possess?" "Please speak on," he replied. Chapter 19. Poisoning thousands of bandits, old Liu, while the other brothers indulge in feasting and revelry. Why must we stand guard here? Is this fair? In my view, Li Lu is merely making a mountain out of a molehill. Who would dare to seek their demise in our Tiannan mountain range? A middle-aged man furrowed his brow, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Once assured no one else was listening, he admonished, "You reckless fool. How dare you utter the name of the sixth master so casually? If he hears you, you may have your tongue removed." The young man dismissed the middle-aged man's warning with a wave of his hand. "Isn't it just the two of us? I suspect the others are already having a grand time inside. Damn, you must admit our leader knows how to enjoy himself. The women he brought to the mountain are all more exquisite than the last, especially the one in the lead, with that petite waist and alluring backside. One could easily imagine that a mere squeeze would yield a cascade of delight." The young man closed his eyes, a look of rapture adorning his face, his fingers playfully dancing in the air. This lewd display immediately drew the disdain of the middle-aged man nearby. Yet the thought of that exquisite woman, ripe like a succulent peach, stirred something within him. "You foolish lad, don't let your imagination run wild. Such beauties are reserved for the 16 esteemed ones. We must remain vigilant in our posts." Perhaps, if one of the masters is in high spirits, we might be granted a woman to entertain us. After a brief pause, the middle-aged man continued to reassure him. You needn't be so impatient. The fourth master has announced that this banquet will last for 3 days. Tomorrow, it won't be our turn to stand guard. We too shall revel and drink and feast. Their conversation, indeed, went unheard by others, dissipating like whispers on the wind. Meanwhile, a gentle breeze swept through, conjuring an unexpected vision in Shuangluo's mind. 2 sentinels engaged in conversation about the 3-day banquet and the enchanting woman. After a moment, he processed this information, gaining a flicker of understanding. The wind, his companion, would soothe him in times of distress and lend its strength to aid him. If the wind in the world of the undead was akin to a gentle sister, healing his wounds, then the wind here felt like a comrade, ready to charge into battle alongside him and devise strategies for their endeavors. Coupled with his heightened perception, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, he could perceive things invisible and inaudible to others. Your skill, wind affinity, has been upgraded. The effect has improved. Current effect. Wind elemental resistance 25, 10, regenerating 4, 2 health points per second. After the upgrade, he distinctly felt an increase in the wind elements he could manipulate. Moreover, he sensed the flow and direction of the wind. As he attuned to the air's currents, an audacious idea struck him. Though he could not yet command a tempest, he could indeed discern the wind's trajectory. In other words, if he identified the right moment to disperse the medicinal powder, the wind would carry it into the Tianan Mountains. This notion bordered on madness, yet he was eager to try. Even if he failed, it mattered not. Shuangluo summoned his skill panel, gazing at the legendary passive skill, Commander, occupying a whole page. Since acquiring it, he had yet to truly test its prowess. Should his plan to poison the bandits fail, he would resort to guerrilla tactics to gradually assemble 1,000 strong. The following evening, Shuangluo sat in his own room, gazing into the distance through the window. A gentle breeze caressed him as if urging him to act. Descending the stairs, he noticed Lin Xingxian conversing with the twins in the inn's courtyard. He cast a fleeting glance their way, surmising the nature of their discussion. Once more, he mounted the steed provided by Lin Xingxian and set forth, unwavering, towards the Tianan Mountains. Perhaps it is due to the prolonged absence of any daring souls that he traversed the Tianan mountain range with such ease, even ascending to the summit of one of its peaks. Standing atop the mountain, his gaze was cold and penetrating, fixated on a distant peak that could be deemed the very heart and most advantageous position of the Tianan mountain range. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern a stronghold atop that peak, where revelry and merriment were in full swing. No, it would be more accurate to refer to it as a small town, for it was likely inhabited by 2,000 to 3,000 bandits at that moment. Taking a deep breath, he extracted 10 sacks of medicinal powder from his spatial backpack and stood still, silently awaiting the opportune moment. The sound of rustling leaves reached his ears as a gust of wind swept through the trees. The winds were rising. Now was the time. Shuangluo released the 10 sacks of medicinal powder into the air. The powder danced on the breeze, soon wafting into the stronghold where the bandits were still blissfully unaware of the impending danger. They continued to feast and drink, even discussing their next targets for plunder, justifying their need to rob the wealthy to alleviate their own poverty. After all, it was only reasonable to seize the riches and women of the affluent for their own sustenance. As these bandits entertained dreams of a brighter future, some began to feel an increasing heaviness within their bodies. A loud crash echoed as a wine jug fell to the ground. Thud! The sound of a body collapsing followed. With the first man falling, others tumbled like bowling pins, one after another. Those still conscious sensed something amiss. Several leaders attempted to channel their inner energy, only to discover that their internal flow had slowed to a crawl. Panic set in. They realized they had been poisoned. A man adorned with a white tiger tattoo on his chest leapt up, slamming his fist on the table, and bellowed at a bald man seated to his left. "Hu Laosi, you prepared the food and women this time. Did you intend to harm me? Enough of your nonsense, Lin Laowu. You dare to accuse me when I am poisoned as well." "Silence," commanded a one-eyed man seated at the head of the table, his expression dark. "It has been many years since anyone dared to provoke us. It seems the world has forgotten the fearsome reputation of the 16 heavenly kings. A mere band of bandits, claiming to have a formidable reputation. I would call it infamy, a notorious disgrace." Upon hearing this scornful remark, the 16 bandit leaders turned their gazes towards the source of the voice, eager to see who possessed such audacity. They beheld a youth clad in peculiar attire, wielding a black long knife, slowly approaching them. Upon reaching the center, The youth surveyed each of the 16 heavenly kings, then tilted his head and suddenly laughed. So, you are the 16 heavenly kings? I see no three-headed six-armed beings, nor any green-faced, fanged creatures. The bandit leaders glared at the youth with hatred. They had just been poisoned, and now this boy had the audacity to enter their midst. Even a fool could discern that he was the one who had poisoned them. However, they were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how the poison had been administered. They had meticulously inspected the water source and food, and were certain that there was no issue, just as they pondered where the fault lay. The voice of Shuangluo resonated throughout the mountain stronghold once more. No wonder you are called Li Liuji. It turns out you truly have 6 fingers. Chapter 20. Generous Task Rewards. You, surnamed Li, have been conspiring with this young man all along, haven't you? As soon as Shuangluo finished speaking, Hu Laosi erupted in fury. Even their elder brother, the one-eyed man, cast a sullen glance at him and coldly stated, Lu, you must provide us with an explanation. In contrast to Hu Laosi's volatility, Li Liuji remained remarkably composed, slowly elucidating. Elder brother, fourth brother, this young man merely remarked that I indeed possess 6 fingers, indicating that he has only heard rumors about me in the martial world. This is our first encounter, so how could we be colluding? Hu Laosi and the one-eyed elder were momentarily taken aback, and upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Ha ha ha! Shuangluo couldn't help but burst into laughter, pondering how such foolish bandits had managed to survive until now. His gaze swept over the brigands within the stronghold, noting the dead and the unconscious. Clearly, despite their numbers and considerable reputation in the martial world, they were merely a rabble. Otherwise, so many would not have perished. At present, only those who remained conscious could be considered the elite among these brigands. The number of those still alert was even fewer, likely no more than 16 bandit leaders. After all, according to Dr. Shui, those with formidable internal strength could, to some extent, resist the corrosive effects of such poison. At that moment, Li Liuji suddenly posed a question. Young man, who exactly are you? And what deep-seated enmity do you hold against my Tiannan mountain range to resort to such a heinous act? Do you truly believe that in this vast martial world, there remains a place for you? Shuangluo regarded Li Liuji, noticing beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if speaking had drained him of considerable strength. Clearly, even though his internal strength was potent enough to withstand the poison's encroachment, he was still suffering. Hearing the other party's attempt to cast blame upon him, he sneered. If we are to speak of inhumanity, I dare say you surpass me in that regard. Just moments ago, your leader proclaimed that you enjoy a fearsome reputation in the martial world, a notoriety forged from the bones of countless innocents. By eliminating you wretched souls, I am merely enacting divine justice, an act of immeasurable merit. As for who I am, it matters little. What is paramount is that you shall all meet your end today. Presumptuous! Lin Laowu, with a chest adorned by the white tiger, bellowed, seizing a nearby spike club and leaping towards Shuangluo, intent on delivering a crushing blow. Your passive skill, Warrior's Will, has been activated. The enemy must make a willpower check. Check failed. Force stun for 5 seconds. With ease, Shuangluo parried the strike, using one arm to deftly deflect the spiked club, and then, with astonishing speed, he cleaved Lin Laowu in two with a single stroke of his blade. During this time, Lin Laowu showed no signs of resistance, standing dazed as if rendered foolish. Old 5. The remaining leaders, filled with sorrow, perhaps due to their deep brotherly bond or an understanding that their turn was imminent, looked on. The skill of the war master rightfully occupied a page in the skill bar, directly incapacitating the opponent in battle. Damn it, brothers, arm yourselves, let us charge together. Upon hearing the elder brother's command, the hot-tempered Hu Laosi immediately seized a hammer beside him and swung it fiercely, but Shuangluo dodged with a tilt of her head. Hu Laosi forced his inner strength into his other hand, taking a running start before striking at Shuangluo with all his might. In that critical moment, the War Master activated once more, leaving Hu Laosi frozen in place. Shuangluo seized the opportunity, swiftly severing his arm that held the hammer and then delivering a kick to his knee, forcing him to the ground. He looked up at the peculiar youth with a hint of unwillingness, yet was met with a gaze of pity from the latter, who reminded him. Struggling, Hu Laosi turned his head, and the scene before him nearly caused him to faint from rage. It turned out that immediately after the one-eyed chief shouted, he turned to escape through a secret passage he had long prepared, followed closely by the others. Only Hu Laosi, the honest one, truly armed himself. In the next life, be cautious not to believe everything you hear. Clearly, the others did not regret their lives as bandits, nor the numerous heinous acts they had committed. After beheading Hu Laosi, Shuangluo did not linger, summoning wind elements to gather around her legs as she pursued the fleeing figures. What awaited them was a blade imbued with the essence of wind. This strike pierced the hearts of two men, skewering them together like candied hawthorns. The sight shattered the will of the remaining men, especially as they noticed the boy's cold, emotionless gaze. The icy stare and his merciless actions made it clear to them that they were likely to meet the same fate. However, he did not expect that Old 4 was not much stronger than Old 5, as he too fell victim without a chance to fight back. Thump, thump, thump. Each of them could hear the rapid beating of their own hearts, a sensation of fear they had not felt for many years. If you spare us, all our treasures are yours. With a swift motion, the 12th leader, bolstered by courage, attempted to entice the youth, only to be cleaved in two before he could finish his sentence. Let me go. I can serve you as a dog. Without hesitation, the 8th leader knelt in supplication, utterly crushing his pride, only to meet the same fate as his predecessor. The remaining few watched in horror as their brothers, with whom they had shared decades, met gruesome ends. Finally, they resolved to strike together. Though they knew they stood no chance against the youth, they clung to a glimmer of hope, wishing to struggle. Yet, weakened and diminished, they were no match for Shuangluo. In a swift and brutal manner, the adversaries were left in disarray, their blood and flesh scattered across the ground. With a decisive thrust, Shuangluo pierced the heart of the last surviving foe, Li Lu. Gazing at the carnage around him and the 3 white treasure chests at his feet, he erupted into laughter. He had triumphed, accomplishing what seemed an insurmountable task. With the treasure chest stowed away in his spatial backpack, Shuangluo turned to depart, casually igniting a fire in the wine cellar before leaving. The wind fanned the flames, which quickly engulfed the entire stronghold. This fortress, resembling a small town, was consumed by the inferno, while Shuangluo stood atop a nearby hill, observing the spectacle. The fierce blaze reflected in his pupils, casting them in an orange-red hue. The flames would incinerate all wickedness. Under this overwhelming fire, the bandits who were merely unconscious would be burned alive. He felt no concern for whether there were innocents among those he poisoned or set ablaze. Perhaps some were undeserving of death, but what did it matter? He was neither judge nor government official. Accessing the task panel, he opted to submit his mission. Side quest, kill to end killing. Completion rated as miraculous. Mission evaluation, perfectly harmonizing personal abilities with external elements, ruthlessly eliminating 30,000 bandits. This was your slaughter feast. And as the protagonist, you did not disappoint the attendees, leaving them with despair and resentment as they departed this world. Mission rewards, Shura Demon Eye skill. Special advancement clue for the killing Chi skill. Weapon refining stone X10. Blood Demon battle armor equipment. Due to your total annihilation of the enemy, you receive the hidden reward, Demon Soul Amber. With 5 rewards in total, Shuangluo could not help but smile, feeling as though he had taken flight. Skill, Killing Power level up. Current effect, each of your attacks carries Killing Power, which ignores enemy defenses, inflicting a guaranteed 190 points of damage. Had Killing Power finally leveled up? Truly, a double blessing. Chapter 21, Shura Demon Eye. Shuangluo sat upon a piece of azure stone at the mountaintop, resting the ink blade upon his knee, and began to examine his task rewards. Shura Demon Eye. Type, Special Skill. Effect, upon activation. This skill consumes 1 to 5 points of spiritual energy per second. You may choose the amount freely. While active, your perception attribute is 210. Each of your attacks will inflict damage corresponding to your perception attribute, and when the attribute damage reaches a certain threshold, it inflicts negative effects on the enemy. Currently, it can inflict fire and ice attribute damage. Negative effects include burn, reducing recovery-related items, skills, and effects by 20, and decreasing health by 15 points per second, and freeze, increasing skill cooldown time by 25 and reducing movement speed by 20. Learning condition, perception attribute must exceed 20 points. Upgrade condition, 100,000 points and a Millennium Demon Heart. This skill was exceptionally powerful, rivaling in Shuangluo's eyes even his legendary passive, Warlord. However, it is rather unfortunate that he is currently unable to learn it, as his perception attribute appears to be below 20 points. He recalls that in the previous trial world, there was a series of achievements that could enhance this attribute, but now that he has departed, he is naturally unable to increase his perception through those accolades. Since this skill cannot be acquired at the moment, he reluctantly resigns it to gather dust within his spatial backpack. Soon, he adjusts his mindset and begins to examine the next reward. Special Advancement Path Clue for the Evil Chi skill. This reward is knowledge-based and requires completion of collection before detailed content can be viewed. Current progress, 13. The evil chi skill may seem unremarkable, as it merely requires slaying a few more enemies to acquire, rendering it a rather commonplace skill. However, it can actually be advanced into a unique skill through a special pathway. This item is somewhat superfluous at present. Considering he has yet to obtain the prerequisite evil chi skill, it is best to hold on to it. For one never knows when fortune may smile upon him, and he completes the collection. On to the next. Weapon Refinement Stone. Type, special item. Effect, upon use. The weapon's effects will be further refined. Note, this item can only refine a weapon to its quality's limit, but cannot elevate the weapon beyond its quality. Shuangluo retrieves a weapon refinement stone from his spatial backpack and tentatively places it upon the blade of MZH. Instantly, the stone transforms into liquid and merges with MZH, a flicker of light passing through. Having wielded MZH in countless battles, Shuangluo can distinctly feel that it seems slightly heavier than before, given that it has fought alongside him, vanquishing innumerable foes. Shuangluo prepares to merge all of his weapon refinement stones. However, MZH reaches its limit after only absorbing 4 stones. When Shuangluo places another stone upon the blade, it elicits no response. MZH, quality white. Type, weapon blade. Special effect, execution mandate. At the onset of combat, it can mark an enemy. For every 3 attacks against that enemy, a layer of the slaughter mark is added, stacking up to 5 layers. The slaughter mark can be detonated, inflicting substantial damage. When attacking an enemy marked with slaughter marks, each layer increases damage by 8. Equipment requirement, none. Sharpness, 10. Durability, 5,555. Evaluation, among white quality weapons, there may be contenders, but none surpass its strength. Shuangluo caresses his beloved blade. This refinement has rendered the already formidable MZH even sharper and unparalleled. He holds a fondness for MZH, perhaps because it was the first weapon he unearthed from the treasure chest he acquired, or perhaps due to the multitude of enemies he has slain with it. Setting MZH aside, he begins to scrutinize the next task reward. Blood Demon Battle Armor. Quality, green. Type, equipment, armor. Defense value, 10. This value is for reference only. Special effect, Frenzy of Blood, activated after consuming 50 of maximum health. Upon activation, the player's attack power is significantly enhanced while defense diminishes, with 10 of the inflicted damage converted back to health. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 24 hours. Equipment requirement, must have personally slain at least 100 individuals, requirement met. Durability, 5,050. Description, this is a magical armor forged from the lives of 100 souls by a deranged cult leader. In the end, this cult leader led 8,000 elite warriors clad in such armor to conquer the world, ultimately ascending to the throne of supremacy. This was the first piece of green quality equipment acquired by Shuangluo, and it fortuitously filled the gap in his armor collection. Without hesitation, Shuangluo discarded his blood-soaked garments and donned the Blood Demon Battle Armor. It must be said, with an innate charm attribute of 7 points, Shuangluo truly embodied the gallant spirit of a youthful general in this battle attire. Silently, he accessed the system panel to test the equipment transformation feature. After all, wearing armor in an ancient world is relatively normal, but in the main or modern world, it would be far too conspicuous. Finally, Shuangluo examined the magical soul amber he received as an additional reward for perfectly completing his task. Magical soul amber. Type, special item. Quality, black. Usage, drip your blood onto it, and the magical soul amber will transform into a unique skill stone tailored for you. A unique skill stone? Shuangluo picked up the inked blade resting on his knee, pricked his finger, and let his blood fall upon it. The magical soul amber immediately radiated with brilliant light. First white, then black, and finally a crimson glow. As the luminosity faded, the amber transformed into a stone resembling a heart. Exclusive skill stone, Shuangluo. Skill generation in progress 1. Good news, there's a progress bar. Bad news, it is unclear how to increase this progress. Shuangluo gazed at the heart-like black skill stone, his acute senses allowing him to distinctly hear the rhythmic beating of what seemed to be a heart emanating from it. Strangely, the frequency of this stone's pulsation was perfectly synchronized with his own heartbeat. Placing the peculiar skill stone into his spatial pouch, Shuangluo rose to his feet. The makeshift camp nearby continued to blaze fiercely, yet he had no intention of looking back. Leading his horse down the mountain, he began to review his talent interface. During his rampage, it seemed the talent interface had emitted several notifications, but he had been too preoccupied to notice. Congratulations! You have achieved the title, son of destruction, single-handedly obliterated an organization of over 500 individuals. Reward: Solo Guild Permission Card. With this card, you may disregard the player count requirement to create a guild, allowing you to establish a solo guild with just yourself. Congratulations! You have achieved the title, Elite Assassin. Reward: Luck 1. Reward: Perception 2. Chapter 22, The Escaping Twins. The achievements bestow 3 remarkably abundant rewards. As for the individual guild privilege card, its necessity remains debatable. The other 2 achievement rewards, namely luck and perception, are rare attributes that cannot be augmented through conventional means. The former enhances the likelihood of acquiring valuable treasures from chests in the future, and may also be requisite for certain skills. Should the game incorporate enhancement features, the significance of luck would undoubtedly be amplified. Regarding the attribute of perception, although the precise numerical value eludes him, the palpable enhancement of his senses upon each increment is undeniably evident. Notably, after receiving the completion rewards, he retrieved the skill book for the Shura Demon Eye, attempting to lure it once more. Yet, the system again notified him of a learning failure, prompting him to shake his head in frustration, pondering when he might finally integrate this skill into his repertoire. Unlike perception, the increase in luck did not elicit any particular sensation. It is not like other attributes, where one can instantly perceive the changes following an enhancement. Nevertheless, the attribute panel confirmed an increase in his luck. Regrettably, the Elite Killer achievement lacks a superior accolade, implying that no matter how many elite units Shuangluo eliminates henceforth, his luck attribute cannot be further augmented. It is unfortunate, for Shuangluo had anticipated that achieving the Elite Killer title would unlock a higher level accolade, perhaps something akin to the Boss Hunter. Sighing, he shrugged off the disappointment, recognizing that opportunities would abound in the future. He remained unhurried, waiting by the door until the rooster crowed, at which point the wooden door gently swung open. As Dr. Shui opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Shuangluo clad in crimson armor. Why have you come so early? Although he found it peculiar that this strangely dressed youth had donned armor, Dr. Shui refrained from inquiring further and welcomed Shuangluo inside. Once in the room, Shuangluo immediately clasped his fists and bowed. Startled, Dr. Shui hastily extended his hand to assist him. What are you doing? I cannot accept such reverence. No, sir. You are most deserving of my gratitude. It is thanks to the medicinal powder you provided that I was able to eradicate the bandit threat in the Tianan mountain range. Upon hearing Shuangluo's words, Dr. Shui was momentarily taken aback, and then, as if comprehending something profound, he gazed at the young man in astonishment. You ventured to the Tianan mountain range last night? Shuangluo nodded, his tone calm as he replied, I did not fail my mission. All the bandits in the Tianan mountain range have perished. You were far too hasty. You should have devised a more meticulous plan. Otherwise, suddenly, Dr. Shui halted, as he must have misheard. He seemed to grasp something incredible. Did you just say that all the bandits have perished? His speech faltered, staring at Shuangluo in disbelief. And upon seeing him nod, Dr. Shui's mind erupted with realization. If he remembered correctly, there should have been at least 30 to 40,000 bandits in that region. Even after providing him with 10 full bags of powdered medicine, Dr. Shui remained utterly baffled by how the other party managed to resolve everything in a single night. After all, he was merely an ordinary man and could hardly fathom that someone might scatter the powder into the wind, allowing it to be carried into the bandit's lair. He was deeply grateful for the powdered medicine gifted by Mr. Shui. Without it, he would have been at a loss on how to deal with those wretched bandits. Shuanglu looked at Dr. Shui with gratitude, considering him a benefactor. Without his assistance, he would never have completed this side quest so flawlessly nor earned such bountiful rewards. Mr. Shui, here are 800 taels in silver notes. Please accept them, Shuanglu said, retrieving the notes from his spatial backpack and extending them towards Dr. Shui. However, Dr. Shui appeared still in shock, unable to regain his composure. Shuanglu shook his head in resignation, understanding the man's reaction. Had someone told him the main world, before becoming a player, that someone could withstand a nuclear bomb unscathed, he would likely have reacted similarly. Ultimately, Shuanglu left the silver notes with Dr. Shui and stood to depart. As he left, Dr. Shui's gaze was filled with complexity, admiration intertwined with fear. This young man was inscrutable to him. However, one could only imagine the chaos such a ruthless figure would unleash wherever he went. Watching the youth's retreating figure, Dr. Shui felt a sense of unease about the martial world and the realm at large, though he soon found the thought somewhat amusing. Perhaps this young man would indeed stir up a tempest in the martial world, but what concern was that to him? A mere physician? Upon returning to the inn, he discovered that the prisoner cart and Lin Xingqian had vanished. Inquiring with the innkeeper, Yi Shuanglu learned that Lin Xingqian had checked out shortly after his departure, taking the twins from the cart with him. Considering this outcome, it was somewhat expected. As he left, he had noticed the twins conversing with Lin Xingqian, leading him to suspect that Lin Xingqian might have been swayed, intentionally or not, to aid their escape. According to the innkeeper, as soon as he left, Lin Xingqian had promptly checked out, departing with the two fox maidens. This implied they had fled for an entire night. It must be said, had an ordinary escort encountered such a situation, they would likely have felt utterly helpless. Yet, Yi Shuangluo was no ordinary escort. He swiftly summoned the task panel, opened the main quest interface, and activated the tracking feature. Instantly, a small map materialized before him, prominently displaying two red dots in constant motion. This was his confidence. With this tracking function, those two fox maidens could not possibly escape his grasp. The innkeeper, perhaps having never witnessed such generosity from a guest, was momentarily overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Perhaps motivated by a sense of reciprocity, he hastily spoke up. "Esteemed guest, should you seek your companions, I implore you to exercise utmost caution. For a transformed white tiger lurks nearby, having claimed the lives of numerous hunters and passers-by." The mention of the white tiger sparked a glimmer of recognition in Yi Shuangluo's eyes. He had not forgotten the achievement of becoming a gourmet, triggered by consuming the flesh of a mountain monkey upon his entry into this realm. To attain this accolade, one must indulge in 5 distinct culinary delights. While he remained uncertain as to what constituted a special delicacy, he surmised that animals on the cusp of transformation might well qualify as such, particularly when measured against the mountain monkey. However, conjecture would yield little. The most effective means of verification lay in sampling the flesh of the white tiger, which would reveal the truth. Thus, filled with anticipation, Yi Shuangluo mounted a steed and galloped toward the 2 crimson dots on the map. Chapter 23. The skies have cleared, the rain has ceased, and the white fox maiden continues her journey. Within the forest, 2 youthful maidens ride atop an enormous white tiger. Curiously, the king of beasts permits these 2 human girls to mount its back. A closer inspection, however, reveals that these maidens are no ordinary humans, for they possess fox ears and tails. The 2 girls atop the white tiger are none other than the fleeing twin fox maidens. At the earnest entreaties of the silver fox maiden, Lin Xingqian ultimately resolved to assist them in their escape. "Sister, where shall we go next?" she inquired. "Our grandmother once spoke of the Sun Dragon Lord, who established a dragon palace in the Western Sea to shelter all spirits. If we travel day and night, we could reach the Western Sea within a month, where we shall find safety." The white fox maiden nodded in agreement, clearly finding merit in the suggestion. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she turned her gaze toward the direction of the town and murmured, "What a pity. I had hoped to bring Snowflake along to exact vengeance upon the escorting bodyguard." The mention of Yi Shuangluo immediately conjured the image of him devouring her playmate after slaying her, a scene that became an eternal anguish, fueling her hatred towards him. Upon hearing her sister mention the bodyguard, the silver fox maiden's eyes glinted with cold fury. Though she maintained her composure, her anger was no less fervent. She too harbored a deep-seated loathing for the young guard who had consumed her companion. Regrettably, they remained unaware of the boy's whereabouts. Yet, had it not been for his sudden disappearance, their escape from captivity would likely have remained an impossibility. Indeed, their successful flight was largely thanks to Lin Xingqian. As the silver fox maiden absent-mindedly caressed her slightly rounded abdomen, the white fox maiden lamented the lack of revenge against the young guard, while the silver fox maiden contemplated the path that lay ahead. Suddenly, the white tiger they rode upon erupted with bristling fur, spinning around and unleashing a thunderous roar. The unexpected movement nearly dislodged the sisters, but they clung tightly to the tiger's fur, narrowly avoiding being thrown off. "Snowflake, what troubles you?" the white fox maiden asked soothingly, stroking the agitated creature's fur. However, her attempts at soothing seemed to bear no fruit, as the white tiger remained vigilant, gazing intently ahead. It appeared to sense some ominous entity drawing near with alarming swiftness. The 2 sisters turned their eyes forward, yet saw nothing, just as confusion enveloped them. They detected a faint sound. Top, top, top. They exchanged glances, realizing it resembled the sound of hooves striking the ground. To confirm their suspicions, the sound grew steadily louder, approaching with menacing intent. A sense of trepidation washed over them, an instinctual foreboding of impending calamity. Soon, the source of the sound came into view. A youth clad in blood-red armor, riding a white steed, appeared before them. The sisters' pupils constricted. They recognized the face. One they had seen before, the very young escort who had accompanied them. "Oh, It seems you two have quite the entourage of animal companions, he remarked nonchalantly. The white fox maiden clenched her fists, a cold smile gracing her lips. I was just lamenting the fact that I couldn't eliminate you before departing. And now you present yourself at my doorstep. TSK, TSK, how oblivious you remain. I truly fail to comprehend the basis of your arrogance. Is it the magnificent white beast you ride? Yi Shuangluo's gaze fixed upon the white tiger beneath the twins. Undoubtedly, the very creature that the innkeeper had warned her to be cautious of. A smirk played on her lips, yet the white tiger bristled with tension. Acutely aware that the human-esque gaze upon him was akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. The palpable malice was intolerable, prompting him to roar thunderously, whether to bolster his courage or to provoke. The earth-shattering roar reverberated through the air, causing leaves to rain down from the nearby trees. The enemy has unleashed a skill upon you. A willpower assessment is required. Assessment successful. The skill has no effect on you. Yi Shuangluo shook her head, finding the roar had little impact on her. However, the steed beneath her collapsed. Whether from the sheer volume of the sound or the overwhelming presence of the king of beasts, the white tiger remained uncertain. On the other side, the once tense white fox maiden observed as the snowflakes showcased their might, causing the young escort's horse to faint. Feeling emboldened, she taunted, "Now kneel before me and bow 3 times, and I may consider sparing your life." Oh, by the way, would you like to know Lin Xingxin's final words? Curious about how he met his demise? As she flaunted her power atop the white tiger, Yi Shuangluo recalled a fable from her childhood, the fox feigning power through the tiger. He had never anticipated witnessing a live rendition of it. The experience was indeed remarkable. Hearing the mention of Lin Xingxin's last remarks, he shook his head, feeling a twinge of sadness. At that moment, when Lin Xingxin had offered his blood to the white fox maiden, and she had consumed it without hesitation, he understood a profound truth. The white fox maiden, irrespective of her strength and intellect, is undeniably one who honors her word. When she proclaims her intent to consume flesh and drink blood, one can be certain she will follow through. I hold no interest in the circumstances of his demise or the final words he uttered. Now, I present you with 2 choices. The second option involves me rendering you both half dead and casting you into the fray. As she uttered the last 3 words, "Cast you in," Yi Shuangluo's aura of menace became palpable, a terror so profound that even the white tiger instinctively recoiled 2 steps back. The white fox maiden maintained her composure, yet her heart was profoundly shaken. It was astonishing how, after just 1 night apart, this young bodyguard seemed to have transformed entirely. The aura of bloodlust emanating from him was akin to that of Ashura, emerging freshly from the depths of hell. Merely gazing upon him inflicted a piercing pain upon her eyes. Clenching her teeth, she was about to command Shuahua to engage him in battle when her sister, seated behind her, suddenly leaned in close. "Do not rush, allow me to handle this." With that, the silver fox maiden leapt down from the white tiger's back. And under Yi Shuangluo's watchful gaze, her eyes shifted to a shade of pink. Those exquisite eyes, brimming with affection, radiated a warmth capable of melting even the coldest of steel. In an instant, Yi Shuangluo's mind was flooded with a myriad of romantic scenarios, each featuring the silver fox maiden. The enemy has cast a charm skill upon you, initiating a mental assessment. Assessment successful, you will ignore this skill. "Come to me," Yi Shuangluo slowly approached the silver fox maiden, admiring her striking beauty that harmoniously blended sensuality and purity. The silver fox maiden sighed in relief, realizing that direct confrontation could be avoided. Just as she was about to issue her next command, a hand suddenly seized her throat, forcefully slamming her against a tree. Before she could comprehend the situation, she lost consciousness. "Once a woman even more beautiful than you did the same to me, and I ended her life." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at the sky, where the white tiger was leaping towards him. It was evident that the younger sister had discerned his immunity to the charm, but chose not to inform her sister, instead allowing the white tiger to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. What a devoted little sister she was, embodying the essence of sisterly love. He stood his ground, showing no inclination to evade, not even drawing his weapon, Mo Zhu. At this moment, the white fox maiden in midair sensed something amiss, but it was too late. The blood demon armor adorning Yi Shuangluo came to life as the 2 ghastly heads at his shoulders lunged and sank their teeth into his neck. The special effect, fueled by blood, erupted into violent action. This marked the first activation of this effect, unleashing a savage thirst for slaughter within him. "Kill, annihilate these 2 and the beast before me, tear them to shreds." As he struggled to suppress the rising tide of bloodlust, the airborne white tiger, accompanied by the white fox maiden, entered his attack range. At that moment, he managed to temporarily quell his surging desire for violence, fully aware that he could not, for the time being, bring himself to slay the twin sisters. As he dashed forward, he drew forth his blade, Mo-Zhu, and with a swift stroke, struck the white tiger squarely on the forehead. The blade effortlessly pierced the skin, yet became lodged against the bone. The tiger was not slain by that blow, and just as Shuangluo prepared to deliver a second strike, he was met with the furious curses of the white fox maiden. "You demon, why? Why can't you simply die quietly?" Her absurd words elicited a chuckle from Shuangluo, prompting him to momentarily abandon his intent to finish off the white tiger. "You truly have short memory. Have you forgotten how that mountain monkey named Jean met his end? It must be said, befriending creatures like you is a stroke of bad luck." With that, he delivered another blow, causing the white fox maiden to shut her eyes tightly. Of course, Shuangluo had no intention of killing her, not for the time being, so he struck with the flat of his blade, merely rendering her unconscious. Chapter 24. The gourmet's progress increases by 1. A howl pierced the air. Shuangluo turned to see the bloodied white tiger attempting to flee. Coincidentally, the white horse that had just been frightened into unconsciousness was now awakening, mistaking the fleeing tiger's intentions as a threat against its own life. In a state of panic, the horse resolved to fight back, raising its hooves high to stomp down. However, the tiger easily dodged, and in a sudden burst of ferocity, it bit through the horse's neck. Once the white tiger severed the horse's neck, perhaps sensing the scent of blood, its primal instincts surged forth, and it began to feast. Yet, in the midst of its indulgence, a chill ran down its spine. It suddenly recalled its intention to escape. "Alas, my life is forfeit." Yet, the youth seemed disinclined to kill him, casually sheathing his blade into the earth. After rolling his wrist, he regarded the tiger with a cold stare. Then, with one hand, he pressed the tiger's head to the ground, while the other rained down punches upon him like a torrential downpour. This one-sided assault endured for a full 10 minutes, which felt like an eternity to the white tiger. When the onslaught ceased, the tiger, battered and in agony, struggled to lift its head, only to discover that the boy who had just assaulted him now stood before him. "Hey, big cat, I could have easily slain you with a single blow, but do you know why I chose not to?" The white tiger, displaying an almost human-like demeanor, shook his head. Shuangluo, surprised at first, soon deemed it understandable given the circumstances. "Ah, you comprehend my words. How splendid. I need not waste my breath. You have slain my horse. So now you shall take on its duties. Pull the cart that carries me, along with those 2 foxes and the human, to the imperial capital." Upon hearing the request to assist with the cart, a look of resistance crossed the white tiger's face. Shuangluo smiled gently, crouching beside him, his hand moving from the top of the tiger's head down its back, his tone imbued with tenderness. "Indeed, you are the king of beasts. How could I subject you to such indignity? Perhaps it would be better to simply slay you instead." As soon as the words left his mouth, he forcefully pressed the head of the white tiger to the ground with one hand, drawing it from its resting place to prepare for a decisive strike. The white tiger immediately whimpered and attempted to ingratiate itself, yet Shuangluo was evidently unmoved by such antics and coldly reiterated his question. "Great cat, I shall ask you once more. Will you assist me in pulling the cart? If so, utter a sound. If not, I shall send you to your demise this very moment." "Meow." Shuangluo paused, taken aback by what he had just heard. The white tiger had indeed emitted a sound reminiscent of a cat's meow. Surely, this was a genuine white tiger and not merely a white cat. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire tentatively, "Are you attempting to curry favor with me? Is your meow merely a response to my calling you great cat?" Sensing the aura of menace emanating from the young man begin to dissipate, the white tiger realized its strategy was proving effective. As its tail began to sway slowly behind it, it appeared that it was genuinely trying to please him. With the tension easing, Shuangluo considered himself no bloodthirsty creature. Violence was merely a means to an end for him. What astonished him even more was the sight of Chihuahua, the white tiger, actually pulling the cart. "What have you done to Chihuahua?" "I merely asked him whether he preferred life or death. I did not coerce him. The choice was entirely his. If he can spare his life, then why did you slay dying?" The white fox girl refrained from voicing this question, perhaps deterred by the memory of nearly falling victim to Shuangluo's blade. Observing Chihuahua obediently pulling the cart, a bitter thought surged within her. Why should this useless creature survive while dying perished? Though she recognized the inappropriateness of her feelings, the more she resisted these thoughts, the more entrenched they became. As a beast of considerable prowess, Chihuahua possessed acute instincts and perceptions, allowing him to sense the fleeting malice emanating from the white fox girl. This left him feeling both wronged and indignant. Had it not been for his desire to assist her, would he have been reduced to pulling a cart? While he could overlook her ingratitude, harboring ill will towards him was intolerable. Initially charmed by the silver fox girl's allure, Shuangluo's favorable sentiments had now dissipated entirely. Soon, nightfall arrived, and Shuangluo kindled a fire, casting an appraising gaze upon the white tiger as he pondered from which part he might carve a piece of meat. Shuangluo, terrified by the ominous look in his eyes, crouched low to the ground, recalling the promise of mercy for simply pulling the cart. Yet now, Shuangluo's gaze suggested he was contemplating something far more sinister. Noticing the white tiger's unease, Shuangluo stroked it gently, as one might do with a cat, offering reassurances. Be good, great cat. I am a man of my word and shall not slay you. I merely require a small contribution of meat, which I trust you will willingly provide. Yes? What choice did Shuangluo have? Could he refuse? Although Shuangluo seemed to be negotiating, his tone was laden with an undeniable authority, clearly indicating that this was merely a notification. Thus, Shuangluo resigned himself to despair, closing his eyes in a posture of surrender. Such a sensible creature. Shuangluo's gaze lingered upon him for a considerable time, ultimately settling on his waist. With a swift and decisive motion, a piece of tiger meat weighing over 10 pounds was severed. Shuangluo felt an excruciating pain in his side, yet he valiantly stifled any cries. Enduring pain was far preferable to death. Ignoring the tightly shut eyes of the white tiger, who struggled to suppress his voice, Shuangluo sliced the tiger meat into several smaller pieces, skewering them onto twigs and roasting them over the fire. Before long, an enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. Once he caught the scent, Shuangluo deemed it ready and took a delicate bite. It melted in his mouth, remaining as delectable as ever. Such exquisite cuisine required no seasoning whatsoever. Unlike the meat of the mountain monkey, tiger meat seemed to possess a natural spiciness that was perfectly balanced, leaving one craving another bite after the first. Congratulations! You have consumed a special delicacy, advancing your gourmet progress by 1. Current progress, 25. Unbeknownst to him, the substantial piece of tiger meat was reduced to a mere final bite. Just as Shuangluo was about to indulge, he noticed the white tiger furtively glancing in his direction. Observing this, Shuangluo pondered momentarily before inquiring, would he care to try some? Shuangluo gazed at Shuangluo with an expression of deep lament, momentarily unable to discern whether this human was genuinely extending an invitation or simply mocking him. He found the human's enthusiasm rather exaggerated. Was it truly that delicious? The sight of Shuangluo, seemingly addicted to the meat, sent shivers down his spine. He feared that once the human finished, his primal instincts would surge forth, leading him to deem the remaining morsel insufficient and turn on him. Fortunately, after consuming the piece of meat, Shuangluo appeared satiated, leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, showing no inclination to strike, which finally eased the tension within the white tiger's heart. It had been ages since he had felt such fear. The last time was shortly after his birth when an old hunter discovered him in his den. As the only white tiger, he was the last to be spared by the hunter, an experience forever etched in his memory, being hoisted into the air and scrutinized like an object. Although he later grew up and exacted revenge on that hunter, the terror instilled in him remained an indelible shadow. Now, with Shuangluo's formidable strength, it seemed he was poised to replace that old hunter as a new source of fear. Shuangluo observed the young man not far off, seemingly asleep against the tree, and his years of combat experience informed him that this was an opportune moment for a surprise attack. Yet, his instinct for survival incessantly warned him that any attempt at ambush would surely result in his demise. Ultimately, he chose to heed his instincts and dutifully close his eyes, drifting slowly into sleep. Meanwhile, Shuangluo gradually opened his eyes, having never truly slept. He was merely testing whether this white tiger would attempt to ambush him during his feigned slumber. The result pleased him. The white tiger was indeed prudent, unwilling to gamble with his own life, which put him at ease. He retrieved 3 treasure chests acquired from the bandit stronghold in the Tiannan Mountains. As the last few individuals had been slain together, he was somewhat uncertain about the origin of the 3 items. However, such matters were trivial. What truly mattered was that it was once again a delightful time to open treasure chests. Shuangluo rubbed his hands together with excitement, for this was his first chest opening since enhancing his luck attribute, and he hoped to unveil something of value. Congratulations, you have received 1,800 points. Congratulations, you have received Tears of a Beauty. Congratulations, you have received 2,500 points. Congratulations, you have received the Demon Subduing Scripture. Congratulations, You have received 2,000 points. Congratulations. You have received the Ghostly Blade. Chapter 25. The Mysterious Mountain Man, Tears of the Beauty. Type, consumable item. Quality, white. Effect. This item is only effective on human females, capable of inciting their desires. The higher the charm attribute, the better the effect. If the charm attribute is below 4 points, the effects are completely negated. Evaluation. Good news. This item is of no use to you. Bad news. This item is of no use to you. Shuangluo's expression darkened. If he was not mistaken, this item seemed to be an aphrodisiac. Although its effect was peculiar, it remained worthless. He believed that while it might be deemed trash, it could pique someone's interest. Ghostly Blade. Type, weapon dagger. Quality, white. Special effect, Wail of the Ghost. In battle, each hit on an enemy will double their sensation of pain. Equipment requirement. Must have listened to the wails of a malevolent spirit. Sharpness, 4. Durability, 15/15. Evaluation. As a white quality weapon, it is lamentably weak. However, it is not designed for combat. Its true purpose lies in tormenting foes. To be frank, this weapon paled in comparison to Shuangluo's ink-slaying blade in every aspect. Yet he found himself intrigued. After all, the evaluation clearly stated that its true role was to inflict suffering upon enemies. As Shuangluo grasped the dagger, a cacophony of ghostly cries surged in his mind, only to vanish in an instant. Contemplating something, a gentle and kind smile graced his face. Demon subduing scripture. Type, passive skill. Effect. Upon learning this skill, one gains 300 internal energy, and attributes of constitution, strength, and intelligence will each increase by 1. Additionally, it bestows a special demon subduing ability, 20 damage to practitioners of demonic arts. Learning conditions. Internal energy must exceed 1,000 points, and prerequisite skill Vidrat demon suppression must be learned. Warning. Learning this skill may lead to significant changes in the player's personality. Please choose wisely. Description. This is the supreme martial art of the sacred martial arts sanctuary, Moi's Temple. This was a skill book, a peculiar one at that. For learning, it could lead to drastic alterations in personality. The last time such a description appeared was with the Shura Demon Eye, which Shuangluo still could not learn. Yet, even the Shura Demon I did not come with a warning. Glancing once more at the stringent learning requirements, he shook his head. In terms of practicality, this item was even less useful than the Tears of a Beauty. At the very least, the latter could be sold, whereas this one would likely be unsellable. Dear esteemed preparatory players, this skill embodies a fragment of the world's essence. You may contribute this skill to the system, which will reward you accordingly. Will you contribute? Shuangluo indifferently selected yes, for he found no utility in retaining the skill book. Soon, the Ming Wang Fu Mo Jing was enveloped and consumed by a torrent of data. And as it vanished, a book with a white cover gracefully descended before him. Bodhi Heart. Type, passive skill. Gains special Bodhi. Cost of skill upgrades in the technique category reduced by 10 points. Learning requirement. Intelligence attribute must be greater than or equal to 6. Evaluation. This skill is beneficial with no drawbacks for you. Without hesitation, Shuangluo chose to learn it, and instantly his blue bar elongated slightly, though it was of no immediate use. Upon completing the skill acquisition, he couldn't help but shake his head. The enhancement to his luck attribute yielded minimal effect. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he closed his eyes, genuinely preparing to sleep. The next day, Shuangluo gradually awakened from his slumber. The experience of sleeping in the wilderness was far from pleasant, and he found himself longing for the comfort of his bed in the main world. Rising to his feet, he approached the cage, only to realize that the two women seemed to have already awakened. The white fox girl continued to glare at him with eyes filled with hatred and anger, while the silver fox girl appeared to be in a state of withdrawal, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Shuangluo paid little mind to this, casually giving the sleeping white tiger a nudge with his foot. Hey, big cat, wake up. We must continue our journey. Startled from his slumber, the snow leopard felt a surge of adrenaline upon hearing that dreaded voice. Shaking off his drowsiness and standing up with vigor, Shuangluo glanced at his waist. The wound from the previous day's knife cut had already scabbed over, indicating that he would recover in a mere 2 or 3 days. This sparked an idea within him. Perhaps he could slice off a piece of meat from the white tiger every few days to satisfy his cravings. Feeling the malevolent gaze directed at him, the white tiger was engulfed by despair. Though he was unaware of Shuangluo's thoughts, he could intuit that they were far from benign. Just as the white tiger prepared for a desperate struggle, the boy suddenly patted its head and took a seat in the carriage. Stop dawdling. Let us continue our journey. Never mind. There is no need to let mere words disrupt the progression of my main quest. For Shuangluo, His primary objective was always to grow stronger. Everything else would forever remain secondary. The white tiger's speed surpassed that of the previous ordinary horses. Merely a midday sprint covered more distance than the prior 3 days combined. Holding the map he had acquired in the small town, Shuangluo silently calculated their remaining distance. Suddenly, the white tiger came to an abrupt halt, its demeanor alert as it gazed forward. Shuangluo also set the map aside and looked ahead. A colossal python, measuring over 10 meters in length, obstructed their path. And even more astonishingly, 2 bulges adorned its head, as if it were on the verge of giving birth to something. What astonished Shuangluo the most was a young man, burdened with a bamboo basket, ensnared by a colossal python. The python appeared to harbor no intent of harm. It merely encircled the youth and did nothing further. While Shuangluo scrutinized the creature, the python unexpectedly lunged towards him. Instinctively, he drew his blade. But as the python closed the distance to 7 or 8 meters, it crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The creature hissed, repeatedly flicking its tongue as if attempting to communicate, yet no one present could comprehend its utterances. Ultimately, the python gradually closed its eyes, seemingly succumbing to unconsciousness or perhaps death. With his grip tightening around the hilt of his knife, Shuangluo cautiously approached the python. He prodded it gently with his blade, then made a shallow incision upon its scaled surface. Regardless of his actions, the massive serpent remained unresponsive, and his instincts confirmed that it had indeed perished. However, disbelief lingered within him. This formidable creature, with horns almost sprouting from its head, could not have simply succumbed so abruptly. "Brother, there is no need for further probing. It is unequivocally deceased," a cheerful voice interjected. Although the young man bore a bright and sunny demeanor, Shuangluo found it hard to fathom when the stranger had silently approached him, as he had felt no indication of his presence. Shuangluo's senses were keen, attuned to the slightest rustling of insects nearby. Yet this youth had managed to approach him without a sound, implying that had the young man harbored malicious intent, he would have met his end already. In an instant, the pride Shuangluo had felt from his previous victories dissipated, replaced by the stark realization of his own vulnerability. The young man observed Shuangluo, who stood on guard with his blade firmly in hand, and spoke with a hint of exasperation. "There is no need to be alarmed. I bear no ill will." Yet Shuangluo dismissed his words, maintaining his distance while discreetly assessing the stranger. The young man, with a resigned smile, took several steps back. At this distance, he should feel at ease. Despite the increased space between them, Shuangluo remained vigilant, unwilling to let his guard down. "Did you slay this python?" he inquired. The young man scratched his nose, smiling as he replied, "Indeed." Upon hearing this admission, Shuangluo gripped his weapon even tighter. Noting the tension in Shuangluo's posture, the young man reassured him, "There is no need for such anxiety. I did not slay this python through sheer strength, but rather with an external substance." External substance? Shuangluo's curiosity was piqued. What kind of object could possibly bring down such a massive serpent? The young man retrieved a torn sachet from his waist and began to explain. "This is a handmade sachet containing a powder I derived from a large quantity of beast-repelling flowers. I used this to dispatch the python." The notion that a mere sachet could vanquish such a gigantic beast seemed implausible to Shuangluo. Extremely rudimentary beast-repelling sachet. Type, equipment, accessory. Quality, green. Upon donning this item, ferocious beasts shall instinctively retreat. Should the item shatter, any beast within a 3-meter radius shall meet an untimely demise. Its durability has been compromised. The item itself is rather unremarkable. It is the skill of its creator that has elevated its quality. Now, Shuangluo was convinced that the young man had indeed spoken the truth. He had slain the giant python using an external object. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant, for the young man had approached him without a sound. On the surface, he planted his dagger into the ground and clasped his fists in greeting. "I apologize for my misunderstanding, esteemed brother. I was perhaps overly cautious, but one must exercise utmost caution while traversing the martial world." The young man waved his hand dismissively, his bright smile unwavering. "No need for concern. Exercising caution is indeed wise in our line of life." He cast a sidelong glance at the white tiger pulling the cart and the twin fox maidens within the prison carriage. "Brother Yi, you possess great taste. Traveling in the company of such beauty, truly a match made in heaven, with the earth as your bed. And to have the company of twin sisters is indeed a stroke of good fortune." The young man winked knowingly at Shuangluo, as if to say, "We are all men here, I understand." This left Shuangluo in a state of amusement, yet he felt compelled to clarify, "You have misjudged me, esteemed brother. I am but a bodyguard, and these twin maidens are my cargo." Upon hearing the term cargo, the young man appeared contemplative and inquired, "Are you perhaps delivering these sisters to the imperial capital? How did you deduce that?" The young man smiled confidently, expounding, "It is quite simple. The sisters' appearance suggests a lineage between humans and foxes, a rarity sought after among the affluent and powerful. Since they are indeed cargo, there must be a recipient. This road ahead leads only to a barren village, and beyond that, the imperial capital. Thus, your destination must surely be the imperial city." "You were about to say hybrid, weren't you? You surely meant to imply hybrid." Shuangluo's gaze never wavered from the young man, and he had caught the trace of disdain that flickered in the young man's eyes. This individual seemed to harbor a certain contempt for those of mixed heritage. Though he was rife with speculation regarding the young man's true nature, Shuangluo maintained an impassive exterior. "You are indeed correct. These twin sisters are entrusted to me by a certain noble to be delivered as a birthday gift to the emperor." The young man nodded, clearly unfazed. "By the way, we have conversed extensively, yet I am still unaware of your name." "I am Shuangluo." Shuangluo. The young man repeated the name several times, yet suddenly furrowed his brow, as if confronted with an incomprehensible revelation. "What a splendid name. Oh, I nearly forgot to share my own. I am merely a wanderer from the mountains. If you do not mind, you may call me Mountain Man, Mountain Man. That is a rather unique name. Pray tell, where are you bound with your bamboo basket? As the emperor's birthday approaches, though I am but a humble wanderer, I wish to partake in the festivities of the imperial capital." Suddenly, a voice from the system reverberated in his mind. "Trigger side quest, companionship. Quest introduction. You have encountered a peculiar young man who claims to be a hermit, exuding an aura of mystery. Perhaps you may choose to accompany him. But it must be said that this is an exceedingly perilous decision. Quest requirements. Accompany the hermit throughout the journey and arrive alive in the imperial capital. Quest rewards. 4 special attribute points. Special attribute points can enhance perception, elemental resistance, and resilience. Is it truly dangerous? Shuanglu gazed at the quest rewards, recalling the dusty Shura Demon Eye skill book in her backpack, and spoke, "Brother Hermit, since we both intend to travel to the imperial capital, why not join forces?" The hermit did not decline, but instead clasped his hands and replied, "To accompany one as skilled as Brother Yi is an opportunity one could not wish for more. I shall be in your company." Chapter 26, The Serpent's Gallbladder. Beside the colossal python, Shuanglu kindled a fire, sharpened some twigs, and prepared to dine on the serpent's flesh. Interestingly, the hermit claimed to be a vegetarian and had no penchant for meat, to which Shuanglu expressed understanding. With precision, she severed several chunks of meat and skewered them onto the twigs to roast. It must be noted that butchering meat is, in essence, a practice of swordsmanship. As she chopped away, she gradually comprehended the requisite force for each strike, the precise locations to cut, and the stances to adopt. Notably, while Shuanglu was grilling the meat, the white tiger, lurking nearby, was nearly driven to tears, drool uncontrollably streaming from the corners of its mouth. Given the enormity of the python, it could not consume it all, so she tossed a piece weighing over 20 pounds toward the white tiger. With a mighty roar, it sprang forth and caught the morsel, squatting down to devour it hungrily. Observing the white tiger feasting on raw meat, Shuanglu considered that it had indeed worked tirelessly for her, pulling a cart for an entire afternoon. She could not let it go unrewarded, so she tossed a piece of roasted serpent meat in front of it. The white tiger took a bite of the cooked meat only to spit it out immediately, its face contorted in disdain and aversion. It seemed that despite the cooked offering, it still preferred its meat raw. Shuanglu, unconcerned, thought that it had been eating raw meat for at least a decade and was unlikely to suffer any ill effects. At that moment, her attention was wholly absorbed by the gallbladder of the serpent, which she had just extracted from the giant python. Perhaps due to the python's immense size, its gallbladder was significantly larger than that of a typical serpent, resembling an ordinary basketball. Half-cultivated serpent's gallbladder. Type, special item. Quality, blue. Effect, consuming it raises maximum health by 200 and skin defense by 10. There is a small chance to comprehend the special skill, Dragon Might. Consumption conditions. Both constitution and strength must be above 10 points. Evaluation. This gallbladder encapsulates the essence of a leader-level giant python. It is a pitiful creature on the brink of transformation, destined to soar through the skies, yet it encountered an unwarranted fate. After reading the evaluation, Shuanglu grasped the pendant around her neck, feeling a twinge of regret. Pluto was just one leader-level foe away from its evolution. Oh well, opportunities will abound in the future. Shuanglu brought the serpent's gall to his lips, the tempting aroma wafting from it. Without a moment's hesitation, he bit down. The moment he did, a burst of juice exploded in his mouth. The flavor was not fishy, but rather sweet, reminiscent of carbonated beverages, yet even more refreshing. He devoured the gall with fervor, and upon finishing, he found himself craving more. How to describe it? It was akin to a sweltering summer day. Just after an intense workout, stepping into an air-conditioned room and downing an entire bottle of chilled drink. Congratulations, you have consumed a unique delicacy, Gourmet Progress 1. Current progress 35. Witnessing his progress as a gourmet increase once more, Shuangluo felt invigorated. Just 2 more, and victory was within reach. However, it was somewhat regrettable that he still had not comprehended the skill of Dragon Might. It seemed his luck attribute was still insufficient. Shuangluo couldn't help but shake his head. He had similarly failed to grasp the skill after the last infusion of essence. It seemed to be a rare occurrence, perhaps 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000, or even less. As he munched on roasted serpent meat, his thoughts wandered aimlessly. After indulging in food and drink, he gazed at the massive python carcass before him, feeling a twinge of concern. He did not wish to expose his spatial backpack to avoid unnecessary troubles. Although it pained him to leave so much meat behind, he had no choice. The hermit nearby noticed Shuangluo's reluctance to part with the giant python and smiled slightly. With a flicker of light from the ring on his finger, the python's corpse vanished in an instant. Seeing this familiar scene, Shuangluo was taken aback. He had not used a spatial backpack. Since Brother Yi is so fond of the python meat, I shall assist in storing it for you, to enjoy along the way, the hermit remarked, pretending to be astonished. Shuangluo asked, "You mean to say this python was made to disappear by you, Brother Hermit?" The hermit raised the ring in his hand and explained, "Indeed, I have stored this giant python within my ring." Shuangluo glanced at the hermit's ring, and its attributes instantly manifested. Exquisite spatial ring. Type, equipment, accessory. Quality, blue. Special effect. Within lies a hidden realm. Spatial area of 1,000 cubic meters, capable of storing living beings. Durability, 100-100. Evaluation. This ring is crafted from the skull of a Void King beast. Unlike the crude and unremarkable pouches, its exterior is refined, its effects practical. Clearly a product of the creator's diligent effort. A spatial ring. Shuangluo never anticipated that this hermit possessed such a high-end item. I am truly enlightened. Such treasures exist in this world. I wonder how Brother Hermit came by it. Haha, it's nothing extraordinary, merely a trinket I created out of boredom. If Brother Yi likes it, I can make you one next time, the hermit offered warmly. Facing the hermit's generosity, Shuangluo shook his head, declining the proposal. Perhaps not. No merit, no reward. The hermit, upon witnessing the fall of the leaves, remained unmoved by the precious treasure before him. He uttered not a word. Instead, he gently caressed the spatial ring, a piece crafted from skull. To be candid, this scene was rather unsettling, given the macabre material of the artifact. Shuangluo could only console herself with the thought that it had been processed. However, to so nonchalantly touch a crafted piece made from skull, this hermit truly possessed an extraordinary fortitude. Wanting to divert her gaze from this disquieting sight, Shuangluo ventured to inquire, "Hermit, I am aware this may be presumptuous, yet my curiosity compels me to ask what you have placed in your bamboo basket." Upon hearing her question, the hermit said little. Instead, he carefully lifted the basket from his shoulder and gingerly removed the lid. Within lay a remarkably beautiful small snake, so exquisite that one might mistake it for a jade sculpture if not examined closely. With eyes like rubies and a body reminiscent of verdant jade, this serpent appeared as the epitome of artistry. The hermit extended his hand, gently stroking the snake's body with tenderness in both his gaze and tone. "Her name is Emerald. She is my family." To regard a serpent as kin indeed cast an air of enigma around this hermit. Suddenly, Shuangluo entertained a daring thought. Could this hermit also be a snake? If so, how ancient must he be to have assumed a human form? When he descended into this realm, the gaming system bestowed upon him fragments of knowledge about this world. It was a well-established truth that spirits could not take on human shapes. This was nearly an immutable law. Yet, there existed a few exceptional beings capable of such transformation, albeit not exceeding a handful. His smile remained warm and sunny, yet it instilled an inexplicable dread within her. Shuangluo had long sensed that the hermit's gaze, whether directed at her, the twins in the cage, or the white tiger, was strikingly familiar. Yet she could not recall where she had encountered it before. Suddenly, the memory resurfaced. It was reminiscent of her elementary school days when a teacher had instructed the students to pair up and observe mealworms, maintaining a journal of their observations. The classmate who had partnered with her bore that very same gaze while watching the mealworms. Chapter 27. The Heart of Darkness. In a prison cart, Shuangluo sat side by side with the hermit. Stealing a glance at him, she spoke, "Since our first encounter, your eyes have not left the book in your hands, which piques my curiosity about its allure." The hermit, upon hearing her words, smiled faintly, closing the book and offering it to her. Shuangluo accepted the tome, softly reading the small print on its cover. Miscellaneous Talks of Immortals by Gao Yangzi. This name resembles a Taoist title, does it not? Indeed, Yi, your insight is commendable. Gao Yangzi is indeed a Taoist name. This learned individual has penned a work that ostensibly recounts the traces left by purported immortals across various locales. In truth, it delves into the customs and traditions of many places, making it quite an engaging read, one that I find endlessly captivating. At this moment, Shuangluo suddenly recalled that this world seemingly harbored celestial beings. The venerable emperor, whose birthday was approaching, had been endowed with a divine stone by such a being, enabling him to live for 2 centuries. Noticing that Shuangluo's gaze lingered upon the book in his hands, the mountain dweller graciously extended the tome towards him. "If you are interested, Brother Yi, I would be delighted to lend it to you for a few days. After all, I find myself with ample time on my hands." Accepting the book, Shuangluo expressed his gratitude, saying, "Then I shall humbly comply. Thank you, Brother Mountain Dweller." In the year 28 of Hao Hian, I, a humble seeker, followed the traces of the celestial being to Heilong County. Legend has it that 4 centuries ago, a celestial rode a dragon and ascended from this very place. Due to the dragon's ebony hue, the region was renamed Heilong County 400 years ago. Upon conducting a thorough investigation, I discovered no extraordinary phenomena. I was on the verge of abandoning my quest when I stumbled upon a verdant green scale in a farmer's abode. This scale, impervious to both fire and water, and resistant to blades, weighed 100 pounds, strongly resembling a dragon's scale. According to the farmer, his family had venerated this scale for 400 years, perfectly coinciding with the tale of the celestial's ascension. Ultimately, the conclusion reached was that the celestial may indeed have appeared in this locale 4 centuries prior, though the notion of a black dragon might well be a fabrication of folklore. Similarly, the book lavished unreserved praise upon that celestial being, akin to the fervent missives penned by ardent fans in adoration of their idols. It was evident to all that Gao Yangzi harbored deep admiration for the celestial. Otherwise, he would not have pursued the celestial's path since the 2nd year of Tianyuan. Through this tome, Shuangluo felt as if he beheld the life of another, filled with both grandeur and sorrow. In the end, Gao Yangzi never laid eyes upon the very goal he had pursued throughout his existence. Whether it was merely an illusion, Shuangluo could not shake the feeling that the tale of the old Taoist should not conclude in Heilong County. Perhaps, in truth, Gao Yangzi encountered the celestial he sought, yet refrained from documenting it in his writings. If only he could locate the celestial, Shuangluo pondered. He would inquire how to ensure that all beings might be nourished and wear smiles upon their faces. Surely, the celestial must possess a solution, for he is indeed a celestial being. Shuangluo's emotions were tumultuous. The narrative backdrop depicted a nation enduring 3 consecutive years of drought, plunging its populace into dire straits, akin to a hellish existence. In the face of insurmountable adversity, people often turn to deities and Buddhas in prayer, as Gao Yangzi had done. Yet whether he ultimately found the celestial to alleviate the great drought remained shrouded in uncertainty. Observing Shuangluo close the book, the mountain dweller inquired, "Brother Yi, have you finished reading?" Shuangluo nodded, prompting the mountain dweller to ask further, "What are your thoughts on this book?" "It is indeed remarkable," Shuangluo replied, somewhat distracted, as he contemplated a pressing question. How could the emperor, in a mere 3 years, locate the celestial whom Gao Yangzi had sought for 58 years? Moreover, the emperor was bestowed with a divine stone, granting him the powers of longevity and even immortality. Why should this be so? Did that immortal strike a deal with the emperor, bestowing upon him the divine stone? It seems that Brother Yi has some thoughts on this matter. Why not share them with us? The voice of the hermit possesses an innate charm, compelling one to confide all their innermost reflections. Someone has cast a charm-like skill upon you. A willpower check is required. Check failed. What is your perspective on the immortal, Brother Sean? Oh, the immortal is the most magnificent being in this world. Whether human, spirit, or beast, all must revere and worship him. What are your views, Brother Yi? Shuangluo opened his mouth, ready to express his true feelings. Someone has cast a charm-like skill upon you. A second willpower check is required. Check failed. Just as the second attempt was about to fail, the legendary passive skill, War Master, occupying a dedicated page in Shuangluo's skill bar, suddenly radiated brilliance. Your legendary passive skill War Master has activated, unlocking the hidden effect demonic heart. Reattempting the willpower check. Success achieved. You shall be immune to this charm. The immortal is indeed magnificent. I naturally hold both reverence and awe for him. However, admiration must outweigh fear. Should I be fortunate enough to meet the immortal, I would willingly sacrifice a decade of my life. Shuangluo's face was alight with fervor, seemingly genuinely enamored with the immortal. The hermit regarded Shuangluo with curiosity. Such sentiments did not seem characteristic of him, yet his abilities had not faltered. After all, he had just employed his skill on Shuangluo, yielding remarkable results. So, was Shuangluo truly expressing his heart's desires? Meanwhile, Shuangluo's heart raced. He had narrowly avoided revealing his true feelings. Had he spoken candidly, he would have admitted his lack of admiration for the immortal and even expressed some dissatisfaction. Although he was uncertain of the consequences, it was evident that the hermit harbored ill intentions. Perhaps he would meet his demise. The hermit might slay him on the spot, leaving no room for resistance. In that moment, he felt as though he had become a marionette, with the hermit as its puppeteer. How could a puppet possibly rebel against its master? Damn it! Shuangluo's heart seethed with rage. He had no desire to endure such powerlessness again. He never wished to experience the terror of having a blade at his throat, hoping only that his assailant would spare his life. Despite his inner turmoil, Shuangluo exhibited no outward signs of distress. It must be said that his acting prowess was commendable, for the hermit discerned no flaw. Chapter 28. 4 Effects of the War Master. Demonic heart grants immunity to a certain degree of illusions and mental skills. Be advised that the more frequently this effect is activated, the stronger the inner demons within you will become. In the final moment, it was this effect that saved him. How to articulate it? This newly birthed effect is formidable, yet its drawbacks are equally significant. It can be likened to a double-edged sword, capable of severing another's head as easily as it can one its own. After all, although he was unaware of what the heart demon truly was, he could intuitively understand that its emergence would undoubtedly spell trouble. Shuangluo opened his skill panel and turned to the page dedicated to the weapon master. Overlord, divine weapon, weapon mastery, demon's heart. 4 distinct effects, each formidable to an unreasonable extent. Shuangluo could only marvel at the legendary passive ability. No, it should not be described as combat. Rather, it was a one-sided massacre. Each time they attempted to attack him, the Overlord would activate, leaving them in a state of forced daze. Ultimately, they could only suffer the indignity of having their heads severed by Shuangluo, unable even to mount a proper resistance. As he silently praised the might of the weapon master in his heart, he suddenly noticed that the description seemed to have expanded. To stand above all beings and atop the myriad weapons is to be the weapon master. With this passive ability, you have already gained an advantage at the starting line. But the path to becoming a weapon master is long and fraught with challenges. You must also ensure that you are not consumed by the heart demon. For while humans command demons now, if your will falters, you may become a puppet to the darkness. After 3 days of travel, Shuangluo and the hermit finally arrived at a quaint village. This invigorated Shuangluo, for this small village was but 1,000 miles from the imperial capital on the map. Given the current speed of the white tiger, if they traveled without pause, they could reach the imperial capital in half a day at most. Glancing up at the moon, he noted that it was already evening, and he decided to rest in the village for the night, setting out for the capital at dawn. Upon sharing this thought with the hermit, the latter readily agreed. Thus, Shuangluo instructed the hermit to wait in place while he entered the village to communicate with the locals, ensuring they were mentally prepared to avoid being startled by the white tiger. After all, encountering a fierce tiger in the dead of night could be alarming, especially for those easily frightened. Upon entering the village, Shuangluo observed several ragged children, their garments patched and worn, playing merrily, unperturbed by the presence of a stranger. The children flocked to him, chattering excitedly to inquire who he was, whether he was a good or bad person, and why he had come to their village. Though their incessant babble might have been bothersome, he found it endearing and even took some fruit from his spatial pouch to share with them. To his surprise, instead of eating the fruit immediately, the children rushed home with their newfound treasures. As Shuangluo pondered this curious behavior, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, approached slowly from a distance. When the elder reached him, he scrutinized Shuangluo from head to toe, respectfully asking, "Young sir, I am a village chief. May I inquire what brings you to our East Wind village?" The elder spoke with a tone of deference, not daring to meet Shuangluo's gaze, for the latter was clad in resplendent armor that clearly signified wealth and status. Shuangluo clasped his hands in greeting and replied courteously, "Greetings, venerable elder. My surname is Yi, and I am a bodyguard passing through your esteemed village." I wish to request lodging for the night. Would you be so kind as to grant me this favor?" Upon hearing Yi Shuangluo proclaim herself as a bodyguard, the old village chief relaxed his demeanor, no longer exhibiting the earlier stiffness. "If the young master does not mind the humble environment of our village, I will be most pleased to host you," he offered. Grateful, Yi Shuangluo responded with thanks once more. "Thank you, elder. By the way, there is one more matter I must inform you of. On the road, my horse was devoured by a tiger, and I had no choice but to capture this tiger to pull my cart. I hope you are prepared for this and do not become frightened." The village chief gazed at Yi Shuangluo in astonishment. Her nonchalant demeanor suggested that this was not a significant issue. "Very well, but please ensure that the tiger is restrained. Our village consists solely of the elderly, the weak, and children who cannot withstand any turmoil." "Certainly." He then sternly admonished the white tiger not to cause any disturbances or roam freely. The white tiger, understanding the gravity of the situation, readily agreed. He had no desire to incur Yi Shuangluo's wrath or even face death, as he had yet to find a willing mate to bear his young, and he was determined to avoid an untimely end. As they re-entered the village, a number of children and elderly individuals emerged to observe. A few bold children even approached to pet the white tiger, causing several nearby elders to nearly faint from shock. Fortunately, the white tiger posed no threat to the children, allowing their anxious hearts to finally relax. Of course, the elders had not come out merely to witness the white tiger. Their primary purpose was to ensure the children expressed their thanks to Yi Shuangluo. Leading the white tiger closely behind the village chief, Yi Shuangluo felt a sense of perplexity. The village of Dongfeng seemed peculiar. Throughout his journey, he had encountered only children and the elderly, with not a single young or middle-aged person in sight. Regardless of gender, none were present. Reflecting on the village chief's earlier remark about the inhabitants being primarily the frail and the young, he pondered the absence of the young adults. Where could they have all gone? While Yi Shuangluo contemplated this, the village chief guided them to a modest dwelling on the outskirts of the village. "This is my son's home. It may be somewhat simple, and I apologize for any inconvenience to our esteemed guest." "You jest, elder. Your willingness to provide us with shelter from the elements is greatly appreciated. How can we feel any sense of grievance?" Yi Shuangluo replied, maintaining a tone of utmost courtesy. So polite was he that even the caged silver fox maiden began to doubt whether he was indeed the reckless and audacious young bodyguard she had come to know. The village chief cast a final glance at the white tiger, which was significantly larger than an ordinary tiger. As a village chief with a few years of education under his belt, he was acutely aware that extraordinary creatures existed in this world. The white tiger was clearly one such being, and the strength required to subdue it must be formidable. The village chief could scarcely fathom Yi Shuangluo's prowess. He took one last look at the young man, who was not much older than his eldest grandson. Despite his evident martial skills, Yi Shuangluo displayed none of the arrogance typical of those in positions of power. "What an unusual young man," the village chief mused, shaking his head as he hobbled home with the aid of his cane. Upon entering the house, Yi Shuangluo noted that it appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time, as dust filled the air. He did not express much disdain and said to the mountain man, "Brother, I reside here, so you may occupy the adjacent room." The mountain man nodded silently and turned to walk towards his own quarters. This left Yi Shuangluo perplexed. He could not fathom why the man had adopted such a demeanor upon entering the village, once a figure radiating warmth and joy. The mountain man now wore an expression devoid of emotion. Chapter 29. The Demented Emperor. After a long-awaited night of slumber, Yi Shuangluo awoke in a bed that, although not as comfortable as the one in his original world, was certainly preferable to sleeping outdoors. Upon rising, he ventured outside and circled around Dongfeng village, discovering that many children were already up preparing water and meals. More significantly, he realized that the village was entirely devoid of young and middle-aged adults. Only a handful of children, no older than 12 or 13, and a few elderly folk in their 60s or 70s remained, making it a veritable village of left-behind children. Yi Shuangluo could not help but shake his head in pity. The old village chief appeared surprised. He had not anticipated that a young master, seemingly delicate and well-off, would rise so early. "You are quite early, young master. It is not yet the hour of the dragon." "Not particularly early," Yi Shuangluo replied. "I noticed many children were up well before me." The old village chief sighed, as if burdened by an unspeakable sorrow. "Alas, we old bones find movement laborious. We must rely on the children to cook." Upon hearing the village chief's words, Yi Shuangluo felt compelled to voice his curiosity. "I have a question that I am uncertain whether to ask." "Please, young master, feel free to inquire." With a gentle smile, Yi Shuangluo posed a question that had weighed heavily on his heart since yesterday. Why are there only the elderly and children in the village? I have yet to see a single young adult. At this inquiry, the old village chief fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he replied bitterly, "They have all been conscripted by the current emperor." At the mention of conscription, Yi Shuangluo instinctively sensed that he was about to hear something disconcerting. 5 years ago, the current emperor enacted a new decree, the village chief lamented. It mandates that all individuals aged 14 to 55, regardless of gender, must serve. I was fortunate to be 56 at the time, thus escaping this fate, but my son and daughter-in-law. The old man exhaled a long, sorrowful sigh and continued. 3 years ago, my grandson also turned 14 and was taken by the local soldiers for service. Yi Shuangluo found it hard to believe. Incredulous at the notion that 5 years had passed without completion of their conscription. What was the emperor's true intention? According to Yi Shuangluo's understanding, this world was governed by a single dynasty, devoid of rival nations or powers. Thus, the rationale behind such conscription was perplexing, particularly since it was not for the purpose of constructing fortifications. The emperor's motives remained an enigma, one that Yi Shuangluo struggled to comprehend. Upon hearing the words of the elder village chief, Yi Shuangluo felt a profound sense of pity for him. He could discern the loneliness and confusion that permeated the old man's speech, yet he found himself at a loss for words to offer solace. Alas, judging by the young man's age, it was likely that he had already received his discharge allowance. Was it not? Discharge allowance? This was an unfamiliar term. The elder seemed to perceive Yi Shuangluo's bewilderment and took the initiative to explain. 5 years ago, after promulgating a new decree, the current sovereign, wise and valiant, issued another closely related edict. If one wished to avoid conscription, one merely needed to pay 100 taels of gold, thus exempting oneself from such labor, which is what is referred to as the discharge allowance. This emperor must be utterly obsessed with wealth, was Yi Shuangluo's immediate thought. He had never encountered such a nonsensical decree. Is it truly the case that one can disregard the law simply by offering a bribe? Might one not also commit murder and arson if one pays enough? Yi Shuangluo felt a wave of helpless sarcasm wash over him. This ancient emperor, having lived for 2 centuries, must surely be afflicted with senility. How else could one explain such bewildering decisions? Suddenly, he recalled the numerous brigands of the Tianan mountain range and found himself in a measure of understanding. Nevertheless, understanding or not, they still deserved their fates. Perhaps due to his dismal mood, Yi Shuangluo bid farewell to the elder and prepared to leave at once. Upon returning to the lodging from the previous night, he discovered that both the mountain man and the white tiger had already awakened. After parting ways with the village chief, he resumed his journey. As he sat in the carriage, he noticed many children standing at the village entrance, gazing at him with curiosity, perhaps due to his newfound awareness of their plight. Yi Shuangluo felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Those children, the youngest merely 5 or 6 years old and the eldest already 12 or 13, soon faced the grim prospect of conscription themselves. The most agonizing aspect is not the experience of suffering, but the inability and lack of awareness to change that suffering. With the white tiger beginning to run, the carriage was soon in motion as well. After distancing themselves from Dongfeng village, the mountain man suddenly inquired of Yi Shuangluo, "Do you find them pitiable?" Indeed, it is a pitiful circumstance. Many children in the village have never seen their parents since birth, growing up with their grandparents instead. When they come of age, they too shall be conscripted. How lamentable and sorrowful. Haha, I thought your character was that of a ruthless hero, one who achieves greatness at the cost of countless lives. I did not expect to see such a sentimental side. A ruthless hero? On what grounds do you say that? Yi Shuangluo was genuinely curious as to why the other held such a belief. They had only known each other for a couple of days. Yet the mountain man seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of him. It is merely intuition. Yi Shuangluo recognized that the other was evading his inquiry, clearly reluctant to elaborate further. He understood that pressing for answers would yield no fruit, so he chose to refrain from asking further questions. Thus, the two proceeded in silence toward the imperial capital. As they neared the capital, the mountain man spoke again. "Brother Yi, do you suppose these 2 foxes have escaped in between?" Though it appeared to be a question, his tone was laced with certainty. How does Brother Mountain know this? With a slight smile, the mountain man began to elaborate. Compared to ordinary spirits, the offspring born of the union between humans and spirits possess far superior qualities. From a moment of their birth, they were bestowed with the wisdom that would typically take mythical creatures a century of cultivation to attain. This was a precious gift from their human parents. However, should they desire to receive another gift from their mythical progenitors, they must pay a certain price. Do you know what that price is, Brother Yi? Is it to consume the flesh and blood of humans? Applause erupted as the mountain man could not restrain himself, praising Brother Ye's unparalleled intellect and his remarkable prowess in both literature and martial arts. Indeed, if they wish to awaken their powers, they must feast upon humans, and not merely any humans. The effect is more pronounced when the victims are relatives, lovers, close friends, or mortal enemies. Yet, once they have consumed a human, their value diminishes significantly, for high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants are exceedingly cautious with their lives. They would never keep a creature that has tasted human flesh in their midst. Shuangluo comprehended the mountain man's explanation well. It was akin to how ferocious beasts that have devoured humans in the main world are swiftly hunted down. For once they have tasted human flesh, they will include humans in their diet. Those who awaken their innate talents through the consumption of human flesh. Humans refer to them collectively as demons. Therefore, Brother Yi, the cargo you are escorting is fraught with peril, and as a bodyguard, you may bear significant responsibility. Who knows? The Emperor might hold you accountable. For reasons unknown, Shuangluo felt that the mountain man was attempting to bewitch him. The enemy has cast a charm upon you. A willpower check is required. The demon heart activates, allowing you to disregard this charm. Shuangluo chuckled, truly impressive. Chapter 30, Mission accomplished. If that old emperor dares to question me, I shall ask him whether my blade is dull. Ha! Brother Yi, your audacity is indeed commendable. I am in awe. Though the mountain man continued to flatter Shuangluo, he found himself perplexed, uncertain whether the seeds he had sown had taken root. If they had not, why would Shuangluo respond so unexpectedly? If they had, why had they matured so quickly? Shouldn't they have ripened only when the emperor sought retribution? Sensing the mountain man's reaction, Shuangluo realized he had guessed correctly. This fellow indeed wished to bewitch him into confronting the emperor. Were it not for the current necessity of maintaining decorum, Shuangluo would have gladly struck him down. As they journeyed onward, the mountain man persistently probed. Yet Shuangluo countered each inquiry with impeccable responses. At long last, they arrived at the imperial capital, even though Shuangluo had mentally prepared himself beforehand. The sheer opulence of the city before him left him awestruck. The city walls were crafted from jade, and the roads beneath his feet were paved with gold. As for the city gates, they appeared to be fashioned from diamonds. This was merely the exterior. The treasures within the city were beyond reckoning. The distance from Dongfeng village to this place was but 1,000 miles, yet the disparity felt as though they belonged to entirely different worlds. Just as Shuangluo prepared to enter this luxurious city to explore further, a hand barred his path. Halt! The sentinel station at the gate obstructed Shuangluo's passage, regarding him with palpable disdain. Are you a denizen of the imperial capital? Without a residence permit, entry is forbidden. After uttering this obligatory phrase, the soldier muttered under his breath, with His Majesty's birthday banquet approaching, it seems anyone dares to come to the capital to beg. Although his words were barely audible, Shuangluo caught every syllable. He tilted his head slightly, fixing a cold gaze upon the soldier, his aura of menace emanating towards him. Enveloped in this terrifying presence, the soldier was seized by an overwhelming sensation of suffocation, despair washing over him as he contemplated the grim possibility of meeting his end at that very spot. Just as he was formulating his last words, a voice unexpectedly pierced the tension. Brother soldier, must you be so rigid? His Majesty surely wishes for the blessings of all his subjects at the banquet. If only the local citizens extend their well wishes, it is likely to displease him. This remark came from the enigmatic hermit, and upon hearing the mysterious figure, Shuangluo gradually reigned in his malevolence. The soldier, who had narrowly escaped death, took deep, ragged breaths, casting a fearful glance at Shuangluo before hastily declaring, yes, His Majesty stated that if outsiders wish to partake in the festive spirit, they can obtain a temporary permit for a mere 10,000 taels of silver, treating it as a gift for the emperor. 10,000 taels? Had the emperor lost his senses over wealth? Is it not possible that the walls and gates of this city were constructed through the extortion of the populace? Shuangluo, lacking the requisite funds, gestured towards the twins confined within the cage. I am a bodyguard, tasked by a certain noble to deliver a gift to the capital. Must I still procure a temporary residence permit? Even those delivering gifts should not. The second gatekeeper began, only to be interrupted by his comrade. Of course not. You should have mentioned it sooner. Please, proceed. It was evident that there were numerous outsiders who could be exploited. Yet the soldier recalled the formidable aura he had just sensed and shuddered involuntarily. How many lives had this man taken? Should he provoke his ire? It could spell doom for his entire group. By the way, regarding the gift I brought, the previously intimidated soldier quickly regained his composure. Casting a glance at the mountain of gifts nearby, Shuangluo could not help but shake his head. This world was utterly corrupt, the emperor senile, while officials only sought to curry favor. He guided the prison cart next to the heap of offerings, at which point a notification chimed within his mind. Congratulations, prospective player. On completing main quest 1, you have received a reward of 2 attribute points. Having confirmed the task completion, Shuangluo did not linger and swiftly severed the reins binding the white tiger. Big cat, you are free to go. The journey has been arduous. Were it not for this white tiger, he would not have arrived at the imperial capital so swiftly. Thus, it could be said that misfortune may indeed harbor fortune. Once freed, the white tiger let out a resounding roar, relieved to finally distance itself from this harbinger of doom. Upon reflecting on the fact that his life had been preserved, his eyes welled up with emotion. The mountain man beside him expressed his astonishment, exclaiming how unexpected it was that the white tiger shared such a profound bond with young Master Yi, showcasing a deep master-servant affection. However, one could not dismiss the notion that this magnificent creature was merely overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of fleeing. Shuangluo leaned down and whispered into the tiger's ear, his voice soft yet commanding. Despite the gentle tone, the white tiger, well aware of the boy's more ferocious side, nodded vigorously in acknowledgement. After giving the tigers for a vigorous stroke, Shuangluo rose and waved his hand dismissively. At the sound of his words, the white tiger sprang into action, eager to distance itself from the harbinger of misfortune. Watching the tiger dash away until it vanished from sight, Shuangluo, accompanied by the mountain man, proceeded into the imperial city. Upon entering, the mountain man laughed heartily, proclaiming that he had truly benefited from Ye's presence. Without such fortune, it would have been quite a challenge for him, a mere recluse, to procure 1,000 taels of silver. Such trivial matters are hardly worth mentioning, he said. Ah, young Master Yi, you are indeed a remarkable person. Traveling alongside you has been an enriching experience. Yet, it appeared that the moment of parting had arrived. Let's bid farewell here, young Master Yi. With that, the mountain man's demeanor transformed, becoming ethereal and noble. Our encounter is a serendipitous bond. I shall grant you one reasonable request for our next meeting. With those words, he turned and vanished into the throng of people within mere breaths. The prospect of a next meeting filled Shuangluo with an ominous premonition. He sensed that their next encounter would not bode well. If possible, he preferred never to cross paths again. Congratulations on completing the side quest, companionship. Congratulations on receiving a reward of 4 special attribute points. So the task only concludes upon parting. Upon entering the imperial city, the side quest had remained marked as incomplete, leading him to wonder if something had gone amiss. Finally liberated from the ticking time bomb of a companion, Shuangluo felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He was once again on his own. Truth be told, he preferred solitary pursuits, unfettered and free from any constraints. With this in mind, the achievement reward of a solo guild permission card proved to be quite advantageous, allowing him to establish his own guild without companions or friends. It seemed his innate talents truly understood his desires. Next, he casually sought out an inn, indulging in the culinary delights that the imperial city had to offer. To be fair, the flavors were rather delightful. Unfortunately, he could not advance his gourmet achievement with this experience. It is worth noting that the imperial city lived up to its reputation, as everything was exorbitantly priced. Even a modest inn charged 50 taels for a night's stay. Strikingly, it bore little difference from the inn he had previously stayed at in a nearby town of the Tianan mountain range. Nevertheless, he chose to spend the money. He had no intention of sleeping on the streets, which would truly render him a beggar in the imperial city. Moreover, the funds he spent were derived from his exploits in redistributing wealth from the rich, so he felt no remorse whatsoever. Seated upon the chair in his inn room, Shuangluo began to examine his attributes panel. The completion of a side quest had rewarded him with 4 special attribute points, which he now contemplated with great interest. According to the system's description, special attributes encompass perception, elemental resistance, and resilience. Perception was an old acquaintance of his, requiring no further elaboration. Next came elemental resistance and resilience. At present, he possessed only wind elemental resistance, augmented by his affinity for the wind. He glanced over the elemental spectrum: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, and thunder. Almost every type of elemental resistance could be enhanced, with each special attribute point contributing an increase of 10 points to elemental resistance. Finally, there was resilience, the attribute that stirred his heart the most among the 3. Its function was straightforward. It mitigated control effects. To simplify further, it provided invincibility. Moreover, this attribute could counter various negative states, significantly enhancing his survival capabilities. With sufficiently high resilience, he could continue to fight even after sustaining a fatal wound to his heart for several seconds. One must not underestimate those few seconds. They were ample time for him to use a health-restoring potion. It was exhilarating, to say the least. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and allocated all his attribute points to perception. His desire to incorporate the azure demon eyes into his skill repertoire was overwhelming. He regretted neglecting resilience, promising to revisit it in the future. However, it appeared that the sudden surge in his attributes had either been too excessive or had triggered a qualitative transformation. After the allocation, he felt lightheaded and, with great effort, made his way to the bedside, where he promptly collapsed onto the bed. Chapter 31. Extraordinary Perception. Shuangluo slowly opened his eyes, blinking in a state of confusion. The world around him seemed to have transformed. Upon awakening, the air was filled with a myriad of colorful particles. Among them, azure and ice blue particles appeared particularly inviting, and he realized that these particles represented various elements. Congratulations, preparatory player, for surpassing 20 points in perception, achieving extraordinary standards. Due to the perception attribute not being a 5-dimensional attribute, the extraordinary force field cannot be activated. Congratulations, preparatory player, for comprehending the special skill, Sixth Sense. Ding. Congratulations, preparatory player, for acquiring the special skill, Ice's Command. As your special perception attribute has exceeded 20 points, you may choose one of the following rewards. 1. Eye of Illusion. Increases illusion resistance by 25 points. 2. Blood Hunter's Nose. When you come into contact with blood, if its owner is within 1,000 miles, you will be able to sense their location. 3. Tiger's Tongue. Extends tongue by 0.5 meters and grows barbs. 4. Sage's Hand. When you touch items crafted by other players, there's a chance to acquire the item's recipe. Shuangluo pondered over the 5 rewards, noting that they seemed to correspond to the 5 senses. He promptly eliminated the Eye of Illusion and Tiger's Tongue, as he was not averse to becoming an anomaly, but the benefits they offered were too meager. He also dismissed the Sage's Hand, as its current value was negligible. Ultimately, he faced a choice between the Eye of Illusion and the Blood Hunter's Nose. One path is straightforward and brutal, directly enhancing the ability to resist illusions, while the other is tailored for the pursuit of adversaries. After a moment of contemplation, he opted for the Eye of Illusion Shattering. Regardless of the circumstances, he yearned to bolster his resistance to illusions as much as possible. Haunted by the memory of being manipulated like a marionette by the Mountain Man, that humiliation would forever remain etched in his mind. Having made his choice, he proceeded to examine the special skills he had comprehended within the skill panel. 7th Sense. Type. Special Skill. Passive. Effect. Child of Elements. You shall gain the favor of all major elements. Enhances your affinity to all elements. All element resistance 20. Description. There exists a myriad of 7th senses, one for every individual. Even blood relatives will not share the same 7th sense. Indeed, it was worthy of its classification as a special skill, attainable only with a perception level of 20, and its effects were undeniably formidable. It immediately granted an all-element resistance of 20. Quite intriguing. Shuangluo's lips curled into a subtle smile, realizing that the journey ahead was still long. Of course, such matters could be addressed later. The most pressing concern now was. With great anticipation, Shuangluo retrieved the azure demon eye from his spatial bag, carefully brushing away the non-existent dust upon it. Would you like to learn the skill? Yes, yes, yes. Enough of the preamble. He could hardly contain his eagerness. At last, he could incorporate this skill into his repertoire. As soon as Shuangluo affirmed his choice, the skill book disintegrated into nothingness, and he successfully acquired the azure demon eye. Phew. At last, one of his mental burdens had been alleviated, though he was still beset by other concerns. Shuangluo opened his spatial bag once more. Beside the former position of the azure demon, I lay a black special skill stone, reminiscent of a heart. Its pulsating rhythm mirrored that of Shuangluo's own heartbeat, seemingly unchanged. However, the progress bar had surged from 0 to 15, a significant breakthrough. Yet, he remained uncertain about how to further augment it. If he were to speculate based on its name upon acquisition, could it perhaps be linked to slaughter, destruction, or the desires arising from within? Nevertheless, he was too disinterested to ponder further, casting it back into the spatial bag to gather dust. The progress bar would increase in time. He would simply await its ascent to 100. Closing the spatial bag, Shuangluo reopened the task panel. Congratulations, preparatory player, for completing main quest 1. Generating new main quest. Completed. Main quest 2. Selection. Quest description. Within the current imperial capital, various factions vie for power. There is the Emperor, the enigmatic Imperial Guard, and the rebellious forces seeking to overthrow the tyrannical ruler. Additionally, there are the Thieves' Alliance, demanding accountability for an age-old grievance from a century ago, and a few foolish entities attempting to devour the dragon. Of course, there are also several reckless schemers aspiring to seize the Divine Stone. Your task is to choose one of these factions and assist them in achieving their objectives. Quest rewards cannot be generated without selecting a faction. Upon concluding the task introduction, Shuangluo began to compare the various factions. First and foremost was the Emperor, the sovereign of the imperial capital, whose presence warranted no further discussion. He was destined to fall. After all, he still harbored the ambition of achieving the title of Assassin of the Monarch, which required the execution of the 200-year-old emperor in plain sight of the masses. Although he was acutely aware of the formidable challenge that lay ahead, should the opportunity arise, he was resolutely determined to attain this accolade. Thus, aligning himself with the emperor's faction was unequivocally out of the question. The second faction was the rebels. Frankly speaking, the emergence of a rebellion came as no surprise, given that the individual occupying the highest seat was a senile and inept emperor. It would have been abnormal had there been no dissent. As for the Thieves' Alliance, its very name suggested a confederation of rogues. Yet, they sought a dialogue, leaving Shuangluo in a state of uncertainty. The final faction was the demons aspiring to slay the immortals. He recalled what the hermit had informed him regarding the prerequisites for becoming a demon, a hybrid of human and demon blood, coupled with an awakening. However, their desire to eradicate the immortals raised questions as to why they would congregate in the imperial capital, unless a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that the exalted immortal, who existed solely in tales and the whispers of others, now resided within this very imperial capital? If that were indeed the case, the difficulty of achieving the title of Assassin of the Monarch would escalate significantly, for it seemed the immortal had a favorable rapport with the emperor, having bestowed upon him divine stones to forge an immortal body. Thus, upon reflection, the most suitable choice for him remained the rebels, as both parties shared a common objective, the emperor's downfall. As for the faction listed on the task panel, he dismissed it outright, regarding them as mere ambitious jesters, unworthy of further consideration. Having solidified his target, the next task was to seek out the rebels and enlist their ranks. Chapter 32. The Chief Strategist to the Rebels. In truth, Shuangluo had yet to devise a plan for locating the rebels when he stumbled upon a note amidst the meal delivered by the innkeeper. At the stroke of midnight, in the warehouse of the Starry Commerce, may the hero come forth for a discussion. The rebels, upon reading the note, Shuangluo found it utterly astonishing. Was this a case of a pillow being presented when one wished to slumber? Had his luck finally begun to manifest? However, was the rebel faction so brazen as to send a note in broad daylight, unafraid of potential betrayal? After some contemplation, he resolved that a visit would be worthwhile, especially as he had just mastered a new skill and was eager for an opportunity to test it. In the dead of night, Shuangluo arrived at the 6th warehouse of the Starry Commerce, growing increasingly impatient. The note merely instructed him to go to the warehouse without specifying which one. The Starry Commerce was renowned throughout the imperial capital, boasting a staggering 13 warehouses in a city where land was of exorbitant value. Fortunately, as he approached the vicinity of this particular warehouse, he was accosted by a group of women, clad in revealing attire and exuding an alluring charm. You must be the esteemed Yi, right? Hee, you are indeed youthful and handsome. Hee, you mischievous creature, do not frighten young Master Yi. We, your humble servants, have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Why have you only just appeared? How vexatious. Shuangluo cast an exasperated glance at the group of women surrounding him, their overwhelming scent causing him a wave of nausea. Yet, the ladies seemed entirely oblivious to his displeasure, chattering incessantly and even daring to reach out to touch him. At last, he could endure no longer. He converted half of his spiritual energy into wind elements and unleashed a tempest centered around himself. With a gust, the women were instantly knocked over, the fierce wind making it impossible for them to keep their eyes open. They were bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden onset of this enchanting gale. However, Shuangluo had no inclination to clarify their confusion. Instead, he inquired, "Did someone instruct you to wait for me here?" Among them, the most strikingly beautiful woman managed to pry her eyes open just a sliver and replied towards Shuangluo, "Yes, it was Vice President's son who reserved the entire Xianyuan pavilion for us, instructing us to await your arrival." Though her eyes were barely open, she sensed an aura of dread emanating from the young escort, a palpable and terrifying presence. Having received the answer he sought, Shuangluo strode purposefully toward the nearby warehouse. Once he had departed, the enchanting wind dissipated, leaving the women unable to open their eyes. Being seasoned courtesans, They quickly pieced together that the tempest was undoubtedly linked to the young man. As fear gripped them, they fled in haste. Only the most beautiful among them remained. Her once seductive smile vanished, replaced by a contemplative gaze fixed on the warehouse door in the distance. Inside the warehouse, surrounded by various goods, he approached a table where a large group of individuals sat. "Ah, young Master Yi has arrived. Please take a seat," called a middle-aged man clad in a sky-blue robe, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. He was the only one to rise in greeting, while the others remained firmly seated. Shuangluo did not hesitate to occupy the only vacant chair, clearly reserved for him. No sooner had he taken his seat than he felt a surge of intense malice directed at him. He turned to locate the source of this hostility, a tall young man with tousled brown hair. The youth appeared to have noticed Shuangluo's gaze and defiantly met his stare. This perplexed Shuangluo, as he was certain this was their first encounter. Why then did the young man regard him as if he had usurped his beloved? "My apologies, young Master Yi. It was our oversight not to specify the exact location on the note, causing you to search for us for a considerable time, I presume." The same middle-aged man in the sky-blue robe spoke again. The demeanor of the others was peculiar. Some exhibited disdain, others curiosity, while a few harbored contempt. This left Shuangluo feeling bewildered, for they had been the ones to extend the invitation, yet now they greeted him with such attitudes. Never mind. Were those women arranged by you as well? Upon hearing Shuangluo's words, a plump man adorned with a jade ring seated beside him chuckled amiably. "Indeed, it was I who organized it. Are you satisfied, young hero Yi?" Shuangluo nodded, then tilted his head with a smile. "While I appreciate the idea of having women to greet me, I did not expect you to specify the exact location on the note. It appears that the illustrious rebels are merely a group of individuals who think with their lower halves." Preposterous. 3 identical men, presumably triplets, rose in unison and launched an attack on Shuangluo. "The audacity lies with you." Shuangluo, who had been seething with pent-up anger, found himself presented with an opportunity to unleash it upon those who dared to approach him. Harnessing the power of the wind element in his palm, he raised his hand, drawing the 3 men together. With a swift kick, he sent them crashing to the ground. The onlookers stood in stunned silence as they beheld the 3 brothers lying together, unconscious and unresponsive. After a moment, chaos ensued. Some rushed to assess the triplets' condition, while others glared at Shuangluo in fury. Upon examination, their anger reached a boiling point. "You shattered most of their bones with your kick. How dare you employ such brutality?" In the face of their accusations, Shuangluo remained unperturbed. "You all witnessed it. They initiated the confrontation. Should I have simply stood idly by and allowed them to pummel me? Even if they attacked first, could you truly inflict such harm upon them?" Shuangluo was amused, recalling a saying from the main world, disregarding the facts. "Do you believe you have committed no wrong?" The other rebels, witnessing Shuangluo's laughter, became even more incensed, yet none dared to retaliate. After all, engaging with Shuangluo meant facing a formidable opponent who would not hold back. The trio that had just attacked lay incapacitated, likely rendered useless for life. Observing their mixture of fury and reluctance to act, Shuangluo found the situation increasingly humorous and decided to address the matter directly. "Let us be candid. You left the location on the note, yet intentionally omitted the specifics. Was this meant to intimidate me?" With a sudden thud, a middle-aged man in a sky-blue robe knelt before him, his expression earnest. "I apologize, young hero Yi. It is entirely our fault. Please accept my heartfelt apology." He bowed his head 3 times in contrition. Given their sincerity and the fact that those who had attacked him were now incapacitated, Shuangluo chose not to pursue the matter further. "Very well, I forgive you." The 2 individuals flanking Shuangluo promptly moved their chairs to the opposite side. Shuangluo felt a twinge of exasperation. Was he truly that intimidating? After all, he considered himself a benevolent individual. "Young hero Yi, to speak candidly, it was Lord Su who requested we invite you here. He believes you might be intrigued by our forthcoming endeavors." Shuangluo rested his chin on his hand, curiosity piqued as he inquired further. "The gathering of such a multitude in the imperial capital is indeed intriguing. Are you, Mo Fei and the others, plotting to assassinate the king?" A stout man coughed several times, his face reflecting shock as he gazed at Shuangluo, seemingly astonished that he would dare to utter such words. "Yi, my friend, please do not jest. The emperor is under the protection of celestial beings. How could we possibly slay him?" Another voice chimed in. "Indeed, the emperor possesses an ethereal physique. How could mere mortals like us hope to challenge him?" Shuangluo furrowed his brow slightly. This group, ostensibly rebels opposing the emperor's incompetence and tyranny, lacked even the courage to confront him directly. Noticing Shuangluo's apparent displeasure, The stout man hastily changed the subject. In fact, we first heard your name from Xiong. Following the gazes of the others, Shuangluo discerned that Xiong was the brown-haired youth who had been hostile since his arrival. To speak of it, Xiong and Yi, are not only from the same clan, but also fellow villagers, hailing from Wuzhou. The stout man realized his error too late, for Xiong's expression had darkened ominously. Shuangluo smiled and inquired, "Have we met before?" "No." "Then why the glum visage? Do I owe you something?" Xiong glared fiercely, his teeth grinding, as if he wished to tear the man before him asunder. "What Yao Yao and Su Su?" Shuangluo pondered, but could not recall those names. A woman seated across the table, noticing his struggle, interjected, "Yao Yao and Su Su are twin girls born of a human and a fox." Realization dawned upon Shuangluo, and he smiled broadly. "Oh, you could have simply referred to those two creatures. Why bestow them with names?" Upon hearing Shuangluo's disdainful remark about the twins, Xiong erupted with fury. All notions of grand strategy and patience vanished from his mind. He only desired to obliterate the man before him. Suddenly, Xiong sprang to his feet, seizing the table and overturning it. Realizing the danger, Shuangluo acted without hesitation, adhering to the principle that it is better to strike first than to suffer the consequences. He delivered a swift kick to Xiong's chest and, with remarkable speed, yanked his arm forward. With a thud, Xiong's robust frame crashed to the ground. Before anyone could react, Shuangluo had raised his blade high. As they finally grasped the situation, they beheld a familiar, muscular arm soaring into the air. The agony from the loss of his arm caused Xiong to wail in despair. Xiong. The other rebels, alarmed, hastily grasped their weapons, ready to intervene. "Do not move." Shuangluo pressed his blade against Xiong's throat, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the group. Witnessing this scene, the remaining rebels hesitated, paralyzed by fear, none daring to act. "Drop your weapons to the ground, or I shall slay him immediately." Upon finishing his words, in order to demonstrate that he was not merely intimidating them, he exerted a slight force with his palm, slicing open Xiong's neck. The members of the rebel group exchanged glances, and ultimately, with gritted teeth, they indeed cast their weapons to the ground. Shuangluo, having achieved his wish, showed no sign of joy. In truth, he felt disappointed. These individuals were exceedingly foolish. At such a moment, laying down their arms was no different from placing their heads beneath another's blade. If the rebels were such worthless beings, he might as well consider the thief alliance or strike out on his own. Enough. A voice, compact yet imbued with overwhelming authority, resonated throughout the warehouse. The once flustered rebels suddenly found their resolve. They instinctively formed two lines and bowed respectfully to the owner of the commanding voice. To their surprise, the figure who emerged was not the towering man with a formidable presence that Shuangluo had envisioned, brandishing a halberd with an air of invincibility. Instead, it was a youth, seemingly only a few years his junior, clad in simple white attire, so unadorned it was almost austere. The boy's appearance could not conceal his extraordinary beauty. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, red lips and white teeth, he possessed an elegance that was truly captivating. Words that could describe handsomeness seemed inadequate when applied to this youth. Although Shuangluo could not discern the boy's attributes, he was certain that his charm was extraordinarily high. Yet, this beautiful young man exuded a domineering aura, an air of supremacy over heaven and earth, with a striking red long sword slung across his back, which seemed incongruous with his image. The moment Shuangluo laid eyes on him, an intense intuition struck him. This was a master, entirely different from these indecisive, brainless fools. "I must be addressing Yi Shaoxia. I am Su Zhan, the chief strategist of the rebel forces." "Chief strategist?" Shuangluo appraised a man named Su Zhan. Judging solely by appearance, he indeed resembled a strategist. "So you hold sway here?" "Yes, I rank the highest among the rebels in the imperial capital. I implore you, Yi Shaoxia, to show me some mercy and spare my thoughtless subordinate." Observing the composed Su Zhan, who emanated the aura of a strong man, Shuangluo proposed, "I could let him go, on the condition that you spar with me for a few exchanges." After a moment of silence, Su Zhan nodded. "Agreed." Chapter 33, The Obedience of Ice. After agreeing to the duel, Shuangluo kicked Xiong, who lay on the ground, aside. The execution order was activated, marking his opponent. The azure demon eyes were engaged, his irises shifting from pitch black to blood red. Finally, he reinforced his legs with wind spirit power and charged towards Su Zhan. Detected that the enemy is using a weapon to attack you. Your passive skill, the second effect of the Dominator, has been activated. The opponent must perform a willpower check. If successful, they will be immune to your skill effects. Clang. as Su Zhan drew forth his blood-red longsword. The moment Shuangluo sent Yi Xiong sprawling aside with a kick, the two blades clashed violently. Shuangluo retreated 5 paces, while Su Zhan remained steadfast and unmoving. In this contest of strength, it was evident that Shuangluo was at a disadvantage. Without a moment's pause, he continued to enhance his speed and weapon with the power of the wind element. The sharp clang of their blades echoed throughout the warehouse. No matter how Shuangluo attempted to strike from various angles, his intentions were easily discerned. He launched a barrage of attacks, yet each one was effortlessly deflected. With a sigh, Su Zhan felt a twinge of annoyance. Although the young escort was formidable, he was ultimately just an obstacle. Despite the gradual escalation of power in Shuangluo's strikes, it was clear that such prowess would not significantly impact their current plan. There was no need for Su Zhan to indulge him any longer. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative and bring this farce to a close. With the second form of the 7-kill technique, he delivered a swift strike that unleashed a terrifying wave of blade energy towards Shuangluo. The young man's instinct screamed a dire warning. If he failed to evade, death awaited him. Acting on reflex, he dove to the left. But the blade energy seemed to possess a tracking ability, following him as if in sync. Upon impact, the blade energy detonated, enveloping the area in a cloud of thick smoke. As Su Zhan prepared to turn away, he heard a defiant voice call out, "Hey, Grand Strategist, the battle is not over yet. Why are you running?" When the smoke began to dissipate, Su Zhan frowned slightly, encountering a scene that defied belief. There stood Shuangluo, his blood-red eyes still ablaze with fervent battle spirit, a large puddle of water pooling at his feet. Su Zhan was perplexed. Even if he wielded the Crimson Flame Devil Blade instead of the 7-kill Demon Blade, which might have diminished its power, the previous attack was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Shuangluo appeared unharmed, yet he had exerted every ounce of his strength. Fortunately, after acquiring extraordinary perception, he had instinctively grasped a new skill. Without it, he might have truly met his end. Though it sounded absurd, Shuangluo felt an inexplicable presence in the heavens protecting him. Additionally, even in combat, this grand strategist of the rebellion bore no malice towards him. Ice Obedience 1. Skill Effect. Ice Element Resistance 15. You can manipulate ice elements. Skill Description. Those loyal to the endless frost of the heavens find ice to be their most faithful servant. Transforming into a shield to block all attacks, or into a sharp blade to pierce the hearts of those who dare to obstruct you. At the very moment the blade energy approached, in a life-or-death scenario, he converted all his spiritual energy into ice elements, forming a barrier before him. He also activated the natural breath effect of his shoes, creating a shield worth 500 points. Under layers of weakening and protection, he barely managed to withstand the blow, though the forced gathering of ice elements had drained a significant amount of his spiritual energy. Perhaps due to an open perception, Shuangluo faintly sensed the inner thoughts of Su Zhan. "Prove to me that you are not a mediocre individual, or face your demise." Although she was unaware of Su Zhan's true intentions, Shuangluo resolved to acquiesce to his challenge. She raised her hand towards him and clenched it tightly. Kill mark explode. Bam! Following the explosion, Su Zhan's garments were torn asunder, and his left arm sustained injuries. Drip, drip. Blood cascaded down his arm to his fingertips, ultimately falling to the ground. The entire warehouse fell into a hushed silence, as all eyes were fixated on the two confronting figures. The seemingly invincible strategist had been wounded. Yet, there was no trace of displeasure or anger on Su Zhan's countenance. Instead, he regarded Shuangluo with curiosity. The recent maneuver was beyond his comprehension, but he acknowledged the injury he had received. How intriguing. The previously aloof Su Zhan now adopted a serious demeanor, as the wound on his arm began to visibly mend at an astonishing pace. Even the raw intent to kill dissipated instantaneously. There is no need for further conflict. You have proven your worth. Consider that last strike as the price for severing Yi Xiong's arm. We are now even. Let us regard this as an amicable stalemate. This was precisely to his liking. Shuangluo consequently dispelled the Shura demon eyes, as he seemed to have grasped what Su Zhan desired from him. Though the duel appeared inconclusive, Shuangluo was acutely aware that prolonging it might not guarantee his defeat. His perception hinted that Su Zhan had not unleashed even half of his potential. Nonetheless, he had been rendered incapable of retaliation. However, upon glancing at the slightly diminished health bar above Su Zhan's head, he fell into contemplation. Was he employing life-consuming techniques? Willing to expend his vitality to test his own limits, what could this formidable strategist be contemplating? In truth, the disparity between the two was not as significant as it seemed. Su Zhan's techniques were primarily life-consuming. He could not employ stronger moves in such a conventional skirmish. That last strike was already the maximum he could afford to reveal. What a terrifying man. Shuangluo was intrigued by how such an individual would willingly subordinate himself to others. On the other side, after changing his attire, Su Zhan surveyed the crowd, his voice icy as he reprimanded them. I believe I mentioned that Yi Xiaoxia is our guest in the resistance. Is this how you treat your guests? Furthermore, upon my arrival, you intended to lower your weapons? What on earth were you thinking? Truly a bunch of imbeciles. The crowd was thoroughly chastised, yet they felt quite helpless. Initially, they had aimed to assert their dominance over Yi Shuangluo to diminish his spirit. Of course, they were aware that this would likely provoke him, so they had gathered a number of women at the entrance. When Yi Shuangluo arrived, they intended for these women to temper his temperament. Who could have anticipated that he would show no interest in the fair sex? And who would have thought that his words would be so cutting, causing the Feng brothers to lose their composure and attempt to strike, only to be mercilessly incapacitated by him? This incident may not seem significant, yet they could never have anticipated that Yixiong would act so recklessly, resulting in the severing of his arm. This was already quite embarrassing. Even more mortifying was their attempt to assist him, only to nearly find themselves all on the receiving end of a similar fate. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief that the grand strategist arrived just in time. Had he been any later, the fate of the Feng brothers lying on the ground might have been theirs as well. From the recent confrontation between Yi Shuangluo and Su Zhan, they discerned that although this young bodyguard may not have been able to match the grand strategist, he was more than capable of handling them with ease. After reprimanding his subordinates, Su Zhan turned to Yi Shuangluo and said, "I apologize on behalf of Yi Xiong for our rudeness." Yi Shuangluo responded with a cold snort, neither accepting the apology nor granting Su Zhan any face. Meanwhile, Yi Xiong was helped to his feet by the others, glaring fiercely at Yi Shuangluo while clutching his severed arm. "Try glaring at me again, and I shall see how many arms you have left for me to sever," Yi Shuangluo remarked, placing his hand on Mo Zhu, exuding an eager demeanor. Xiong apologized to the young hero at once. Susanke Mandif, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Yet, Yi Xiong seemed stubbornly defiant, continuing to glare at Yi Shuangluo. With a sigh, the grand strategist lamented the lack of intelligence in these hybrid creatures born of humans and spirits. "I regret to inform you, young hero, that it appears this brute is incapable of offering you an apology, so you may act as you wish." Yi Xiong looked at Su Zhan incredulously, processing the implication that Su Zhan would disregard him. Was he to be left to his fate? Suddenly, with a swift motion, Yi Xiong's head was severed, his expression one of utter shock, as though he could not comprehend what had just transpired. "I require no apology from you. Simply be more mindful in your next life," Yi Shuangluo remarked with a benign smile, having drawn his blade to dispatch Yi Xiong. "Congratulations, your achievement in slaying demons has progressed. Current progress, 15. Yi Xiong was, unexpectedly, a demon, a revelation Yi Shuangluo had not anticipated. However, upon reflection, it made sense, since his arrival in this world. All normal individuals possessed black hair and eyes, while this creature boasted a mane of brown. Could Yi Xiong be a descendant of humans and bears? The members of the resistance gazed upon Yi Xiong's headless corpse, their hearts heavy with a sense of shared sorrow. Yet, Su Zhan, shedding his previous nonchalance, now wore a grave expression as he addressed the assembly, enunciating each word with precision. "We are currently within the imperial capital, the enemy's stronghold. I understand that each of you holds a position of trust with the various generals, but do not forget that I am the commander of this operation. Henceforth, I expect no one to defy my orders again. Should anyone dare to disobey me in the future, I shall personally intervene and enforce military discipline." Yi Shuangluo tilted his head, noting how both he and the grand strategist possessed a certain flair for theatrics. The onlookers were, after all, being led in circles by these two. Chapter 34. The Soul Destruction Plan. In the warehouse, the others had already departed, leaving only Su Zhan and Yi Shuangluo behind. Two individuals sat at the table, and Yi Shuangluo took the initiative to speak. "It seems that Yi Xiong does not hold you in high regard." Su Zhan remained non-committal, his tone calm as he replied, "In truth, none of the people accompanying me to the capital truly heed my words. Thus, I require your assistance to eliminate this troublesome Yi Xiong, serving as a warning to others." Yi Shuangluo pursed her lips, clearly taken aback by Su Zhan's candor, and replied with a hint of resignation. "It appears I am merely your tool for this task, but so be it. I had intended to deal with him regardless." Su Zhan lifted his teacup and took a small sip, speaking leisurely. "Indeed, I am the chief strategist of the rebel forces. However, our ranks are fraught with factions. The loyalists to the 6 generals often pay me lip service while secretly undermining my authority. Is Yi Xiong, That brash fellow, one of the loyalists of a general? Upon hearing Yi Shuangluo's words, Su Zhan envisioned a certain figure, which caused him a twinge of discomfort. Ah, indeed, Yi Xiong is aligned with a rather troublesome individual. Yi Shuangluo recalled the system prompt upon killing Yi Xiong and suddenly had a revelation. Could that general be a demon? At this, Su Zhan looked at Yi Shuangluo in surprise, evidently not expecting him to grasp the concept of demons. Indeed, General Fu Hai is a demon of the highest known bloodline, a hybrid born of a dragon and a human, a creature that devoured its own mother upon birth. Su Zhan articulated this chilling fact with remarkable calmness, then shifted the conversation, asking, since you believe the general Yi Xiong follows is a demon, you must have discerned his identity as well. Hesitantly, Yi Shuangluo voiced her earlier speculation. Could it be that Yi Xiong is the offspring of a human and a bear? Precisely. Hearing Su Zhan's confirmation, Yi Shuangluo couldn't help but gasp. Yi Xiong's mother was indeed formidable to endure such a rough union. Sensing her thoughts, Su Zhan said with a wry smile, by the way, Yi Xiong's father is human, while his mother is a brown bear. Goodness, she exclaimed, it gets even more absurd. Yi Xiong's father is a wolf slayer, a toothpick stirring a cauldron and succeeding. The intriguing revelations about Yi Xiong's parents considerably lightened the mood. After exchanging a few more words and gaining insights into the internal dynamics of the rebel forces, Yi Shuangluo suddenly inquired, I am genuinely curious. As a mere escort, why was I invited so promptly upon my arrival in the capital? In truth, it was His Highness's directive. The individual referred to as His Highness was none other than the sole monarch to whom the rebel forces pledged allegiance, the founder of the rebellion. I have not met your king before. How could he possibly take note of someone as insignificant as me? Su Zhan smiled mysteriously and pointed upward. The world knows His Highness for his exceptional martial prowess and strategic acumen, yet few are aware that his true talent lies in astrology. Before my departure, he instructed me to seek you out upon my arrival in the capital. Although Yi Shuangluo found the notion of astrology somewhat implausible, she immediately pressed for further details. Why must I be found first? It is because, Your Highness, the celestial observation has revealed that the master of the Break Army Star has descended into the world. Your Highness finds it peculiar. Generally, all masters are chosen by the constellations at birth. How is it possible for someone to be selected years after their birth? Ahem. Yi Shuanglu turned his head aside, fully aware of the reason. He had only just arrived a few days prior. Perhaps, in the perception of the Break Army Star, he is akin to a newborn child, which renders its choice of him quite reasonable. Yi Shuanglu possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the Break Army Star. After all, the concepts of killing, 7 killers, breaking, break army, and wolf, greedy wolf, frequently appear in countless games and anime works. The break army symbolizes conflict, reminiscent of a death squad within the military, an avant-garde force charging forth with the intent to destroy and disrupt. Could it be that the achievement of slaying the king is also linked to the Break Army Star? Proud, decisive in battle, and persistent. Nevertheless, this is not necessarily a negative development, albeit it offers no tangible benefits, as it merely exposes him unnecessarily. On the other hand, Su Zhan, noticing Yi Shuanglu's evident reluctance to discuss the matter, refrained from pressing further. His curiosity did not run that deep. He was far less inclined to understand why Yi Shuanglu had suddenly transformed into the master of the Break Army Star after so many years. Currently, he wished to accomplish but one thing. Your Highness intends for me to meet you and, if feasible, extend an invitation for you to join us. Thus, I hereby formally invite you, Yi Shuanglu, to join our ranks. Su Zhan rose and extended his hand. The deputy leader of the resistance invites you to join. Will you accept? Will you? Silently affirming his choice, Yi Shuanglu also stood and grasped Su Zhan's outstretched hand. Certainly, I have long desired to join the resistance and oppose the decaying imperial authority. After all, who knows what foolishness an elderly emperor, addled by dementia, may perpetrate while clinging to that throne? Although Su Zhan did not comprehend the term foolishness, it did not hinder him from discerning Yi Shuanglu's palpable disdain and contempt for the old emperor. Now that I have joined the resistance, I am considered one of your own. Might the grand strategist enlighten me regarding the objectives of our current endeavor? Certainly. Our mission is singular, to obliterate the ghostly army of the Dog Emperor. Detected preparatory player joining the resistance's ranks. Main quest line 2 has been activated. Main quest line 2, the Soul Destruction Plan. Quest introduction. Over a century ago, after acquiring an immortal body, the Emperor dispersed all of his soldiers. Everyone believed the Emperor had succumbed to madness, and his brothers seized the opportunity to lead their armies in an assault on the imperial capital. However, upon reaching the gates, They discovered that although the emperor had dismissed all his soldiers, a final army still stood by his side. This was a unique force, comprised entirely of the deceased. Their souls had long since departed, yet now they inhabit armor and weaponry, fighting on behalf of the emperor. No matter how valiant the army led by the emperor's brothers may be, they are incapable of slaying them once more. In the end, the emperor exterminated all his brothers, and this army gained renown throughout the world, earning the title of the Phantom Legion. Now, this Phantom Legion stands as the greatest obstacle on the path of the rebels. Your objective is to obliterate them, ensuring that the name of the Phantom Legion is relegated to the annals of history. The mission requires the elimination of 500 phantoms and the personal slaying of at least one vice commander. A legion composed of the deceased, or rather, a multitude of souls. Shuangluo furrowed his brow. He seemed to lack a method to harm these spectral entities, which posed a significant dilemma. Su Zhan, noticing Shuangluo's frown, mistook it for fear of the Phantom Legion's reputation, feeling a tinge of disappointment. This was the so-called unparalleled master of the battlefield. Yet to falter before a fight is a grave error in military strategy. Just as Su Zhan was about to speak, Shuangluo preemptively inquired, "Might I ask, great strategist, how shall we dismantle the Phantom Legion? After all, they merely inhabit their armors and weapons. Even if we destroy their armors and weapons, they can simply don new ones and return anew. Have we perhaps discovered the Phantom Legion's weakness? If so, I am willing to lead the charge." Upon hearing this, Su Zhan's previously disappointed expression transformed into one of satisfaction. After all, the master of the battlefield was always at the forefront. Regarding how to confront the Phantom Legion, we indeed have a plan. Chapter 35, The Dimming of the Battle Star. Soul Destruction Powder. Effect: can enchant weapons, granting them the special ability to annihilate souls. Evaluation: you have encountered one master craftsman, and this is an item crafted by another master. Shuangluo gazed intently at the small vial Su Zhan produced, containing a special powder designed to combat the Phantom Legion. Just moments ago, Su Zhan had personally enchanted his weapon, the Mo Zhu, with this powder. According to Su Zhan, its effects last only 3 days. In other words, they must complete their mission within this time frame. Coincidentally, 3 days later is also the birthday of the old emperor. Great strategist, I have one final question. The Phantom Legion comprises at least tens of thousands, yet we are fewer than 100. Even with the soul destruction powder, it would be exceedingly difficult to annihilate the entire Phantom Legion. The Phantom Legion is a unique army. No matter how many times they are vanquished, they can return time and again, unless... Su Zhan paused, an aura of terrifying malice radiating from him. Unless we slay their leader, the commander of the Phantom Legion. At that moment, the entire Phantom Legion shall be reduced to ashes. Shuangluo, sensing the menacing energy emanating from Su Zhan, could not help but wonder, did he harbor a grudge against the commander of the Phantom Legion? Why did the mere mention of the adversary evoke such dread? Su Zhan soon regained his previous composure, yet the hand that gently caressed the blade trembled slightly, revealing that his inner turmoil was far from tranquil. In summary, our objective is to eliminate the commander of the Spectre Legion, as the 200th birthday celebration of the Dog Emperor approaches, and he is undoubtedly in the imperial capital. Shuangluo speculates that the individual in question must be the commander of the Spectre Legion. The opponent's combat strength is likely comparable to that of Su Zhan, so Shuangluo does not expect to defeat him outright. Merely completing the main quest will suffice. He resolves to diligently slay 500 specters and seek an opportunity to dispatch a vice commander. Seated on the bed in the inn, Shuangluo opens the system menu to review his combat history. Detected an enemy using a weapon to attack you. Your passive skill, Weapon Master, has activated its second effect, Dominator. The enemy must undergo a willpower check. If successful, they are immune to your skill effects. This record pertains to his battle with Su Zhan, indicating that his Weapon Master skill remained effective. Although Dominator activated, Su Zhan succeeded in his willpower check, allowing him to attack normally. This is the first time Shuangluo has encountered someone capable of passing such a check. Previously, Dominator had proven infallible against enemies wielding weapons. However, the encounter with Su Zhan has taught him a valuable lesson. Dominator is not omnipotent, and not everyone is susceptible to its effects. Nevertheless, Dominator remains a formidable skill, effectively assisting Shuangluo in dealing with lesser foes. In future battles, only those who can pass the willpower check will be deemed worthy of combat. Those who cannot will be mere fodder to be swiftly dispatched. Thus, Dominator serves as an excellent detector for weak opponents. With a quiet chuckle at this thought, Shuangluo stows away his smile, closes his eyes, and begins to reflect on his battle with Su Zhan. Perhaps the strike should not have been launched from this angle. Had he attacked from a different direction, He might have breached Su Zhan's defenses. Time passes, and suddenly the system notification chimes in his mind. Congratulations, novice player. Your skill in blade techniques has advanced in level. Congratulations, novice player. Your skill in blade techniques has advanced in level. Congratulations, novice player. Your skill in blade techniques has advanced in level. Congratulations, novice player. Your skill in blade techniques meets the criteria for automatic advancement to mastery of blade techniques. Mastery of blade techniques, level 1. Effect: increases damage by 10 when using blade-type weapons. Evaluation: congratulations. You have taken another step forward on the path of blade techniques. Phew. The rapid progression through the ranks of blade techniques. Perhaps a culmination of hard work over time, or perhaps the pressure from his battle with Su Zhan, or possibly both, has indeed made him stronger. Grasping the hilt of Mo Zhu, the weapon that has fought alongside him, it feels even more comfortable than before. Sheathing Mo Zhu once more, Shuangluo sits by the window, gazing at the starry sky. The celestial vista of this other world is resplendent, unlike the heavily polluted skies of the main world where stars are scarcely visible. Here, the stars shine brilliantly, with celestial bodies visible at any time. After searching the heavens for a while, he finally locates the beheaded star that has chosen him as its master. For reasons unknown within the triad of the killing star, 7 killings and greedy wolf shone with unparalleled brilliance. In contrast, the breakthrough star appeared somewhat dim, akin to a candle nearing its end, ready to extinguish at the slightest breeze. This perplexing situation left Shuangluo in a state of confusion as he continued to observe the breakthrough star. After a while, he noticed that the light of the breakthrough star seemed to be continuously cascading upon him. However, this celestial illumination brought no significant change, only an inexplicable sense of hunger, a desire that transcended mere physical sustenance, hinting at a longing within his very soul. Shuangluo contemplated the starlight enveloping him, sensing a yearning for more of its radiance. Yet, upon gazing at the dim breakthrough star, he felt this aspiration was somewhat unreasonable. No, it was more fitting to say it was a challenge for the star itself. It seemed that soon, the companions of the breakthrough star, 7 killings and greedy wolf, might very well expel it from the killing star ensemble. Shuangluo recognized that the condition of the breakthrough star was indeed abnormal, but he found himself powerless to rectify it, as he was unaware of the reasons behind its dimness. Suddenly, an individual came to mind, someone who might possess insight into the cause of the breakthrough star's pallor, the king of the rebels, a man who could read the stars and foretell his own arrival. Su Zhan had explicitly stated that the king's expertise lay in astrology. If he could observe the celestial bodies, it was likely he would understand the reason for the breakthrough star's current state. Shuangluo sought out Su Zhan to inquire if the leader might shed light on the breakthrough star's dimness. Su Zhan set aside his book and rose to step outside, where an infinite expanse of starlight immediately cascaded upon him. Shuangluo instinctively looked up at the night sky and identified the celestial body that was showering him with its light. The 7 killing star, a member of the killing star ensemble, which, unlike its companions, radiated an extraordinary brilliance even among the myriad of stars. It appeared that the 7 killing star was subtly overshadowing the greedy wolf star within the ensemble. A sudden hypothesis crossed Shuangluo's mind, prompting him to cautiously inquire. Could it be that the strength of the master correlates with the strength of the star? Su Zhan nodded in affirmation, and Shuangluo felt as though struck by lightning, his gaze shifting between the contrasting 7 killings and breakthrough stars, leaving him profoundly disheartened. Observing his reaction, Su Zhan chuckled softly and reassured him, "Do not worry. The current state of the breakthrough star is not a consequence of your actions. Its dimness stems from an event over a century ago, when its previous master was slain." Shuangluo, puzzled, questioned, "Is the demise of a master truly capable of inflicting such grave harm upon a star? Generally speaking, this would not be the case. However, the breakthrough star held a unique significance. The breakthrough star is a warrior star, with every master being an unparalleled force. Each defeat they faced would inflict considerable damage upon the breakthrough star, especially the last master, who was deemed the greatest in the world." "Wait," Shuangluo interjected, having detected a contradiction in the narrative. Since the previous master of the broken military star was the world's foremost individual, how was he slain? Su Zhan's gaze drifted towards the palace, his tone tinged with melancholy. He was merely the world's greatest, while the one who struck the fatal blow was an immortal. The former master of the broken military star was personally killed by an immortal. This revelation hit Shuangluo like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily dazed. Why would that immortal wish to eliminate the former master of the broken military star? After a pause, he finally spoke without lifting his head. If you seek to restore the broken military star to its former glory, that would be quite the challenge. However, if your aim is merely to alleviate its current gloom, you need only engage in battle and achieve continuous victories. Su Zhan had initially intended to assert that such a feat was utterly impossible. Yet he ultimately opted for a more tactful expression. Shuangluo tilted his head, questioning whether this response truly addressed his inquiry. Nevertheless, it seemed inconsequential, for his journey was primarily to uncover the reasons behind the broken military star's current despondency. Now that he had not only learned the cause, but also how to aid the star, that sufficed. Moreover, the specifics of the former master's demise seemed less pressing to him. After exchanging farewells with Su Zhan, Shuangluo departed. Once he was gone, Su Zhan sighed deeply. Why did the immortal choose to slay the former master of the broken military star? He certainly knew the answer. Yet, how could he disclose to Shuangluo that the immortal's intention was to transform that individual into the leader of the Spectral Legion? With war looming, he could not allow anyone under his command to be privy to this information, lest it sow seeds of fear before the battle commenced. Su Zhan gazed up at the dim broken military star, releasing a long sigh. As the master of the 7 killing star, the current state of the broken military star weighed heavily upon him. After all, the fates of the killing star and the broken military star were inextricably linked. Reflecting on the advice imparted to him before his departure, he couldn't help but shake his head. To restore the broken military star to its former brilliance, the current master would need to slay the previous master in a one-on-one duel. However, this task was of immense difficulty. Even Su Zhan found himself at a disadvantage in such confrontations, let alone Shuangluo. Thus, Su Zhan resolved not to share this information with Shuangluo. Better safe than sorry, he feared the young man might act impulsively. After leaving the rebel base in the imperial capital, Shuangluo began seeking combat targets within the city. Su Zhan had informed him that persistent battles and victories would improve the circumstances of the broken military star. With that in mind, he set out to find opponents. Casting a glance at his talent interface, he hoped to simultaneously achieve the accomplishment of Demon Slayer. Progress 15. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered only 3 demons, the twin sisters and Yixiong. This thought sparked a memory of the twin sisters, who were no longer his targets, thus making them fair game. Quietly, he approached the city gate, only to discover that the ceremonial gifts had already been uniformly taken away. This left him deeply regretful. Yet he soon regained his composure. Since the progress towards the achievement of Exorcist could no longer be advanced, he might as well endeavor to complete another accomplishment. The gourmet consume 5 unique delicacies. Progress 35. Regarding this achievement, Shuangluo believed the challenge was not particularly daunting. After all, this was the imperial capital, the realm of the affluent and powerful. The flesh of the exquisite creatures was so delectable that he could hardly believe the nobles of this world could resist the allure of such culinary delights. Although he could not locate the creatures themselves, he could certainly find those who feasted upon their meat. Ren Tianxing was a renowned merchant in the imperial capital, well acquainted with many high-ranking officials who were his drinking companions. Even before the emperor, he was no nameless figure. Yet now, this wealthy merchant found himself in a state of discomfort at his own dining table. A knife lay on the table, and beside him sat a youth clad in blood-red armor. "Do not be anxious, my dear sir. I merely seek a meal. Once I have dined, I shall take my leave." Ren Tianxing remained silent, silently vowing to fortify the defenses of his estate. Just moments ago, he had been enjoying a meal, embracing a young lady, and preparing to steal a kiss while sipping wine. Suddenly, with a crash, the bodyguard he had hired at great expense came flying in, smashing the table in the process. Then, the young man swaggered in, taking a seat beside him and demanding rare ingredients for a feast. Though Ren Tianxing had a kind demeanor, he had been a formidable character in his youth and was not inclined to submit easily. Moreover, he had previously made his presence known before the emperor and had witnessed many spectacles, so he did not panic unduly. With a forceful slap on the table, he intended to summon someone to deal with the intruding youth. However, the boy merely cast a glance his way and uttered a single phrase that rendered him speechless. "Do not strike the table. All your guards and bodyguards have been incapacitated by me. Even if you shatter the table, no one will come to your aid." Upon hearing this, Ren Tianxing unceremoniously tossed the woman from his lap aside and stumbled out. He then beheld a mountain of guards and servants piled up in the garden. Among this heap was his chef, compelling him to take matters into his own hands. He picked up the pots and pans he had not touched in 20 years and retrieved the rare ingredients that had just been delivered the day prior, preparing a sumptuous banquet for the youth and personally serving it at the table. One dish featured a black mountain goat that had lived for 150 years, having perpetually roamed since its birth, rendering its legs particularly robust. making it the most delectable part of the animal. Another dish was the Mo Ling chicken, which had lived for 18 years and 88 days. According to countless taste tests, its flavor was at its peak on the day it was slaughtered. Ren Tianxing cautiously introduced each dish on the table, constantly gauging the youth's reaction. Fortunately, the boy appeared quite pleased and, disregarding the ongoing introduction of the delicacies, began to eat right away. Quite impressive. I never anticipated you to be this wealthy, yet your culinary skills are equally remarkable. Shuangluo remarked as he savored the tender leg meat of the black goat, which was both flavorful and infused with the essence of fresh grass. Simultaneously savoring both meat and vegetable flavors, it was indeed delightful. After finishing the tender shank of the black goat, Shuangluo seized the inkling chicken and began to devour it. The chicken melted in his mouth, its bones yielding effortlessly, crumbling with a mere sip. Within a mere 20 breaths, the entire chicken was consumed. Ren Tianxing looked on in astonishment, incredulous at the speed of his consumption. Surely, this individual must be a reincarnation of a famished spirit. Congratulations on tasting a unique delicacy. Progress 1. Congratulations on achieving the gourmand title. Would you like to claim your achievement reward? Shuangluo opted to decline for the moment, as the risk of claiming a reward here was too great. Should he faint after receiving it, it would be quite the predicament. Rising to stretch his limbs, Shuangluo smiled and expressed, "Thank you for your hospitality. If given the chance, I shall repay you." However, Ren Tianxing shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. "If you truly wish to repay me, then do ensure you never appear before me again." This sentiment, however, was kept to himself, as he believed that with his vast wealth, he had no need for the other's gratitude. Shuangluo chuckled softly, surmising Ren Tianxing's thoughts, yet he remained indifferent. His purpose for this visit had been fulfilled. As for why he had chosen Ren Tianxing's residence, there was no particular reason. He did not know the man and simply sought a meal. After all, the residence was the closest to his inn and exuded opulence, indicating that its inhabitants were undoubtedly of high status. Upon returning to the inn, Shuangluo eagerly opened the talent interface and selected to claim his reward. Congratulations, you have received the skill, Devour. Chapter 37, Prey and Hunter. Devour 1. Skill type, active skill. Effect. Upon activation, all attributes are increased by 5, health points set to 1,000, and health recovery is doubled. This state lasts for 1 hour, after which, all attributes revert to 5 and persist for 24 hours. Upgrade condition. Consume 10 unique delicacies. Evaluation. Have you considered that by consuming a multitude of delicacies, you may have become a delicacy in the eyes of certain entities? Shuangluo closed the skill panel with a casual flick. Truly, this skill rewarded by the achievement system was as powerful as ever. However, it possessed a significant flaw. Should he fail to conclude a battle within the hour following its activation, he would be subjected to adverse effects, rendering him a lamb to the slaughter. This skill was only to be utilized in dire circumstances. Perhaps it would prove useful in the battle to come. A glint of danger flickering in Shuangluo's eyes. He could hardly wait to see upon whom he might unleash this skill. The year was 186 of the Qiyuan era. It was a new year, marking the 200th birthday of the emperor. The capital was bustling with life, even at midnight. Pedestrians thronged the streets. Yet at that moment, Shuangluo was not within the city, but rather outside with Su Zhan. As for why only the two of them were present, the reason was exceedingly simple. They were far too weak, and he feared that the aftermath of the battle would bring them harm. A surprise attack on the palace required just the two of them. Shuangluo concurred, noting that the others combined would not be a match for him alone. Outside the city gates, Su Zhan moved back and forth, seemingly searching for something. After a brief exploration, he appeared to have finally found what he sought, and with a gentle stamp of his foot, a large hole suddenly materialized beneath him. Was this a tunnel? Shuangluo marveled, genuinely astonished that there existed a tunnel outside the city. Su Zhan led the way down, and without hesitation, Shuangluo followed suit. The tunnel was neither wide nor tall, forcing the two to proceed in a stooped manner, one behind the other. Who had excavated this passage, and where did it lead? This tunnel was personally dug by the prince, who had begun at the tender age of 6 and continued until he turned 17, a remarkable endeavor spanning 11 years, directly leading to the palace. Shuangluo was bewildered and profoundly shocked. A 6-year-old child, idly passing time by digging a tunnel. And for 11 years at that. Was this the behavior of a normal person? The realization struck him. This tunnel had been excavated by the prince of the resistance. Why would a 6-year-old child dig a tunnel, especially one that led to the palace? Wait, perhaps it did not lead to the palace, but rather outside the city. A sudden hypothesis emerged in Shuangluo's mind. Could this prince of the resistance be a descendant of the old emperor? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, why would Su Zhan consistently refer to him as Your Highness? What kind of situation was this? The son had assembled a resistance to oppose his own father? It felt like a plot from a melodramatic family drama. Just as Shuangluo silently critiqued the absurdity of the situation, Su Zhan whispered, "We have arrived." He was the first to climb out, and Shuangluo could do naught but silently follow. Upon emerging into the light, Shuangluo immediately sensed something amiss. A group of peculiar beings regarded them with the predatory eyes of hunters and prey. "Clap, clap, clap," applauded a youth adorned with antlers and serpent scales. "Your Majesty truly possesses foresight. You indeed would utilize this tunnel to ambush the palace." Shuangluo nudged Su Zhan, remarking, "It seems we have fallen into a trap." Su Zhan remained silent, his expression unwavering, seemingly unfazed by the predicament. Shuangluo shook his head in disbelief, surrounded as they were. Their calmness raised questions about whether this was a fortuitous turn of events or a dire omen. He scrutinized the 5 bizarre entities before them, all of whom appeared to be creatures of the supernatural, each bearing some animalistic feature. There was a youth with a wolf's head and claws, a boy with antlers and serpent scales adorning half his body, a girl with cat ears, another maiden with swan wings, and a man sporting an elephant's trunk. Wait, an elephant's trunk? Shuangluo stared in astonishment at the man with the trunk. He had initially believed that Yi Xiong's father was invincible, only to discover someone even more formidable. Who could this be? A commander of sorts? Is my brother well? The youth, adorned with antlers and serpentine scales, suddenly inquired in a tone of familiarity, as if he and Su Zhan had long been acquainted. Shuangluo gazed at the boy with curiosity. His antlers and scales suggested he was the offspring of a dragon and a human. Could he possibly be the brother of a sea conqueror? Wasn't his mother devoured by him at birth? Although Su Zhan had known Shuangluo for merely a few days, he recognized the latter's inquisitive nature and readily indulged his curiosity. This is his half-sister, an anomaly. Sister? The dragon-horned youth not only appeared quite adorable, but also spoke in a quintessential youthful voice. Moreover, as Shuangluo observed the flatness of the dragon-horned youth's chest, he deemed it entirely reasonable not to have discerned her gender. "Pervert, were your eyes wandering?" The dragon-horned girl's tone turned icy, clearly indicating that Shuangluo's actions had struck a nerve. With her left leg propelling forward, her serpentine-scaled hand formed a fist, intent on delivering a blow to the offending pervert. Bang! Naturally, Su Zhan could not permit her to harm a teammate in his presence, swiftly drawing his blade to intercept. The dragon-horned girl's fist collided violently with Su Zhan's crimson flame demon blade, and she was sent flying by an overwhelming force. In a calm tone, Su Zhan advised Shuangluo behind him, "The battle is about to commence. I may not be able to protect you, so be cautious and try to hold on as long as you can." The skirmish erupted. 3 maidens launched simultaneous attacks against Su Zhan. The antler girl and the cat-eared girl engaged in close combat, while the swan girl soared above, launching feathers like arrows toward Su Zhan. Clang, clang, clang. Su Zhan wielded the crimson flame demon blade with remarkable speed, deflecting all the feathers. As for the 2 engaging in close combat, they were no match for him. Su Zhan faced 3 adversaries, leaving the remaining 2 to Shuangluo. The wolfman and elephant-nosed man regarded him with disdain, scoffing at the audacity of this unknown upstart to challenge them, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Shuangluo drew his ink blade, activating the blood magic armor-s effect. Blood frenzy. The familiar surge of destruction and bloodlust surged within him. This time, he chose not to restrain himself, for this battle required no mercy. The elephant-nosed man and red wolf man sensed the shift, their instincts as beasts sounding the alarm. "This kid is off. Let us attack together." The elephant-nosed man and red wolf man struck first, the wolf's claw coming from the left, while the elephant's trunk swung from the right. Shuangluo gripped his blade with one hand, directly blocking the wolfman's claw, bracing himself against the elephant strike. The elephant-nosed man sensed something amiss. Yet it was too late. After absorbing the blow, Shuangluo swiftly grasped the trunk, exerting force in his arm and yanking it toward him. The red wolf man attempted to intervene, but the moment his claw made contact with the ink blade, ice elements ensnared it. He sought to break free, yet a fierce gust of wind thrust him away, and in the fleeting seconds he attempted to thaw and approach again, the elephant-nosed man was already pulled before Shuangluo. Whoosh! Shuangluo seized the trunk of the elephant-nosed man with one hand, while the other hand summoned the winds, relentlessly striking him with icy elemental forces, shattering his nasal bridge. The elephant-nosed man felt a dizzying rush as he staggered back, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. With a thunderous crack, Shuangluo delivered a whip-like kick to his head, knocking him down, and without hesitation, mounted him, raining down a flurry of punches. By the time the Red Wolf Man arrived, the Elephant-Nosed Man was already gasping for breath, clearly lifeless. The Red Wolf Man was taken aback. The vitality of demonkind was generally formidable, and the Elephant-Nosed Man was among the strongest. Yet, here lay his once mighty companion, felled by the fists of a human he had looked down upon. A chilling sensation coursed through the Red Wolf Man, a long-forgotten fear enveloping him, surpassing even the terror he felt when first facing a fierce tiger. He yearned to flee but recognized the folly of exposing his back to the enemy in such a moment. Seizing the opportunity while Shuangluo was still atop the Elephant-Nosed Man, he lunged forward with a clawed strike. The unsuspecting Shuangluo was flung aside by the attack, and the Red Wolf Man, feeling the urgency, kept his gaze fixed on the human youth he had just struck down. Slowly, Shuangluo rose to his feet, tilting his head with an amiable expression, and asked, "Little Red Dog, have you not eaten?" Chapter 38, Slaying the Giant Wolf. A woo! The Red Wolf Man emitted a howl, drawing the attention of three bizarrely shaped demon girls engaged in battle nearby. Upon seeing the deceased Elephant-Nosed Man, disbelief washed over their faces. It had been but a short time since he had been dispatched. However, upon noticing the ominous aura surrounding Shuangluo, they began to comprehend the situation. Su Zhan was quite surprised. This young man had not even fought at full strength against him, alleviating his worries, allowing him to focus on dealing with the troublesome trio. Meanwhile, shortly after the Red Wolf Man howled, his body began to swell, the structures of humanity gradually fading, replaced by a wolf's tail and fur. Shuangluo found this transformation intriguing. The red-furred creature, unable to match his strength, had chosen to abandon its human form. Drawing the inked blade, which he had plunged into the ground after defeating the Elephant-Nosed Man, his eyes gradually turned a deep crimson. Shura Demonic Eyes, activate. Execution order, commence. With the activation of the Shura Demonic Eyes, Shuangluo's already formidable perception surged to new heights. He silently attuned himself to the aura of the giant wolf, feeling its intensity multiply several times over. Yet, such power must surely carry limitations. Otherwise, the Red Wolf Man would have employed it earlier. Once the transformation ceased, the giant wolf lost its rationality. It seemed to remember its target, lunging towards Shuangluo with a deadly claw. Bang! Under the overwhelming force, Shuangluo was struck airborne. The giant wolf, now poised with its other claw, prepared to deliver the final blow. Shuangluo did not resign herself to despair. Instead, she transformed her spiritual energy into wind elements, achieving a momentary suspension in midair. With a deft maneuver, she tread upon the wind elements to leap again, narrowly evading the giant wolf's claw. The colossal beast tilted its head upward, unleashing a thunderous roar that nearly sent her plummeting. Yet, she managed to regain her footing and seize the opportunity to leap onto the wolf's back. Howl! The giant wolf thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge Shuangluo from its back. However, she not only clung on, but also capitalized on the moment to strike with her blade. This attack inflicted 47 points of slashing damage, 20 points of fire attribute damage, and 100 points of true damage, killing power, along with 58 points of ice, wind, elemental enchantment damage. Under the cumulative effect, each strike from Shuangluo sent waves of agony through the giant wolf, igniting a fiery torment within its body. This was indeed the additional effect of the Azura Demon Eye, capable of inflicting harm while incessantly tormenting the foe. In pain, the wolf became even more frenzied, charging directly towards a pillar of the palace. The sheer force of its massive frame cracked the supporting columns, eliciting alarm from the three demonesses engaged in battle. The most secure among them, the Swan Maiden, turned to witness the rampaging beast, exclaiming with fury, "Damn it, does it intend to bury us alive?" No sooner had she spoken than she heard her companion's urgent warning. "Jinghong, be careful." 7-kill decision, 4th style. With a swift thrust, the crimson demonic blade pierced through the air, chilling the Swan Maiden to her core. In disbelief, she gazed at Su Zhan, who had suddenly appeared before her. So swift was he that she had not registered his presence. He had concealed his true strength from the very beginning. It was only in the final moments of her life that the realization dawned upon her, but alas, it was far too late. Indeed, Su Zhan had been biding his time, waiting for the moment they let their guard down to eliminate one of them. In that instant when the Swan Maiden turned her head, her fate was sealed. "You dare!" The cat-eared maiden had yet to process her grief and anger when Su Zhan's devilish voice echoed in her ears. 7-kill decision, 6th style, Su Zhan's version. The horrific gray blade aura cleaved the cat-eared maiden in two, leaving only one of the three girls who had just besieged Su Zhan still alive. Boom! Meanwhile, Shuangluo, with the aid of the wind elements, hovered in midair, relentlessly unleashing her attacks upon the giant wolf's back. Killing mark explode. Each time the mark reached its full capacity, she detonated it without hesitation. As the wounds inflicted by Shuangluo multiplied and deepened, the wolf's strength waned significantly. Boom! The giant wolf's massive form crashed heavily to the ground, unwilling to rise again, overwhelmed by pain. Truly, it hurt immensely. Howl! It emitted a mournful wail, the final wolf's howl of its life, resonating throughout nearly half of the imperial city. The once bustling crowd on the streets erupted into chaos in an instant. Within the grand palace, adorned in a resplendent azure dragon robe, the elderly emperor, celebrating his 200th birthday, furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. On this momentous occasion, what mischief are those fiends up to? It is truly disheartening. A young man, seated below, stifled a yawn, standing out conspicuously in his dark armor. I have already insisted on joining the fray. Those beasts stand no chance against Su Zhan. The emperor snorted, his tone laced with further discontent. Captain Shao did not express such sentiments before. Had you been willing to assist me earlier, I would not have needed to seek them out. Times change. The young man retorted, my previous reluctance stemmed from particular circumstances. However, had I known this gathering would be so tiresome, filled with sycophantic fools, I would have preferred to engage Su Zhan in battle myself. The individuals nearby, chastised as fools, dared not voice their grievances. For this youth was the guardian of the imperial city and the emperor himself. Indifferently, the young man rose and strode towards the emperor, an act of audacity that the emperor seemed to accept with routine. You should leave promptly. It appears those fiends have likely met their defeat. The emperor frowned slightly. Yet he quickly stood to greet the wealthy merchants and esteemed officials present, preparing to depart. He trusted the young man's judgment, believing that with him as the guardian, no calamity would befall them. Once the emperor had exited, the young man sprawled across the emperor's dragon throne, muttering to himself, Su Zhan, are you finally coming? I have awaited this decisive battle for far too long. Meanwhile, in the chambers, Shuangluo released the wind element's embrace, landing gracefully. Well done, Su Zhan remarked, nodding with a satisfied smile. I knew I had not misjudged you. Your performance in this battle was commendable, exceeding my expectations. Shuangluo glanced at the three lifeless bodies at Su Zhan's feet and shook her head, lamenting the demise of three exquisite young women. Your hair, she began, though to others, Su Zhan still appeared with flowing black locks cascading to his waist. However, to Shuangluo, she noticed several strands of white amidst his dark tresses. Su Zhan waved it off nonchalantly. It is merely 3 years of life lost, a trifling matter. He should be awaiting us in the palace hall. Let us hasten there. Indeed, Shuangluo touched the Pluto pendant around her neck, activating its special effect. The colossal wolf sensed its formidable opponent, prompting it to unleash the soul-capturing ability, ensnaring the giant wolf's essence within Pluto. Additionally, the giant wolf had dropped a verdant treasure chest, which she promptly stowed in her spatial pouch. Having completed her tasks, Shuangluo jogged a few steps to catch up with Su Zhan. Chapter 39. The Soul of the Wolf King Ling Qi. The soul of Wolf King Ling Qi, upon imprisonment, has a chance to trigger Wolf King's fury with each attack. Wolf King's fury. Ling Qi will manifest in the form of a giant wolf and launch an attack on enemies. Would you like to replace? Shuangluo hesitated momentarily before selecting no. The power of this soul appears formidable. However, in matters dictated by chance, who can truly assert certainty? It seems that until a more suitable soul manifests, he must continue to utilize the spirit of the mountain demon. Just as Shuangluo and Su Zhan approached the Grand Hall, they encountered a battalion of soldiers clad in black armor. Invaders attack. Shuangluo intervened, halting Su Zhan, who was eager to engage. He had not forgotten his primary quest, which he needed to complete. With the quest monsters now before him, he could not allow Su Zhan to claim them. With a swift stroke, he shattered the armor of the foremost ghostly soldier, causing a dark soul to escape from the broken armor. Shuangluo promptly slashed at the escaping spirit, which sought to find another armor to inhabit, causing it to dissipate instantly. It was unexpectedly effortless. He charged into the encirclement of soldiers, appearing surrounded, yet in truth, he alone had ensnared over 10 ghostly soldiers. It must be noted that Shuangluo's attributes were more than sufficient to overpower this legion of specters. He even managed to vanquish them all without activating his Shura demon eye. With a hiss, the final ghostly soldier of this small squad was defeated. Once the battle concluded, Su Zhan observed him with a contemplative gaze. You seem quite invested in the Break Army Star. Indeed, after all, I am its master, Shuangluo admitted, noting that Su Zhan mistakenly believed his eagerness to fight was to aid the Break Army Star. As they continued on their journey, they encountered several more squads of ghostly soldiers, and each time, Su Zhan selflessly retreated, allowing Shuangluo to engage in combat. Notably, when they passed a warehouse, Shuangluo unexpectedly discovered a familiar face. Oh, Big Cat, how did you end up captured? The white tiger, Shuehua, confined within a specially designed cage, nearly wept upon hearing that familiar voice, lamenting his unfortunate encounters with this harbinger of calamity. After parting ways with this calamity not long ago, he had unexpectedly collided with a terrifying youth clad in black armor. He yearned to roar, I'm the king of beasts, a tiger, not some big cat. Why did both this calamity and that terrifying youth refer to him as Big Cat? Shuehua glared at Shuangluo with resentment, only to suddenly realize that encountering this harbinger might actually be fortuitous. He could be rescued. With that thought, Shuehua began to act adorably. Shuangluo did not disappoint him, cleaving the cage open with a single blow and effortlessly mounting him. With no other option, Shuehua transformed into Shuangluo's steed. Thus, the duo sped towards the royal palace at remarkable speed. Upon finally reaching the Grand Hall, Shuangluo had already maximized his progress against the ordinary soldiers. Now, he merely needed to eliminate a vice commander to complete his task. However, when they entered through the rear door of the Grand Hall, they found it utterly deserted. It seems we have arrived too late. Su Zhan furrowed his brow slightly. He had anticipated that his old rival would be waiting for him here. It appears that unforeseen circumstances have arisen. Within the confines of the imperial palace's forbidden grounds, a young man clad in black armor was gripping the throat of a young Taoist priest dressed in a robe. At his feet lay the lifeless bodies of more than 10 priests. Your elders from a thieves' alliance dare not come to face their doom themselves, instead raising a horde of insignificant mice to do their bidding. What audacity do you little rodents possess to attempt to steal the divine stone, when you are nothing but a disgraceful pack of vermin? The young Taoist was gasping for breath, yet upon hearing the young man's insults directed at his master and seniors, he was overcome with rage and spat blood onto the young man's face. Bah, you, a despicable gatekeeper devoid of dignity, have no right to insult my seniors and the elders. The young man, already a being of pure spirit, felt a sense of offense despite the Taoist's futile attempt to spit on him. He tightened his grip, crushing the young priest's throat, and with a final tilt of the head, the priest's life extinguished. Even in death, his eyes remained fixed defiantly on the young man. The young man then crushed the heads of the Taoist and his fellow disciples beneath his feet, cursing incessantly, damnable rodents, a pitiful bunch of wretched rats. I shall eradicate you all. You mean to say that the Thieves' Alliance intends to steal the Divine Stone? Shuangluo followed closely behind Su Zhan, struggling to keep pace with him even while riding a swift white tiger. Su Zhan responded with a sound of affirmation, his typically composed expression betraying a rare glimpse of urgency. They have been waiting for so many years. Can they not wait just a few more hours? It seems from your words that the Thieves' Alliance comprises more than mere thieves. Shuangluo refrained from further inquiry, merely patting the white tiger's flank to urge it to hasten. Oh, Shuehua felt a deep sense of frustration, but he could not articulate it. He had exerted every ounce of strength to run, but still could not catch up to the figure ahead. He vowed that once this matter was resolved, he would retreat into the depths of the mountains and never emerge again. The humans outside were all monsters. After the resistance forces dispatched the soldiers of the Phantom Legion blocking their path, they charged into the palace with overwhelming force. However, upon reaching the Grand Hall, they all came to an abrupt halt in unison. The old emperor, greedy and lustful, lacked any grand ambitions. The imperial capital had already consumed 90% of the nation's resources for its construction, with the palace itself devouring half of that. The steps made of jade and emerald, paved with gold and silver, would astonish anyone who beheld them. Yet, at that moment, none present had the heart to appreciate such opulence. For seated upon those jade steps was a young man, one whom all the members of the resistance knew all too well. Xiao Shan, the commander of the Phantom Legion, the unrivaled champion of the world 185 years ago. If he were to be slain, the entire Phantom Legion would collapse. Yet, not a single soul dared to step forward to challenge him. He stood alone, yet it seemed as though he enveloped everyone present with an aura of composure and dominance, as if proclaiming to all, whatever you do, I remain unfazed, for I shall shatter your schemes into oblivion. Xiao Shan regarded the rebels with disdain, a terrifying aura emanating from him, causing many to retreat in fear. A pack of timid rodents, today I shall eliminate you all, he declared, challenging their mettle. Atop the highest steps stood a youth riding a white tiger, surveying him from an elevated position. Beside the boy was a figure well known to Xiaoshan. Suzhan, you have finally revealed yourself. The two were no strangers. One was the commander of the Phantom Legion, while the other was the chief strategist of the rebels. Having clashed countless times on the battlefield, fully aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Xiaoshan, as a longtime adversary, can you speak to me truthfully? Has Fu Hai betrayed us? Suzhan inquired. Haha, Xiaoshan laughed heartily. By the mere act of posing that question, you have already received your answer, have you not? Suzhan fell silent. Though he had always found that eccentric individual distasteful, they had indeed fought for a shared objective, and he had never anticipated such treachery from him. If that is the case, is he in the imperial capital? Xiaoshan nodded and replied, Indeed, he is currently safeguarding the emperor in my stead. Having acquired the answer he sought, Suzhan sighed deeply, drawing the crimson flame demon blade, unleashing an aura of terror that rivaled Xiaoshan's. Understood. Thank you for your honesty. In return, I shall give my all in battle against you. Xiaoshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The tedium of the banquet and the anger from insults had left him yearning for a fight to vent his frustrations. Just as Suzhan intended to engage, Shuangluo intervened. Great strategist, leave him to me. You go deal with that traitor. Suzhan hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the determination in Shuangluo's eyes, he said nothing further and patted her shoulder. You must win. He then rushed towards another battlefield, eager to confront the damned traitor. Chapter 40. The Battle Between the Lords of the Breaking Star. Upon witnessing Suzhan's departure, Xiaoshan seethed with rage. In his recollection, the rebels had no figure like Shuangluo among their ranks. I don't recognize you. Boy, you must be a newcomer. It seems your chief strategist holds me in too low regard. Shuangluo observed Xiaoshan from the steps below, needing no introduction to discern that this youth was most likely the commander of the Phantom Legion. Having fought through numerous soldiers of the Phantom Legion on his way here, he noted that they all bore faceless visages, their armor cloaked in swirling shadows. Not speaking? Very well. I shall dispose of you, eliminate all the rodents present, and then pursue your chief strategist. I should have ample time, he declared nonchalantly. Xiaoshan's casual demeanor incited discontent among the rebels. Yet they understood that they were no match for the commander of the Phantom Legion. The only one present capable of confronting him was likely the recently joined Shuangluo. However, all present had witnessed the brutal confrontation between Shuangluo and Suzhan. Thus, they harbored little hope for Shuangluo's victory. Their sole objective was to delay matters long enough to facilitate their escape. At that moment, Shuangluo unexpectedly lifted her gaze towards the starry sky. Above her, the beheading star shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Despite the dawn that had already arrived, the citizens of the imperial capital could still clearly behold the radiant star overhead. This dazzling celestial body generously cast its luminous blessings upon Shuangluo. You have received the blessing of the beheading star. Temporary health points, 500. Spiritual energy, 500. All attributes, 5. Bathed in an abundance of starlight, the gnawing hunger that seemed to emanate from her very soul vanished completely. This extraordinary sight eluded the perception of the ordinary onlookers, save for Xiaoshan, who stared in astonishment. So it is, you are the current master of the beheading star? Yet I have held that title before. Xiaoshan looked up, locking eyes with the beheading star, and to his astonishment, half of the starlight that was originally meant for Shuangluo began to tilt toward him. Triggered side quest. One illuminated is sufficient. Quest description. By a twist of fate, you have gained the recognition of the beheading star and become its master. Although the previous master, Xiaoshan, has long since perished, he exists in a peculiar form. When you meet, only one may survive. Slay Xiaoshan and prove that you are the sole master of the beheading star. Quest objective. Eliminate Xiaoshan. Quest reward. Power of the beheading, skill book. Shuangluo understood that she must exert every ounce of her strength in this battle. Meanwhile, Xiaoshan shed his earlier nonchalance and regarded his successor with a serious demeanor. Since you are the current master of the beheading star, allow me, as your predecessor, to impart a lesson upon you. A surge of dark energy erupted from Xiaoshan, manifesting as a deep blue demonic blade. Without further ado, Shuangluo leaped from the white tiger, her eyes gradually transforming into a blood-red hue. Self-devour, Shura Demon Eye, Execution Order, activate, unleashing a series of attacks. Shuangluo drew her blade and charged toward Xiaoshan. Bang! The two blades clashed violently. To her surprise, Xiaoshan's weapon could not withstand the force of the collision and shattered, while Shuangluo seized the opportunity to deliver a fierce blow to his armor. Yet, he remained unfazed. Dark energy surged forth, and the shattered armor mended almost instantaneously. The demonic blade, which which had just broken, restored itself to its former glory. Bang, bang, bang. Shuangluo relentlessly struck with one blow after another, and Xiao showed no inclination to defend himself. Both combatants engaged in an all-out offensive, devoid of any semblance of defense. The onlooking rebels stood in stunned silence, captivated by this clash between the masters of the beheading star. Akin to two frenzied beasts locked in combat. Though they should have hastened their departure, they found themselves rooted in place, eager to discover who would ultimately emerge victorious. Half an hour later, bang! Once again, the blade in Xiao Shan's hand was shattered, and his armor was cleaved apart anew. Although he rapidly regained his form, both combatants sensed a notable deceleration in the restoration of his armor. While the change was subtle, it was undeniably slower than before. Xiao Shan's expression had transformed from one of ease to an overwhelming gravity. This was the first time he encountered such a formidable adversary. He was well aware that the rebels had developed a substance known as Soul Crusher Powder, specifically designed to hunt down the Legion of Souls, or rather, crafted with the intent to eliminate him. Yet he pondered, why did it hurt so much? Having become a being of pure spirit, he should have been devoid of any sensation of pain. However, each time he was struck, he felt as though he were plummeting into an icy abyss or being seared by flames. Most alarmingly, this young spirit, appearing as a pure-blood human, exhibited vitality and recuperative abilities that surpassed even those of the demon and spirit races. The wounds he inflicted healed at a visibly rapid pace. Blood ceased to flow, scars formed, and flesh knitted together almost instantaneously. Consequently, this young one, while safeguarding his heart and mind, recklessly engaged in direct combat. Hey, young spirit, I wish to cease this conflict. Shall we declare a truce? Yet, Shuangluo remained unmoved, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes like a tempest. Are you not the least bit concerned for your grand strategist? The general of the overturned sea is no ordinary foe. Do you not feel compelled to aid him? The only response was a flurry of blows. Frustration bubbled within Xiao Shan as he realized the young spirit was undeterred by his words. Was he truly underestimating him? Was it merely a contest of endurance to see who would falter first? He could not believe he would be bested by an obscure young spirit. 10 minutes passed, and regret washed over Xiao Shan as the restoration of his armor and weapons slowed even further. What once could be instantly renewed now required a full 5 seconds to mend. The pain was excruciating. Initially, he could endure the discomfort, but as time wore on, the agony threatened to drive him to madness. Meanwhile, the young spirit appeared as vibrant as ever, having dismantled Xiao Shan's armor, yet bore no wounds of his own. I cannot fight any longer. A potent instinct surged within him. If he were struck again, he sensed he would perish. He must flee. In that instant, as he turned to escape, Shuangluo transformed all his spiritual energy into icy elements, causing a torrent of frost to surge forth from beneath him, rapidly spreading ahead. Xiao Shan was instantly encased in ice, yet the frost could not hold him. In less than a second, it shattered under his force. But as he broke free from his icy prison, Shuangluo had already closed in, delivering a decisive strike. Even without the spiritual energy to sustain his azure demon eye, it was no longer necessary. This blow shattered Xiao Shan's armor, and at that moment, disbelief washed over him. How could he have lost? He, the invincible master of the breakthrough star, could not possibly be defeated. Just then, he suddenly beheld several chains rushing toward him. He was nearly devoid of any capacity for resistance, as he was ensnared by chains and subsequently dragged into a mysterious realm. Silence reigned, an oppressive stillness. The members of the resistance gazed at Shuangluo as if he were a ghostly apparition. After all, he had effortlessly vanquished the commander of the Spectral Legion. Thanks to the cognitive alterations provided by the game system, they found nothing peculiar about Shuangluo's casual release of icy energies. Nevertheless, they were utterly astonished. For within a 50-meter radius, the frost he conjured enveloped the surroundings, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. Shuangluo stood resolute, his aura of dread more pronounced than before. The white tiger, who had been spectating from a distance, could not suppress a gasp. The terrifying youth who had captured him had been slain, proving once again that the harbinger of doom was indeed formidable. Chapter 41. Ascension of Pluto. Congratulations, player, for completing the side quest A Glow. Just one is enough. Congratulations, player, for completing the main quest Soul Extermination Plan. It must be said that Xiao Shan was the most lucrative adversary Shuangluo had encountered thus far. Not only could he imprison souls, but defeating him also simultaneously fulfilled both the main and side quests. Moreover, he had generously dropped a gray treasure chest, a type Shuangluo had never seen before. Cursed chest. Description: Every time a treasure chest is obtained, there's a 1 chance of receiving a cursed chest. This chest can only be opened by players who have slain their enemies. To unlock it, certain conditions must be met. Unlock condition: Celestial Descent. In a previous battle, Xiaoshan was toyed with by a celestial being. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not even dislodge a single hair from the celestial. This remains his lifelong regret. To open this chest, one must inflict harm upon the celestial in any manner. A cursed chest, indeed intriguing. Regarding the unlocking conditions, Shuangluo rarely displayed a pensive expression, contemplating the myriad possibilities. However, the immediate priority remained to claim the rewards for the side and main quests. Power of the Breaker. Skill type: Special Passive. Effect: Each attack ignores 15 of the enemy's defense. Evaluation: This is the blessing bestowed upon you by the Breaker Star, the most distinguished of its kind, wishing you continued victories in your battles. Shuangluo lifted his gaze towards the Breaker Star, which had transformed, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Most astonishingly, he sensed an emotion of joy and excitement emanating from it. Meanwhile, on a street in the imperial capital, a figure burdened with a bamboo basket suddenly turned toward the palace. Has Xiaoshan fallen? Who could be responsible? Could it be that the leader of the resistance has arrived in the imperial capital? Oh dear, it seems I must pay a visit. After slaying Xiaoshan, Pluto had met the conditions for ascension, and Shuangluo naturally chose to elevate it forthwith. With a flash of ethereal light, the Pluto pendant around his neck completed its evolution. Pluto, quality green. Type: Growth Equipment Accessory. Special effect: Soul Imprisonment. Upon vanquishing a formidable foe, you may choose to imprison their soul within Pluto. These potent souls will bestow upon you an array of enhancements. The current capacity for soul imprisonment stands at 12, including the soul of the formidable Xiaoshan. Special effect 2: Soul Prison. This allows for the temporary storage of souls that you do not wish to imprison immediately after their confinement in Pluto, as well as the ability to replace imprisoned souls. The current capacity is 110. Advancement requirements. The basic condition necessitates donning Pluto and personally slaying 2,000 ordinary enemies, 20 elite foes, and 3 boss adversaries. Current progress: 0-2000, 0-20, 0-3. Special conditions can be viewed upon meeting the basic requirements. Evaluation: Forged from the endless bones of living beings, you have merely taken the first step towards the title of a Lord of Pluto. With the advancement of Pluto, the upper limit of souls you can imprison has increased by 1. Additionally, a new special effect has been added, allowing for the storage of souls you do not wish to imprison immediately, as well as the option to replace them. The operational scope has significantly widened, exemplifying the strength of this evolving equipment. Though Shuangluo felt a surge of joy, he did not overlook the conditions for Pluto's further advancement. The basic requirements had doubled compared to before, and there was an additional special condition that, while currently obscured, undoubtedly posed a challenge. He chose not to dwell on the advancement conditions for now. Those concerns could be addressed later. What he needed to do now was to examine the effects of the soul of Xiaoshan, which he had just defeated. Silently praying, he accessed the information panel for Xiaoshan's soul. The soul of Xiaoshan, commander of the Ghost Legion of the Star of Destruction. Effect: Starshine illuminates. Evil cannot infringe. Each month, 1 negative status effect will be automatically removed from your status bar. Additionally, each attack has a chance to summon a number of Ghost Legion soldiers equal to your intelligence attribute, with a small chance to summon 7 vice commanders of the Ghost Legion and a very slim chance to summon the commander Xiaoshan to the battlefield. Note that the Ghost Legion comprises 27,000 members, which is also the cap for the soldiers you can summon. When imprisoning this soul, each time you slay an enemy, there's a chance to transform them into Ghost Legion soldiers. Note, this soul is a special type of dual soul, with a cooldown time of 1 hour for each switch. Would you like to imprison it? A special type, dual soul, both of which provide formidable benefits. One can assist in dispelling negative statuses, albeit with a lengthy cooldown. The other can summon aid during combat and appears to possess growth potential. Shuangluo promptly chose to imprison it. Upon completion of the imprisonment, his body, weakened by self-consumption, was enveloped in a warm current, dissipating the sensation of frailty. Suddenly, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a beast cry, echoed in Shuangluo's ears. It was a sound unlike any he had ever heard, imbued with an inherent, invisible pressure. The white tiger, taken aback, cowered on the ground, trembling, its paws covering its ears in a futile attempt to block out the sound. The rebels stood in disbelief, their gazes fixed upon the source of the voice. Could it be that the illustrious General Fu Hai had indeed betrayed them? As members of the resistance, they were intimately familiar with Fu Hai's call. They had just overheard the conversation between Su Zhan and Xiaoshan. but they had presumed it to be nothing more than a ruse employed by Xiao Shan to quell Su Zhan's fighting spirit. Yet, astonishingly, it was true. One of their 6 generals, hailed as the mightiest warrior of the resistance, had turned traitor. In that moment, confusion enveloped them. Was their struggle truly in vain? However, Shuangluo was not so easily bewildered. He cast a brief glance towards the direction of the voice, then ran to the white tiger, who was in a state of panic, and mounted him, leaning close to whisper, "Big cat, take me there." Upon hearing the familiar voice of his companion, the white tiger found an inexplicable courage. Though the voice bore a natural authority, it paled in comparison to that of his master. With a thunderous roar, the white tiger surged forward, carrying Shuangluo towards the source of the sound. On the ground, Su Zhan stood, his once pristine white garments now nearly drenched in blood. Despite his numerous wounds, he remained calm, his eyes fixed upon the figure soaring above him. In the air, a serpentine dragon adorned with antlers and scales spoke mockingly, its tone laced with derision. "Su Zhan, surrender. Without the 7 Killers' demon blade, what do you possess to contend with me?" Su Zhan was acutely aware of his own limitations, yet he defiantly raised the crimson flame demon blade, pointing it at the dragon above. "Fuhai, though I have often referred to you as a freak, I have always believed we were comrades, capable of entrusting our lives to one another. Why have you chosen betrayal?" The dragon erupted into laughter, seemingly amused by the unfolding drama. "Because I refuse to accept it. Why should I toil and fight only to see that man surnamed Shao ascend to the throne? He is unworthy, preposterous." Su Zhan rebuked, his voice steady despite his battered state. Even in the face of betrayal from a comrade, he showed no sign of weakness, but his fury was palpable. "His Highness is more deserving of the supreme throne than anyone in this world. You, beast, have no right to insult him." The dragon, witnessing Su Zhan's rage, laughed heartily once more. "Ha ha ha, Su Zhan, you truly are his most obedient and loyal dog. Fear not. Once I have slain you, I shall swiftly send him after you, so that you may reunite in the underworld." The dragon opened its maw, gathering a tremendous amount of lightning within, preparing to obliterate Su Zhan. The imperial capital is indeed a splendid place, harboring such a formidable creature. Suddenly, a youthful voice pierced through the air, followed by a powerful roar of a tiger. With a sharp pain at the base of its tail, the dragon felt an overwhelming force yank it down from the sky. Thud! Its massive body crashed violently to the ground, while the instigator of this upheaval gazed at the bloodied Su Zhan and shouted, "Hey, the one over there on the brink of death, I hope I haven't arrived too late." Su Zhan gazed at the familiar figure, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Such a pity. Had you arrived a moment later, I would have already slain this long serpent." Chapter 42. The Dragon Slayer. As Shuangluo rode upon the white tiger, the hovering Jiaolong was gathering strength, poised to unleash its final strike against Su Zhan. In a swift response, he infused the white tiger with the essence of wind and commanded it to leap forth and drag the Jiaolong down. Initially reluctant, the white tiger, though a king among beasts, found itself daunted by the presence of the dragon. The terrifying aura of the creature rendered it nearly immobile. However, with his formidable rider brandishing a blade, it was left with a stark choice: face immediate demise or seize the Jiaolong. With a determined leap, the white tiger propelled itself into the air, forcibly bringing the Jiaolong crashing down. Chomp, chomp! The snow wolf eagerly savored the flesh it had just torn from the Jiaolong. It must be said, this was the most formidable meat it had ever encountered since its birth, especially with the numerous scales that heightened the challenge of chewing. Yet, it persevered, fully aware that this singular opportunity to taste dragon meat might never come again. Moreover, it was simply exquisite. The wolf comprehended entirely why its fierce companion had such an affinity for meat. It was undeniably delicious. Meanwhile, the Jiaolong, now reverted to human form, bore a striking resemblance to his half-sister, both adorned with antlers. The distinction lay in the fact that while his sister was only partially covered in serpentine scales, he was entirely enveloped in them. Observing the voracious consumption of the white tiger, his countenance darkened to an extreme. With a mere thought, he summoned a surge of lightning to his palm, unleashing a bolt aimed directly at the beast. Bang! The lightning strike fell short of the white tiger, intercepted mid-flight by an ice shield. The protector was none other than Shuangluo, who tilted his head, gazing at the sea overlord with utmost seriousness. "Freak! Your unattractiveness is not your fault, but choosing to frighten others with such a visage is indeed your error." A burst of laughter escaped Su Zhan, who was taken aback by the venomous wit of Shuangluo. The sheer earnestness in his expression amplified the impact of his words. "You seek death." The sea overlord had long forgotten the last time he had been called a freak. Even Su Zhan, who had always harbored disdain for him, would only refer to him as such behind his back. The last time he had heard that term was in his childhood when ignorant villagers, oblivious to his true nature, had labeled him a freak. He had subsequently avenged himself upon those villagers, reducing them to cinders with his thunderous might. In a fit of rage, he transformed once more into the Jiaolong, soaring into the heavens. This time, he ascended even higher, beyond the reach of the white tiger. Thunder rumbled as torrents of lightning cascaded towards Shuangluo, who remained composed and unflinching in his stance. The sea overlord looked down with anticipation, fervently wishing to witness the reckless boy transformed into ash, but the outcome proved to be a letdown. Shuangluo merely raised her hand slightly, and countless ice shields materialized in mid-air, deflecting the thunderbolts one by one. The commander of the overseas army gazed in disbelief at this scene, his signature move. The rain of thunder was effortlessly thwarted. "Is this all you can do, Long Chong?" Shuangluo taunted once more, her scornful tone accompanied by a radiant smile, inciting the commander to the brink of fury. "You're quite adept at blocking, aren't you? Let us see you withstand another strike." The peculiar scales on the commander's forehead glowed ominously as several serpent scales from his waist vanished in an instant. The rain of thunder continued to pour down relentlessly, while the ice shields remained steadfast in their defense. Amidst the blue lightning of the thunderstorm, a purplish-red bolt stealthily mingled. The commander thought he could catch Shuangluo off guard, but her heightened senses had already alerted her. They warned her that enduring this strike could result in severe injury, perhaps even jeopardizing her life. Naturally, she did not recklessly attempt to withstand it. Instead, she enveloped her legs in wind elements and fled. Yet, even as she chose to evade, the purplish-red lightning seemed to possess a tracking ability, pursuing her relentlessly. Shuangluo furrowed her brow, deciding against further flight, and summoned a series of ice shields before her. Crack! The purplish-red lightning, imbued with a destructive force, shattered the ice shields that stood in its way. Just as it was about to obliterate the last of her defenses and strike Shuangluo, she executed an unexpected maneuver. She transformed all her spiritual energy into wind elements and soared into the sky, heading straight for the commander of the overseas army. Although he was unaware of her intentions, instinctively, he chose to distance himself as she approached. However, his speed could not compare to that of Shuangluo, empowered by wind elements. Thus, she swiftly reached above him and clutched onto his antlers, refusing to let go. The earlier purplish-red lightning followed her into the skies. It was only then that the commander realized her plan, but there was no time for further contemplation. The purplish-red bolt had already arrived above him. Thunderous roars echoed as he opened his mouth at the critical moment, swallowing the lightning into his core. As he ingested the bolt, Shuangluo seized the opportunity to leap from his grasp, just as he was about to exhale in relief. A terrifying blade of energy struck him fiercely in the center of his body. A pained howl escaped him, though he was not cleaved in two. A massive wound marred his form. Blood gushed forth from the gash, cascading like rain from a distance. With a resounding crash, his body plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. After delivering that devastating strike, Su Zhan's inky black hair visibly transformed to white at an alarming rate. Yet, there was no sign of regret on his face, only a profound sense of sorrow for not having dispatched the aberration with a single blow. 10 minutes ago, upon arriving, Shuangluo was suddenly graced by the voice of Su Zhan echoing in his mind. "You might not be adept at handling such formidable foes, but I possess a technique specifically designed to counter him. However, it requires a moment to charge, divert his attention, and I shall seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow." Although Shuangluo was uncertain how Su Zhan communicated with him, he chose to place his trust in him. Thus, he mocked the dragon, incessantly provoking it, ensuring its focus remained solely on him, thereby neglecting the gathering power of Su Zhan. The outcome was dire, as he was struck down with a single slash, rendering him gravely wounded. In a swift motion, akin to a bolt of lightning, his hands were severed. The general of the overseas, witnessing his severed hands tumble to the ground, felt the blood spouting from his wrists like a gushing fountain, seemingly in disbelief. Finally, the excruciating pain overwhelmed him, causing him to kneel and emit a series of anguished cries. "Ah, my hands!" The lightning-fast strike was indeed the handiwork of Shuangluo, who sought to test his newfound skill, the power of the breaking army. The result was gratifying. With the enhancement of this power, he had effortlessly severed the hands of the top-tier demon, the general of the overseas. Since the test was complete, there was no longer a need to spare him. Had it not been for the trial of his new ability, he would have long since taken his head or delivered a blow that would chill him to the core, rather than merely severing his hands. Sensing Yi Shuangluo's murderous intent, the general of the overseas cried out towards the half-white-haired Su Zhan. Su Zhan, save me. Don't let him kill me. We are comrades, partners in battle. I truly cannot bear to witness your demise. In that instant, the general felt a glimmer of hope, only to see Su Zhan silently close his eyes. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through flesh, severing his head from his body. Chapter 43. Wishing you prosperity in martial arts. Congratulations on achieving the Dragon Slayer title. Reward: 100 lightning element resistance. As Yi Shuangluo beheaded the general of the overseas, the system's notification reverberated in his mind, announcing yet another achievement, along with a direct reward of 100 points in lightning element resistance. It was unfortunate that there were no enemies who wielded lightning elements, for he was eager to test the extent of this newfound resistance. Casually stowing away the emerald treasure chest that had emerged, Yi Shuangluo was about to stride towards Su Zhan when the white tiger leapt towards his position. To his astonishment, he watched as the white tiger, resembling a small dog, lay on the ground, licking the blood that flowed from the general of the overseas. After a couple of calls, the white tiger, seemingly addicted, continued to lap at the pool of blood. Yi Shuangluo chose to ignore it and hurried to Su Zhan's side. However, as he approached, he hesitated. Your hair. Reflecting on their initial encounter, Su Zhan had been a striking young man, full of vigor, with a mane of black hair. Now, half of it had turned white, yet he remained irresistibly charming. Yet he did not resemble a youth in his 20s. Rather, he bore the countenance of an elder on the brink of exhaustion. Su Zhan smiled nonchalantly, uttering the most outrageous statement in the most indifferent tone. A mere 20 years of life, I never anticipated you could vanquish Xiao Shan. Yi Shuangluo tugged at the corner of his mouth, questioning how Su Zhan could express such a sentiment so lightly. He felt no sympathy for Su Zhan, for he understood that Su Zhan required none. His decisive strike had surely been the result of profound contemplation. It was merely a stroke of luck, but what of the old emperor? Yi Shuangluo wasted no words, directly voicing his foremost concern. Su Zhan shook his head, indicating his own ignorance. When I arrived, only that freak was present. His gaze fell upon the headless corpse, an unusual hint of reluctance emerging in his tone. Had I known I would have to confront him in the imperial capital, I would have brought the 7 kills. Su Zhan was acutely aware that had Yi Shuangluo not arrived in time, he would have perished at the hands of the traitor, the general of the overturned sea. He felt immense gratitude towards Yi Shuangluo, yet simultaneously harbored a deep-seated anger born from his own inadequacy. He could not fathom the catastrophic failure that would have ensued had Yi Shuangluo not been present. He could not tolerate the thought of his own shortcomings leading to the failure of the plans laid out by the prince. A thunderous rumble echoed. Both men turned to the direction of the sound, likely the result of the Thieves' Alliance making their move. The Dog Emperor should be there as well. It was the bustling city center. How could they dare employ such large-scale sorcery? Frankly, despite the presence of the Dog Emperor, Su Zhan had no intention of approaching. His objectives in the imperial capital had been accomplished. Xiao Shan was dead, and with his demise, the Ghost Legion had found liberation. He had no desire to become entangled in the ensuing chaos between the Thieves' Alliance and the Dog Emperor. However, his reluctance did not extend to the other individual present. Su Zhan, I shall go and assassinate the old emperor. We must part ways here. Upon hearing Yi Shuangluo's words, Su Zhan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a declaration. Su Zhan wished for Yi Shuangluo to avoid a reckless demise, for he was well aware that the other party was also in the imperial capital. Moreover, he could not comprehend Yi Shuangluo's urgency, as though time were slipping away. Yi Shuangluo could not elucidate his reasoning. They were companions on the same path, yet now that journey had reached its conclusion, and it was time to part. Thus, Yi Shuangluo turned, waving his hand, and delivered a kick to the blood-licking rear of the white tiger. Big cat, cease your licking. Grant me one last favor. Take me over there. With that, he effortlessly mounted the white tiger. The beast, roused from its stupor, found itself bewildered, questioning what it had just done and why it was suddenly on the ground licking blood. Wait a moment, had this calamity not just said it needed one last favor, implying its freedom was near? With that thought, it let out a jubilant roar, summoning all its strength to sprint towards the direction indicated by Yi Shuangluo. Su Zhan watched the figure atop the white tiger grow ever more distant, a myriad of words of persuasion swirling in his mind. However, in the end, he merely uttered a phrase, "May you thrive in martial fortune." Thunderous roars echoed. Above the firmament, dark clouds amassed, unleashing bolts of lightning upon the earth. Each bolt struck unerringly upon a protective shield. Within that shield stood the composed old emperor, trembling courtiers, and wealthy merchants he had invited to the banquet. The old emperor gazed indifferently as one bolt after another struck the shield. Even though the shield was riddled with cracks and on the verge of collapse, he remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the impending doom. Outside the shield stood a dozen Taoist priests, clad in robes, both young and old, male and female, each performing a particular gestural incantation. Occasionally, one would alter their hand position. The ominous clouds above were summoned by them, and the relentless lightning was drawn down at their behest. The leading priest declared in a grave tone, Shuangluo, today marks your demise. The 19 of us from the Taoist alliance shall perish alongside you. This priest bore an expression of unwavering resolve, mirrored by several others. The individuals within the shield were already in a state of chaos, yet the old emperor remained serene, even reminiscing about times gone by. Indeed, Shuangluo was my true name. Alas, it has been many years since anyone has uttered it in my presence. What a nostalgic feeling. Bang! Just as the old emperor finished speaking, the protective shield was shattered by a bolt of lightning. A collective gasp erupted as courtiers and merchants scattered in panic. Yet the dark clouds above showed no signs of dissipating. Countless bolts of lightning descended mercilessly, claiming the lives of fleeing courtiers and merchants one by one. Bang! Also invited to the banquet, chose to flee southward after the shield's destruction. But as his companions fell victim to the lightning, he closed his eyes, surrendering to the inevitable, prepared to embrace death. After a considerable time, feeling no pain from the lightning strike, he could not help but open his eyes. To his astonishment, a colossal ice shield hovered above him, and simultaneously, a somewhat familiar voice reached his ears. You see, I told you I would repay you. Ren Tianxing turned toward the source of the voice, where a boy riding a white tiger regarded him with an enigmatic smile. Upon seeing that face he had hoped never to encounter again, Ren Tianxing's emotions became a tumultuous storm. How could it be you? How are you here? Leave at once. This is no place for someone of your stature. Not one to hesitate. Ren Tianxing cast a deep glance at the boy on the white tiger, vowing to repay him adequately in the future. Shuangluo used the ice shield to deflect all the lightning aimed at Ren Tianxing, and only when the latter had fully escaped his perceptual range did he feel at ease. Subsequently, he leaped down from the white tiger and patted its head. Great cat. You are free now. Hurry and leave. This place is too perilous. Awoo. In truth, the white tiger was already well aware of the danger, with lightning looming overhead, threatening to strike at any moment. After Shuangluo conversed with him, he immediately dashed towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 44. The Assassination of the Emperor. Thunder roared. Under the relentless assault of countless heavenly bolts, the emperor deftly evaded them all. The Taoists beside him could only remain frozen in place, desperately maintaining their spells. Fortunately, the thunder was densely packed, allowing the emperor to evade momentarily without the opportunity to deal with them. Yet, the emperor was merely a mortal, susceptible to lapses. One misstep, and he stumbled over a stone, just as a bolt of lightning was less than a meter away from him. The breath of every Taoist in attendance quickened. Was the moment they had yearned for finally upon them? Crack! An ice shield materialized silently above the emperor's head, completely deflecting the bolt of thunder. The emperor, usually composed, gazed curiously at the ice shield above, pondering who had intervened to protect him. The Taoists, filled with disbelief, stared at the sudden appearance of the ice shield, who had safeguarded the emperor. Crack! 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 Suddenly, innumerable ice shields emerged in midair, blocking each descending bolt of thunder. Accompanying the shields was a strangely dressed youth. The Taoists eyed the approaching boy with a mix of tension and vigilance. Who was he? They were anxious. The moment he appeared, he summoned countless ice shields to defend against the thunder. This power was no trivial matter. Moreover, this youth had just protected the emperor. He was likely an enemy, not a friend. Despair crept in. They had finally found an opportunity with Xiao Shan absent from the emperor's side. Would this hard-won chance be squandered yet again? Do not be alarmed. I'm one of the rebels, Shuangluo stated. The Taoists exchanged incredulous glances, as if to say, Are you jesting? The rebels in the court are sworn enemies. How could a rebel save the emperor? Shuangluo shuruk, admitting that he intervened precisely because he intended to slay the emperor himself. However, he could not fathom why they referred to themselves as the Thieves' Alliance instead of the Taoist Alliance. Disinterested in further discourse, he drew Mo Zhu from his spatial backpack, the wind element instantly enveloping the blade, and he swung it towards the old emperor. This strike, swift as the wind, was narrowly evaded by the old emperor. Although surprised that the emperor could dodge the blow, Shuangluo swiftly unleashed several more strikes. Yet, for reasons unknown, the old emperor consistently eluded his lethal attacks. Thus, the two engaged in a dance of attack and evasion, leaving the Taoists, who struggled to maintain their spells, utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Having just saved the emperor, He was now attempting to kill him. A young Taoist, observing Yi Shuangluo's actions, suddenly began to speculate. Could it be that he, like them, harbored a deep-seated vendetta against this emperor and sought to take matters into his own hands? The realization dawned upon the crowd. This explanation made sense. No wonder he had previously intervened to save the emperor, only to now turn against him. Crack! The old emperor attempted to evade once more, but Yi Shuangluo had already encased his feet in ice, rendering him immobile. Thus, the old emperor could only stand there in a daze, awaiting the fatal strike that would deliver him to death. With a swift motion, his head was severed from his body. Yet, there was no glimmer of joy upon Yi Shuangluo's countenance, for the absence of a notification regarding his talent implied that he had not truly slain the emperor. He thrust the blade into the emperor's headless corpse, crushing the heart within. This scene evoked a wave of nausea among the onlookers. The emperor had already been dispatched, yet he continued to desecrate the corpse. Indeed, deep-seated animosities ran rife. Although he had lost the opportunity to kill the emperor with his own hands, this loss did not weigh heavily on their minds. Yi Shuangluo obliterated the emperor's heart, yet a profound heaviness lingered in his heart. Still, no notification appeared. The achievement of slaying the monarch remained unfulfilled. He had decapitated the monarch and pulverized his heart. Surely, the emperor was utterly dead. Why then was the achievement still incomplete? A sense of unease settled within him, as if foreboding misfortune was on the horizon. Just as Yi Shuangluo grappled with his confusion and anxiety, the ground beneath the imperial city trembled violently. An earthquake? Of all times now, the Taoists ceased their incantations, and the ominous clouds above dispersed in an instant. They scattered in disarray. Yi Shuangluo plunged his sword into the earth, gripping the hilt tightly for balance. The ground split open, revealing a colossal, milky white worm, devoid of eyes and possessing only a mouth, which surged forth from the depths below. As this creature emerged, Yi Shuangluo beheld the grim spectacle that lay beneath the imperial city. Bones, countless bones piled like mountains. There were remains of children, youths, men, and women. These skeletal remains appeared incomplete. Some are merely heads, others only limbs. While Yi Shuangluo's focus remained on the bones, the attention of others was drawn to the gigantic worm. Such a massive creature. In that moment, whether rebels, Taoists, or citizens of the imperial city, all stood agape. The worm, upon its emergence, blotted out the sun, casting the entire city into shadow. You have successfully provoked me. Remarkably, the enormous worm could speak. Wait, the Taoists realized that this creature referred to itself as I. They exchanged glances, clearly recalling a legendary tale known even to 3-year-olds in this world. The immortal bestowed a divine stone, forging the emperor's celestial body. This eyeless, mouth-only monstrosity, could it be the fabled celestial form? Yi Shuangluo, gazing upon the emperor's gargantuan celestial body, comprehended at last why the achievement had eluded him. It was likely that slaying the emperor in this form was the true completion of the task. At that moment, Yi Shuangluo understood that he must fight with his back against the wall. This would be his final battle in this world, a testament to his growth. His black eyes gradually transformed into a blood-red hue, the battle intent within him surging uncontrollably. Shura Demon Eyes, activate. Execution order, mark. Having completed these preparations, he charged forth with his blade, aimed at the emperor. The Taoists gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Was this young rebel truly so courageous? Just moments ago, he had severed the emperor's head in its human form, and now he was the first to charge forward. Surely, there must be some deep-seated vendetta between them. How audacious of this lowly insect to approach its demise. It was indeed comical for an insect to hurl such insults at others. The emperor roared in fury, his thunderous voice echoing throughout the imperial capital. How could one devoid of sight still perceive? Yi Shuangluo swiftly surveyed his surroundings, deciding to utilize the nearby structures to close the distance to the emperor. It became evident that the emperor's imposing form was merely a fade. It lacked any real combat prowess. Yi Shuangluo deftly traversed the rooftops, effortlessly landing upon the emperor's back. You insignificant worm! How dare you touch my magnificent and supreme celestial form? I shall devour you, crushing your bones into dust. With no time for idle chatter, Yi Shuangluo unsheathed his blade and plunged it downwards with great force. The blade easily pierced the emperor's skin, resulting in what was, to him, a trivial wound. Yet it elicited a chorus of agonized wails. It had been years since he had felt pain so acutely. However, Yi Shuangluo furrowed his brow, for the inflicted damage was minimal. The emperor, now transformed into this colossal insect, could only sustain limited harm. A strategy to amplify the damage was imperative. He thrust the deep into the emperor's body and gripped it tightly, beginning to race upon the emperor's form. With each stride, the blade carved swiftly through the flesh. A piercing scream erupted as the wound widened dramatically, causing the emperor to thrash wildly throughout the imperial capital. Though his human guise had lost its head, that form was merely a deceptive illusion. Now, however, the true celestial body was being wounded. In that moment, all within the imperial capital bore witness to an indelible sight. A young boy clad in bizarre attire, standing atop a massive insect. The boy appeared as minuscule as an ant, yet he inflicted profound torment upon the creature. As the emperor's wounds gaped wider, blood gushed forth incessantly. A deluge of green, corrosive rain began to fall upon the capital. The old emperor continued to wail, rolling about in an attempt to dislodge Shuangluo from his back. Yet he failed. Not only did Shuangluo remain steadfast, but he seized the opportunity to further widen the wounds. Amidst the growing carnage, Shuangluo suddenly noticed a luminous spot upon the old emperor's form. Due to the emperor's pale, milky complexion, it was nearly imperceptible unless one climbed atop him for a closer inspection. Shuangluo hurried to the glowing area, swiftly digging down with his blade. Before long, he uncovered the source of the radiance, a heart, crystallized and pulsating with light. A premonition washed over Shuangluo. If he were to destroy this heart, he could vanquish the old emperor once and for all. The old emperor felt as though his heart was laid bare to the air, panic washing over him as he began to plead for mercy. No, spare me. I can reward you with treasures galore. I can elevate you to high office, make you a prince. The old emperor's appearance at that moment was truly grotesque. With a swift motion, Shuangluo severed his crystallized heart. Accompanied by the sound of the heart shattering, the emperor's colossal celestial form gradually ceased its movements. Congratulations, you have achieved the accomplishment, assassinating the monarch. Applause erupted. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. In chapter 45, Toying with Celestials, a young man approached, clapping his hands in admiration. Though he bore an unremarkable visage, indistinguishable in a crowd. As he drew nearer, a singular thought struck all who beheld him. Why do I perceive him as an ordinary person? Should I address you as Brother Mountain Man, or, like the others, kneel and call you esteemed celestial? Shuangluo's voice was soft, yet rendered the nearby Taoists speechless. They gazed in astonishment at the young man. Was he truly a celestial, the very embodiment of legends? When did you come to this realization? Actually, it was shortly after we first met that my suspicions arose. How so? I believed I had not revealed any flaws. Left man, right mountain, there lies a character of celestial. Applause erupted once more. Mountain man, or rather, I should say celestial, your keen insight and formidable observational prowess are truly remarkable. Indeed, even amongst insects, you are the most exceptional. A smirk graced Shuangluo's face, an embodiment of arrogance befitting a legendary celestial. This celestial was unburdened by a bamboo basket. Instead, a small serpent, once slender as a finger, now coiled around his neck, having grown to the size of a bowl. With its growth, the serpent's previously subtle dragon horns had become pronounced. Upon seeing the divine stone, the members of the Thieves' Alliance lost their composure. The leading Taoist respectfully inquired, "Might I be so bold as to ask the meaning behind your actions?" "There is no profound meaning. I merely find it amusing." Upon receiving this answer, the leading Taoist did not crumble or rage. He had long suspected the truth, but found it difficult to accept. The arduous efforts of the Alliance had been reduced to mere jest for the Celestial's amusement. It is said that it was Gao Yangzi who had once offended you, prompting you to issue the celestial decree that transformed us into the Thieves' Alliance. Gao Yangzi is but an amusing insect. Despite the Celestial's derision, the Taoist maintained a placid demeanor. With the calmest of tones, he responded, "I am Ziyang. Gao Yangzi is my grandmaster. I would speak on behalf of my grandmaster to tell you that you are, but refuse, unworthy of any reverence." Upon hearing this, the Celestial displayed no anger. With a casual flick of his finger, Ziyang's body erupted, transforming into countless droplets of blood suspended in the air. Why are you pests always so bothersome? Gao Yangzi is like this, and so are you. Although the immortal has just eliminated the disrespectful Taoist named Ziyang, his gaze has remained fixed on Shuangluo throughout. Shuangluo witnessed the immortal's decisive action against Ziyang and gleaned some information from their earlier conversation. So Gao Yangzi ultimately found you, did he? A flicker of surprise crossed the immortal's eyes, but he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he sought my assistance to address the calamities of the world. Is there a follow-up? Shuangluo inquired further. Surely the Book Immortal Musings has some continuation. Now that he has located you, the immortal regarded him with a peculiar expression, but eventually produced a book from his spatial ring and tossed it to him. Collectible, Gao Yangzi's Immortal Musings. Effect. Upon placing in the collection room, Your future encounters with Taoists will increase their innate favorability by 5. Shuangluo did not anticipate receiving a collectible, which was a delightful surprise. He briefly skimmed through the book, learning about Gao Yangzi's final days. You allowed him to go free, merely to witness his faith shatter and to die, filled with regret? Indeed, do you not find it intriguing? To bestow hope upon others, only to heartlessly strip it away. A madman, truly a complete lunatic. No further words were necessary. The order for execution was immediately marked. Although Shuangluo knew he could never match the prowess of the man before him, he charged forward once more, gripping his long knife tightly. The immortal remained motionless, not even lifting a finger, for in his eyes, all of Shuangluo's efforts were in vain. Perhaps to deepen Shuangluo's despair, he refrained from immediately repelling the attack, allowing Shuangluo to strike at his shield repeatedly. To Shuangluo's perception, the immortal appeared to be enveloped in an invisible armor, as each of his strikes was thwarted just inches from the immortal's body. Suddenly, as he persistently attacked, a crossbow bolt flew straight towards him. Crack! An ice shield materialized before him, deflecting the projectile. Shuangluo reached out toward the source of the bolt. The twin fox maidens, hidden behind the crossbow, were swiftly swept away by the winds. With a swift stroke, he pierced through both foxes, leaving them skewered like candied hawthorns. The white-furred maiden gazed on in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality of her impending demise, while her silver-furred sister wore an expression of relief. Congratulations, you have achieved Demon Slayer. Achievement unlocked. Wind element affinity level 10. I truly never anticipated that I would ultimately attain this accomplishment. Now, I am left without any regrets. How pitiful, Brother Yi. Is it only with 2 beasts that you can vent your frustrations? Clearly, Shuangluo's actions have led to a misunderstanding on the immortal's part. He let out a slow sigh, gazing at Shuangluo with profound disappointment. Shuangluo offered no explanation, continuing instead to swing his blade with fervor. The immortal casually waved his hand, swatting Shuangluo away as one might a fly. With a cough, Shuangluo expelled a torrent of blood, yet his gaze remained resolute. Devoid of despair, he plunged his sword, Emo Zhu, into the ground, summoning the strength to rise and confront the immortal, who remained as serene as ever, and pose a question that puzzled the immortal. Immortal, do you bleed? If you were to be injured, would you lament like a mere mortal? The immortal frowned slightly, clearly perplexed by the inquiry. However, comprehension dawned swiftly as Shuangluo extended his hand and then clenched it tightly. Slaughter mark detonate. Boom! The quintuple slaughter marks erupted in a cacophony of destruction. The power of the break army skill rendered Shuangluo's attacks capable of bypassing 15 of his opponent's defenses. Coupled with the explosion of 5 layers of slaughter marks, the resulting force rivaled that of certain firearms from the main world. As the smoke dissipated, the immortal remained unscathed, his attire untouched by even a speck of dust, yet his countenance grew increasingly grim. Ha ha ha! Shuangluo laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Do you see? This is the immortal. Though terrifyingly powerful, he is not invincible. I have changed my mind. I shall grind your bones to dust, imprisoning your soul within a puppet to torment. Fear not. I shall regularly provide you with a new puppet body. Faced with the immortal's wrath, Shuangluo knew he would be torn asunder in an instant, with no means of resistance. Hence, he resolved to flee. As he silently chanted within, a wave of dizziness overcame him, for he was still unaccustomed to spatial teleportation. Not far away, the enraged immortal suddenly sensed a potent spatial disturbance emanating from Shuangluo, who was perilously close. The immortal, realizing the gravity of the situation, frantically sought to retain Shuangluo, but it was to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as Shuangluo's form grew increasingly ethereal, ultimately vanishing entirely. No. Chapter 46. The Tumultuous Main World. Esteemed preparatory player, the following events will influence your current rating. Completion of the main quest. Slight increase in rating. Completion of the side quest kill to stop killing. Companionship. 1 radiant is sufficient. Significant increase in rating. Slaying the Ghost Legion commander, Xiao Shan, and the Rebel Admiral. A substantial increase in rating. Your final rating is Reward. 10 free attribute points, 50,000 points. Only 3 hours have passed in the main world. He tossed his phone aside carelessly and reclined back onto the bed. He was acutely aware that numerous tasks awaited him. Yet at this moment, all he truly desired was a brief respite in slumber. Having shared the experience of being enveloped in snow, they had forged a bond akin to growing old together. The incessant ringing of his phone shattered the tranquility of his deep slumber, rousing Shuangluo from his peaceful state. much to his annoyance, particularly as it seemed the call was deliberately timed to interrupt his rest. Upon glancing at his phone, he discerned that it was a call from his uncle. Coincidentally, just as he reached for his device, the call was abruptly terminated, only for his messaging app to be inundated with a plethora of notifications. Dear Shuangluo, I heard something happened at your school. Are you all right? Shuangluo, your uncle and aunt have not seen you in ages. We miss you dearly. Please come over for dinner this weekend. I've asked your aunt to prepare your favorite spicy crayfish. With a smile from his uncle, Yi Shuangluo perused the messages with a stoic expression. He felt a desire to laugh, yet found himself unable to do so. Firstly, the residence in question was his home, and secondly, it was his cousin who had a penchant for spicy crayfish, not him. Yi Shuangluo was allergic to seafood, a trait inherited from his father. Yet the dining table of his uncle's household frequently showcased spicy crayfish. The reason was simple. His uncle, Jiang Yiming, had often brought his twins along to feast during Yi Shuangluo's childhood. He felt a wave of exasperation. His once well-regarded uncle was as hypocritical as ever, harboring disdain for him while feigning deep familial affection. It was truly nauseating. Regarding the proposed dinner, Yi Shuangluo's assessment was that it was akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well, harboring ulterior motives. Who could fathom what they were coveting from him this time? After contemplating for a considerable duration, he could not discern anything of value that could possibly be taken from him. Since he was already awake, he had no intention of returning to sleep. Instead, he picked up his phone and opened a few short video applications. As he had anticipated, the online community was ablaze with discussions on the matter. He scrolled through several videos, each one engrossed in debates surrounding apocalyptic theories, conspiracy narratives, and the resurgence of spiritual energy. He even stumbled upon a video showcasing himself alongside a youth adorned in a lion mask, vanquishing goblins. The video quality was remarkably clear, allowing one to discern the few pimples on the fallen female student's face. Upon glancing at the content creator's other videos, Yi Shuangluo was astonished to discover that, aside from the clips featuring himself and the lion-masked youth, several other locations had also been documented. Most significantly, these videos, rife with gore and violence, had not been censored in any manner and shockingly remained available online. Yi Shuangluo regarded the content creator, who bore the unremarkable moniker of the Observer, a name that fittingly encapsulated their role. Setting his phone aside, he took a seat at his computer, casually opening a browser that was inundated with trending news surrounding the incident. Among the trending topics, the foremost headline proclaimed the dark side of the world. Superhumans truly exist. On the forums he frequented, images of himself alongside several other players were prominently displayed. Some had taken rudimentary measures to conceal their identities, such as wearing masks, while others appeared without any disguise. It appeared that matters had escalated significantly. Yi Shuangluo glanced at the time, realizing that nearly 8 or 9 hours had elapsed since he had dealt with that group of goblins. Upon awakening from his slumber, he found himself still alone, with no one seeking his company. He shook his head, dismissing any thoughts as to why no one had come. Solitude, it seemed, was a welcome reprieve. Upon revisiting the system panel, he discovered, to his surprise, 2 additional notifications following the reward for his assessment. Acquire the essence of the world. Additional rewards available. Congratulations. You have earned the title Chila Marquis, increasing your legendary status by 1. After a moment's reflection, Yi Shuangluo recalled having opened a treasure chest, which yielded a seemingly useless skill book. Little did he anticipate that he would not only exchange it for a valuable skill, but also receive further rewards upon his departure. The essence of the world appeared to be exceedingly beneficial. You may select 2 among the following rewards. 120 points. 23 points of free attributes. 3 challenge task cards. 4 bloody pursuit arrows. 5 random pieces of green quality equipment. He swiftly dismissed the first and 5th options. While points were useful, they paled in comparison to the other rewards. As for the green quality equipment, had it been a selection of his choice, he might have hesitated, but as it stood, he chose to forego it. The second option was a must. Who could turn down points for free attributes? Yi Shuangluo promptly selected 3 points of free attributes, leaving him to choose between options 3 and 4. Challenge task card. Type, special item. Effect. Upon entering the trial, derivative, world, it automatically activates a generously rewarding challenge task. Evaluation. For the brave, this is an exceptional item. For the timid, it merely gathers dust in storage. Bloody pursuit, arrow. Type, special item. Effect. Input a player's identification number, and it will cross-world lock onto that player. Upon their next entry into the derivative, trial, world, you will accompany them. Evaluation. Perhaps some players with secondary occupations can decipher its formula and mass-produce it. After perusing the details of both items, Yi Shuangluo decisively opted for the challenge task card. Although the bloody pursuit arrow boasted an impressive effect, it held little utility for him, as he had yet to harbor any grievances against other players that would necessitate such a pursuit. After selecting his 2 rewards, he then opened a previously overlooked system message. Qilin Marquis. After your departure, the immortal was enraged. Unable to direct his wrath towards you, he unleashed it upon all the denizens of the imperial capital. Accompanied by his emerald avatar, a dragon of poison shrouded the entire capital. In a pivotal moment, the king of the resistance arrived, personally intervening to repel the immortal. Following this battle, the resistance flourished, ultimately seizing control of the realm a year later. The king of the resistance was crowned emperor, and posterity reverently referred to him as the emperor of the Northern Moon. After the resistance claimed dominion, your name was celebrated among the 7 generals of the resistance. In recognition of your remarkable achievements during the battle in the imperial capital, you were posthumously bestowed the title of Qilin Marquis. The emperor of the Northern Moon lamented his inability to meet you in life. Historical records describe you as a celestial demon star descended upon the mortal realm. In the realm of mundane affairs, amidst the moonlit return, a question arose regarding the 7 generals. What significance does that mere string of individuals hold to be named in the same breath as I? Having already turned traitor, why has he not been stripped of his title? With a casual remark, Yi Shuangluo rested his chin on one hand, speaking with a tone of resignation. Indeed, I share a sense of regret. Yet, if one is a hero, what need is there for encounters? Yi Shuangluo, feeling a tinge of disappointment at not having met his temporary superior. There are many tales circulating among the populace about the king of the rebels. But according to Su Zhan, this king is erudite, decisive in battle, and possesses both literary and martial prowess. Folklore tells that he was born under an extraordinary omen, with the celestial phenomenon of a celestial dog devouring the moon and a constellation of stars shining brilliantly. Hence, his name was derived. Is it possible he is called Xiao Tianguo? Yi Shuangluo could not help but chuckle to himself, recognizing the irony that this king of the resistance ultimately ascended to the throne. Regardless of his performance, he could hardly fare worse than the 2-century-old emperor. Chapter 47, The Wolf's Feast. Yi Shuangluo, World 11-22 Preparatory Player. Health points, 100. This attribute cannot be fully quantified and will fluctuate based on injury severity. Current Constitution attribute is 20. Mana points, 160. Current recovery rate is 0, 3 per second. Strength, 101. Agility, 10. Constitution, 12. Intelligence, 6. Charisma, 4. Current alignment, lawful. Luck, 5. Special attributes, perception, 20. Resilience, 0. Allocable free attributes, 18. Yi Shuangluo gazed at his attribute panel with a complex expression. His charisma had diminished once more, dropping from 6 to 4. This was not the first occurrence. Ultimately, it stemmed from his current alignment being lawful. He could not yet find a solution. As it had been mentioned by a sage in the forums that the alignment of charisma requires at least 3 worlds to anchor, he redirected his focus to other attributes and began contemplating their allocation. Before long, he reached a resolution. Allocate 5 points each to strength, agility, and constitution, and 3 points to intelligence. Strength, agility, and constitution are the triad that governs combat, each complementing the others. As for intelligence, it directly enhances mana points, which suffices for his needs. During battle, he must activate the Shura Demon Eye, which depletes mana at an alarming rate. Should he lack sufficient mana, there exists the possibility that, at a critical moment, his skills might suddenly cease, leaving him to lament his fate. After devising his allocation plan, Yi Shuangluo, filled with trepidation, seated himself in the attribute enhancement machine. Gritting his teeth, he chose not to disable the sensation of pain. He preferred to endure the discomfort rather than spend excessive time acclimating to a new body. A little pain can be overcome with determination. Creaking and groaning, the machine whirred to life, and the familiar searing agony coursed through his body once more. Yi Shuangluo gritted his teeth and persevered. Perhaps it was due to familiarity or an increased tolerance for pain, but he found it less excruciating than before. Half an hour later, Yi Shuangluo unsteadily descended from the machine, her gaze serene, and a hint of disbelief flickered across her face. With practiced ease, she accessed the attributes panel to review her newly acquired stats. Her strength had surged to 16 points, agility to 15 points, constitution to 17 points, and intellect to 9 points. With this enhancement in intellect, her spiritual energy capacity had risen to 190, relishing the overwhelming power coursing through her veins. Yi Shuangluo experienced an exhilarating rush, a sensation of evolutionary progression that was utterly addictive. She yearned for further strength, aspiring to scale greater heights and to discover the extent of her potential. However, she understood that the most pressing concern was to advance steadily, step by step. After calming her excited heart, she placed her final collectible from the previous world, The Conversations of Immortals by Guy Yangzi, into her collection room. Notably, a character on the cover behind Conversations of Immortals had been obscured, suggesting that the original title may not have been Conversations of Immortals. After some effort, Shuangluo discerned that the character appeared to be, leading her to speculate. Immortal hybrid? Truly, Guy Yangzi was remarkable. Congratulations on adding a collectible. Achieving the progress of a budding collector. Level 1. Current progress, 210. As the sound of talent notifications rang in her ears, Shuangluo accessed her talents. Congratulations. You have achieved the title of King of Assassins. Reward. Unlock special armor attribute. Armor. Capable of mitigating physical damage. The higher the armor, the greater the physical damage that can be negated. Shuangluo briefly examined this newly unlocked special attribute, concluding that it was indeed powerful, surprisingly so. With the armor attribute, every attack from an enemy would be diminished. If an enemy's attack power failed to exceed her armor attribute, the damage inflicted would be 0. For instance, with her armor attribute newly activated at only 15 points, if an enemy attempted to attack, the combat interface would display, you dealt damage of 1122 to the preparatory player. The opposing player possesses an armor attribute. Your attack will be mitigated. Since your attack cannot breach the opposing armor attribute, damage dealt, 0. The futility of their efforts would likely shatter the enemy's morale. While Shuangluo felt a sense of joy, a shadow of concern crept in. Initially, upon acquiring the special attribute points, she had intended to allocate them to resilience. Yet, in order to meet the learning requirements for the Sure Demon Eye, she had opted for perception, planning to invest in resilience later when the opportunity arose. Now, with the addition of the armor attribute, she was faced with a dilemma. Should she enhance armor or resilience next time she obtained special attribute points? After a moment of contemplation, she decided to set aside her thoughts, uncertain of when she might next have the chance to gain special attribute points. Shuangluo relinquished her musings and retrieved several treasure chests from her spatial bag, arranging them neatly on the ground. There were 2 green chests dropped by the Overseas General and the Giant Wolf, along with a gray chest from Shaoshan. Finally, she detonated the killing mark to satisfy the conditions for opening the gray cursed chest. Upon casting a fleeting glance at the gray treasure chest, he turned to unveil 2 emerald chests, for after all, one ought to savor the grand feast at the end. As he opened the 2 chests, a flash of green light swept past. Congratulations, aspiring player, you have acquired 5,000 points. Congratulations, aspiring player, you have acquired 4,000 points. Congratulations, aspiring player, you have acquired Dragon Horn. Congratulations, aspiring player, you have acquired Dragon's Reverse Scale. Congratulations, aspiring player, you have acquired Crimson Flame Wolf Claw. Congratulations, aspiring player, you have acquired Wolf's Feast. Crimson Flame Wolf Claw. Type, Material Special Equipment. Quality, green. This item can undergo secondary processing or be transplanted into special equipment. Upon inspection, your compatibility with this item is exceedingly low, granting you a mere 13 success rate for transplantation. Evaluation, to you, it is rather trivial. However, should you consider yourself the destined one, you may gamble on the 13 chance. Wolf's Feast. Equipment type, accessory, ring. Quality, green. Special effect, Feast of the Pack. Consumes 100 spirit points to activate. Once activated, all allied units will benefit. The type of effect determined by the number of allied units. With 5 players, health points increase by 100. With 20 players, health points increase by 200, restoring 5 health points per second. With 50 players, health points increase by 500, restoring 10 health points per second, and each attack will heal for 5 health points. Lasts for 1 hour, cooldown period of 12 hours. Evaluation. Once the Feast of the Pack is initiated, it will not cease until all enemies are slain. Points are a guaranteed reward from each treasure chest, requiring no further commentary. Both Dragon Horn and Dragon's Reverse Scale are materials, evidently dropped by the Sea General. While he cannot utilize them, he may sell them at a profit. Regrettably, no skill book was obtained. As for the Crimson Flame Wolf Claw, he would not pursue transplantation as long as his mind remained intact. Ultimately, Shuangluo gazed at Wolf's Feast with a complex expression. Its effects were undoubtedly exceptional. Alas, it was highly unlikely he would benefit from it. After all, he was a solitary wanderer, and this equipment required a minimum of 5 allied units. Wolf's Feast would be more suitable for larger guilds, who would surely appreciate its effects. In summary, nothing of value emerged from the 2 green treasure chests for him. Next, he would open the gray, cursed chest. Shuangluo silently washed his hands, inwardly offering a prayer before finally unveiling the chest. Upon opening, no radiance or phenomena appeared. Within lay merely an unremarkable book. Chapter 48, Wind Lioli. Congratulations, aspiring player. You have acquired unbeatable momentum. The gray cursed treasure chest bore no reward points, offering only a solitary prize. Unbeatable momentum, it sounded quite formidable. Shuangluo, intrigued, began to examine the details of this skill book. Unbeatable momentum. Skill type, special skill. Effect, with each battle victory, your momentum will grow stronger than before. Learning condition, 100 victories without defeat. After perusing the skill introduction, Shuangluo was left in a state of confusion, pondering the peculiar nature of this skill. What was its purpose? The notion that one's momentum could strengthen after a victorious battle seemed rather enigmatic. Was it a means to subdue one's adversaries without engaging in direct combat? The crux of the matter lay in his attempts to learn it, only to be met with a system notification indicating he did not meet the necessary prerequisites. Shuangluo speculated that his prior defeat against the immortal had disrupted his winning streak, thus barring him from acquiring the skill. Despite its oddity, he resolved to retain it, adopting the philosophy that possessing something was preferable to having nothing at all. He placed the skill book into his spatial backpack, intending to revisit it once he fulfilled the conditions for an unblemished 100 victories. After stowing away the skill book, he recalled another item gathering dust within his spatial backpack, the Demon's Soul Amber. Skill generation in progress, 85. Was it not yet complete? Shuangluo toyed with the black skill stone, which pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. He remained uncertain as to how to expedite the progress bar's advancement, though it seemed to be gradually increasing. Even as the bar neared completion, he remained perplexed, and, with a shake of his head, he returned it to the depths of his backpack to continue gathering dust. It was nearly full. He would address it when the time came. Subsequently, he ventured onto the player forum to post several bounties, hoping to procure the items he required. A yawn escaped him as he sat before the computer, boredom settling in. What once ignited his passion had now become exceedingly tedious. Ultimately, these games were designed for the average player, and his attributes rendered him extraordinary in comparison. In fact, with his senses fully attuned, he could effortlessly complete these games with his eyes closed. Casually shutting down the game, Shuangluo glanced back at the player forum. His bounty posts remained unanswered. This was unexpected. The forum was supposed to be accessible to all players. Why did no one respond? He merely sought to understand how to obtain the Millennium Demon Heart and to inquire about the mechanics of reverse invasion. Even after offering a reward of 50,000 points, no one had provided him with the answers he sought. If others' posts were similarly neglected, he could accept that. He perused a few threads, observing others engaged in lively discussions, which led him into contemplation. At that moment, he noticed a private message had arrived. 1122 World, Feng Lioli. Are you out of your mind? How dare you openly inquire on the player forum about obtaining the Millennium Demon Heart? In this player forum, each individual could adopt a moniker, whether their real name or pseudonym. In private messages, the prefix indicated the player's world. Thus, this message from Feng Lioli identified them as a fellow citizen of Shuangluo's world. 1122 World, Pajuanxing Mingzhu. What do you mean? I merely posted a bounty to ask about the items needed for skill upgrades. How is that madness? 1122 World, Feng Lioli. You must be a newcomer then? It seems you truly are unaware that the player forum is not solely populated by human players, but also includes other races from different worlds, among which are the demon kind. You brazenly offered a bounty for the 1,000-year demon heart, provoking the demon players. For the heart can only be obtained by slaying demon players in battle. Is it solely attainable through such means? He gently tapped his index finger on the table. Having previously felt that the Shura demon I was more suitable. However, the materials required for upgrades were elusive, and the skills had been solidified. Shuangluo scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled, as he now presumed he had offended a substantial number of demon players. A glance at his posted bounty indicated that deleting it now would likely be futile. Just as Shuangluo was mired in his thoughts, Feng Lioli sent another message. May I inquire, which region do you hail from? Newcomer? Jiuzhou? Sakura? White Elephant? Shuangluo regarded the incoming message and chose to disregard it. Although the intent was benign, one could never fully discern another's motives, and he was not inclined to reveal his identity so readily. Suddenly, a series of notification sounds chimed in his ears. This time, it was not the player forum, but rather the gaming group chat he had previously joined. As Shuangluo clicked to open the chat, he was greeted by a large red box proclaiming, "This chat has been banned due to sensitive topics related to pornography." Shuangluo was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the chat. In the next moment, he found himself added to a new group by the group leader. The screen was inundated with question marks, as many inquired about the recent events. Amidst the flurry of messages, the lost black cat suddenly typed an apology in the public chat. The barrage of messages came to an abrupt halt, and someone tagged the lost black cat, asking what had transpired. The usernames were all 2 characters long: Jiu Miao, Minglu, Helan, ZMO, Jiasu, Qingqian. Yi Shuangluo pondered over these names, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Among them, the one named Jiu Miao appeared to be the leader, tagging everyone as soon as he entered. He then posted in the public chat, Zhao, Mo, EU. A screen full of asterisks revealed that the content had been censored. Yi Shuangluo, witnessing this outrageous behavior, finally recalled where he had heard such names before. Wasn't this the notorious Internet Mad Dog group? A group of individuals who incessantly bicker online, offering unsolicited opinions on various matters. It was said that among them were hackers capable of effortlessly uncovering one's personal information. Typically, those targeted by such individuals would find themselves in dire straits. The Zhao Mo they referenced seemed to be the lost black cat, as they had not only insulted her, but had also tagged her, unleashing a torrent of photographs and various information on the public chat. Upon scrutinizing the details, Yi Shuangluo discovered that they had seemingly unearthed the ancestral lineage of the lost black cat. However, he had always assumed the lost black cat to be a nonconformist youth, only to learn that she was, in fact, a nonconformist young lady. No, it would be more accurate to describe her as a digital nonconformist, as she did not embody such traits in real life. Based on the images shared by the Mad Dogs, the black cat appeared to be an elegant and refined young lady in reality. Yi Shuangluo squinted at the screen filled with foul language, thinking to himself how utterly distasteful they were. In his list of friends, the avatar of the black cat had dimmed, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to invisibility or being offline. Although he could not discern the black cat's expression, it was evident that it was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with indignation. Yi Shuangluo sighed. Neither the group leader nor any of the members dared to speak up for the black cat, seemingly fearing the repercussions that may ensue. Yet, Yi Shuangluo remained undeterred. Just as the group leader established a new group, he promptly adorned a few previous administrators with green hats. Consequently, Yi Shuangluo silenced all members of the Mad Dog group. The group chat fell into an immediate silence, and Yi Shuangluo nodded in satisfaction, finally relishing the tranquility of the world. Chapter 49. The Cyberbullying of Brother Blackblade. How dare you? Are you truly unafraid of offending this pack of mad dogs? As soon as Yi Shuangluo silenced the Mad Dog group, the group leader sent him a message. They are but a stench-ridden horde, fit only for the sewers. What have I to fear? Had this been the former Yi Shuangluo, he might have hesitated, reluctant to entangle himself with such rabid individuals. However, for the current version of himself, the so-called Mad Dog group was merely a band of infamous rats. Ding 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 ding. The chat was incessantly interrupted by the sounds of newcomers joining. His act of silencing seemed to have provoked the Mad Dog group, who promptly infiltrated with a multitude of alternate accounts, ceasing to send messages about Zhao, Mo, and instead directing their focus toward him. Yi Shuangluo, observing the screen filled with personal messages, yawned in boredom. Is this all? Suddenly, 2 messages captured his attention. Jiu Miao, no wonder they lack manners, interrupting others while they speak, clearly orphans without parents. Qingyu, Senior 7 Miao, is right. Why weren't you struck by a car alongside your parents? Yi Shuangluo, he had to admit, they were indeed adept at cyberbullying, skillfully rendering him speechless. He couldn't be bothered to engage in a verbal sparring match with these rodents, and simply muted the group messages. Ding ding ding. His computer suddenly chimed with a new message. This time, it was from his little fan, the black cat. Great one, you need not stand up for me. They target me, and it has nothing to do with others. However, Great one, you just provoked them, and now they are surely fixated on you. I'm so sorry. I have brought you trouble. Sob sob. Upon receiving the black cat's immediate message, Yi Shuangluo confirmed that the black cat was not offline but rather hidden. It seemed she had been lurking, as she would not have been able to message him so promptly otherwise. No worries. There is nothing of mine to expose. But tell me, how did you provoke that group of rats? The black cat fell silent for a moment, and after approximately 2 minutes, she replied. It is because of him. The black cat sent over a photograph, and Yi Shuangluo opened it, momentarily stunned. The image depicted a youth wearing a fox mask, wielding a black long knife, with a few goblin heads at his feet. This appears to be a photo of me. What does it have to do with me? Yi Shuangluo inquired, perplexed. Isn't this Brother Blackblade? What connection does he have to me? Indeed, although the online community remains oblivious to Yi Shuangluo's true identity, They have nevertheless bestowed upon him an unflattering nickname. This moniker, though difficult to articulate, is one he wishes to repudiate. Yet, the netizens have firmly associated it with him. I previously encountered a thread on a forum that deliberated the true identities of several superheroes, while others engaged in rational discourse. Only Black Knife Brother found himself the target of scorn from a multitude, accused of cruelty for dispatching goblins with ruthless efficiency. Their lives matter too. Some lamented. Others remarked upon his seemingly practiced technique, questioning if it stemmed from a history of violence. There were even insinuations that Black Knife Brother was a fugitive, hiding in plain sight. Unable to contain my indignation, I joined the fray. A particular young woman claimed that Black Knife Brother's hidden identity could only indicate malevolence, contrasting him unfavorably with Louise, the Western character capable of transforming into a sprite, asserting that women inherently surpass men. After a brief debate, when she found herself outmatched, she declared my doom. Later, I discovered that this woman was a member of the Mad Dog Gang. Upon grasping the context, Shuangluo understood the dynamics at play. He had become a target of online vitriol. Black Cat had defended him, thereby incurring the wrath of the Mad Dog Gang. Opening his browser, he searched for the true identities of the superheroes. As expected, the first link that appeared was that very thread. Just as Black Cat had indicated, others were engaged in rational discussions, while he alone was relentlessly berated, having amassed thousands of insults. The thread even contained numerous video links from feminist bloggers, each one disparaging him in various ways. With a stoic expression, Shuangluo closed the browser, surmising why he alone was subjected to such derision. Previously, when 5 portals opened simultaneously, approximately 14 players had participated in the defense. While others unleashed storms of lightning or summoned mighty beasts, his approach was strikingly unadorned. It evoked the sentiment, I could do that. After all, it's merely wielding a knife. Human nature harbors an inherent admiration for the strong, yet also possesses a darker inclination. The anonymity of the internet amplifies these darker impulses. Those who berated him were motivated by jealousy, a desire for attention, or simply an aversion to his presence. Master, I brought you trouble. I am truly sorry. Black Cat sent another message, laden with apologies. It's fine. I do not mind, he replied. Shuangluo was magnanimous. He seldom took offense, preferring to advise those who crossed him to exercise caution in their next life. The Mad Dog Gang, infamous for their online harassment, doxing, and incitement of cyberbullying, boasted a history of driving vulnerable victims to despair, some of whom could not bear the onslaught of online cruelty and chose to end their lives. However, most of their members operated from abroad, making it challenging to bring them to justice. Shuangluo tilted his head slightly. He had to concede that he could not match the multitude of voices that assailed him. Nevertheless, he had little desire to engage in a quarrel with such a rabble. 9 seconds. Shuangluo narrowed her eyes slightly. The individual known by the moniker 9 Seconds was the very one who had just led the charge in hurling insults at her, even going so far as to expose her vulnerabilities. If she could locate him, she would be able to ensnare all his accomplices. Dragging her mouse, Shuangluo found a contact with the username Mingwang. Are you there? Yes, what's up? I need you to pinpoint someone's coordinates. She sent him both 9 Seconds primary and secondary accounts. Wow, 9 Seconds? ISNT, he part of the Mad Dog Gang? If I assist you, I might become a target myself. So, you intend to refuse? No, I mean, it will cost more? A burst of laughter followed. Shuangluo nodded. It was a familiar exchange. They were old friends, and she was well aware of his capabilities, so she promptly transferred 2,000 yuan to him. Wow, you struck it rich lately, haven't you? I was ready to negotiate, and yet you were so straightforward. Enough chatter. Get me 9 Seconds information within an hour. All right, boss. Just a moment. Half an hour later, Shuangluo was intently watching battle videos of several other players. Based on their performances, she realized she was not among the strongest of the 14 players, yet she was certainly not weak either. Of the 14 players, at least 7 were newcomers like herself. Yet, she alone had been subjected to online harassment. Why is this Louise so weak? Why do so many people believe she is superior to me? The elven goddess Louise was revered by countless feminists both domestically and internationally. Before becoming a player, she had already gained a modest following online. Coming from a well-off family, she was the epitome of a privileged beauty. During the goblin invasion, she transformed into an elf and unleashed her longbow to vanquish the encroaching goblins. Her combat grace was unparalleled, and she unabashedly showcased her beauty. Although Shuangluo found her antics overly ostentatious, they undeniably attracted a multitude of admirers. Ding ding ding. Boss, I've got the information you requested. Ming Wang's efficiency was commendable. Within just half an hour, he had procured the desired details. Yi Shuangluo gazed at the information sent by Ming Wang, a gentle smile gracing her features. Chapter 50. Confronted by real online abusers 9 seconds? Shindigo, upon hearing someone call his username, instinctively turned to look out the window. A young man stood at the window, coldly observing him, sending a chill down Shindigo's spine. He resided on the 13th floor. How could anyone be standing outside his window? In the dead of night, was it a ghost? He felt a shiver run through him. But the next moment, he realized the boy was no specter. Before his eyes, the youth effortlessly tore apart the window's security frame and leapt inside. Who are you? I'll have you know that trespassing is illegal. Yi Shuangluo couldn't help but chuckle at his words. You, who invade others' privacy daily, dare to lecture me on the law? Isn't that amusing? Chundigu was momentarily taken aback. His mind raced as he recognized that she knew about his invasion of privacy, all while addressing him by his online alias. Could it be that the individuals he offended online have come to confront him? However, as he gazed upon the ominous youth before him, he could not recall having encountered him previously. Do you no longer recognize me? I am Yi Shuangluo, known online as the Red Dragon. This revelation should not have surprised him. After all, he had meticulously investigated my ancestry. How could he possibly forget me? Yi Shuangluo? Shindigu found it hard to believe. He had just reviewed the information a few hours prior, and had indeed seen the individual as photograph. Yet, the disparity between the image and the actual person was rather significant. The Yi Shuangluo in the photograph appeared to be a melancholic figure, so unremarkable that they could easily be lost in a crowd. In stark contrast, the youth standing before him exuded an air of menace, a presence so formidable that it could be recognized even among thousands. Chundigu was about to utter another word, but Yi Shuangluo raised a hand, and a terrifying force instantly pinned him to the ground. Ah, this makes for a much more pleasant conversation, Yi Shuangluo remarked, seated in his swivel chair, looking down at the prostrate Chundigu. Chundigu's face was pressed firmly against the floor, and despite his struggles, he could not rise. Yi Shuangluo did not hinder him. Instead, he observed with keen interest as he squirmed like an insect. Hud, hud, hud. After his futile attempts to escape, Chundigu began to pound his palms against the floor, gasping for breath. Observing this, Yi Shuangluo gestured slightly, alleviating some of the pressure so that he could at least lift his head. I have but one question for you. Do you wish to live or die? I want to live. Please, I beg you. Chundigu shouted hoarsely, desperate to avoid the suffocating sensation he had just experienced. Since you wish to live, I shall grant you an opportunity. Summon everyone in your little group. Yi Shuangluo's tone was unwavering. If you comply, I will consider granting you a chance at survival. Chundigu abruptly lifted his head, comprehending the youth's intentions. However, he could neither stop nor dare to defy him. Within the confines of the dimly lit room, the boy wore a benign smile, yet to Chundigu, it appeared as the grin of a demon. Trembling, he approached the computer and began to send group messages to summon all members of his circle to their usual meeting place. Is this sufficient? Indeed. Now lead me to your group's rendezvous point, Yi Shuangluo replied. A chill ran down Chundigu's spine. He was uncertain of the lengths to which this youth would go. The moment he had made his presence known, he had already asserted dominance, and accompanying him could lead to dire consequences. Yet, he was left with no choice. He recognized that his actions would endanger others, but as the saying goes, better a friend dies than a monk. Upon receiving the information about Jiu Miao, Yi Shuangluo was astonished to discover that they were from the same city. Seizing the serendipity of the situation, he decided to pay a visit. As anticipated, he successfully located Jiu Miao, which in turn would allow him to trace the others. When Chundigu and Yi Shuangluo arrived by car at a villa on the outskirts, they found that 2 women had already arrived before them. As they stepped out of the vehicle, the 2 women approached them. On 9 seconds, you've brought along a charming young man. His complexion is remarkably fair and tender. I could almost bite into him. You little harlot, did your family Jiang neglect to feed you, allowing you to wander about so recklessly? Fear not, young man. Come into my embrace. I shall protect you. Chundigu observed the 2 women teasing the youth beside them, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. These 2 foolish women are courting disaster. Please do not involve me. Fortunately, Yi Shuangluo maintained her composure, seemingly unfazed by the jests. Chundigu hurriedly stepped in to separate Yi Shuangluo from the 2 women, inquiring, Are you the only 2 who have arrived? Where's everyone else? Upon hearing Chundigu's question, the 2 women simultaneously rolled their eyes and retorted, How dare you ask? Everyone else has long since arrived. We were merely waiting for you. You called us out, yet you were the last to arrive. Chundigu chuckled awkwardly and led Yi Shuangluo and the 2 women into the villa. Inside, a gathering of over a dozen individuals awaited their arrival, and upon seeing Chundigu, they began to voice their discontent. Exactly. Arriving late is one thing, but bringing along a child? Please, can you hurry it up next time? Haha, Zimo, have you tried? Is 9 seconds truly that swift? However, Chungu disregarded their remarks and turned, pleading, I have done as you instructed. I can. With a sudden, violent motion, Chungu's head was severed, and in his final moments, his face was etched with desperation. The once raucous villa fell into an eerie silence, the attendees gaping in shock at the lifeless body on the ground. Ah, a murder! The two girls who had just been teasing Shuangluo screamed in horror, splattered with Chungu's blood. They attempted to flee, seeking to distance themselves from Shuangluo. Crack! The two fleeing girls were instantaneously encased in ice, transformed into frozen sculptures. Shuangluo nonchalantly shook her hand, her gaze sweeping across all present. She called out the online aliases of those gathered, nearly all accounted for, save for a few who, in cowardice, refrained from showing themselves. Who are you? The first to question her was a fierce-looking woman who, despite the recent violence, continued to glare at Shuangluo with malice. In response to her inquiry, Shuangluo flicked her wrist, and the woman was brought before her by the wind element. The woman struggled desperately, yet an invisible hand tightened around her throat, suspending her in midair. This spectacle undoubtedly quelled the crowd as chatter. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shuangluo, the orphan whom you have mercilessly ridiculed for the past 2 hours. A man clad in a crimson trench coat mustered his courage and asked, What do you intend to do? His tone had softened considerably, transforming from an accusation into a question. What do you think? The young man smiled. Yet an unsettling chill coursed through everyone present. You are committing a crime. Huh? Shuangluo laughed unabashedly, as though she had heard something ludicrous. If memory serves me correctly, your actions are also criminal, infringing upon another's right to privacy. In essence, we are indistinguishable. Thus, there is no need for distinctions between the elder brother and the younger brother. A great man once articulated that the subordinate adheres to the rules. The intermediary exploits the rules, while the superior establishes the rules. Who are you to speak such nonsense? A sharp sound echoed as Shuangluo raised his hand, summoning a blade of ice that pierced the heart of the one who dared to question him. The only great man I have ever revered is my father, who imparted to me that rules are merely shackles for the weak. Moreover, who said I'm slaying humans? I am but exterminating pests. As he spoke, he conjured several ice spikes that erupted forth, penetrating the hearts of multiple individuals. Chapter 51, The First Drop of Blood. Your skill. Ice compliance has been upgraded. Effects enhanced. Current effect. Ice element resistance 2510. Is this how it ends? Shuangluo reclined on the sofa, his gaze sweeping over the lifeless bodies scattered across the floor. In his ruthless carnage, these vermin have been obliterated in less than 5 minutes. Are there still over 10 individuals in other cities? Or are they simply unwilling to come? He has always adhered to the principle of eradicating evil entirely, leaving no root to flourish. Thus, he harbored no intention of sparing those who remained absent. Since they did not come, he would seek them out instead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew towards Shuangluo at astonishing speed. A 1-meter-high ice shield materialized before him. Is this wind element? Shuangluo marveled as the arrows collided with the ice shield, dissipating into a gentle breeze. The arrows that had just assaulted him were, in fact, composed of wind elements. What have you done to them? An irate voice echoed. Shuangluo turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. A young man clad in a suit, his expression brimming with fury. Jiao Sheng? Tian Lang? Feng Tian? Which one are you? Shuangluo tilted his head, observing the young man who had entered with a curious glint in his eyes. With fewer than 100 players worldwide, it was unexpected to encounter one while dealing with mere sewer rats. The young man slowly approached the living room, and although he had mentally prepared himself beforehand, his demeanor shifted dramatically upon witnessing the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground. The moment he laid eyes on his beloved's lifeless body, his murderous intent became uncontrollable. The young man pointed his hand at Shuangluo, chanting, Great God of the Tempest, I praise your might. Grant me the strength to vanquish my foe before me. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows collided midair, canceling each other out. What a coincidence. I too wield the wind element. Although he sensed no threat from the wind element arrows, he preferred to avoid unnecessary harm. Thus, he conjured a wind element arrow of his own to counter and neutralize the incoming attack. I never anticipated you were also a player. The moment the young man recognized Shuangluo, he was filled with admiration, acknowledging the difference between players and the lesser beings. The young man now found himself in a predicament. The recent exchange appeared to be a stalemate, yet he had utilized a skill, while his opponent had acted without one. He needed to employ his skills to counter his opponent's advances, with the disparity between the two becoming increasingly clear. Contemplating this, a tinge of apprehension filled his gaze as he regarded Shuangluo. Is it still possible for me to retreat? Though he understood that his adversary had already unleashed chaos and would undoubtedly seek his demise, he still yearned to evade this confrontation. The young man, observing Shuangluo's swift approach, realized that inaction was not an option. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows of wind surged from all directions towards Shuangluo. He could have evaded them all, but suddenly a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to brace himself against several of the wind arrows. You have received 48 points of wind attribute damage. Detection indicates you possess wind element resistance, thus nullifying 48 points of wind attribute damage. You have sustained 0 points of damage. Indeed, it posed no threat whatsoever. Shuangluo tested his elemental resistance, and the results were quite satisfactory. However, the young man found it hard to believe. All his attacks had struck true, yet his opponent's health bar remained unmoved. As the distance between them diminished, he could sense the terrifying malevolence emanating from the youth. This was a sinister aura accumulated from the slaughter of countless lives. With a swift motion, Shuangluo swung his blade, only to find it cleaving through empty air. Just as the young man completed his incantation, his form began to shimmer and then materialized 50 meters behind Shuangluo. Of course, this forced maneuver did not come without its price. His left arm was shredded by the chaotic spatial turbulence akin to a meat grinder. As the young man prepared to catch his breath, a powerful gust of wind rushed from behind, propelling him uncontrollably forward, and directly in his path awaited a small ice dagger. He struggled desperately, calling upon and manipulating his wind element in an attempt to counteract the fierce wind, but to no avail. Crack! The ice dagger pierced through his skull, delivering a fatal blow with finality. His last expression was one of fear and regret. If given another chance, he would never again hurl insults online, nor provoke those he should not dare to challenge. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Shuangluo stood in place, yawning with boredom. His gaze towards the young man resembled that of a spectator observing a jester. The opponent had vividly illustrated the meaning of exerting great effort only to achieve a record of 0 damage after an exhaustive struggle. How dismal. This was his first encounter, and to be met with such a feeble adversary was truly disheartening. Congratulations. You have achieved First Blood, kill the player. Reward, Armor 5. Another achievement unlocked. This time with a reward of armor attributes. Quite commendable. Shuangluo stretched lazily as he exited the villa, which suddenly erupted into flames behind him. Next, he would have to deal with those elusive rats. Some were abroad, while others resided in different cities. Certainly a challenging endeavor. If you wish to eliminate them, I can assist you. A voice suddenly resonated in his ear, a sound both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. Shuangluo remained rooted to the spot. Despite having not heard that voice for nearly a decade, it was indelibly etched in his memory. For the voice belonged to his mother. Do you not appreciate hearing your mother's voice? Is this more to your liking? The sound that reached his ears had transformed, now coarse yet rich with magnetism. Shuangluo fell into silence. It was his father's voice. Gaia, it is I. You seem to be in need of my assistance. Listening to the long-lost voice of his father, Shuangluo sank into a protracted silence. Could you refrain from using my parents' voices? I presumed that employing your parents' voices would forge a closer bond between us. Very well, I shall change it. Upon hearing his father's voice morph into his own, he tugged at the corners of his mouth, but ultimately did not request Gaia to alter it again. Do you know what I intend to do? Of course. This is not challenging for me. It merely involves disposing of a few bacteria. Then assist me in this task. Certainly, my warrior. I have rendered you a small favor. Could you grant me a modest favor in return? What favor? Shuangluo inquired cautiously, aware that the requests of the world's consciousness were seldom trivial. Rest assured, it will not be difficult for you. You're about to embark on your third trial, which is your final test as a preparatory player. In this trial, you will encounter players from other worlds, and I hope you will eliminate several adversarial players from different realms and plunder their world's essence. The voice in his mind was calm, yet imbued with an air of foreboding. Shuangluo pondered for a moment. It seemed that players in the third trial would belong to various factions. Under these circumstances, he could indeed assist. All right, I agree. Chapter 52, The Abandoned by the World. In a racing circuit in Kyoto, Gu Xiao, you look so cool driving with one hand. Gu Xiaoyu reveled in the company of several beautiful women, his hands wandering unrestrainedly over the figures of the two most alluring. Gu Xiaoyu, the youngest son of the Gu family, born of an extramarital affair, was not entitled to inherit the family business. His role was to indulge in debauchery to alleviate any potential pressure on his elder brother. Although, in truth, his brother had never felt any pressure. Throughout their lives, that half-brother had overshadowed him in every aspect. Abandoned by both father and mother, he found no affection among the family elders. Whatever he did was met with disdain, with others remarking that he could not compare to his elder brother. This accumulated a great deal of pressure over the years. Women, cars, gambling, these pursuits had ceased to provide him any relief from his burdens. It was not until he ventured into the online world that he encountered a group of similarly distorted individuals, both men and women, who desperately sought validation. Together, they engaged in cyberbullying, and when he witnessed someone take their own life due to his actions, he felt an exhilarating rush. The intoxicating thrill of wielding power over another's fate captivated him immensely. Recently, there have been whispers of an unwitting individual provoking members of a certain organization. Technicians have unearthed all information regarding a young girl, and a new wave of online harassment is about to commence. Gu Xiaoyu, filled with exhilaration, dismissed the women surrounding him. Intending to refine his driving skills once more, he settled into the racing car, maneuvering with practiced ease, feeling an extraordinary connection to the vehicle today. In fact, he surpassed his previous records. He let out a whistle towards the women cheering him on from the sidelines. However, as he pressed the brake and prepared to disembark, he suddenly realized that the brakes had inexplicably failed. The car collided with the wall at an alarming speed. Bang! The impact left him dizzy, yet fortunately, he sustained minimal injuries due to the protective helmet. Cursing under his breath, he exited the vehicle, planning to confront the racetrack owner about the incident. But then, calamity struck once more. Bang! The racing car exploded, obliterating him entirely. Simultaneously, in various corners of the world, countless others found themselves descending into oblivion alongside him. They were scattered across the globe, seemingly devoid of commonality. The sole similarity among them was the overwhelming sense of malice they felt from the world in their final moments. Shuangluo sat at his computer desk, perusing the exposed identities of several players. Upon hearing his own voice nearby, he nodded in acknowledgement. Gaia refrained from uttering another word to him. Louise possessed the ability to transform into a sprite and grant movement to trees, akin to a druid's powers. While other players' videos were either clandestinely filmed or captured in grainy surveillance footage, Louise's video appeared meticulously staged. Shuangluo even suspected that multiple cameras were set up at the scene, producing several versions of the footage, ultimately selecting the most visually appealing one for public release. As a counterpoint to the barrage of criticism directed at him, Shuangluo could not help but pay some attention to her. Moreover, her information was indeed the most comprehensive available online. From her preferred brand of baby formula since birth to her childhood scuffles with boys in kindergarten, virtually everything was documented. He even discovered that someone abroad was preparing to create a superhero film based on her, with reports suggesting that she would be both the screenwriter and the lead actress. Truly absurd, one might say, absurd to the point of being ludicrous. It seems she genuinely aspired to be a superhero. Shuangluo shut down his computer and summoned his system panel. Next trial opening time, 692,745. Perhaps in 3 days? He felt a sense of anticipation. After the next trial, he would officially become a player. Furthermore, he anticipated encountering a multitude of players from other realms during this trial. He felt a flutter of excitement at the thought of possibly meeting demon race players among them, which could provide him with the opportunity to obtain a Millennium Demon Heart to upgrade his Shura Demon Eye. Ding ding ding. His phone chimed with a new message. Uncle, little Shuang, don't forget to come over for dinner tomorrow. Uncle, your aunt and I haven't seen you in ages. We miss you dearly. So you must come. Uncle, sending love. Shuangluo suddenly felt a wave of nausea, as if the dinner he had consumed not long ago was on the verge of being expelled. What was this sudden turmoil about? Did he not feel the same sense of discomfort? He had harbored some resentment towards his cowardly uncle and his domineering, greedy aunt. After the untimely demise of his parents, they had shamelessly occupied their home, seizing both property and wealth under the guise of guardianship. However, the animosity he once felt had dissipated. The disparity between them was simply too vast for him to harbor hatred towards two insignificant aunts. This did not imply that he would forgive and forget. Rather, he was merely too apathetic to confront them. Yet, now that they had come to him uninvited, he would not hold back. With a habitual false smile gracing his face, Shuangluo's inner thoughts remained a mystery. The villa at number 04, Shanghai Garden came into view. As he gazed upon the familiar house, vivid scenes from the past began to surface in his mind. Little Luo, you must grow up safe and sound. You are the most precious gift bestowed upon your parents by heaven. His mother often held him tenderly during his childhood, narrating enchanting tales and wishing for his happiness and safety. Son, come here, let your father hold you. Oh, be careful, don't fall. Those memories flashed before him as if they had occurred only yesterday. Shuangluo shook his head, and the images of the man and woman cradling a child vanished in an instant. Perhaps due to his exceptional intellect, he was often reminded of long-forgotten moments. He looked at the house before him, the very place of his birth, once a home for the three of them. Regrettably, after his parents' passing, it had been usurped by his uncle's family, and he had been driven out by his aunt under a flimsy pretext at the age of 14. Contemplating the past, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. Although this was the home where he had grown up, with both parents gone, remaining there would only evoke sorrowful memories. However, that was no justification for others to seize what was rightfully his. He believed firmly that while he could relinquish or even give away his possessions, no one had the right to take them by force. With that thought, he approached the door and knocked. The entrance swung open promptly, revealing an unremarkable middle-aged man. Ah, Xiao Shuang, you've come. Gumin, Gumin. Shuangluo regarded his uncle with a signature amiable smile. As he stepped into the villa, he observed the familiar furnishings and decorations within. Each piece of furniture had been meticulously selected by his father, now reduced to mere possessions of outsiders. Xiao Shuang, please, take a seat. Don't be shy. Make yourself at home. This is, after all, my home, he thought silently. His gaze was drawn to Jiang Yiming, who was pouring him a glass of water, particularly fixating on the watch adorning his left wrist. It appeared to be an expensive brand. Has he struck it rich? Did he win a lottery? Shuangluo had a reasonable understanding of his uncle's family's financial situation. His uncle was merely a small supervisor at a company, earning a meager annual salary of around 70 to 80,000, while his aunt was a housewife, solely responsible for household chores. Years ago, after the untimely demise of Shuangluo's parents, their estate amounted to approximately 2,000, including the car and the house. While this may seem substantial, his calculations indicated that the couple, along with their twins, had likely exhausted most of it over the past 8 years. Moreover, he was well aware of his aunt's character, strict with others yet lenient with herself. It was inconceivable for her to spend at least 6 figures on a luxury watch for her brother to flaunt. If such funds were available, she would rather indulge herself with several designer handbags. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Shuangluo suddenly harbored a premonition that the funds for the watch were somehow linked to the unexpected summons he received today. Nevertheless, he would soon uncover their intentions. He would face whatever challenges arose with resilience. With a nonchalant shrug, Shuangluo made his way to the classical sofa and took a seat. Before long, his uncle brought him a glass of plain water. Little Shuang, have you been busy lately? Your studies must be quite demanding. It's been ages since you last visited your uncle, Jiang Yiming remarked, observing his nephew whom he had not seen for over 2 months. Initially, he intended to adopt a senior's authoritative demeanor, but when Shuangluo merely glanced up at him, his resolve swiftly dissipated. No, I simply didn't feel inclined to come. After all, the weasel does not visit the chicken with good intentions. Shuangluo's bluntness left his uncle feeling somewhat awkward, prompting him to hastily change the subject. Oh, Jiang Yiming mentioned, referring to Ri-In and Ri-Yu, Shuangluo's cousins, an ill-mannered pair of twins known for distorting the truth at school, portraying Shuangluo as a parasite leeching off their family. Suddenly, Jiang Yiming found himself inexplicably kneeling on the floor, terror-stricken as he stared at his nephew. What had just transpired? He attempted to rise by grasping the sofa, but his body felt as limp as a puddle of mud, refusing to cooperate. Old Jiang, while it has indeed been a long time since we last met, there is no need for such grand gestures. Would you care to bow as well? The youth's voice brimmed with mockery and derision. Jiang Yiming's face flushed crimson, unsure whether it was from anger or the humiliation of kneeling before his long-disdained nephew that ignited his shame. After several unsuccessful attempts to rise, he contemplated calling upon Shuangluo for assistance. However, upon meeting his nephew's gaze, he found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by the benevolent smile adorning Shuangluo's face. It was a smile he had not witnessed since he and his wife had usurped this nephew's inheritance years prior. That 9-year-old child had never again displayed genuine warmth in his presence. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It was not the smile that felt foreign, but rather the entirety of his nephew's demeanor. The last time Jiang Yiming saw Shuangluo, he was a reticent, brooding boy. Yet now, the youth before him resembled a regal sovereign, surveying the foolish and base slave beneath him. As this thought crossed his mind, a shiver ran down his spine, leaving him bewildered by such audacious reflections. Abruptly, the sovereign seated on the sofa extended his hand towards the foolish slave. Overcome by fear, Jiang Yiming instinctively shut his eyes. However, nothing transpired. That hand merely patted his shoulder. It would be prudent to visit the hospital, having knelt for an eternity without rising. One must fear the presence of some hidden ailment. Accompanied by the gentle pat on his shoulder, he surprisingly felt a resurgence of strength within him. Jiang Yiming abruptly sprang to his feet, retreating in fright from his nephew. Shuangluo appeared oblivious, her countenance still adorned with a warm smile. Observing his nephew's demeanor, Jiang Yiming summoned his courage and cautiously approached, ultimately settling at the opposite end of the sofa. "You summoned me today. Is there a matter at hand?" He coughed softly, unable to voice his intentions after the earlier commotion. Shuangluo was not taken aback. This man had always been so timid and inept. Recalling their childhood, when the twins had invaded his room and he sought Jiang Yiming's intervention, he had received the absurd counsel. "Enduring hardship is a blessing, dear Shuang. Besides, your younger siblings are just that. Your juniors. What harm is there in yielding to them? Oh, Shuang, your uncle and aunt do not wish to usurp your space. They simply fear you may be left lonely and uncared for." What a hypocrite. "Jiang, hurry over and take the bags to the kitchen. After all these years, you still lack any awareness." That voice was all too familiar to Shuangluo. It belonged to his aunt, Lin Xingyu, an illiterate yet ruthless village woman. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Yiming hastily approached to relieve her of the heavy bags. As she grumbled her way into the living room, she immediately spotted Shuangluo seated on the sofa. "Ah, Shuang, you've come. Please, have a seat. Tonight, I shall prepare spicy crayfish for you." Lin Xingyu's words elicited an even broader smile from Shuangluo. Unbeknownst to others, this woman was acutely aware of his allergies. Was she not attempting to repulse him deliberately? Yet, he refrained from showing his displeasure, merely nodding with a smile. Surprised by Shuangluo's calm demeanor, Lin Xingyu had hoped to witness anger or dissatisfaction reflected in his expression. However, she was met with disappointment. The young man's face revealed no trace of emotion. She quickly recalled the purpose of inviting him and could not help but smirk coldly. "You Mozui, Jiang Haoyun, have you not always looked down upon us as a couple? Then I shall relish watching your son become a useless being from above." Shuangluo tilted his head, observing the increasing malice emanating from the village woman. Although he was unaware of her thoughts, he could easily surmise that she was plotting against him. One could hardly contain their anticipation. He was eager to discover whether he could effortlessly thwart her schemes and showcase a terrifying power that transcended the mundane. Would she be driven to madness? Would despair envelop her? Shuangluo found himself looking forward to that moment. Chapter 54. Deliveries at your doorstep. That evening, Jiang Yiming, Lin Xingyu, and Shuangluo gathered around the dining table. With a grand gesture, their mother transferred 5,000 yuan to the two of them. Reflecting on the past, the village woman, in the presence of countless onlookers, vowed to her hypocritical husband that she would take good care of herself, ensuring fairness in all matters. With a monthly allowance of merely 800 yuan, Shuangluo could only think how splendid, truly a master of equitable distribution. Midway through her meal, the village woman suddenly spoke up. "Little Shuang, has your uncle mentioned why he summoned you?" Shuangluo shook her head, prompting the woman to glance at her hypocritical husband, even discreetly nudging him under the table, signaling him to speak. However, Jiang Yiming was too intimidated to engage with this somewhat enigmatic nephew and continued to eat in silence. "Useless." Lin Xingyu silently cursed within, eventually taking it upon herself to say, "Not long ago, your uncle and I went to the hospital to collect some medication, and fortuitously, there was an event at the hospital with a lottery. We casually entered, and guess what?" She slammed the table enthusiastically, exclaiming, "We won. Our whole family can receive a free health checkup, and any illnesses discovered will be treated at no cost. Wow, how wonderful." Shuangluo gazed impassively at the village woman's theatrics, her clumsy performance leaving him utterly unamused. "We are family, after all. Your aunt thought of you first regarding such good fortune. Let us go to the hospital for a checkup together tomorrow." A health checkup? Shuangluo felt perplexed by the intentions of this duplicitous couple, yet he sensed a subtle malice emanating from them. "A checkup is unnecessary. I believe I am quite healthy." Though uncertain of their motives, he deemed it best to refuse outright. "That is not how we should approach it. Let us get checked. It's free after all." The village woman persisted, listing several elderly individuals from their rural hometown who had thought themselves healthy only to suffer sudden fatal illnesses. Shuangluo, uninterested in her ramblings, set down his chopsticks and rose to leave. The village woman, noticing his departure, bellowed, "Stop. Do you believe I won to give you your living expenses for this month?" Shuangluo halted, not out of fear of her threat, but because a thought had suddenly occurred to him. That expensive watch Jiang Yiming wore must have been purchased with ill-gotten gains, likely costing at least 7 figures. Otherwise, lynching you would never have permitted such an acquisition. Connecting this to their insistence on a health checkup, a bizarre notion sprang to his mind. You are so eager for me to undergo a health examination. Could it be that someone has set their sights on my heart or kidneys? Shuangluo possessed a rare blood type, known as Rh negative, often referred to as royal blood by netizens. It was commonly associated with high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants, like Fu Xiaoyan, the wealthiest man in Luozhou, who shared this blood type. The rarity of this blood type lies in its lack of hereditary traits. Children born to individuals with this blood type do not inherit it, nor do their parents. Despite the tireless efforts of countless scientists, the emergence of Rh negative blood remains an unsolved mystery. Little Shuang, Yi Shuangluo gazed at the hesitant Jiang Yiming, feeling a sense of poignancy as she realized her suspicions were indeed correct. Someone had taken an interest in her physical well-being. The village woman, seeing her scheme exposed, no longer bothered to feign innocence and directly stated, "Since you have figured it out, I shall not waste words. They require a kidney. Little Shuang, you possess 2 kidneys. Donating one will not harm you. By giving a kidney, you can save a life." Upon hearing this morally coercive statement, Yi Shuangluo coldly retorted, "If you are so eager to be virtuous, why not donate your own? After all, there are many in need of kidney donations throughout the country. If you voluntarily offer your kidney, I assure you I will comply with your wishes." "What's the matter, village woman? You only need to part with one of your kidneys to save a life. Surely, you would not shy away from that?" Lynching you. Taken aback by the retort and enraged by Yi Shuangluo's choice of address, one that invoked her most painful memories, spoke with indignation. "Do you have any idea how much they are offering? 10 million, and they have already made the full payment, which I am unafraid to disclose. The one in need of the kidney is Fu Xiaoyan from Baitian Group. Fu has stated that if you refuse, he will forcibly take you, as he has already claimed the kidney that resides within your body. After all, your life is of little worth. You should have perished alongside your parents. Living these extra years is merely a stroke of luck." Upon hearing these words, Yi Shuangluo suddenly laughed. "Thank you, truly, for enlightening me on the boundless depths of human shamelessness." A terrifying aura enveloped her, causing both the village woman and the hypocrite to kneel involuntarily under its oppressive weight. Unfazed by their horrified gazes, Yi Shuangluo retrieved Mo Zhu from her spatial bag before them. "So, you wish for my kidney? I shall deliver it personally to the Fu family." With a resounding crash, the villa's door was kicked open, smashing against the dining table. The occupants, startled, scrambled away, casting uncertain glances toward the entrance. A youth clad in blood-red armor emerged slowly from the smoke. He looked at Fu Xiaoyan with a friendly demeanor and inquired, "Fu Xiaoyan, is it? Do you recognize me?" Fu Xiaoyan's expression darkened to an extreme. He certainly recognized the youth, even dreaming of him recently. This was his mobile organ repository, the one who could save his life. Yet, despite the long-awaited encounter, Fu Xiaoyan's expression grew grave as he noticed the terrifying aura surrounding the youth. He had encountered killers who had taken hundreds of lives, yet the presence of this boy made them seem as insignificant as ants beside an elephant. In a daze, Fu Xiaoyan felt as though he could see his great-grandmother beckoning to him. Just then, several bodyguards within the villa opened fire. Bang! 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 Fu Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically as he bellowed. "Who permitted you to fire? The situation remains unclear. Shooting recklessly will only exacerbate matters. Moreover, Yi Shuangluo serves as his repository of power. What would happen if it were damaged?" Crack! The bullet soared directly towards Yi Shuangluo, yet the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded that left the Fu family utterly dumbfounded. Yi Shuangluo merely exhaled gently, and the bullets, mid-flight, were instantly encased in ice. He could have opted to unleash his full might, but such an overt display would have been too conspicuous. He wished to convey to Fu Xiaoyan the gravity of his misstep. Fu Xiaoyan's mind went blank, for he understood the implications of this spectacle. Recently, the world had been abuzz with discussions and searches for that extraordinary group of individuals, and naturally, Fu Xiaoyan had frequently encountered such topics on television and his mobile device. However, he could never have imagined that he would have the opportunity to personally witness a superhuman. Initially, he believed he could easily manipulate a poor student, orphaned and lacking connections. Yet, this impoverished student had transformed into a deity towering above the heavens. "I merely wish to survive. What fault lies within me?" Perhaps sensing his impending fate, Fu Xiaoyan shouted defiantly at the youth. The boy regarded him with an impassive expression, his blood-red eyes fixed upon him. Crack! After years of navigating the tumultuous seas of commerce, having encountered numerous grand spectacles, Fu Xiaoyan, the wealthiest man in Luozhou, found himself uncontrollably kneeling before the boy. "You're not at fault. Of course, you are not. You simply wish to live," Yi Shuangluo responded, prompting Fu Xiaoyan's anxious heart to finally ease. Yet, in the next instant, he beheld a scene beyond comprehension. His wife, children, and the family's maid and bodyguard were frantically encircling a headless corpse, the size and attire of which were eerily familiar. "Is that my body? Yet, what does your desire to survive have to do with me? You ought never to have provoked me." A flurry of wind blades swirled around Yi Shuangluo, and with a casual flick of his hand, they shot forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the villa was littered with more than 10 headless corpses. The heavy scent of blood caused the remaining few to collapse in nausea. Yi Shuangluo paid them no further heed and turned to leave the villa. Chapter 55. The Soft-Hearted Yi Shuangluo. Within the Shanghai villa, Yi Shuangluo wore a benevolent smile as he relinquished his control over the wind element. The head that had been carried by the wind promptly fell to the ground. Rolling towards the couple, the white-eyed wolves. "Mr. Fu," Lin Xingyu gasped in horror, collapsing onto the ground. Jiang Yiming stood in stunned silence. Recalling just days prior when Fu Xiaoyan had boasted at the dinner table in Luozhou, "I am the sky. Should your nephew disagree, I will ensure his compliance, by force if necessary." The image of the spirited and domineering Fu Xiaoyan remained vivid in his memory. Jiang Yiming glanced once more at the head on the ground, his eyes wide, as if unable to accept the reality before him. It was hard to fathom that this was the same person, and that no more than 24 hours had passed since. Yi Shuangluo sat gracefully upon the sofa, casually thrusting the inked blade into the floor before him. He then cast a languid glance at Jiang Yiming and Lin Xingyu, causing both to uncontrollably kneel once more. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Shuangluo, a name you have likely encountered frequently on your television screens of late." Jiang Yiming swallowed hard as he beheld the familiar black long knife that had often graced the screen, realizing that the formidable figure, capable of vanquishing goblins with a single stroke, was none other than his nephew, whom he had long held in disdain. Meanwhile, the village woman appeared utterly lost, murmuring incessantly, "This is unfair. No, this cannot be. He is supposed to be a failure. This defies logic." Lin Xingyu, dazed and disheartened, gazed at the floor. Though merely a village woman, illiterate and simple, she had come to the unsettling realization that Yi Shuangluo had transformed into a terrifying entity beyond her control, one she cannot provoke. This revelation was perhaps more agonizing than death itself. She had once accepted aid from Yi Shuangluo's parents, yet she perceived it as charity, a humiliation imposed upon her family. "Why must you always prepare spicy crayfish, knowing you do not partake? Is it merely to mock our poverty? To remind us that we cannot afford such delicacies?" Thus, upon learning of Yi Shuangluo's parents' untimely demise, she eagerly adopted him, embarking on a protracted campaign of oppression and revenge lasting 8 years. However, witnessing the futility of her efforts firsthand, she felt the crushing weight of existence itself, driving her to madness as she pounded the floor in a frenzy. Yi Shuangluo, on the other hand, observed her breakdown with keen interest. Jiang Yiming, perhaps unable to bear the sight of his wife unraveling while he remained inert, abruptly embraced Lin Xingyu, tears streaming down his face. "My dear wife, I have always said we should not treat Xiao Shuang this way. After all, I am his uncle, his only family in this world. Oh, how time has changed. We once held him when he was born, and now look at him." Yi Shuangluo wore an amused expression. He recognized the play on familial bonds and decided to engage. "Indeed, uncle, you are my only kin in this world." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy ignited in Jiang Yiming's eyes. What if he was a superhuman? At the end of the day, he was still just a boy. A few tears and some sentimental words could easily sway him. Yet, as Yi Shuangluo continued, "I am known for my compassion, and I cannot bear to witness your family of ingrates remain separated. Rest assured, once I have dealt with you both, I shall ensure that the ungrateful little wretches, Ri-Yu and Ri-Yin, accompany you forthwith." The joy in Jiang Yiming's eyes vanished instantly, for he recognized that Yi Shuangluo was not jesting. He spoke with utmost seriousness. The frenzied village woman halted her outburst upon hearing Yi Shuangluo's words, fixing her gaze upon him with intensity. Suddenly, she bellowed, "I will fight you to the bitter end." Upon breaking free from Jiang Yiming's embrace, she lunged at the boy seated on the sofa with a fruit knife. With a resounding clang, Lin Xingyu's desperate strike proved futile, bending the knife's tip instead. Yi Shuangluo observed the desperate expression on the village woman's face and flicked her fingers, sending her flying over 10 meters. This spectacle deepened the fear within Jiang Yiming. The magnitude of such extraordinary power left him too intimidated to contemplate resistance. "Farewell, Uncle," Shuangluo declared, summoning 2 blades of wind that sliced through the air at her command. Surprisingly, the wind blades did not surge forward, but instead veered directly backward. Whoosh! The 2 blades attacked the air to the left and right before coming to an abrupt halt. Concurrently, a youthful voice echoed within the villa. It seems I've been discovered." Suddenly, a boy's figure materialized in the previously empty space, grasping the 2 wind blades effortlessly. With an air of nonchalance, he collided the blades, causing them to cancel each other out. Rising from the sofa, Shuangluo withdrew the ink blade embedded in the ground, directing its edge towards the boy. "You have followed me this far. What do you intend to do?" The boy raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, slowly descending to the ground. "Oh dear. No need to be tense. I harbor no ill intentions. Allow me to introduce myself. Shuangluo, leader of the Special Tactics Group, Group 2. Like you, I am a player." In truth, even without Shuangluo's declaration, Shuangluo instinctively recognized him as a fellow player, possessing an innate ability to distinguish between players and natives. Thus, upon seeing Shuangluo, he was immediately aware of their shared status. Furthermore, ordinary individuals lack the capacity for invisibility or flight. "I am indifferent to your identity. I merely wish to understand why you have been shadowing me since my visit to the Fu family. What is your objective?" Shuangluo's acute perception had long informed him of the persistent presence of a follower, though the follower's intentions remained unclear, prompting his restraint. Shuangluo shrugged, exasperated. "I initially sought to intercept you, but I never anticipated your rampage. I could not intervene. I find your excuse unconvincing. You didn't even entertain the thought of stopping me." Shuangluo retorted with a disdainful smile. A flicker of unease crossed Shuangluo's face. Could the other possess abilities or equipment that rendered him visible at all times? Clearing his throat, he continued, "In any case, I followed you due to the numerous individuals you eliminated at the villa yesterday. Although you incinerated them beyond recognition, the aftermath." Before he could finish, Shuangluo interrupted, "I am not concerned with how you discovered this. State your intentions directly." Shuangluo, sensing the urgency of his target, replied straightforwardly, "It is improbable that you will submit to legal consequences. The consciousness of this world would never permit it. How about this? Let us engage in a couple of rounds. If you emerge victorious, I assure you that no one will bother you again. However, should fortune favor me and I win, would you consider joining me as a colleague?" This proposition posed no detriment to Shuangluo. Even in defeat, he would not suffer any repercussions, as the other party merely requested him to contemplate the offer rather than mandating it. "Very well, let us commence our duel." As soon as Shuangluo concluded his statement, Shuangluo immediately soared into the air once more. Shuangluo remarked, "You're not afraid I might ambush you, are you? Am I truly so unscrupulous?" Under Shuangluo's gaze, Shuangluo coughed tactfully a couple of times and responded earnestly, "This space is insufficient. Let us step outside to battle." Naturally, Shuangluo did not object, and the two exited the house. Chapter 56, Mixed Elements. Before the clash between Shuangluo and Shuangluo commenced, the latter engaged in an absurd act. He retrieved a mobile phone stand from his spatial backpack and affixed it to a nearby tree, subsequently activating the video recording function. Faced with Shuangluo's incredulous expression, Shuangluo felt a twinge of embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Rest assured, I will ensure your face is pixelated." Shuangluo replied with a swift motion, and in an instant, numerous blades of wind surged towards Shuangluo from all directions. Unperturbed by the onslaught, Shuangluo's ear pendants glimmered with an ethereal light. In the next moment, their positions abruptly swapped. The blades of wind now targeted Shuangluo, who found himself unable to evade at such close range. These blades showed no mercy, regardless of Shuangluo's status as their master. And the simultaneous impact resulted in an explosive force. Boom! A dense cloud of smoke obscured Shuangluo's view. As the smoke dissipated, Shuangluo had already positioned himself before Shuangluo, delivering a merciless strike. Shuangluo's health points plummeted swiftly, yet he remained unfazed, maintaining a calm smile as if everything had unfolded according to his calculations. "Your resistance to wind elements is remarkably high. That last strike didn't even diminish your health points," he observed, despite his own health bar flashing red, indicating danger. He still found the composure to discuss Shuangluo's abilities. Shuangluo glanced at the battle interface where a series of zero damage indicators appeared and spoke in a steady tone. Shuangluo's serene smile gradually morphed into something unsettling. Have I lost? Why do I feel as if the battle has just begun? With a sudden realization of the precarious situation, Shuangluo infused his sword, Mo Zhu, with wind elements and struck downwards. However, bolstered by the wind element, the swift blow missed its mark entirely, as Shaojunhua had already ascended into the air. Looking down upon him, the youth hovering above gradually transformed, his eyes shifting to a celestial blue, as 3 cards of white, blue, and red materialized before him. Grasping the red card, the boy hurled it towards the ground. Brave and fearless flame demon, I am your king. Crush my enemies and reduce them to ashes. As he recited this incantation, the card he cast into the air radiated with brilliant light. Then, he transformed into a 10-meter giant enveloped in molten lava, crashing fiercely onto the ground. The terrifying shockwave sent Shuangluo retreating several dozen meters. Was this a summoning ability? Shuangluo's eyes gradually turned a blood-red hue. Azure Demon Eye, activate. Once the execution order marked the flame demon as its target, he charged forward with his blade drawn. The flame demon, witnessing Shuangluo's advance, raised its colossal fist and swung it down with immense force. Shuangluo dodged to the left with a nimble leap, landing atop the flame demon's fist and sprinting upward along it. With a swift motion, he struck down with a blade infused with dual elements of wind and ice, landing a devastating blow to the flame demon's head. The strike was extraordinarily effective, severing half of the demon's head. However, the flame demon did not perish immediately. Its arms detonated simultaneously, transforming into a massive serpent of solidified magma that ensnared Shuangluo. The enemy summoned creature has launched a skill against you. You must perform a dual check of Constitution and Strength. Constitution check successful. Strength check failed. Based on the results, you will be immobilized for 1 second. Realizing his predicament, Shuangluo looked up at the sky. Shaojunhua hovered above, emotionlessly declaring, "For the king, the unreasoned shall face divine retribution." In the next instant, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck with precision. Boom! The divine lightning indiscriminately struck Shuangluo, simultaneously obliterating the flame demon beneath his feet. In a sudden turn of events, Shaojunhua was caught off guard as several ice shards struck him directly. His limbs and shoulders were instantly pierced, and his body fell helplessly to the ground. Bang! Shaojunhua crashed to the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Shuangluo had already placed his blade at his throat. You have lost. With a wry smile, Shaojunhua raised his hands in surrender. I concede. May I retrieve my blade? I urgently need some restorative potions. Upon hearing the concession, Shuangluo withdrew the Mo Zhu from his neck. He had triumphed. Though the battle was not particularly arduous, it was not without its challenges. The blood magic armor, recently repaired, had its durability significantly reduced by the heavenly lightning, indicating it required further restoration. Nonetheless, he himself had sustained minimal damage, his health remaining largely intact. This was due to the activation of his footwear's natural breath effect at the last moment before the lightning strike, granting him a protective shield of 500 points. Ultimately, it was this shield that secured his victory. Congratulations! You have mastered the technique of mixed elements. Mixed elements. Special skill. Effect. You can effortlessly overlay 2 non-conflicting elements in use. Evaluation. Congratulations, you have finally entered the realm of elemental mastery. Previously, he had attempted to utilize 2 elements simultaneously, but had consistently failed. However, during the recent battle, instinctively employing the wind and ice dual elements to strike the flame demon had sparked an epiphany. The dual element technique that had eluded him before was suddenly within his grasp. As the thunder struck, he conjured several ice spikes and imbued them with the element of wind. Under the influence of the wind element, the ice spikes ascended at an astonishing speed, successfully inflicting severe damage upon the enemy. Regaining his composure, Shaojunhua found his health restored to its original state, even adorned in a fresh attire. Reflecting on the recent battle, Shuangluo suddenly inquired, "Why didn't you utilize all 3 cards during the fight? Were you concerned about injuring me?" Shaojunhua shrugged, detaching the mobile phone holder from the tree and ceasing the video recording. Who wishes to engage in a one-on-one when a group assault is possible? However, the 2 cards require an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy, which my frail physique simply cannot provide. Moreover, both cards possess their own true names and are rather formidable. I cannot command them. The significance of true names lingered in Shuangluo's mind, while Shaojunhua bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. Thank you for showing mercy. He understood that although the ice spikes merely punctured his limbs, Shuangluo could have easily penetrated his heart or throat if he had desired. No need for thanks. After all, you refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Shuangluo's perception revealed that his opponent had not exerted his full strength, given that neither bore any profound enmity. He too had chosen restraint. As Shuangluo reviewed the footage he had just captured, he asked, "Our battle will be uploaded online. You do not mind, do you?" "Not all." Shuangluo genuinely did not care, for his reputation online was well understood. He was more intrigued by another matter. "You previously mentioned you are part of the Special Countermeasure Group, Team 2. Since there is a Team 2, there must naturally be a Team 1. Do many players choose to serve their country?" Upon hearing Shuangluo's words, Jianhua coughed awkwardly. Cough, actually, there are only the two of us in Team 2 and Team 1. Shuangluo tilted his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. Cough, you see. Players grow at an extraordinary pace, and the world consciousness predominantly selects individuals who yearn for power and despise mediocrity. Such individuals are unlikely to willingly submit to the dictates of their nation or be constrained by rules. Shuangluo nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. Players were indeed unruly. Even the foreign player Louise merely cooperated with her country rather than serving it. "So, what is the situation with the two of you?" "Sigh." Jianhua sighed, speaking with a tone of resignation. "My father, second uncle, third uncle, and our family patriarch all work in Kyoto, within the system. As for Team 1, that individual's mother claims it pertains to policy in the neighboring Fengzhou." "Oh my." Shuangluo immediately grasped the situation. They were both scions of government officials. It was indeed understandable that their families were closely tied to the state, thereby binding them as well. Chapter 57. A Family Must Be United. Shuangluo. Upon hearing his name called, Shuangluo instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. Beneath the tree stood two remarkably attractive youths, who gazed, astonished, at Shuangluo and Jianhua. Upon concluding his remarks, Jianhua exhibited a commendable sense of discretion, refraining from lingering any further. He retrieved a scroll from his spatial backpack, which upon unfurling emitted a flash of white light, causing him to vanish from sight. After observing Jianhua's departure, Shuangluo gradually approached the twins, a benevolent smile gracing her face as she gently inquired, "Did you both witness that?" The two instinctively nodded, only to synchronously shake their heads in denial. A sudden sound heralded the arrival of two anxious white-eyed wolves, who knelt on the ground, nervously inspecting the offspring that had been cast aside beside them. Once they ascertained the safety of their children, the village woman sighed in relief and bellowed at Shuangluo, "If you have a grievance, direct it at me. Do not lay a finger on Ryu and Riin." With that, she instinctively shielded her son and daughter behind her, much like a hen protecting her chicks. Shuangluo, intrigued by this display, couldn't help but applaud. "Bravo. Truly touching maternal instincts." Hearing the sardonic remark, the village woman glared at Shuangluo with palpable resentment, her voice rasping as she shouted, "Had I known this day would come, I should have ended your life when you were but a child, allowing you to join your deceased parents. Alas, you have missed that opportunity." With a flick of his hand, Jiang Ryu and Jiang Riin found themselves pulled before him. Jiang Ryu immediately clung to Shuangluo's leg, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Cousin, please no, I'm sorry." Shuangluo gently stroked the boy's head, responding in a soft tone, "It is of no consequence. Simply be mindful in your next life." In a swift motion, a wind blade glided across the young boy's neck, and his head fell to the ground, his eyes filled with anxiety and dread. Ryu." As Shuangluo reveled in the chaos wrought by the village woman, he conjured another wind blade. The same fate befell Jiang Riin, her head also tumbling to the earth. Having dealt with the two white-eyed wolves, Shuangluo turned his attention to their parents' reactions. The village woman, Lin Xingyu, alternated between laughter and tears while cradling her children's severed heads. In stark contrast, their father, the hypocrite Jiang Yiming, displayed no semblance of sorrow, instead bearing a countenance of abject pleading. "Xiao Shuang, I am your uncle. They are outsiders. We are family," he implored, desperation etched across his face. "I am the only brother of your mother. If you take my life, the Jiang family will perish, and your mother will not spare you." Pointing to his headless children and then to his deranged wife, he cried out in a hoarse voice, "You truly have redefined my expectations. To save your own skin, you would dare call your own children outsiders. Whether it be a sincere admission or a desperate plea, it only serves to confirm one truth. Jiang Yiming is a consummate hypocrite, a wretch deserving of humane obliteration. Rest assured, my dear uncle, I have prepared a delightful surprise just for you." With that, he produced the ghost Luo blade from his spatial backpack, raising it high toward the hypocrite and the village woman. Indeed, I concede defeat. He understood fully that he could not deceive himself regarding the outcome. He could only confess the truth. Oomph. The elderly man with a square face let out a cold snort, expressing his dissatisfaction. Shuangluo scratched his head, feeling quite helpless, and remarked, "Old gentleman, I am not boasting. I truly possess remarkable skills. However, my opponent was simply stronger." After speaking, he projected a video recorded on his phone onto the television, allowing the elderly man to witness firsthand how he had lost. As the elder observed the duel between the two, his initial discontent gradually faded, replaced by a grave expression. Once the video concluded, he remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "It is indeed not your fault. You have done your utmost. Yet, your opponent, the young man, exhibits superior reflexes and crisis management skills. Your defeat is not unjust." The elder proceeded to analyze each action taken during the battle, and Shuangluo nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the elder fiercely seized Shuangluo's ear, bellowing, "How can you still have the audacity to linger here? This time was merely a spar. Losing to others is inconsequential. It won't cost you your life. The enemies you encounter on the battlefield next time will show you no mercy." Shuangluo hurriedly pleaded for mercy, and upon being released, he fled as if escaping. After his departure, the usually stern elderly man sighed deeply. Although his grandson was still lively, the video clearly depicted him being pierced through the limbs and shoulders. It was safe to say he was but a step away from certain death. Sighing, the elder lamented the helplessness of the situation, praying that this brush with death would be the first and last for his grandson. Shocked, two men actually engaged in such activities in broad daylight. Shuangluo observed the video on his computer with a blank expression. In less than 2 hours, the footage of his battle with Shuangluo had been edited and officially released. Upon its release, the video quickly went viral across the internet. Some short video platforms even featured numerous commentators discussing the duel. According to the agreement, his face had been blurred, yet the distinctive black blade allowed netizens to recognize him. Fair and just mouse. Wow. So Brother Blackblade is this formidable, white-clad heavenly sword Jiao. I thought Brother Blackblade was only adept with blades, but he wields ice spikes and wind blades with such finesse. 16-year-old wayward stepson. My assessment is that he is not as good as Louise, Doghead. Others found Shuangluo's abilities impressive, and many became fans after seeing his face. The comment from netizens varied widely, with the most liked comment from a girl named Xiaozhu Bao stating, "Huffed. All he can do is use flashy techniques. Goddess Louise could easily eliminate those two useless fools with a single arrow. Good boxing skills. Whether Louise could shoot me down with an arrow remains a mystery, but your boxing technique is simply inadequate." After Xiaozhu Bao posted this comment, many users followed suit in the comment section. Some rational netizens suggested that Shuangluo and Shuangluo should challenge Louise to a duel, while numerous female netizens joined in to express their agreement with her statement. Shuangluo shook his head, retrieving the soul amber from his spatial backpack, murmuring to himself, "I truly cannot fathom how your progress is augmented." Magic soul amber. Progress 100. Generate exclusive skill. After he had seen the white-eyed wolf family off in an orderly fashion, the progress of the soul amber inexplicably reached its zenith. Although this was indeed a fortuitous event, he remained perplexed about how this progress had been achieved. Nevertheless, it was already complete. Shuangluo silently acknowledged this in his heart. In an instant, the soul amber transformed into a fusion of crimson and ebony light, surging into his being. Congratulations, prospective player. You have acquired the exclusive skill, Devouring Celestial Demon Soldier. Chapter 58. Devouring Celestial Demon Soldier. Devouring Celestial Demon Soldier. Skill type. Exclusive skill, Shuangluo. Effect. Select a weapon to bind. This weapon shall become your most loyal companion and kin. Upon completion of the binding, it may grow by devouring weapons imbued with essence, thereby enhancing its quality. After it has feasted upon the blood of numerous formidable beings, it shall undergo a transformation. Restriction 1. Cannot bind to weapons of a quality higher than white. Restriction 2. Once bound, it cannot be unbound unless the master perishes. Evaluation. I require no family. The blade in my hand is my kin, a certain unnamed blade demon. After perusing the description of the exclusive skill, Shuangluo retrieved Mo Zhu from his spatial backpack. Gently caressing the blade, he spoke in a tender tone, "Companion, it appears you shall accompany me for a long time henceforth." Mo Zhu was already the pinnacle of white-quality weapons. Unless Shuangluo had lost his senses, there would be no reason to select anything else as his binding target. Moreover, This was the very first piece of equipment he had unearthed from his initial treasure chest. Do you wish to bind Mo Zhu, white quality weapon? Please choose wisely. Once bound, it cannot be altered. Yes. A surge of crimson light erupted from within him, enveloping Mo Zhu in an instant. Binding in progress. Please wait. Approximately half an hour later, the bloodlight gradually receded, signifying the rebirth of Mo Zhu. Shuangluo reached out to grasp it, a sensation both familiar and novel, flooding his heart. Eagerly, he inspected the new attributes of Mo Zhu. Montakzu, quality white. Durability, 70-70-15. Sharpness, 12-2. Attack power, 1325. This value is for reference during attacks. Special effect 1, Blade of Slaughter. Upon the commencement of battle, with each enemy slain, a layer of slaughter mark will accumulate on you, reset after battle. Each layer of slaughter mark will increase your health and spiritual power by 10, with a maximum of 100 layers. Upon reaching 100 layers, the God of Slaughter mode will be unlocked. Special effect 2, Blade of Defiance. When facing enemies exceeding 2 meters in height and possessing higher health than you, each of your attacks has a chance to incapacitate the enemy, inflicting states such as broken limbs or disability. Demonic command value, 0. Demonic blood value, 0. Equipment requirement. Prospective player Shuangluo of World 1122. Evaluation. Originally, it was merely a shadow forged from scraps by a humble swordsmith, destined to remain a mere accessory to genuine blades throughout its existence. However, by a twist of fate, it fell into your hands and was reborn, with its future now shrouded in mystery. Upon completion of the binding, already boasting outstanding attributes of white quality, experienced further enhancement. The special effect, known as Zhu Sha, transformed into Killing Blade, evolving from a one-on-one confrontation ability to a multi-target combat effect. Additionally, it acquired the Arrogant Blade, specifically designed to target formidable foes. Indeed, many adversaries are of considerable size, making this effect exceedingly valuable. In the arena, the wind element-imbued ice spear swiftly pierced the heart of the enemy. Congratulations on your victory. Battle points, 30. Winning streak points doubled. Merit, 100. Your ranking in the arena has improved. Current rank, 482. Through a series of battles, he discerned his most pronounced weakness. His spiritual energy depletes too rapidly. Presently, the rate of automatic recovery fails to keep pace with consumption. Thus, he must secure swift victories in each encounter. Prolonged engagements lead to a swift decline in combat efficacy. Once his state was restored, Shuangluo accessed the system interface, glancing at the countdown for the next trial, 112842. In less than 12 hours, he would enter the third trial. Before embarking on this challenge, he aspired to complete all possible preparations, such as incorporating the unique skill Unbeaten Momentum into his skill bar. The learning condition for Unbeaten Momentum is 100 victories without defeat, yet he struggles to find opponents in the real world. Fortunately, he recalled that players could enter a virtual arena to battle against players from other realms and earn rankings. Therefore, he resolved to engage in 100 ranked matches in the arena, hoping to learn Unbeaten Momentum after achieving 100 consecutive victories. Moreover, all preparatory players entering the arena are presented with a challenge task. A true man must achieve 100 consecutive victories. Task description: achieve 100 consecutive victories in the preparatory arena. Task reward: mysterious gift. It is said that only preparatory players can undertake this challenge, yet thus far, only 3 have succeeded, matching you with evenly matched opponents. Congratulations on your victory. Battle points, 24. Matching you with evenly matched opponents. Congratulations on your victory. Battle points, 35. With each triumph, Shuangluo's rank surged at an observable pace. It wasn't until the 89th match, following a series of unbroken victories, that the tide shifted. His opponent was a girl with red hair clad in leather armor. As the battle commenced, Shuangluo effortlessly summoned several wind element-infused ice spears to launch an assault. However, the ice spears, which had previously proven invincible in earlier encounters, faltered this time. The crimson-haired maiden was engulfed in black flames, which melted and evaporated the ice spikes before they could approach her. Witnessing the scene, Shuangluo realized that his opponent was far from being an easy target to eliminate with a single strike. Thus, he drew forth the prepared to commence his inaugural battle since its rebirth, seemed to sense its master's fervent battle spirit, emanating a subtle joy in response. The crimson-haired maiden initiated the assault, conjuring several orbs of black fire from her palms and hurling them towards Shuangluo, who was advancing with his blade. With focused intensity, he fixed his gaze upon the trajectory of the approaching fireballs. In his perception, the orbs appeared to move in slow motion, a gift bestowed by his heightened sensory abilities. The enhancement of his perception had amplified his five senses, including sight, allowing his dynamic vision to surpass that of ordinary individuals by several-fold. With swift strikes, he severed the fireballs with his long blade. Harnessing the power in his legs, he leapt towards the crimson-haired maiden, executing a downward slash. To his astonishment, she attempted to grasp with her hand. The blade met her palm, cleaving through it with ease, and before she could react, Shuangluo delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen. The impact sent her crashing against the spatial barrier, leaving her half-kneeling on the ground. A sweet taste of blood rising in her throat. Blood trickled slowly from the corner of her mouth. In the next moment, a decisive blow struck her neck, ending her life entirely. In her final moments, she vaguely beheld a pair of blood-red eyes. Once the battle concluded, Shuangluo gradually raised, having just severed half of the crimson-haired maiden's hand, blood splattering upon its blade. Almost immediately, the black flames enveloped the weapon entirely, swiftly spreading to engulf Shuangluo as well. You have entered a state of burning, receiving 15 damage per second. Was this ability mediated by blood? Shuangluo found himself momentarily perplexed, questioning whether that final strike stemmed from the maiden's blind confidence or was a deliberate ploy to inflict injury upon herself, thereby imposing a negative status upon her adversary. Nevertheless, this battle had been relatively easy. Although the negative status was troublesome, he merely needed to avoid a prolonged engagement. He felt quite satisfied with his performance in this encounter. During the intense combat, the technique he had practiced for instant activation of Ashura Demon Eye proved reliable. With this skill, he no longer had to worry about the excessive consumption of his spiritual energy. In prior battles, he had activated the Shura Demon Eye at the onset of each confrontation. Now, he could wait until the precise moment it was needed for instant activation. The energy preserved could be utilized for greater purposes, ensuring that every ounce of spiritual power was directed towards his blade. Chapter 59, 100 Consecutive Victories. Congratulations on your victory. Battle points increased by 120, consecutive win points doubled, merit 100. Your ranking in the arena has improved, current rank, 5. In this encounter, he faced an adversary skilled in the dark arts of curses, and the battle lasted a full 10 minutes. His opponent relentlessly imposed over 10 debilitating effects upon him, slowing him down, diminishing his attributes, draining his mana, and sapping his vitality. Had it not been for a moment of carelessness on the opponent's part, granting him a fleeting opportunity to close the distance and deliver a decisive blow, the outcome would have remained uncertain. Rising to commence his 100th and final match, he was met with a notification, searching for a slightly superior opponent. Shuangluo furrowed his brow. The previous matches had all been evenly matched, yet this final bout was to pit him against a rival of greater prowess. Match completed. Generating battle scenario. Generation complete. The battle setting is a desert. Shuangluo's form began to shimmer with transparency, and darkness enveloped him. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a vast expanse of sand. Kneeling, he scooped up a handful of sand, the tangible sensation prompting a gasp of wonder. What? Could it be that he was matched against a novice? What was the system playing at? Shuangluo stood, turning to face the source of the voice, a young man adorned with horns reminiscent of a ram. The system had enabled them to comprehend each other's language. Though he had not heard a single utterance nor spoken himself during the prior encounters, he instinctively rubbed his nose. The young man exuded a faint scent of sulfur, and with the horns atop his head, Shuangluo began to form a hypothesis regarding his opponent's capabilities. What? A rookie challenging for 100 consecutive victories? No wonder he was matched here. The young man, upon receiving feedback from the system, was taken aback, his gaze fixed on Shuangluo with an expression of admiration. The reward for thwarting your 100-match streak is quite substantial, young one. Do not take it personally. Before the young man could finish his sentence, Shuangluo tightened his grip on the blade and lunged forward with a strike. However, the young man merely countered with a single punch, sending him staggering back. The collision of fist and blade resonated with the sound of metal clashing. What audacity! This young man shows no martial virtue, launching a sneak attack without an ounce of respect for his elders. I shall not hold back. The young man's physique began to swell rapidly, his garments bursting at the seams, and his horns growing ever larger. Moreover, a 30-centimeter-long tail, triangular at the tip, sprouted from his lower back. The sulfuric aroma in the air intensified. Shuangluo observed the young man's transformation with a wry smile. Indeed, a demon. His assumption had proven correct. Young man, it is not too late to surrender. Shuangluo remained silent, gripping his blade firmly, conveying his response through action. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with a grave reality. With a roar, the clash resumed. The young man's fist met the blade once more, and at the same moment, his tail lashed out like a whip, striking Shuangluo with tremendous force. With a whoosh, Shuangluo was sent flying. He quickly regained his footing, shifting from a two-handed grip to wielding the blade with one hand. The ensuing clash was markedly different. With only one hand to wield the weapon, he found himself unable to match the force of his opponent and was directly repelled once more. The tail attempted to employ the same old trick once more, striking him from the side. "Ah, my tail!" The young man, transformed into a demon, winced and grimaced as if a cat's tail had been stepped on. Through several confrontations, he discerned that the youth must be a seasoned player, possessing attributes superior to his own, rendering it nearly impossible for him to inflict harm. He could only adapt and hope to seize upon the youth's vulnerabilities. Clang! This marked the third collision between blade and fist, yet this encounter bore a distinct divergence from the previous two. Following this clash, the youth's arm, which had just thrown a punch, hung limply at his side, as though dislocated. A look of bewilderment crossed his face, but Shuangluo seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce strike to the unguarded area of the youth's chest. With a squelch, the youth staggered back 2 steps, and Shuangluo pursued relentlessly, thrusting upward with his blade, piercing the youth's body. By this point, the youth's arm had regained strength. One hand grasped the blade embedded within him, while the other swung a punch. In a critical moment, Shuangluo released the bending low to evade the blow, channeling all his spiritual energy to conjure dozens of ice spikes infused with wind elements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice spikes fell like rain, impaling the youth and rendering him a mere puppet of blood. Though the youth had not yet succumbed to death, he knelt weakly, unable to resist. Shuangluo withdrew from the youth's body with a single hand, then swiftly beheaded him. "Young man, you." His last words remained unspoken as his form dissolved into specks of starlight. "Congratulations on your victory. Battle points increased by 160. Winning streak points doubled. Merit 100. Your ranking has improved. Current rank, 3. Isn't that the first place?" Shuangluo opened the preliminary arena rankings, noting that his current points were just over 20,000. In contrast, the second place boasted a staggering 40,000, while the first place was even more outrageous, reaching a full 100,000. This revelation left Shuangluo astounded. How had these two accomplished such feats? Did they languish in the arena daily to accumulate points? Congratulations on completing the challenge task. A true man achieves 100 consecutive victories. Reward, mysterious gift. At last, he had obtained the mysterious gift. This prize, attainable only through 100 consecutive victories and shrouded in mystery, had long piqued his curiosity. Mysterious gift. Quality none. Item description. A small gift bestowed only upon those truly daring enough to confront and conquer challenges. Its contents are varied and entirely random, yet guaranteed to be of use. Review. System. Could you explain why I received a large bone club? Am I to use it for soup? Anonymous player from World 5522. Shuangluo gazed in astonishment at the item review, a string of sensitive words. The last time he encountered such a plethora of sensitive terms was when the members of that rabid dog group hurled insults at him. Was the acquisition of items truly random? Without further hesitation, he chose to open the mysterious gift. Congratulations, you have received an invitation from the Master of Stars. Quality none. Item type, special dungeon key. Item description. This is an invitation randomly bestowed by the Lord of the Stars. Upon opening it, your soul will enter the stage prepared by the Lord of the Stars. Whether it will be a magnificent performance that garners applause from all or an ignoble demise at the very onset of the act, it all hinges upon you. However, be mindful that you are not the sole performer. Activation condition. Become a formal player and unlock the extraordinary body trait. Chapter 60. The third trial commences when the horrors materialize. The stage? The performance? Shuangluo gazed at the contents of the invitation and couldn't help but scoff. Is this to imply that I am to perform a play? Since the activation condition requires becoming a formal player, it is of no use to me at present. So I shall simply toss it into my spatial backpack to gather dust. You have met the learning conditions for the skill Unyielding Might. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Shuangluo silently selected yes, and the skill book instantaneously transformed into a golden light that surged into his being. Subsequently, he tested his various abilities and arrived at a conclusion. This skill is indeed utterly useless. Oh well, who knows when I might suddenly face defeat. And this skill would be automatically discarded. Casually waving his hand to close the skill menu, Shuangluo cast another glance at the trial countdown. 000825. With only 8 minutes remaining, he resolved not to engage in any further activities, closing his eyes in preparation for the final trial as a prospective player. Time passed steadily, and soon the countdown reached 0. The trial has commenced. Please prepare players to enter the trial world. This time, unlike before, there was no spatial transport. Instead, a white light portal appeared before him. Without hesitation, Shuangluo grasped his blade and stepped through the portal. Help! In the school corridor, a plump little boy was scrambling away in a frantic roll. Judging by the boy's panicked expression and his damp trousers, a terrifying entity was undoubtedly pursuing him. Bang! The tightly locked classroom door in the corridor was flung open by his body. Upon entering the classroom, the boy immediately turned to the mirror at the back. When he saw the mirror unchanged, he fell into deep despair. It's over. The method of summoning a guardian spirit touted online is utterly unreliable. Just then, a chilling sound echoed through the corridor. Scratch, scratch. The noise was sharp and grating, reminiscent of nails scraping against the blackboard. Upon hearing this sound, the little boy was immediately seized by terror, hiding under a desk, whispering repeatedly, "I'm invisible. I'm invisible. I'm invisible. I'm invisible." Yet the piercing sound drew ever closer, causing his heart to race as if it might leap from his chest. Suddenly, the sound ceased. Drip! A few drops of liquid fell onto the boy's clothing, and he couldn't help but look up. He let out a terrified scream as he realized that the desk he was hiding under had been lifted by the monster. As he raised his gaze, a droplet of green saliva from the monster's maw landed squarely upon his face. In that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. I am doomed. Cursed be you, Song Chong, Luo Cc, and Xieshu Xiang, you treacherous wretches. Even in death, I shall not spare you. The chubby boy, cursing vehemently, could not help but shut his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable arrival of death. Suddenly, the mirror positioned at the back of the classroom radiated a blinding light. This brilliance stood out starkly against the oppressive darkness of the classroom. Even the monster abandoned the chubby boy, drawn to the glowing mirror, circling it with curiosity. With a crash, the mirror's glass shattered. Thereafter, under the watchful eyes of both the monster and the chubby boy, a youth clad in crimson armor, wielding a black long knife, emerged slowly from the mirror. Upon witnessing the spectacle, all despair vanished from the chubby boy's face, and he nearly erupted into joyous laughter. It is the guardian spirit. How splendid! I have successfully summoned my very own guardian spirit. Shuangluo stepped forth from the mirror, surveying his surroundings. This appeared to be a classroom within a school. The manner of his arrival was indeed peculiar. Guardian spirit, swiftly vanquish him, the chubby boy urged. Shuangluo glanced at the obviously terrified and anxious chubby boy, who trembled as he pointed a quivering finger towards him. Watch out behind you. Alarmingly, each of the monster's 8 arms bore claws measuring half a meter in length. Their eyes locked, and the monster grinned, exuding the glee of a child weighing 500 pounds. In the next moment, it swung its second left arm, launching a clawed attack. With a resounding clap, the blow landed. Shuangluo remained unscathed, while the monster's own half-meter claws shattered upon contact. The creature appeared utterly confounded, frozen in place. With a swift gesture, he conjured a dozen ice spikes that came crashing down. The monster, clutching its head in panic, fled, yet bizarrely, despite being struck by every ice spike, it did not bleed. The monster seemed to comprehend that those strange manifestations were controlled by the suddenly appearing youth, and thus it brandished its 8 arms, intent on eliminating the source of its torment. Observing the advancing monster, Shuangluo allowed the wind element to envelop his arm and strike with his blade before the creature could swing its fists. With a swift motion, a white line appeared across the monster's neck, and it collapsed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Although he had effortlessly dispatched the creature, Shuangluo felt a curious unease. The sensation of striking the monster was peculiar. It felt as though he had not cleaved through flesh and blood. He could not articulate the exact feeling, but it was undeniably strange. Furthermore, even after beheading the creature, there was no bloodshed. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Shuangluo noticed the monster's corpse gradually becoming translucent. In less than a minute, it had vanished entirely. He turned to observe the chubby boy, who had witnessed the entire event unfold, yet seemed unfazed. Splendid. My guardian spirit is so formidable. I wonder who would dare to bully me in the future. Song Chong, Luo Qixia, and Xieshu Xiang, come tomorrow after school, and I shall eliminate you all. The chubby boy, lost in his own thoughts, squatted on the ground, chuckling foolishly. Shuangluo shook her head, indifferent to him, and began examining her system interface. Welcome to the 3rd trial. 100 points have been automatically expended to enable your comprehension of the language of this world. Next, we shall introduce the world background. Please listen attentively. If a boy, clad in red, enters the girls' restroom at 11:58, 20 p.m. and silently counts to 100. At precisely midnight, the red-clad boy shall appear before you, relentlessly pursuing you. Should children fail to obey, they will be seized by the great monkey. Various eerie tales circulate throughout this world. Yet, at some point, these chilling stories transformed into reality. Humanity attempted to obliterate the monsters born from these tales using force, but soon discovered the terrifying nature of these creatures. As long as someone remembers and believes in these stories, they shall never be completely eradicated. Please note, this trial world is a war-themed realm. Eliminating opposing faction players will yield additional rewards. Main quest. You have not yet allied with either of the two major factions. Thus, no missions are currently available. There are two factions available for joining, and it seems they are in opposition to one another. Just as Shuangluo pondered this, she heard the chubby boy calling out to her, "Hey, guardian spirit, tell me, do you have a name?" His tone brimmed with arrogance and a hint of command. Shuangluo gazed at him with a profound look, causing the chubby boy to feel uneasy, muttering softly, "Is my guardian spirit mute? Why is it ignoring me?" After mumbling, the chubby boy shouted at her, "Crouch down, extend your hand, shake hands." Shuangluo regarded him with an expression of amusement, leaving the chubby boy stunned. It was one thing for the guardian spirit to be mute, but why did it not heed his commands? Just as the chubby boy was perplexed, Shuangluo had already exited the classroom, preparing to leave the school. "Stop!" The chubby boy shouted from behind, even rushing forward in an attempt to grasp Shuangluo's arm. She merely sidestepped slightly, leaving him to stumble and fall to the ground. The chubby boy, robust and resilient, quickly rose and declared, "You are my guardian spirit. You must obey me." Shuangluo observed him quietly, her cold gaze sending chills down his spine. Yet, the chubby boy, mustering his courage, met her gaze and shouted, "I am your master. If I perish, you cease to exist as well. Do you dare to kill me? If you have the ability, go ahead." With a swift and decisive sound of a blade slicing through flesh, the chubby boy's rotund form collapsed to the ground. Shuangluo's eyes were devoid of any emotion. This was the first time he had encountered such a request. To fail to satisfy the demand would be a disservice to the knife in his hand. The sensation of cleaving into the chubby boy was exhilarating. This was the true experience of slicing through flesh. Casually shaking the blood from his blade, he stepped over the lifeless body and departed from school. Just as Shuangluo left, a figure emerged from the mirror in the classroom, a man with long hair, possessing only the upper half of his body. Upon exiting the mirror, the man crawled fervently toward the classroom door, pausing only when he reached the corpse of the chubby boy. "Awu, jakalala ese, igu mo lu." He circled the body, emitting a cacophony of obscure and peculiar sounds. This strange behavior persisted for a full hour until, the chubby boy suddenly sat upright, his gaze immediately drawn to his chest. To his relief, there was no fatal wound, and he began to soothe himself by touching his chest. It was merely a nightmare. Just a nightmare. "Awu," the long-haired man suddenly spoke, finally capturing the chubby boy's attention. A monster! Stay away from me." Remarkably, upon hearing the boy's command, the half-bodied man began to drag himself away with great effort. Although the chubby boy was still somewhat shaken, he felt inexplicably less frightened. In fact, he sensed a strange kinship with the creature. He felt an inexplicable connection with this half-bodied monster. Suddenly inspired, he tentatively proposed, "Spin around, shake my hand, bark like a dog." The long-haired man obediently complied with every instruction. Coupled with the faint bond they shared, it perfectly aligned with the online descriptions of guardian spirits. It appeared that the half-bodied man was not a monster, but rather the guardian spirit he had summoned through ritual. The chubby boy mentally commended his own cleverness. Wait, he suddenly realized something important. If this crawling entity was his guardian spirit, then what had just inflicted the wound upon him? Overwhelmed by his thoughts, the chubby boy cowered in a corner, curling into a ball. Chapter 61, Daily Life and Challenges. Your talent. Achievement Master has been activated. Ding 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 ding. The achievement bar before Shuangluo continuously refreshed for a full 5 minutes before finally coming to a halt. Achievements not yet acquired in this world. 0275. A total of 275 achievements. Shuangluo blinked, feeling an undeniable surge of excitement. In the previous two worlds, either time had been insufficient to complete the tasks, or there had been ample time, but no achievements to pursue. This time, however, was different. There was enough time, and the achievement list was brimming with opportunities to explore. A total of 275 achievements awaited him, offering a chance for some exhilarating progress. Daily achievements, 240. Challenge achievements, 35. Hidden achievements, Yi Shuangluo gazed at the rejuvenated talent interface with a sense of wonder. It seemed that the interface had undergone an upgrade. Previously, there was no distinction between daily and challenge categories. As he casually perused several achievements, he realized that the daily achievements, while somewhat challenging, could be accomplished with a bit of time investment. In contrast, the challenge achievements, such as the Calamity, Lord of the Strange Tales, and the Retreat of 1,000 Evils were indeed formidable. Without considerable strength, one might find them insurmountable. After silently noting down all the achievements he could pursue, Yi Shuangluo could not help but lift his gaze towards the starry sky, where the stars shimmered brilliantly and the Milky Way flowed like molten silver. To his astonishment, he sensed a faint undercurrent of malice emanating from those stars. This sensation was peculiar, as if the stars themselves were alive. Could it be? If these stars indeed possessed life, their disdain for him could stem from one of two possibilities. Either they rejected him for being an outsider, or they simply harbored an unqualified hatred for all humanity. Regardless of which theory held true, it boded ill for him. For either way, he found himself at odds with the very stars that illuminated the night. Resolving not to linger under their gaze any longer, Yi Shuangluo quickened his pace to depart from that place. In his previous world, he had been a favored child of the Broken Army Star. Now, he was despised by the celestial bodies. Life, at times, is wonderfully strange. Brothers, a little red heart, a small gift, please. A man clad in ancient garb stood at the center of an intersection, with a mobile phone broadcasting live before him. Bombing has fish, known as salty. Atai is indeed risking life for money. Even though Mary was vanquished a few days ago, she might have already resurrected. Truly reckless. Bombing has fish, known as salty, sent a crown. Losing 10 pounds without changing my name. Isn't the upstairs too inhumane? Doesn't the host's life matter? Losing 10 pounds without changing my name sent a jade ring. With the assistance of countless amused viewers, the popularity surged almost every second. The host, Atai, was elated at this spectacle. He estimated that this live stream could yield a profit of at least 5. Naturally, he would indeed follow through and attempt to summon Mary. However, he was not foolish. He would not risk his life merely to earn money. Atai had a cousin working at Dawn. According to data from Dawn, after Mary was defeated, she would take at least a week to respawn. Atai clasped his hands before the screen, his expression resolute. Thank you, dear brothers and sisters, for your support. Since you all are backing me, I cannot let you down. I will summon Mary right now. If any viewers are afraid, please type protection on the screen. Zizzle Yuanma, protection. The quietly observing Zayunk, protection. Taking a deep breath, Atai produced yellow paper to ignite, tossing the prepared rouge and jewelry into the flames. Then he circled the campfire and began to sing the haunting melody to summon Mary. Mary, I am your songlang. Just as the song reached its midpoint, a chilling wind swept through. The once roaring flames of the campfire extinguished abruptly, and the streetlights flickered ominously. Atai was taken aback. Something felt amiss. Songlang, my beloved. A gentle yet melancholic voice resonated through the street. The voice, imbued with a hint of raspy sorrow, evoked a sense of pity. Soon, the viewers in the live stream beheld the source of this heart-wrenching sound. Mary was a woman with golden hair and blue eyes. If one were to gaze only at the upper half of her face, she appeared a captivating beauty. However, upon seeing the lower half, any daring thoughts would dissipate instantly. Her gaping mouth was nearly half a meter wide, capable of swallowing a person's head whole if she so desired. The chat room was inundated with exclamations of shock. Atai turned and fled, not daring to linger even a second longer, forsaking the phone he had used for the live stream. Yet to the audience, it seemed as though he was sprinting directly towards the grinning Mary. Zhou Xiaochuan from Team Dawn 3 remarked, "This is it. He is bewitched." Xiao Fuxing from Team Dawn 2 added, "Damn it, it'll take us 5 minutes to reach him." Countless viewers in the live stream began to wish the host a safe journey. The distance between one person and the monster grew perilously close, and some viewers could hardly bear to watch. Of course, many discreetly activated their screen recorders. Mary, observing Atai drawing nearer, could not resist extending her arms, yearning to seize him, to devour him whole, to become one with him entirely. Suddenly, a flurry of ice spikes struck and pierced through Mary's hands. In a flash, a swift blade severed her head. Even after decapitation, she did not succumb entirely, her lips still murmuring, "Songlang." With an impassive expression, Yi Shuangluo delivered a decisive thrust, extinguishing her life for good. In the live stream, after a brief silence, the chat erupted with fervor. "Wow, that young man is incredibly handsome. In 5 minutes, I want all his information. Man, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Come be with me. Don't make me beg. Today, I've realized that men can indeed be remarkable. The chat was almost entirely dominated by female viewers, all captivated by Yi Shuangluo's ethereal demeanor and formidable prowess. In a world rife with monstrous tales, who wouldn't desire a handsome, powerful boyfriend to offer protection? Naturally, Atai, present at the scene, might hold a different perspective. Chapter 62, Dawn and Eternal Night. Atai was bewildered. He distinctly remembered running, until he reached his doorstep. The crucial point was what he had witnessed, the decapitated Mary and a youth radiating a terrifying aura. Atai swallowed hard. Could it be that this youth was a recently emerged urban legend? As an engaging streamer, Atai often delved into the myriad of knowledge surrounding such tales. Thus, he was aware of a phenomenon known as spiritual seduction that these legends possessed. He must have just fallen victim to Mary's ability. But why did the world suddenly darken and then brighten again? Mary vanished, replaced by a boy who appeared to be a derivative creature of the legend. Had I been targeted all along? Atai gasped, pondering whether two entities had been vying for the right to eliminate me. He stole a glance at the soon-to-disappear body of Mary, her hands already a gruesome mess. It seemed Mary had indeed lost, her head severed from her body. As Atai's legs trembled uncontrollably, Yi Shuangluo suddenly spoke up. "Hey, I saved you. Shouldn't you express some gratitude?" Atai was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard. Yi Shuangluo sighed, recognizing that subtlety would not suffice, and stated directly, "I saved your life. A small payment wouldn't be unreasonable, would it?" "Not unreasonable at all." Atai shook his head vigorously, the tension in his heart finally easing. Since he was asking for money, it indicated that this boy was indeed human, not a monster. Once he relaxed, Atai recalled that he was still live streaming. He hurried over to his phone to check the state of his stream, which had spiraled out of his control moments ago. As he approached the device, he was greeted by a scene that ignited his fervor and quickened his heartbeat. The esteemed Imperial user Miss Chong-Air had gifted him 10 national jade seals. "Miss Chong-Air, this is a gift for this young man, streamer. Please ask for his phone number. If you can obtain it, I shall reward you with an additional 20 national jade seals." Papian, the wild empress of romance, has appeared. Luo Cheng's handsome. As expected of the empress, her generosity is grand. Each national jade seal is worth 10,000 yuan. Atai was thoroughly tempted by the request of the romance empress, his heart ablaze, to receive a phone number in exchange for 200,000 in gifts. After splitting with the platform and paying taxes, he could still pocket around 80 to 90,000. Such an opportunity was indeed enticing. However, upon glancing at Yi Shuangluo, his fervor was swiftly extinguished. A mere 200,000 in gifts was not enough to make him bow down. This was his benefactor, his savior. Atai attempted to transfer funds via his phone, but Yi Shuangluo insisted on cash. Thus, they made their way to a 24-hour ATM. After withdrawing the cash, Atai glanced at his live stream once more. Zhu Boru from the Dawn group chimed in. "Streamer, please ask this young man if he is interested in joining us at Dawn." The moment Zhu Boru appeared, the entire chat erupted. User 22587. Catch him, the wild Zhu God. Zhu God's little wife. "Honey, are you watching the stream too?" Zhu Boru's wife. "Don't be shameless upstairs. He is clearly my husband." Atai stared in astonishment at his live chat. It was indeed Zhu Boru. In the land of Yin, one may not be acquainted with the Prime Minister, yet it is impossible to be unfamiliar with Zhou Boyu. At this very moment, the popularity of his live stream has reached an unimaginable peak. Every second, countless viewers flood into his broadcast. A member of the Dawn team, Xiao Qinyu, urged the host to inquire promptly, as their guest was about to depart. Upon noticing Xiao Qinyu's comment, Atai hastily searched for Yi Shuangluo's presence. At that moment, Yi Shuangluo, having taken the money given by Atai, was preparing to find a place to settle when he heard Atai calling out to him from behind. "Wait a moment, benefactor. What is it? There was someone from Dawn in the live stream just now. They asked me to inquire if you would be interested in joining them." "Sure." Yi Shuangluo readily agreed, for he had just heard the system's prompt in his mind. "A member of the Dawn faction has invited a prospective player to join. Do you wish to accept?" "Yes." Please note, once you join the Dawn faction, you will become enemies with all members of the Eternal Night faction. Choose wisely. Although he did not fully comprehend the distinctions between the Dawn and Eternal Night factions, it mattered little to him which side he chose. The daily and challenge achievements did not necessitate allegiance to either faction for completion. For Yi Shuangluo, all he required was a platform to pursue his achievements. Zhou Boyu from the Dawn team stated, "Host, please inform this young gentleman that we have dispatched someone to fetch him. He is to wait in place for a moment." Upon witnessing his idol's message in the live stream, Atai quickly relayed the words to Yi Shuangluo. In response, Yi Shuangluo nodded and stood still, lost in thought. The daily achievements are quite straightforward, yet the challenge achievements are scattered across the world, which present a bit of a dilemma. As Shuangluo browsed through the list of unearned achievements, he began strategizing on how to swiftly attain them. After 10 minutes, a silver-white camper van gradually came to a halt before him. The door swung open, and a bespectacled young man donned in a white lab coat was the first to alight. The young man rushed towards Shuangluo, courteously introducing himself. "Hello, young sir. I am Lu Feiyang, the deputy leader of the Dawn team." "Hello." Shuangluo's demeanor was somewhat aloof, yet Lu Feiyang appeared unfazed, seemingly accustomed to such reactions. "I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. Young sir, you should be aware that the Dawn was established to protect ordinary people and combat the monsters that arise from these eerie tales. This entails a high casualty rate. Are you truly prepared for this?" "Of course, I am prepared." Hearing Shuangluo's response, Lu Feiyang felt a mix of relief and sorrow. Silently reflecting, this child appears to be only 16 or 17, an age when one should be in school. Alas, it is our failure for not having protected his parents. Recalling the background check conducted on newcomers while en route, he felt even greater sympathy for Shuangluo upon learning of his circumstances. Shuangluo sensed the gaze of pity and compassion directed towards him, feeling perplexed as to why he was the object of such sympathy. In order to facilitate the immersion of prospective players into this world, the system has automatically fabricated identities for them. So, the system assists in identity creation. Since you're already prepared, let us proceed. With that, Lu Feiyang led Shuangluo into the RV. Upon stepping inside, Shuangluo felt as though she had instantly entered an entirely different realm. The interior of this RV astonishingly featured a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and even a second floor. How absurd is this? This is the ability of our teammate, Xiao Min. The exterior of the RV is merely a facade. As this is an independent space conjured by Xiao Min realizing the absurdity of the situation, Lu Feiyang took the initiative to explain. Just then, a young man with a buzz cut leaped down from the second floor. "Hello, newcomer. I'm your senior. You can call me Brother Hua." The buzz cut youth approached, attempting to place his hand on Shuangluo's shoulder, but she merely stepped back slightly to evade him. "Let me check the newcomer's nightmare index." With a playful grin, he sauntered over to the door, but his smile gradually faded as he exclaimed, "Nightmare index 0. Is this door broken?" Chapter 63. The Cup Theory. "Hualing, what are you shouting about?" Lu Feiyang expressed his discontent as he approached the buzz-cut youth, delivering a light slap to the back of his head. Though Lu Feiyang did not use much force, Hualing still cradled his head and weakly protested. "It's not that I want to shout. This door is malfunctioning." Hearing Hualing's words, Lu Feiyang furrowed his brow. A malfunctioning nightmare door is no trivial matter. If it breaks, there would be no way to ascertain each member's physical condition immediately. What if an anomaly were to suddenly arise? With that thought, Lu Feiyang hurriedly conducted a test. After completing the test, a smile appeared on his face. "You're always goofing off and spouting nonsense. This door is perfectly fine. What's broken?" Hualing, now on the verge of tears, pointed to the data display next to the door. "But it shows that the newcomer's nightmare index is 0. What?" Upon hearing such an incredulous statement, Lu Feiyang immediately turned to the screen beside the door. The display read, "Dawn Group Lu Feiyang Nightmare Index, 187. Unknown User Nightmare Index, 0. After witnessing this with his own eyes, Lu Feiyang lost his composure. "Shuangluo, please exit through this door with Hualing and then come back in." Shuangluo did not object, following Hualing as they exited and re-entered through the door. The display now showed, "Dawn Group Hualing Nightmare Index, 126. Unknown User Nightmare Index, 0. Ling, your nightmare index is rather high. Perhaps you should take it easy and refrain from undertaking tasks for a while." Hualing nodded, clearly acknowledging that his nightmare index was indeed excessive. After advising Hualing, Lu Feiyang fell into contemplation, gazing at the 0 behind Shuangluo. This is scientifically unfathomable. The door is not broken, so why is it showing 0? "Excuse me, may I inquire about what the nightmare index is?" Lu Feiyang suddenly realized that he had been so absorbed in thought that he had neglected the newcomer who had just joined them. Hastily, he beckoned Shuangluo to take a seat and tossed a can of juice from the refrigerator over to her. As they settled onto the sofa, Lu Feiyang commenced his explanation of the nightmare index. Shortly after the supernatural tales manifested into reality, some individuals who had close encounters with these eerie narratives discovered that they had acquired extraordinary abilities. Some found their strength amplified, capable of overturning cars with their bare hands. Others experienced enhanced speed, sprinting 100 meters in a mere 5 seconds. and some could wield fire and lightning, resembling deities from myth. Astonishingly, these powers continued to grow stronger over time. Was it the abilities gained from their encounters with the supernatural? Shuangluo pondered it deeply. She was skeptical of the notion that anything in this world came without a cost. Every gift from fate bore a hidden price tag. However, before long, those fortunate enough to receive such gifts would pay the price they were destined to. The mighty Hercules, during his battle against the glacial white wolf, exploded before an audience of 12 billion viewers worldwide. Shortly after Hercules' demise, the Beast King went berserk during another campaign, slaughtering 65 million inhabitants of a nearby city. Within a mere year, many of those who initially received these gifts either self-destructed, succumbed to madness, or transformed into new nightmares. In response to this alarming phenomenon, the world's foremost scientists convened for research. Their conclusion revealed that all individuals who gained special abilities experienced a transformation within their bodies from the moment they acquired their powers. At this juncture, Lu Feiyong gestured towards the refrigerator, prompting it to open automatically, and a cup swiftly flew towards him. He offered a simple illustration, a sealed cup. As one fills it with water, the cup's weight increases. However, its capacity is finite. Once filled, any further attempts to add water will result in bang! The cup on the table shattered into shards of glass. Lu Feiyong paused, a fleeting glimmer of sorrow evident in his eyes, though it vanished almost instantly. Yet Shuangluo managed to catch it. He waved his hand again, and two cups, one large and one small, promptly soared from the refrigerator. As for why some individuals live longer while others do not, it does not imply that the cup on the right can infinitely hold water. It too will eventually spill over, merely a matter of time. Shuangluo comprehended the analogy and understood why they had been so astonished. According to the cup theory, in their eyes, she was akin to a cup continually being filled with water, where one could perceive the increasing weight. Yet there was not a single drop of water within. Such a cup defied scientific logic, and it was no wonder they were taken aback. While it may not adhere to scientific principles, it certainly made sense, given that she was not originally from this world. Gazing seriously at Lu Feiyong, Shuangluo inquired, "With such a unique constitution, I must be quite rare, right? Yuan Ti can find me and subject me to dissection for research, will you?" In a realm that defies the ordinary, Lu Feiyong was surprisingly aware of a gentle breeze caressing his surroundings, undoubtedly a manifestation of the young man before him. He couldn't help but chuckle wryly, saying, "Of course not. We, at Dawn, are a forthright and optimistic organization. How could we ever engage in such actions? Besides, you were personally invited by Zhou Boyu. We would never harm you." Zhou Boyu, a name that resonated with Shuangluo, for it was he who had extended the invitation to join Dawn during a live broadcast. Could it be that the individual harbored a significant identity? Shuangluo entertained this thought internally, yet maintained his composed demeanor outwardly. Observing Shuangluo's continued vigilance, Lu Feiyong sought to reassure him once more. "Rest assured, now that you have joined our group, I shall safeguard your secret, ensuring that none become aware of your unique constitution. In truth, it would be an issue even if others found out, for I am not the only one like this. This world is one of warfare, where players are divided into two opposing factions. Surely, there are other players who have joined on, and upon testing, their nightmares index would also register as 0. The reason he remained seated on the sofa, rather than resorting to violence or fleeing, was quite straightforward. He sensed no malice, at least not from Lu Feiyong. In any case, Shuangluo, welcome to Dawn. Lu Feiyong extended his hand, emanating an inexplicable aura of warmth and camaraderie. Congratulations to the preparatory player for joining the Dawn faction. All members of the Eternal Night faction will regard you as their mortal enemy. Main quest initiated. The Dawn approaches. Quest requirements. Eliminate 5 core members of the opposing Eternal Night faction. Quest rewards. A number of faction merits. Chapter 64. The initial confrontation with Moro. Within the confines of an abandoned building, a monstrous creature, boasting the heads of a tiger, a leopard, and a python, was desperately fleeing. Its terrified expression and battered form suggested that something truly horrific was in pursuit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several blades of wind sliced through the air, severing its hind legs and tail. With the loss of its rear support, the three-headed beast lost its balance, its heads uncontrollably colliding against a nearby pillar. At that moment, the voices of 2 men echoed within the desolate structure. This creature's flesh is as flavorless as paper. It is utterly unpalatable. After all, it was merely a monster born from urban legends, not a genuine beast of the wild. The 2 men soon stood before the 3-headed creature, which trembled violently upon glimpsing the younger of the 2. Observing this scene, Shuangluo inquired curiously of his companion, Hualing, do these monsters experience fear? Indeed, some creatures are designed with intellect that rivals that of humans, and in certain cases, their intelligence far surpasses ours, Hualing remarked. Glancing at the trembling monstrosity and its wounded midsection, a slight twitch betraying his amusement. The rules of Dawn dictate that two individuals form a team. Just before Shuangluo's arrival, Hualing's former partner exceeded the threshold of Nightmare Index and transformed into an aberration. Thus, he became Hualing's new companion. Despite the fact that young Hua was on the brink of aberration himself, he insisted on guiding Shuangluo through the procedures. However, upon reaching the scene, the newcomer swiftly dispatched the monster with remarkable efficiency. Most astonishingly, after vanquishing the creature, this rookie proceeded to carve a piece of flesh from its leg with a knife, subsequently commencing to roast it. Hualing, I've seen nothing like this. Strike through. Hualing, this maneuver is truly unprecedented. With a swift motion, Shuangluo beheaded the three-headed beast, definitively ending its existence. Well, for a week henceforth, this entity shall not resurface. As Hualing observed the carcass of the three-headed monster gradually dissipate, he took out his phone to log the time of the kill. Although I volunteered to assist you in familiarizing yourself, it appears you require no such guidance. Young Hua, feeling somewhat inadequate as a senior, sheepishly scratched his head. Shuangluo, however, chose not to elaborate further, instead becoming lost in thought once more. Achievement: Monster Slayer Progress 1. Current progress: 3100, eliminated 100 monsters spawned from Tales of Horror. Repeated kills of the same type do not count towards progress. Achievement: Best Teammate Progress 1. Current progress: 120, achieved over 90 output while soloing after teaming with at least one individual. Achievement: Notorious Progress 37. For Shuangluo, it mattered little with whom he formed a team, though it was preferable if his companions were somewhat weaker. After all, if his allies were sufficiently feeble, they would not encroach upon his output. Hualing proved to be an excellent comrade, as he served in a supportive role. Prior to their encounter, both had been aware of each other's capabilities. Shuangluo claimed to wield control over wind and ice, along with a modicum of swordsmanship. As for Hualing's abilities, they were straightforward. Your teammate has bestowed a blessing upon you, enhancing the recovery rate of health and mana. According to his account, his power could augment his allies' stamina. This manifested in Shuangluo as an accelerated recovery rate for health and mana. However, his ability bore a certain flaw. Each time he conferred benefits upon his teammates, their Nightmare Index would subsequently surge post-battle. Thus, Hualing had already rotated through 3 companions. Naturally, for Shuangluo, who possessed no Nightmare Index, there was no more suitable teammate than Hualing. He could enhance his abilities without ever competing for output. Truly, a perfect match. Alas, such an impeccable partner was soon to be sent to headquarters for recuperation, unable to return to the front lines. After they had dealt with the monster and exited the derelict building, Hualing suddenly collapsed to the ground, unable to suppress a fit of coughing up blood. Are you beginning to aberrate? Shuangluo stood nearby, blade in hand, ever prepared to assist his comrade in finding liberation. Aberration is irreversible. Once it begins, immediate action must be taken. No, I'm poisoned. Poisoned? As Shuang fell, she instinctively glanced at her status bar, which displayed no negative statuses. Why was she unharmed? Suddenly, a flock of crows appeared in the sky, organized like disciplined soldiers, forming 2 lines with a gap in between for a person to pass through. In the next moment, amidst the throng of crows, a young man dressed in a black suit and wearing a top hat emerged before the 2 of them. With polite demeanor, he removed his hat and bowed slightly. Greetings, I am. Before he could finish, a blade of wind shot towards him. A few crows, fearless in their loyalty, positioned themselves in front of him, shielding him from the oncoming attack. The young man appeared entirely unconcerned for the crows that perished in his defense, even jesting, "Dear friend with the blade." Interrupting someone mid-sentence is rather ungentlemanly. In response, several azure ice spikes were unleashed. This time, the crows did not have the opportunity to intervene. The spikes pierced through his throat, heart, and limbs. He gradually sank to his knees before collapsing onto the ground. Astonishingly, despite his heart being pierced, he did not succumb immediately to death. Truly decisive in your actions, I admire you, my friend. The dawn does not suit you. Have you considered joining us in the eternal night? Shuang approached him, looking down with a question. You are on the verge of death. Yet you still have the presence of mind to recruit me? Oh, it's nothing. After all, this is not my body. Shuang nodded, acknowledging his words, and then raised her long blade. With a swift thrust, the blade penetrated the young man's skull, extinguishing the last vestiges of life within that body. Cough, cough. He is Moro, a core member of the Eternal Night. His ability is to usurp others' bodies. His true form must be nearby. Ho Ling, who was coughing up blood, reminded her. Yi Shuang, however, made no attempt to pursue, as she sensed no life nearby. Moreover, her teammates were gravely injured, incessantly spitting blood. If she left them and someone came to attack, it would be disastrous. Thus, she abandoned the chase and retrieved a small vial of antidote from her spatial backpack, pouring its contents into Ho Ling's mouth. Gulp, gulp. Once the small antidote was ingested, Ho Ling immediately ceased his coughing, astonished as he tested his body. He even utilized his ability to enhance Yi Shuang. What kind of miraculous potion did you give me? The moment I drank it, my poison was instantly dispelled. Do you have more of this? Faced with Ho Ling's incessant curiosity, Yi Shuang chose silence. After a moment, as if recalling something, Ho Ling suddenly slapped his forehead. Urgency etched across his face. Chapter 65. We are prepared to fight to the death. Why does your majesty surrender first? A figure donning a silver mask plunged several swords into the body of a girl lying on the ground. Xiaomin, by God, what madness is this? Ho Ling attempted to intervene, but Lu Feiyang restrained him. Confused, little Ho Ling sought answers, which Lu Feiyang slowly began to provide. Xiaomin is a traitor, otherwise. How could we have been poisoned? This revelation struck Ho Ling like a heavy hammer, causing him to stagger back in disbelief. His eyes fixed on the lifeless form of Xiaomin. Why? In the eyes of the young comrade, Xiaomin had always been gentle and serene, speaking in hushed tones. Yet, at this moment, her voice was piercing, her face contorted with madness. The eternal night is approaching. You aberration shall be consumed by the eternal night. This visage was familiar to Ho Ling. Every member of the eternal night displayed such madness upon capture. With a swift motion, the youth clad in a silver mask drew forth a sword from the void and plunged it into her body. Ho Ling turned his head away, unwilling to bear witness to the scene any longer. Lu Feiyang sighed and glanced at Yi Shuangluo beside him. Was the first operation proceeding smoothly? Upon hearing Yi Shuangluo's inquiry, Xiaomin, pinned to the ground, cried out hoarsely, Lord Moro, I have fulfilled the task you entrusted to me. Please, look upon me once more, Lord Moro. With a disdainful expression, Baigu produced another sword and thrust it into her body. Enough of this madness at such an hour, he remarked. Yi Shuangluo observed the girl, now resembling a porcupine, and asked, She isn't dead yet, is she? Lu Feiyang waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, It's fine, a gun knows his limits. You encountered Moro. Coupled with Yi Min's earlier words, it appears this operation is part of Moro's scheme. What could he possibly intend? Confusion clouded his thoughts, after remaining hidden for so long. Why reveal themselves so suddenly, seemingly with intent? Once more, Baigu withdrew a sword and pierced the girl, shouting to Lu Feiyang, Old Lu. She's hanging by a thread. It's your turn now. Xiaomin, we have known each other for 3 years and 5 months, and we have endured so much together. How could you be a spy? Bah! The girl spat a mouthful of blood onto Lu Feiyang's face, and even on the brink of death. The fervor in her eyes did not wane. Despite being splattered with blood, Lu Feiyang's expression remained devoid of anger, replaced only by profound sorrow. Gently, he placed his hand upon her head and coldly uttered 2 words, devour. In the next moment, the girl's skin began to disintegrate, followed by her flesh, and, ultimately, her bones. In less than a minute, all that remained was a tattered pink dress lying on the ground. Yi Shuangluo, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, began to form suspicions correlating with Lu Feiyang's earlier words about devouring. Once Xiaomin had completely vanished, Ho Ling rushed to Lu Feiyang's side, lifting him up with concern. Old Lu, are you all right? Lu Feiyang rubbed his temples, his eyes suffused with blood vessels, his voice becoming somewhat hoarse. I'm fine. I just need a rest. Ho Ling opened the door of the RV, preparing to assist Lu Feiyang inside, when a mechanical voice echoed from behind. Unit Lu Feiyang, we require your abilities. Several individuals simultaneously turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, where a luminous door materialized, and a number of men clad in white robes emerged from beyond it. Yi Shuangluo keenly observed that the moment these robed figures appeared, those around him visibly tensed up, their demeanor shifting to one of hostility. As the most senior and highest-ranking member of Group Dawn present, Lu Feiyang spoke up, Esteemed executives, what brings you here? No sooner had he finished speaking than the white-robed men ushered forth a man whose head was encased in a burlap sack, tossing him aside as if he were refused. This individual possesses vital abilities. Lu Feiyang, consume him. The voice of the white-robed figures resonated, cold and devoid of emotion, akin to a mechanical synthesis. Yi Shuangluo regarded the white-robed figures with a perplexed expression. Their synchronized speech, identical tone, and simultaneous pauses gave the impression that they were but a single entity. Most unsettling was the fact that their life force felt indistinguishable, as if they were manifestations of one being. Huling, upon hearing their command, interjected vehemently, "No. Old Lu has just consumed Xiaomin. He cannot use his abilities again at this time." Yet the white-robed figures disregarded him entirely, their attention unwaveringly fixed on Lu Feiyong. Group leader Lu Feiyong, this is the committee's directive. You cannot refuse. I have just utilized my abilities. May I not have a few days to recuperate? He pleaded. In unison, they shook their heads, rejecting his request. This is an order. You have no grounds to refuse, for you lack the qualification to do so. Such heartless words provoked White Gu, who, displeased, drew several swords from the void, pointing them angrily at the white-robed figures. Damn it, just because Zhou Boyu is not in the country, you dare bully the members of our group? The white-robed figures replied in perfect harmony. This is for the greater good. Even if Zhou Boyu were present, he would concur. You're talking nonsense. With a swift motion, several flying swords shot towards the heads of the white-robed men. However, the foremost among them merely raised a hand, causing the swords to clatter harmlessly to the ground. Group White Gu, your abilities are suited for torment and coercion, not for combat. Please do not act rashly. Before they could finish their sentence, the head of the foremost white-robed man was sent soaring into the air. If his abilities are not suited for battle, then what am I? Shuangluo, wearing a benevolent smile and wielding a blood-dripping demonic blade, charged towards the white-robed figures. His speed was so extraordinary that the other three had yet to react. By the time they did, the ranks of the white-robed men had been decimated. Moreover, they noticed that several soldiers clad in black armor had mysteriously appeared beside Shuangluo. With a swift motion, the Mo Zhu blade, enveloped in wind elements, lunged towards the last remaining white-robed figure. Stop! The blade halted at the man's forehead, poised to penetrate his skull and unleash chaos within. It was not that Shuangluo refrained from slaying him. Rather, an invisible resistance impeded his thrust. Beside him, Baigu silently gave a thumbs up. Lu Feiyong looked at him, his expression one of hesitation and restraint. As for Huling, he was utterly bewildered. How could one possess such audacity? Was there no room for hesitation or caution in his lexicon? Just moments ago, Shuangluo had been on a rampage. Yet now he quietly caressed the necklace around his neck. The intricate details of Pluto materialized before him, despite having just dispatched a dozen white-robed figures. The progress towards Pluto's ascendance remained unchanged. What on earth was this? Clones? Robots? While he pondered, dozens of white-robed figures emerged once more from the portal. These new arrivals bore no distinction from those recently slain by Shuangluo. Team Baigu, Team Shuangluo, you are both guilty of attacking the executors. I urge you to surrender at once, or face immediate justice. Baigu, visibly displeased, summoned several flying swords and retorted angrily. What are you even? Do you really think you can apprehend me? Shuangluo, too, unsheathed Mo Zhu, while the ghostly soldiers before him stood ready for battle. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed beside them. Devour. Shuangluo gazed at Lu Feiyong in disbelief. He was currently consuming the man whose head was shrouded in a burlap sack. What are you doing? We are prepared to fight to the death. Why do you yield first? Before long, an additional set of clothing appeared on the ground. This should suffice, right? Lu Feiyong's voice had grown hoarse and frail, giving the impression that he might collapse at any moment. The white-robed figures nodded in unison. This was indeed their primary objective. Before departing, they issued a stern warning to Shuangluo. Team Shuangluo, we will report your actions to the committee, so be prepared. But before he could finish, a storm of azure ice spikes descended upon them, encircling the group. The youth they had just warned wore a benevolent smile, radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. This terrifying energy was not directed at anyone in particular, yet everyone present, save for Lu Feiyong, found their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even the seemingly emotionless white-robed figures began to shake. At that moment, one thought resonated in the minds of all. Is he truly human? Such terrifying malevolence was scarcely possessed even by the most fearsome of legends. With a cacophony, the ice spikes fell, sending all the white-robed figures straight to hell. Your achievement, Infamous Progress 1. Chapter 66, The Filial Son. In the RV's alternate space, Shuangluo surveyed his surroundings with surprise. If his memory served him correctly, Lu Feiyong had informed him upon his arrival that this alternate space was created by the traitor, Xiaomin. Now that the traitor was no more, why could he still enter? Moreover, there seemed to be no changes here. While he contemplated this, Lu Feiyong suddenly spoke up. You were too impulsive. Indeed, one cannot compare with you. You exhibit an unwavering steadiness. Lu Feiyong remarked, I can sense that you are a formidable individual. To you, those donned in white robes are pitifully weak. Why heed their commands? This world does not allow for indiscriminate actions merely due to strength. That is solely because you lack sufficient power. Upon hearing such words, Lu Feiyong fell into an unusual silence, and after a considerable pause, he spoke with a hint of melancholy. You are correct. If I possessed the prowess of Zhou Boyu, I could act freely without consequence. Yi Shuangluo raised an eyebrow. Pondering this Zhou Boyu once again, he had personally invited her to join the Dawn, and although they had never met, she often heard his name spoken by others. It seemed she ought to learn more about this individual in the near future. Lu Feiyong regarded Yi Shuangluo with a complex gaze, as though he perceived the shadow of another through her. Your recent act of slaying the executor has likely drawn Bai Yu's attention towards you. Who is Bai Yu? Bai Gu, who had just exited the restroom, interjected at the mention of the familiar name. He's a deranged pervert. Lu Feiyong rubbed his temples in exasperation. He was truly at a loss with the multitude of troubled youths surrounding him. Regardless, Bai Yu is your father. Such remarks are rather inappropriate. Bai Gu, however, wore a disdainful smirk, retorting, "Humph, whether he is truly my biological father remains questionable. I have been fed lies since childhood, swearing daily to the heavens that if I ever lie again, let my father meet a gruesome end. Yet that deranged pervert is still alive and well." Yi Shuangluo gazed at him in astonishment. What a model of filial piety you are. Is your father aware of your devotion? Lu Feiyong cleared his throat twice, clearly reluctant to delve further into Bai Gu's family matters. In any case, Xiao Yi, be cautious. Bai Yu has undoubtedly set his sights on you. Contemplating the implications of being targeted, Yi Shuangluo pondered a crucial question. Where is he located? Lu Feiyong felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Although he had known this youth for less than 24 hours, he had gleaned enough insight into his character. What do you intend to do? The boy beamed a benign smile, yet an overwhelming aura of menace surrounded him. I merely wish to have a word with him. No one would believe that. You undoubtedly aim to eliminate him. Lu Feiyong felt a profound weariness. Why had he been entrusted with this group of troubled youths? He is in Xia City. If you plan to confront him, do remember to bring me along. I can assist by cheering you on. Understood. Yi Shuangluo nodded, the menacing aura dissipating instantly. Lu Feiyong glanced at Yi Shuangluo, then at Bai Gu, who was eagerly envisioning a certain scenario with uncontainable excitement. Let destruction reign. I shall no longer concern myself with this. After Lu Feiyong departed, Yi Shuangluo suddenly inquired, is your father powerful? Lu Feiyong even went so far as to remind me to exercise caution. For reasons unknown, despite Bai Gu wearing a mask, Yi Shuangluo could sense his discontent. It is difficult to ascertain his true strength, but he is rather peculiar, particularly fond of collecting dolls. Dolls? Indeed, that old pervert possesses abilities related to the soul. As for the specifics, perhaps only he knows. The reason I deem him a pervert lies in the fact that the corpses of all those who perished in the dawn have been repurposed by this old deviant. The juxtaposition of repurposing and pervert conjures in Yi Shuangluo's mind some truly repugnant images. This old pervert has divided his own soul into several fragments, which he then inserted into those corpses. Thus, those lifeless bodies can be reanimated, allowing the old pervert to wield the abilities they possessed in life. Upon hearing Bai Ji's words, Yi Shuangluo immediately comprehended why the white-robed individuals appeared to be one and the same, their actions perfectly synchronized. In pursuit of acquiring further intelligence for the impending battle, Yi Shuangluo inquired once more. I have a small question. How many dolls does Bai Yu currently possess? I'm not sure, but when I left him 10 years ago, he already had at least 1,000. I see. If he had at least 1,000 a decade ago, then conservatively estimating, it's over 1,000 now. The dutiful son Bai Gu, noticing Yi Shuangluo's apparent distress, kindly offered a weakness of the old man. In truth, it's exceedingly simple to kill him. Find the original body, strike it down, and the master perishes, rendering the dolls devoid of mobility. With that, he casually settled onto the sofa, attempting to draw closer to Yi Shuangluo. She quickly distanced herself, yet he remained unfazed, continuing, promise me one thing, and I shall reveal to you where his original body lies. What is it? Before he dies, may I employ all my life's knowledge upon him? Bai Ji's abilities are specifically designed for torture and coercion, indicating his desire to inflict torment upon his own father. How deeply do you loathe your father? What grievances do you two harbor? Very well, I shall grant you your request. May our collaboration be fruitful. Bai Gu extended his hand, but Yi Shuangluo refrained from reciprocating, merely stating, your hands are stained with blood. With that, she departed, leaving Bai Gu on the sofa, erupting into maniacal laughter. Entering the room arranged for her by Lu Feiyong, Shuangluo summoned the task menu. Triggered side quest. In a world where only I kill. When will it be their turn to slay me? Quest description. Due to your previous actions, the Dawn Executor by you regards you as prey, which is the utmost affront. Eliminate him and let all the fools who harbor thoughts against you remember. This is the price of provoking you. Quest reward. Determined by Yu's pain and despair index at the moment of his demise. Even without this side quest, Shuangluo had intended to end his life. Now that the quest has been activated, it is all the more fortuitous. The reward hinges upon Yu's suffering and despair in his final moments. Coincidentally, Bai Ji's abilities focus on torment and coercion. Thus, taking him along would aid Shuangluo in completing the task more effectively. All players have joined the two major factions. The war mode is officially activated. Please be advised, your primary objective in this trial is to eliminate all members of the opposing faction. You cannot leave this world via teleportation until all members of the enemy faction have been vanquished. Activating faction channel. Activating map function. In the ensuing hours, the map will automatically reveal the locations of the highest kill players from the opposing faction, displaying this information for a duration of 10 minutes. It is important to note that, as of now, no members of the Dawn faction have secured any kills. Thus, a random member will be selected, and their location will be marked on the map. Chapter 67, The Betrayer. Is it true that one cannot depart until every member of the opposing faction has been eliminated? How splendid! Shuangluo had long harbored concerns about her inability to linger in this world for an extended period, fearing she would not complete her achievements. Yet now, as long as the enemy remains unvanquished, she can continue to inhabit this realm. Truly, long live the world of war. Congratulations to player number 225. Your location will be displayed on the map. Shuangluo opened the map. Its coverage spanned the entire globe, with two luminous points, one black and one red, flashing incessantly. The red symbolized dawn, while the black represented evernight. From the map's perspective, the red point was quite near, seemingly adjacent to the city of Luo. Next, she accessed the faction channel, where silence reigned, indicating that everyone was treading cautiously. At the top of the channel, a number, 18, was displayed, representing the remaining members of their faction. This indicated that, aside from herself, there were still 17 players in the Dawn faction. Just then, before her eyes, the number, 18, shifted to 17. Shuangluo quickly checked the map, only to find that the once glimmering red and black points had now dwindled to a solitary black point. The red point had completely vanished. She furrowed her brow slightly. Had a mere 10 minutes truly elapsed, resulting in such a loss? It seemed rather absurd. Was it the work of the opposing faction? With the fall of her comrades, the previously silent faction channel erupted with messages. The resilient old Lu exclaimed, "What's going on? In just 10 minutes, we lost someone?" A ghost, wishing to remain unnoticed, remarked, "I've just received word that Dawn's 6th team has been entirely wiped out." Coulson interjected, "Is their combat power truly that outrageous? Then what were we even fighting for?" The ghost added, "They must have harnessed the strength of the indigenous peoples." The bug master lamented, "Damn it, had I known, I would have joined the Evernight faction. Is it too late for me to switch sides?" Shuangluo observed that the deaths of their comrades had awakened a sense of urgency among them. Under the pressure of crisis, they began to band together for mutual support. She could only infer that while they previously fell one by one, they would likely now perish in pairs. Among the multitude of players, Shuangluo found herself intrigued by a player named Xiaoyu. He utilized his real name in the faction channel and consistently encouraged others not to give up, exuding a palpable positivity. Furthermore, he had openly revealed his location, which was in the neighboring Dragon City. Perhaps he was a noble soul? 10 minutes prior, in Dragon City, player number 225 mounted a white wolf. Both she and the wolf bearing numerous wounds. A black spear pierced the body of the white wolf from behind, and it did not utter a single whimper before departing from this world. Player 225 dismounted from the white wolf, gazing with anger and despair at the approaching youth, who roared, "We are teammates. What benefit do you gain from killing me?" The young man, clad in a deep blue suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded a courteous demeanor, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Observing the despair and fury etched upon the girl's face, he appeared quite pleased with his handiwork. He reveled in the thrill of this cat-and-mouse game and took the initiative to explain his motives for pursuing the girl. "My talent is betrayer. It absolves me from the system's punishment for killing teammates, allowing me to simultaneously acquire merits and rewards from all factions." After his kind explanation, the youth swiftly thrust his spear, launching her into the air, and then planted the spear at the spot where she would land, impaling her completely. "Congratulations on slaying a member of the Dawn faction. You have earned 200 merits for the Eternal Night faction. Your talent, Betrayer, has been activated, absolving you from the penalty for killing teammates. Now, who should be chosen as the next target? There should be players in the neighboring city of Luo. I just received news that Team 6 has been completely annihilated in Dragon City. In the living room, Lu Feiyong solemnly announced this news. As soon as he spoke, Baigen noticed a discrepancy. I remember Team 6 was responsible for Flower City. How could they be wiped out in Dragon City? Team 4 had discovered an Eternal Night stronghold through intelligence from informants and had invited Team 6 and our Team 1 to jointly destroy this base. I had intended to take Jiayue and Ling Yun there tomorrow, but who would have known Jiayue and Ling Yun were the other two members of Team 1, both directly under Lu Feiyong's command, adhering solely to his orders. Baigu pressed further. With Team 6 gone, Team 4 must be struggling as well. Lu Feiyong shot Baigu a glare, responding with a calm demeanor. Team 4 is unscathed. Team 6 was ambushed as soon as they arrived in Dragon City, and they didn't even have the chance to meet with Team 4. The timing was too coincidental, as if the people of Eternal Night had foreseen Team 4's arrival and had set up an ambush in advance. We suspect there may be a traitor among us. Upon hearing the term traitor, Comrade Xiaohua was reminded of his former companion, Yi Min, and he lowered his head in dismay, his hands trembling uncontrollably. It seems that in Zhou Boyu's absence, all manner of miscreants have emerged. There was far less trouble when he was around. After Baigu spoke, he turned to Lu Feiyong, inquiring further. Lu Feiyong shook his head, indicating he was equally in the dark. Indeed, it is a turbulent time. Lu Feiyong glanced at Yi Shuangluo with some surprise, clearly not expecting such a question from him. Ordinary newcomers would certainly struggle, but I have witnessed your prowess. If it is you, it is entirely feasible, though you must exercise caution. Baiyu has already set his sights on you, and Moro is quite interested in you as well. In truth, I am not particularly adept at communication, especially with the living. I prefer conversing with the dead. Yi Shuangluo wore a benign smile, yet her words caused Lu Feiyong's lips to twitch. I once heard from my grandfather that once a rat consumes human flesh, both its intellect and size will rapidly escalate. Merely 3 pounds of human meat can transform a rat to the size of tiger. At this point, it should no longer be referred to as a rat, but rather as a rat immortal, for its lifespan and intelligence would have reached human standards. Swish, swish, swish. A few razor-like wind blades severed the enormous heads of several rats standing in the way. With their demise, a number of soldiers clad in black armor were summoned forth. Yi Shuangluo waved her hand dismissively, fanning away the overwhelming stench of the sewer. What could this group of Evernight possibly want by nurturing a horde of rats? Were they not merely a collection of vermin? The tale above was relayed to her by Lu Feiyong, purportedly spread online by the Evernight individuals. Yet, she remained perplexed about their true intentions. Even if these rats grew to the size of tigers, they hardly constituted a formidable combat force. Although she did not fully comprehend the situation, she would still send people periodically to the sewers to exterminate this rat horde. According to the narrative, these rats required human flesh for their growth. Did they come down regularly to feed them? Chapter 68, Hot im Malta? Squeak, squeak. Several rats the size of calves were pinned to the ground by over 10 soldiers clad in black armor. With their passing, more soldiers in black armor were summoned. Friendly units increased, Wolf Feast upgraded. All friendly units' health points increased by 200, recovering 5 health points per second. Remarkable indeed. Yi Shuangluo caressed the Wolf Feast, adorning her left-hand index finger. Apart from casting a few wind blades upon her arrival in the sewer, the battle had been waged solely by these spectral soldiers. Interestingly, these spectral soldiers also had a chance to summon comrades upon vanquishing foes. Upon observing these spectral soldiers, Yi Shuangluo suddenly recalled the Wolf Feast within her spatial backpack. It merely required friendly units. Surely, the spectral soldiers qualified as such. Therefore, she equipped the Wolf Feast, consuming 100 spirit points to activate the group effect of the Wolf Feast, eager to test its potential. The result was a resounding success. These spectral soldiers could indeed trigger the effects of the Wolf Feast. In that case, it would be prudent to retain it for her own use. Initially, Yi Shuangluo believed she lacked an understanding of the true value of the Wolf Feast, rendering her unable to assign it a price in the marketplace. Hence, she planned to seize the opportunity to sell it to the leaders of various guilds in the future, while the spectral soldiers forged ahead, paving the way. Yi Shuangluo leisurely followed behind when suddenly, she caught a whiff of an intense metallic scent. It was the unmistakable odor of human blood. Turning towards the source of the stench, she beheld countless dismembered limbs floating within a nearby drainage ditch, arms, heads, and entrails. Judging by the degree of decay, their former owners had likely perished not long ago. This implied that Yi Shuangluo was drawing ever closer to the lair of these rat immortals. Upon recalling the intelligence conveyed by Lu Feiyong, he instinctively quickened his pace. As he rounded the corner, a flurry of shadowy figures suddenly sprang forth, overwhelming the leading ghostly soldier. A cacophony of rustling sounds ensued as this horde of rats commenced gnawing at the armor of the downed ghostly soldier. The nearby ghostly soldiers reacted almost instantaneously, thrusting their long spears without hesitation, piercing the bodies of these vermin. Although the rats were swiftly dispatched, the armor of the fallen ghostly soldier lay in tatters. It seemed incapable of rising again, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. The original ghostly soldiers possessed unique abilities. Even if their armor were destroyed, they could continue to fight by donning another set. However, those summoned by Shuangluo evidently lacked such powers. Perishing once their armor was compromised, the rats appeared to grow more agile, exhibiting a propensity for ambush. Observing the deceased rats, Shuangluo noted that their sizes were larger than those previously encountered. He commanded his forces to advance, and the ghostly soldiers dutifully complied. 10 minutes later, Shuangluo finally arrived at the lair of the rats. Before him lay a gruesome sight, with hundreds of rats, each roughly the size of tiger, voraciously consuming the corpses strewn about. He witnessed a small rat gnawing off a finger from a cadaver, and, as it swallowed the digit, its body swelled grotesquely, akin to an inflating balloon. This spectacle, quite frankly, defied the laws of nature. Gazing upon this infernal scene, Shuangluo felt little more than surprise at the sheer number of bodies and the multitude of disappearances. Would such a phenomenon not incite panic? Squeak! A rat, having just finished its meal, lifted its head to the unexpected intruders and let out a shrill cry. The others, roused by its alarm, turned their attention to Shuangluo and his ghostly soldiers. They immediately abandoned their feasting, adopting a combative stance, poised for confrontation. Shuangluo recognized that he could no longer remain an observer. He must engage in battle himself. Notably, among the remaining 23 ghostly soldiers stood a towering figure, 2.5 meters tall, wielding an iron hammer. Unlike ordinary ghostly soldiers, who were mere wisps of darkness beneath their armor, this hammer-wielding man possessed a corporeal form and a measure of intellect. Upon his summoning, he knelt before Shuangluo, pledging his loyalty. I am Wang Taihammer, Vice Commander of the Ghostly Legion, fighting for you, my king. Shuangluo posed a few questions to Wang Taihammer, but he seemed to recall little else. He only remembered his allegiance to Shuangluo and a superior named Xiaoshan. This piqued Shuangluo's curiosity about what form Xiaoshan would take upon summoning. Nevertheless, anticipation aside, the immediate priority remained the eradication of the rat horde before him. Shuangluo's gaze was fixed on the center of the rat swarm, where a peculiar rodent resided. While the other mice were predominantly clad in dark gray fur, this one boasted a coat of shimmering silver, adorned with a tuft of golden hair atop its head. According to the intelligence provided by Lu Feiyang, the rat immortal, a creature born of urban legends, exhibited a capacity for growth. In its nascent form, it was merely larger in size, easily dispatched even by several ordinary humans wielding firearms. However, once its fur transformed to silver, its defensive capabilities and speed would be significantly enhanced. Yet, thus far, the rat immortal lineage had never birthed a creature of such caliber. After all, Lu Feiyang routinely dispatched individuals, or personally intervened, to eliminate this horde of rodents. It seemed that had I arrived any later, it would have completed its evolution. Shuangluo understood that the rodents could comprehend his words. The silver-furred rat, encircled by its kin, did not lift its head, continuing to gnaw on the remnants of what lay before it, which included several uniquely clad humans and fellow silver-coated rodents. With each bite it took, its aura intensified. Shuangluo realized that he could wait no longer. If he delayed further, it would undoubtedly reach full evolution. Drawing Mo Zhu from its sheath, he wielded the blade with one hand, the wind element enveloping his legs. With a powerful thrust, the ground beneath him shattered as he charged into the throng of rodents. Of course, he was not alone. The spectral soldiers followed closely behind, joining him in the fray. The air was filled with the incessant squeaks of rats, a cacophony of anger and desperation. Yet, Shuangluo remained unfazed, his focus solely on the rat immortal at the center. How dare you approach his highness? Bellowed Wang Tiechue, wielding his mighty hammer, crushing every rat that dared to draw near. However, the sheer number of rodents proved overwhelming, and soon Wang Tiechue was torn to shreds amidst their relentless assault. Before long, Shuangluo found himself alone. Countless ice shields materialized around him, effectively barricading all the rodents outside. At last, he stood before the silver-furred rat, which finally raised its head and uttered 3 words in a somewhat clumsy human tongue. You are insolent. With that, its tail lashed out like a steel whip toward Shuangluo. With a swift whoosh, the tail nearly struck his face. In a split second, Yi Shuangluo seized the tail, his arm exerting tremendous force, lifting the silver rat into the air. With a clean, decisive stroke, he bisected it in midair, as its lifeless body fell to the ground. A chorus of sorrowful squeaks erupted from the surrounding rodents. Following their lament, rage took hold, and the encircling swarm began to tighten its grip. Yi Shuangluo's disdainful smirk surfaced as he summoned countless blades of wind, mercilessly slaying all the rodents that dared to obstruct his path. In the midst of the congregation of these vermin, a single gust could often eradicate 3 to 5, or even more than 10 at once. He advanced leisurely, as the wind blades incessantly reaped the lives of these fearless creatures. With each act of his relentless slaughter, the overwhelming aura of malevolence surrounding him grew increasingly potent and terrifying. Regrettably, this horde of rodents had long been assimilated by the tales of horror, rendering them oblivious to the concept of fear. Even in the face of certain death, they pressed forward, attempting to inflict harm or even kill Yi Shuangluo. Time passed, and soon, no rat remained alive in his vicinity. Behind him stood several hundred ghostly soldiers clad in black armor, wielding long spears, bows, arrows, and shields. Yi Shuangluo glanced at his status bar. His health remained intact, yet his spiritual power dwindled to a mere few points. Fortunately, his journey had not been entirely fruitless. Congratulations! You have achieved the title, Slayer of Horrors. Achievement reward, 5 armor. Congratulations! You have achieved the title, Capture the Leader, while facing over 1,000 enemies. Slay the enemy leader with fewer than 10 casualties on their side. Achievement reward, Thunderstorm Strike. Congratulations! Your achievement, Life Endures, Battle Persists Progress. 1. Current progress, 610. Health maintained above 95 post-battle. The incessant notifications of his talents resonated in his ears, as this battle had allowed Yi Shuangluo to unlock 2 new achievements and enhance the progress of 7 others. He stretched contentedly, wishing he could continue this way indefinitely, until he had fully leveled up before engaging in a fierce battle with players from the Eternal Night faction. Just as he prepared to depart, a sudden round of applause echoed from behind him. Yi Shuangluo unsheathed his ink execution and intercombat mode. Within his perception range, an unfamiliar yet potent life force emerged. As the applause ceased, a young man appeared, stepping over countless corpses. Yi Shuangluo from Dawn's Light Group 1. I recently heard my colleague mention you. Chapter 69. Yi Shuangluo. Thick-skinned, the youth who stood before Yi Shuangluo had an exposed upper body and long hair cascading down to his waist. His chest was adorned with tattoos of rats, centipedes, snakes, and scorpions. Although the young man did not disclose the identity of his colleague, Yi Shuangluo had already deduced it must be Moro, a core member of the Eternal Night faction, who had recently deceived him using another's body. Are you from Eternal Night? Yi Shuangluo inquired. The youth smiled and nodded, rummaging through his hair for a moment before producing 2 fist-sized centipedes. He stuffed one into his mouth while holding the other, asking, "Would you like one?" Seeing Yi Shuangluo's lack of response, he promptly swallowed the second centipede as well. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself, Meow Meow, a core member of Eternal Night. His speech was somewhat slurred due to the 2 centipedes filling his mouth. After finally swallowing them with a loud belch, he continued speaking. Initially, I had no intention of venturing out, for after all, we of the Eternal Night are sworn adversaries of your dawn. Yet, the tragic loss of my beloved companions at your hands has left my heart aching. Oh, my precious little Bai. I had painstakingly nurtured several newly recruited peripheral members to feed it, and now it has all been for naught. Yi Shuangluo observed him, alternating between tears and laughter, resembling a madman. Naturally, he discerned the crucial information embedded within the other S words. A few newly joined peripheral members. Yi Shuangluo cast his gaze upon the heap of corpses at Meow Meow's feet, among which lay several individuals clad in bizarre attire. Were they players who had chosen the Eternal Night faction? Indeed, a band of lunatics, slaying both foes and allies alike. No wonder the sewers team with rat fairies. It seems there are indeed individuals who come to feed them regularly. Why is it that others encounter nothing, yet I, by some twist of fate, am met with such fortune? Is this how luck manifests? Yi Shuangluo silently scoffed at this thought when he heard Meow Meow speak again. What shall we do? Moro wishes to recruit you. If you become a companion, I shan't be able to slay you, lest Moro become wrathful. He wore a troubled expression, genuinely contemplating the matter. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead and exclaimed, Eureka! I shall eliminate you right here, and Moro will remain none the wiser. Ah, your robust physique will surely delight my companions. Yi Shuangluo gazed into Meow Meow's eyes, recognizing the familiar glint, greed, madness, and an insatiable desire. Since arriving in this world, coupled with Miao Miao's presence, three men had displayed unmistakable interest in him. Shuangluo could not help but check his attributes. His charm had plummeted to a mere 3 points. How could his allure diminish to such a degree, yet still attract a throng of men? Was this a sign of humanity's decay or moral decline? Hey, I am quite clever. Prepare yourself. With a swift motion, several azure ice spikes hurtled toward Miao Miao's mouth. He leaned back, narrowly evading the icy projectiles. Yet when he straightened, he found himself clutching one of the spikes between his teeth. With a crunch, he crushed it. Bleh, not at all palatable. At that moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed. With a whoosh, the youth wielded a long blade, swinging it down upon him, his eyes seamlessly transforming into a blood-red hue, while the ring adorning his left index finger began to emit a faint glow. Sure, demon eye, activate. Feast of the Pack, commence. Shuangluo had remained silent, allowing the other to prattle on, for his spiritual energy had yet to fully recover. With a squelch, the sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed as Miao Miao's long hair animated, revealing itself to be a multitude of venomous serpents. Hiss! His previous strike had dispatched several of the snakes, yet more slithered forth from the shadows, springing toward him like coiled springs. Hey! Miao Miao eagerly gazed at Shuangluo's face, nearly engulfed by the serpents, as he prepared to claim the other's lifeless body. However, he did not wait for Shuangluo to fall. Instead, he was met with a forceful knee strike. Bang! In an instant, he was sent reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. The next moment, a terrifying aura of malevolence emanated from the youth before him, shocking Miao Miao to his core. Your aura is utterly fearsome. Are you the villain, or am I the villain here? Accompanying the surge of malice, the serpents that adorned Shuangluo's visage fell one by one to the ground. His face bore no wounds, nor even a single mark from a serpent's fangs. Why is your skin so thick? In a previous life, he had consumed the gallbladder of a half-dragon, augmenting his skin's defense by 10 points, coupled with a recent achievement that granted him an additional 5 points of armor. How could mere serpents breach his defenses? During the ensuing battle, Miao Miao dodged while unleashing a torrent of green toxic mist from his mouth. Yet, before the mist could reach Shuangluo, a mysterious gust of wind dissipated it. He attempted to flee, but Shuangluo clung to him like a stubborn adhesive, offering him no opportunity to escape. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, Miao Miao resolved to employ a mutually destructive tactic. With a deliberate move, he allowed Shuangluo's blade to strike him, confident in his defenses, believing that the wound would not be grave. To his astonishment, however, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed him upon impact. His defenses seemed to falter as the blow disregarded his protective measures entirely. With a feeble gasp, he knelt upon the ground, blood gushing from his chest like a fountain. The blood possessed a corrosive quality, sizzling as it splattered upon the ground. Miao Miao weakly lifted his gaze, finding the youth looking down at him, devoid of any emotion. Most alarmingly, it was evident that they had not both suffered equally. He alone bore the brunt of the injury. Just before delivering the strike, Shuangluo had sensed a hint of danger. Thus, at the moment of his attack, he conjured 3 ice shields before him. As he struck downwards, the corrosive tide of green blood surged towards him, but the shields absorbed the impact perfectly, allowing him to evade with ease. Moro wishes to invite you to join. If you accept, we would be companions, Miao Miao pleaded, invoking Moro in desperation. Shuangluo responded with a kick to his face, a kind smile gracing his features. Rest assured, I cannot be your companion, but I shall send all your companions to join you. You will not be alone. The force of the kick sent all of Miao Miao's teeth flying, forcing him to open his mouth wide. The youth stood atop him, raising his weapon high. You seem to enjoy eating, so come, partake. With that, he thrust the long blade into Miao Miao's mouth. It seemed that fear finally dawned upon him. Ugh! He struggled desperately, but to no avail. The youth gripped the hilt of the blade, slowly applying pressure. As the blade pierced through the back of his head, his life met its untimely conclusion. The main quest, Dawn Approaches, has progressed by 1. Current progress, 15. Withdrawing the ink extermination from the body, he flicked away the blood, saliva, and brain matter that clung to it. The Shura demon eye truly alters one's character. Shuangluo shook his head. Such a kind-hearted individual was inexplicably influenced to become so brutal. He stowed the green treasure chest that emerged from the corpse into his spatial backpack, preparing to depart. Yet, he was taken aback as Miao Miao's corpse underwent a transformation, and his soul unexpectedly floated out. Before Shuangluo, the soul morphed into a wisp of black mist. As soon as this black mist came into existence, it flew directly to Shuangluo, prostrating at his feet. Though it was merely a wisp of mist, Shuangluo felt an unmistakable sense of loyalty emanating from it. Had it been transformed into a ghostly soldier? Chapter 70. The Imminent Annihilation of the Dawn Camp. To be frank, while Shuangluo's Pluto had a resident soul, the ghostly Legion commander Xiao Shan, this was indeed his first encounter with a transformation into a ghostly soldier. He gazed down at the prostrating black mist, lost in contemplation. Must he find armor for it? As he pondered this, hundreds of summoned ghostly soldiers simultaneously knelt before him in homage. With a faint sound akin to dissipating gas, all these ghostly soldiers vanished. Shuangluo glanced at the wolf feast adorning his left index finger. Its special effect had just expired. He reached a conclusion. In the absence of combat, these ghostly soldiers could remain in the mortal realm for no more than an hour. Notably, the recently transformed black mist had also vanished alongside them. Shuangluo contemplated whether, upon summoning it again, it would still appear as a wisp of black mist or if it would be clad in armor. Opening the information panel for Pluto, he directed his gaze towards the sole information of the ghostly Legion commander Xiao Shan. Please note, the ghostly Legion comprises 27,001 members, which is also the limit of ghostly soldiers you can summon. Indeed, the number had increased, yet it remained uncertain what form it would take upon its next emergence. Shuangluo resolved to dismiss this concern, considering the probability of 1 in 27,001. When he summoned it again, who could predict when that might be? After all, it was a core member of a hostile faction and should prove useful. Are you suggesting that once the rats are cleared away, it suddenly appears? Lu Feiyong stared at Miao Miao's severed head on the table, his eyes wide with terror, coupled with a gaping wound that had pierced through the back of his skull. Lu Feiyong began to comprehend the ordeal he faced in his final moments. After confirming the identity, Lu Feiyong regarded Shuangluo with a complex expression. While it was true that he was a source of concern and his temperament left much to be desired, one could not deny that Shuangluo was remarkably efficient and formidable in combat. Having him around significantly alleviated his burdens. Did he share anything with you? He spoke many strange words. He affectionately referred to those mice as treasures, laughing and crying simultaneously, and before his demise, he declared that he would join them in the afterlife, asserting that they could not kill him. Lu Feiyong nodded in agreement. As this sentiment resonated with his understanding of this madman, consider his predicament. He consumed various poisons daily, and I have long suspected that he may have devoured his own sanity. Yet, that was not the case. There remained some semblance of reason within his mind. Lu Feiyong gazed at Shuangluo with a look of exasperation. He had intended to share a jest, only to find himself subjected to a serious explanation at this moment. In any case, he began to speak, but suddenly felt an inexplicable familiarity, as though he had uttered these words several times over the past few days. Ultimately, he said nothing, instead patting Shuangluo on the shoulder, conveying a look of caution. During this excursion into the sewer, he successfully achieved 2 new accomplishments. His armor had increased to 25 points, and he had acquired a new skill book, Wind and Thunder Flash. Active skill. Skill effect. Consumes 200 points of spiritual energy to invoke the wind element for a teleportation of 110 units. Learning conditions. Possess the aptitude to control both wind and thunder elements. It was a displacement type skill, which could be deemed essential for Shuangluo. The sole drawback was that he lacked the talent for controlling the thunder element. Shuangluo closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a multitude of familiar elemental particles materialized before him. Surrounding him were the azure wind elements and the ice blue ice elements. As for the thunder element, it was a considerable distance away, seemingly unwilling to approach him. When he reached out to make contact, the other elements scattered in a panic, as if they had encountered a great calamity. Shuangluo slowly closed his eyes once more, and upon reopening them, all the elemental particles had vanished. He was left with no choice but to stow the Wind and Thunder Flash skill book in his spatial backpack, where it would gather dust. Although he could not learn it at present, he remained confident that an opportunity would arise in the future. After all, this was a reward bestowed upon him by his innate talent. It could not be entirely futile. A week later, a notification appeared. Congratulations to the preparatory player of the Dawn faction, World 8848. His position will be revealed on the map. Shuangluo casually dispatched the crimson-clad ghost before him, conjured an ice chair, and seated himself to access the system panel. He held a faint recollection of the preparatory player of World 8848. Since the 3rd day, his coordinates have been disclosed daily. However, unlike several others who had met a swift demise upon their positions being revealed, this player had remarkably survived for 4 days. Perhaps it was due to his formidable strength, Or perhaps it was because he resided in the Northern Territory, where the players of Eternal Night had yet to eliminate him. Shuangluo glanced at the faction channel. A week prior, the count was 17, and now it had dwindled to 6. Even as a witness to the events, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Were the players of the Eternal Night faction truly so merciless? In just 1 week, they had dispatched 11 members of the Dawn faction. Excluding the 3 fortunate survivors, 8 players had been found and subsequently slain by the opposing side. He found himself perplexed. Was the disparity in combat power truly so vast? Suddenly, the crimson light representing the Dawn faction vanished from the map, signifying the demise of player 8848. A world contender. Coincidentally, just before his untimely end, the red light of Dawn overlapped with the black light of Eternal Night. Shuangluo pondered whether the 2 highest killing players from both factions had engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately leading to his side's defeat. Just then, he witnessed an astonishing spectacle. The black dot on the map, which had been located in the Northern Territory a moment ago, abruptly appeared in Luocheng. From the map's perspective, the distance between the 2 factions was scarcely 10 kilometers. Rising from his icy chair, Shuangluo shook his hands, deciding to investigate further and discern the true caliber of his opponents. It is noteworthy that through a week of relentless effort, he had achieved 86 new accomplishments, albeit all of a routine nature. These accolades conferred upon him 5 points in perception attributes, 36 points of armor, a 50 affinity for lightning elements, a 15 affinity for wind elements, a 20 affinity for gold elements, 500 health points, and 300 mana points. Furthermore, during this week, both the skills Affinity of Wind and Subservience of Ice had simultaneously risen by 1 level, with ice element resistance, now at 40-15. Shuangluo's prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation within this week, despite having merely completed 13 daily achievements, leaving 23 daily and 35 challenge achievements yet to conquer. The mere thought of this invigorated him with renewed enthusiasm. Chapter 71. I truly did not intend this. Within a luxurious residential area, countless ordinary corpses were heaped into a small mountain, with a young boy shrouded in black mist standing before this mound, clutching a scythe taller than himself. The boy looked down at a man and a woman he had felled. The man was missing an arm, while the woman had lost both legs. From the boy's composed demeanor, it was evident that the 2 posed no challenge to him. Their lives were spared solely for his amusement and mockery. How is it that you 2 are members of the Dawn group? Weak as you are, Zhou Boyu, despite being the best of the last 10 days, has such subpar subordinates? It seems Lu Feiyong, this coward, cannot train capable followers. Killing you 2 would yield little reward. He sighed. Very well. I shall show mercy today and cleanse Zhou Boyu's ranks, lest you bring him shame in the future. The man and woman glared up at him in furious defiance. How dare this wretch of Eternal Night insult their revered vice-captain, Lord Lu Feiyong? They feared not death, for from the moment they joined the Dawn, they had prepared for a demise without a complete corpse. The boy reveled in their fury, raising his scythe to claim their lives. Just then, a shadow approached him silently. With a swift strike, the boy felt a blade slice across his back, from shoulder to left kidney. An intense wave of pain surged through him in an instant. Instinctively, he prepared to activate the ring's skill for a swift escape. A faint glow emanated from the ring, and just as the effect was about to take effect, a hand seized his hair and violently slammed his head against the ground. Thud! His skull was instantly fractured, blood gushing forth. Yet the owner of that hand showed no intention of ceasing their assault. Again and again, his head was forcefully thrust down onto the floor. In this close-quarters confrontation, his physical prowess was evidently inferior to that of his assailant, rendering him unable to break free. He could only endure as the figure behind him relentlessly battered his head against the ground. This unyielding assault persisted until he teetered on the brink of death. His body lay limply on the ground, and even now, he had no inkling of the identity of the individual who had ambushed him and reduced him to this state. How despicable! How shameful! Yet, Shuangluo, the mastermind behind this treachery, felt no sense of shame or moral degradation. Should he have announced his arrival with a resounding cry, allowing his opponent to brace themselves for battle? He was no fool. Such behavior was out of the question. His previous adversaries had never bothered to announce their intentions before launching a surprise attack. Ultimately, if one failed to sense the encroaching threat, could they truly blame their assailant for not issuing a warning before their demise? Shuangluo regarded the youth with disdain, given his psychological fortitude. He was inferior even to his cousin. At least his cousin had not complained in her final moments, a far cry from the pitiful pleas of her brother, who had wept uncontrollably. Despicable wretch, cherish the fleeting moments of your life. I command you, demon scythe, devour soul, in the language of another world. Upon hearing the youth babble a string of incomprehensible words, Shuangluo gleefully struck him again. Splatter. The youth's health plummeted at a visible rate, and when only a single point remained, it abruptly ceased its decline. In the next instant, the scythe he had crafted soared into the air. Above the mountain of corpses he had created, a multitude of souls began to rise. The scythe seemed to possess a terrifying allure, drawing those souls towards it, merging them into its essence. Creak, creak. Astonishingly, the youth's body began to levitate as he grasped the scythe, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of voracious chewing. Countless streams of green energy surged through the scythe and into the youth's form. Shuangluo yawned in boredom. He had not anticipated such theatrics from his opponent, and he was beginning to feel drowsy waiting. A player from the Dawn faction, how audacious to come seeking death when I had not even sought them out. Perhaps it was his subconscious belief that the Dawn faction consisted of mere refuse, perpetually hunted by their eternal night adversaries. Thus, even after suffering a grievous blow, he felt it was merely the consequence of being ambushed. When it came to a proper confrontation, he was certain they would prove no match for him. However, clang, clang, clang. In mere moments, his scythe was shattered. The youth's face contorted in disbelief. What manner of weapon was this, exhibiting such terrifying power? As the leaves fell, Shuangluo remained entirely unfazed. His Mo Zhu was indeed a weapon of the highest caliber, possessing a white quality that had been further enhanced upon binding with his soul. It would not be an exaggeration to say it could slice through iron like mud, severing hairs with ease. The youth, in a flurry of movement, hastily retrieved a yellow talisman from his spatial backpack and tore it apart. Instantly, a layer of yellow protective shield enveloped him, granting him a moment of respite. This was the diamond shield, capable of withstanding up to 5 attacks, thus affording him a considerable amount of buffer time. However, calamity struck once more. With a crack, the protective yellow shield shattered into countless fragments. While the diamond shield could indeed endure 5 strikes, each of Shuangluo's assaults transcended mere physical harm. Imbued as they were with the true destructive force of the killing energy and elemental damage from the Shurik Demon Eye's mastery of knife techniques. Under the weight of multiple attack determinations, the diamond shield managed to withstand one blow, transforming into shards only after the second, a testament to its exceptional quality. After the shield was breached by the second strike, Shuangluo swiftly initiated a third. Yet, as he executed the arc of his blade, an overwhelming sense of peril surged through him. Instantly, he halted his impending strike, bending low to evade to the side. Boom! A sound akin to a cannon's roar erupted suddenly. The shot struck the youth squarely, obliterating his body to the count of 23. Fortunately, his heart was not situated on the left side, sparing him from death despite the shattering of his heart. I puffed. The youth's head soared high before gently descending to the ground. Congratulations on eliminating a hostile faction player. You have earned 200 faction merit points. Due to your defeat of a player who is a core member of the Eternal Night, progress on Main Quest 1 has increased. Congratulations on completing Main Quest 1, Dawn Approaches. You have received 1,000 faction merit points. Faction Shop has been unlocked. Shuangluo disregarded the incessant system notifications ringing in his mind, a terrifying aura enveloping his form. The adjacent apartment building lay in ruins, collapsed by the very shot that had struck the demon scythe-wielding youth. Had he not evaded in time, that shot could have easily shattered the demon scythe youth's body before reaching him. His senses had already issued a potent warning, indicating that had the shot found its mark, injury was indeed a possibility. Shuangluo summoned the wind element, soaring into the air towards the location from whence the shot had been fired. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found a young man awaiting him. My apologies. I intended to support you by attacking him, but I nearly harmed you instead. It was truly unintentional. The young man, clad in the uniform of the Dawn's inner circle, expressed with a face full of regret, clutching an orange-red sniper rifle in his hands. Shuangluo nodded in understanding. Yes, I trust you, and please believe me. I did not intend for this either. Clang! The sound of iron clashing reverberated as Shuangluo's speed proved too swift. The young man barely had time to draw his melee weapon, resorting instead to clumsily using his sniper rifle for defense. As Shuangluo exerted force with his hands, the young man found himself half kneeling on the ground, his handsome face flushed with embarrassment. I am your teammate. If you harm a comrade, the system will punish you. Yet, Shuangluo remained indifferent, his hands resting upon the hilt of his knife. As his strength intensified, the young man's knee crushed the ground beneath him. Internally cursing, he maintained an outwardly pitiful demeanor. Villain, do not harm Mr. Xiaoyu. A young girl's innocent voice suddenly rang out nearby. Bang! A bullet from a handgun struck Yi Shuangluo's shoulder with precision. Although it did not breach his defenses, he relinquished his hold on the young man at that moment. With a swift motion, Yi Shuangluo conjured dozens of wind blades, hurling them at the source of the gunfire. Chapter 72. The Crimson Flame, Tooth Type 3. Bang! 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 The wind blades failed to eliminate the shooter, instead colliding against a protective shield. This shield, shimmering in a cerulean hue, resembled the vast, unending ocean, swallowing the wind blades without inflicting any damage. Observing this, Yi Shuangluo brandished his knife, intent on attacking. However, the young man, who had almost faced a double demise from the sniper's bullet, intercepted him. Wait, Yuan means no harm. She is merely worried about me. Her concern is misguided. Yi Shuangluo pressed the blade against his neck, sneering, no malice? She just shot at me. If I were an ordinary person, that bullet could have left me severely injured or even dead. If you claim she bears no ill will, then neither do I. I merely find you too dangerous. And I fear for my safety. The knife's edge grazed the young man's neck, and several droplets of blood trickled down the blade. Villain, do not bully Mr. Xiaoyu. A little girl had appeared, pounding her tiny fists against Yi Shuangluo's thigh. Yuan. Xiaoyu's expression shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by the girl's unexpected emergence from the protective shield. Yi Shuangluo lowered his gaze to the persistent little girl. She appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, clad in a pink princess dress, adorned with a blue butterfly-shaped hairpin. Manipulating the wind element slightly, he lifted her into the air, with one hand gripping the knife against Xiaoyu's neck and the other grasping the girl's collar. He brought her closer. Upon closer inspection, he concluded that this little girl was indeed rounder than her peers, hence her name, Yuan. Yet, she was extraordinary, capable of discerning the will of a sovereign. Villain, let me go. Despite being lifted, Yuan continued to punch and kick in the air. Yi Shuangluo regarded her with an impassive expression as a menacing aura began to emanate from him. Given their proximity, she bore the full brunt of the chilling presence. At merely 5 years old, she could not withstand it, bursting into tears. Wah! Villain, I want my mommy. Mommy! As Yi Shuangluo listened to the cries of the little girl, a gentle smile graced her face. How pitiful! You long for your mother, do you not? Alas, I cannot find her. Perhaps I shall escort you to meet your great-grandmother instead. In the midst of her words, several blades of wind had already been conjured, poised to sever the young girl's head. Noticing this scene, Xiaoyu hastily interjected, You cannot kill her. Yuan is the daughter of our team's leader. Yi Shuangluo narrowed her eyes as ice elements gradually enveloped the blade of Emoju. You are threatening me, she remarked. I merely wish to inform you of the consequences your actions might provoke. Yi Shuangluo fell into contemplation. After a moment, she suddenly sheathed her blade and tossed the child to Xiaoyu. One must admit, Yi Shuangluo's actions left Xiaoyu utterly bewildered. Had his threat truly succeeded? Thank you for your magnanimity, brother. Xiaoyu expressed his gratitude profusely. Yi Shuangluo waved her hand dismissively, her expression impassive. Do not be too quick to thank me. You nearly killed me, and this little rascal even shot at me. Surely, some form of compensation is in order. Of course, what kind of compensation do you desire? Xiaoyu asked. That gun you just used was quite impressive. He had witnessed its power firsthand. One shot had collapsed half a building. The sheer might of it was indeed tempting. Had his instincts not warned him in nick of time, he might have been gravely injured by that very shot. If not for the fact that Xiaoyu was indeed a teammate, Yi Shuangluo would have long since resorted to murder for treasure. In response to Yi Shuangluo's demand, Xiaoyu paused in silence, then quietly released the binding and tossed it over. Crimson Fong Type 3. Quality, green. Durability, 535. Magazine capacity, 13. Special effects, Starfire. Every 12 hours, it can absorb fire elements from the air to generate a special bullet. Dragon's Roar summons nearby fire elements to enchant your bullets, greatly increasing the power of your next shot. After this special effect is used, Crimson Fong will enter a state of thermal overload, becoming unusable for 24 hours. Usage conditions: Intelligence attribute greater than 14, Strength attribute greater than 12, possesses fire affinity. Evaluation: From its naming convention, one can discern its origins. A certain high school student, after crafting a toy pistol, dedicated 6 months to research and experimentation to create this. Its terrifying power sparked a revolution, enabling ordinary individuals without strong talents to triumph over and even slay psychics. In truth, it is not perfect. I can still refine it further. The genius youth who created it. Crimson Fong Type 3. Does this naming imply a connection to the Wind Chaser from the same realm? Although Yi Shuangluo no longer employed Wind Chaser, He would never forget how it had helped him turn the tide during his first dire predicament upon entering the game. Even now, when it was of no use to him, he still kept it close. Returning to the present, Shuangluo coldly declared, "Stay far away. Do not let me see you again. Shall you wish to offer further explanation? In truth, I harbor no malice. My sole concern was whether you could manage on your own, which prompted my assistance. Depart. I shall not repeat myself a third time. Next time, I will not hesitate to sever ties." Xiaoyu stumbled to her feet, clutching the young girl tightly as they made their swift exit. Before long, Shuangluo could no longer sense their life force. Contemplating Xiaoyu and the little girl, a faint smile crept upon his lips. Xiaoyu is indeed a most intriguing individual. Shuangluo had just uttered a plethora of meaningless words, which was uncharacteristic of him. According to his usual demeanor, both Xiaoyu and the girl named Yuan would undoubtedly meet their demise today. The reason he spared Xiaoyu was quite straightforward. As Xiaoyu had indicated, players from the same faction are prohibited from engaging in mutual attacks unless under extraordinary circumstances. Killing a fellow faction member would invoke penalties from the system, such as the forfeiture of a skill or a permanent reduction in attributes. Shuangluo dared not gamble, for apart from his rudimentary marksmanship with firearms, he could not afford to lose any of his abilities. This conundrum perplexed him. He could distinctly sense that Xiaoyu's shot was aimed at achieving a double kill. Did Xiaoyu not fear the repercussions from a system? Countless possibilities flooded Shuangluo's mind, yet none bore evidence. If he refrained from killing Xiaoyu to avoid punishment, his decision to spare the little girl Yuan became more intricate. It was neither out of Xiaoyu's plea nor simply because she was a child, ignorant of her circumstances, warranting his mercy. He refrained from striking her down because he sensed Xiaoyu's evident delight upon being shot. When Yuan dashed out from behind the shield, Xiaoyu's joy intensified. Ultimately, as he lifted Yuan, creating a gust, Xiaoyu's exuberance reached its zenith. As if slaying Yuan would be a boon for him. Reflecting on what had been said, that Yuan was the daughter of the leader of the fourth group. He surmised the implications of this. Once he had made this deduction, how could he acquiesce to their desires? Thus, he liberally allowed Yuan to go, while simultaneously extracting the Qi Yanji 3. Of course, there was another underlying reason for his decision to let the young girl go. Just moments before, while suppressing Xiaoyu, he had noticed the necklace adorning her neck. It was an item he was intimately familiar with, for it was the very first piece of equipment he had acquired upon entering the game, making it unforgettable. The tear of the hypocrite. How long it has been since we last met. After obtaining Pluto, he had discarded the tear of the hypocrite into the trading market. However, with numerous similar items in circulation, it was difficult to ascertain whether the necklace she wore was indeed the one he had sold. Recalling the scene where she sought a double kill without hesitation, combined with the tear of the hypocrite, Shuangluo's heart began to harbor suspicions. Yet he lacked the means to verify them at that moment. Meanwhile, Yuan appeared utterly terrified by Shuangluo, and even though he was no longer in sight, her cries persisted. Xiaoyu spoke softly and tenderly, offering comfort, while her mind raced with thoughts. Alas, he did not kill you. Otherwise, I could have maneuvered to set him against the leader. Damn, it was a golden opportunity for a double kill. How on earth did he evade it? It was a mere instinct. Chapter 73, A Harsh Blow to My Teammate. Within the alternate dimension of Team 1, Hualing and the young girl materialized in the living room. Chenyu, your ability is impressive, yet it induces nausea. Hualing squatted, clutching the garbage bin as he heaved violently. The girl rolled her eyes, retorting, "You're just being dramatic. I feel perfectly fine." Hualing paid her no mind, still bent over the bin. At that moment, the door swung open unexpectedly. Just as Hualing finished vomiting and stood up, he beheld his partner, whom he hadn't seen in a week. "Comrade Xiaohua," he greeted warmly, while Shuangluo cast a glance in his direction before acknowledging the girl beside him with a subtle nod. The girl's eyes lit up upon seeing Shuangluo, and she stepped forward to introduce herself. "Hello, I am Xiao Qinyu. I've seen you in the live stream of that host, Atai." Shuangluo. Despite Shuangluo's aloof demeanor, Xiao Qinyu found him even more intriguing. Just as she was about to speak, Hualing interjected, "Partner, have you just completed a mission? You are truly dedicated." Yet, he remained keenly aware of the situation in Luocheng. Thus, he was well informed of his partner's illustrious accomplishments. During his absence, Shuangluo had single-handedly eliminated 4 core members of Eternal Night and managed to handle at least 1,000 paranormal incidents, overshadowing Team 1's other members entirely. It is evident that Shuangluo, recognized by countless gaming enthusiasts in the main world as a powerhouse, had gallantly outperformed his teammates. Even the combined achievements of the others in Team 1 paled in comparison to his. This stirred a mix of admiration and frustration in Lu Feiyang. Fortunately, has your health fully recovered? Yi Shuangluo inquired, genuinely concerned for Huo Ling's well-being as he urgently needed a teammate to achieve success together. Of course, I could head out to battle right now. Witnessing the spirited vigor of Huo Ling, Yi Shuangluo's lips curled into a slight smile. He then proceeded directly to Lu Feiyang's room. Once he departed, Xiao Qinyu remarked, "It is said that Yi Shuangluo is a ruthless, cold-blooded man, fiercely ambitious and decisive. I never imagined such a rogue could be so amiable towards you." Hearing Xiao Qinyu's words about his partner, Comrade Xiao Huo quickly defended him. "Those rumors are entirely false. A Luo may appear cold, but has a warm heart. He has always charged to the forefront during our missions." Xiao Qinyu narrowed her fox-like eyes slightly, whispering in a tone only she could hear, "Cold exterior, warm heart. He is quite an intriguing man." Inside Lu Feiyang's room, the camper was constructed of an alternate dimensional space, and the size of each room was determined by the abilities of the space manipulators. Yi Shuangluo and Huo Ling's room spanned approximately 30 to 40 square meters, while Lu Feiyang's room boasted an impressive area of 300 square meters, though half of it was occupied by a massive fish tank. Yi Shuangluo sat gracefully in a grand armchair, admiring the mermaid confined within the aquarium. Of course, it bore no resemblance to beauty. The only justification for its name lay in its physical structure: human head, fish body, albeit with hundreds of heads. Upon her first visit to Lu Feiyang's room, she was astonished that he would keep such an unsettling creature within his quarters. Was he not afraid of nightmares haunting him at midnight? Lu Feiyang, seated at his desk, was well aware of Yi Shuangluo's temperament. Thus he directly broached the subject. "How did you offend the lioness of Longchen?" Yi Shuangluo, while teasing the mermaid through the glass, retorted, "Lioness? You mean Long Yi, the only female leader among the 13 leaders of the Dawn Group? She is notoriously fierce, adhering strictly to the principle of loyalty to friends over justice. I do not know her, have never met her, and have no understanding of her. She suggested I relay a message, but I think better of it." Lu Feiyang recalled the words spoken to him by Long Yi and considered Yi Shuangluo's disposition. He surmised that if he were to relay her message verbatim, she would likely storm over to Longcheng with a knife in hand. Yi Shuangluo suko fut disdainful. Although Lu Feiyang had not articulated it, she could infer it was certainly not kind. She began to piece together how she might have offended the lioness. "I have never even laid eyes on this lioness. However, 3 days prior, a distress call was made, and upon my arrival, I discovered a member of the Eternal Night faction. Ling Yun and Jia Yu were incapacitated on the ground, and I witnessed the entire affair. How does this relate to the lioness? The one who fired upon them was a new recruit from Group 4, accompanied by a young girl whom he claimed was his leader's daughter." A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Feiyang, and he anxiously inquired, "What did you do to that little girl?" "I did nothing to her. Do I strike you as someone who would indiscriminately bully or harm a child? I merely frightened her a little." Lu Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that it was merely a scare. After all, if he had truly done anything to the lioness's daughter, she would have undoubtedly descended upon him with vengeance. Yet before he could fully relax, Yi Shuangluo continued, "Though I did entertain the thought of eliminating her on the spot, I must responsibly state that with just a flicker of intent, that little girl would meet her demise." A sharp intake of breath escaped Lu Feiyang. Trouble had resurfaced far too soon, and this time, it was the lioness he had provoked. All members of Dawn were acutely aware of Long Yi's domineering nature, and her daughter was her sole vulnerability, her Achilles heel, an inviolable taboo. Yet Yi Shuangluo appeared utterly unconcerned. Behind every mischievous child lies a parent who has nurtured their unruliness. Although she had not harmed the girl, it was only due to the peculiar circumstances. Long Yi was neither a child nor her teammate. Thus, her demise would bear no consequence. Having done nothing to that young girl, at most merely frightened her, yet she was the one who aimed a gun at him. Should she truly seek trouble, Yi Shuangluo would not mind adding another orphan to this world. After all, slaying dragons was not a novel endeavor for him, and it would conveniently grant him an achievement. Achievement name: punish my teammate. Requirement: eliminate 10 members of your own faction, excluding players. Chapter 74. The Numbness of Huo Ling. In Dragon City, within a certain villa, Xiao Yu held Xiao Yunyuan's hand, standing before the door, silently calculating the passage of time. Meanwhile, the scene inside the room contrasted sharply with the calm outside. While the outside remained tranquil, the room was engulfed in fierce flames. Surprisingly, amidst the inferno, a woman sat cross-legged in the center of the room. She was entirely nude, her back adorned with a vividly depicted fire dragon. The dragon's eyes were only half open, its fiery orange gaze seemingly surveying the surrounding flames, yet appearing to see nothing at all. The woman's eyes were tightly shut, and despite the raging fire around her, the flames neither harmed her in the slightest nor deterred her. Rather, with each breath, she absorbed and consumed countless flames. Once the fire in the room was nearly devoured, a series of knocks resounded at the door. The woman's eyes snapped open, their color mirroring that of the dragon tattoo on her back. "Come in," she said, unhurriedly beginning to dress as the door opened slowly. Xiaoyu, holding Xiao Yuanyuan's hand, entered the room, his head bowed. Seemingly disinterested in the alluring scene, he could see if he merely lifted his gaze. Mama Xiao Yuanyuan cried, rushing towards the woman. "Let me see. Why is our little princess crying again?" Without speaking, Xiao Yuanyuan clung tightly to the woman's neck. Team leader, Yuanyuan has been having nightmares these past few days, likely because Xiaoyu hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something but refraining due to certain reservations. Long Yi huffed softly, cradling her daughter in her arms, gently patting her back while whispering comfortingly, "Don't be afraid, dear. Mama will soon have that boy come over to kneel and apologize to you." Team leader, isn't that inappropriate? Yi Shuangluo is from Team 1. Though he's a newcomer like me, he is still under Zhou Boyu's command. Wouldn't provoking him bring you? It must be noted that although Xiao Yu had known Long Yi for only a couple of days, he had come to understand her well enough to know which words would incite her fury. "Oomph. Am I the one provoking him? He is the one who first sought me out. I am the proud leader of the Dawn Combat Operations Group. He is merely a member. I only require him to come and apologize to our precious one. Not to mention Zhou Boyu is absent, and now it is that coward Lu Feiyong in charge. Even if Zhou Boyu were present, he would still have to give me face." Xiaoyu let out a long sigh, burdened with self-reproach. "It is all my fault. Had I not acted impulsively and fired blindly, I would not have nearly harmed him, and he would not have retaliated against me. Moreover, Yuan would not have felt compelled to shoot at him in my defense. Alas, every error lies with me. I do not blame Brother Xiaoyu." The little Yuan, nestled in his embrace, sweetly defended Xiaoyu, prompting Long Yi to chime in. "Indeed, Xiaoyu, this is not your fault. It was merely an unfortunate mistake, not a deliberate act. That young man is merely making a mountain out of a molehill. Besides, you are one of us in Group 4. Even if you err, it is my prerogative to administer punishment. Who does that Yi Shuangluo think he is? Just a newcomer attempting to stir up trouble." In her fervor to speak harshly and comfort the girl, Long Yi failed to notice the young man before her, whose head was bowed, his eyes brimming with scorn. "Indeed, he is foolish. He believes whatever I say. All my efforts with that little girl have not been in vain. I fear she forgets the terror of Yi Shuangluo. Hence, I have been constantly hypnotizing and suggesting to her while she sleeps. Congratulations on achieving Best Teammate. Reward, Thorn Halo. Congratulations on your achievement. Best way to protect teammates progress 38. Current progress, 862-1000. While in a team, slay 1,000 monsters without allowing teammates to be harmed. Please note, once a teammate is injured, progress resets to 0. Yi Shuangluo cleaved a monster's head, while behind him, Hualing was listlessly counting stars. "Oh, it's over again. Let's go," he remarked, appearing rather lackluster. Then he noticed that when the battle commenced, after he had buffed Yi Shuangluo, she immediately charged forth, single-handedly encircling a group of monsters. Each time, before he could even act, the enemies had already perished. It became clear to him that whether he was there or not made no difference. Yi Shuangluo did not require a teammate. Yet, after every battle, she would always pat him on the shoulder and say, "I truly owe my strength to you, my companion. You are not superfluous. You are indispensable to me." The first time he heard those words, Xiaohuo was deeply moved, but after hearing them over 10 times, he had grown numb to them. In the other realm, Yi Shuangluo was summoned to Lu Feiyong's room. "You must know why I have called for you," he began. Yi Shuangluo simply shook her head. "What is it?" Lu Feiyong sighed, silently organizing his thoughts before stating, "The leader of Group 4 next door wishes to invite you over." "An invitation? Is that widow finally considering finding a stepfather for that unruly child? Is she summoning me for a feast?" In recent days, Yi Shuangluo had been teaming up with Xiao Hua, who, out of boredom, often engaged her in conversation during their battles. Through this, she had gleaned quite a bit of insider information about the Dawn organization. For instance, Long Yi, the leader of Group 4, had not attained her position due to exceptional ability. It was merely because she had married well and her husband had passed away early. Upon hearing Yi Shuangluo's words, Lu Feiyong was nearly struck with a headache. "What is this nonsense? Can you speak seriously?" Yi Shuangluo remarked with a cold smile. "Were you not the one who started this frivolity? She invited me over, intending to catch me off guard. No doubt. a typical weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. With ulterior motives. Just tell me, what were her exact words? Lu Feiyong fell silent for a long while, striving to translate her words into something that would not provoke an immediate outburst from Yi Shuangluo. Observing his hesitation, a gentle smile graced Yi Shuangluo's face as she spoke softly. It's all right, please speak freely. I assure you, I will not be angry. She said for you to go to Longcheng, kneel before her daughter, and apologize. If her daughter does not forgive you, you must remain on your knees, continually bowing. She also mentioned that whichever hand you use to bully her daughter should be severed. Applause accompanied Yi Shuangluo's words as she feigned wiping away non-existent tears. Her expression, one of heartfelt admiration. What a splendid mother. It reminds me of my aunt. They are both truly touching figures of motherhood. Lu Feiyong, witnessing Yi Shuangluo's peculiar demeanor, felt that perhaps he should not have uttered those words. It was evident that trouble was brewing. Very well. I shall go to Longcheng and apologize immediately. Yi Shuangluo maintained her amiable smile, devoid of any murderous intent. Lu Feiyong wished to interject, but found his words transforming into, if she gives you any trouble, call me immediately, and I will have Chinyu teleport me to assist you. Yi Shuangluo waved her hand, her voice soothingly resonating throughout the room. Rest assured, I'm going to resolve the issue. Chapter 75, Arrival at Longcheng. In the living room, Huo Ling inquired with concern. Are you truly going to Longcheng? Yi Shuangluo shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, how can I refuse such a warm invitation? But Long Yi is nothing short of a lunatic. If you go, you certainly won't fare well, Huo Ling replied, anxiety etched across his face as he began to plot strategies for her. Yi Shuangluo merely shook her head gently, turning to Xiao Qinyu beside her. Are we ready to leave? At any time, came the reply. With a smile, Yi Shuangluo patted Huo Ling's shoulder, her tone light. She was eager to personally experience the differences between the spatial teleportation of this world and that of the gaming system. Just then, Bai Ji's voice rang out. Yi Shuangluo nodded. She understood whom Bai Gu referred to. How considerate of him to combine his father's birthday with his death anniversary. Truly convenient. Her gaze shifted to Xiao Qinyu, who was holding a map with the location of Longcheng glowing brightly. Ultimately, the map burst forth in radiance, and the two gradually vanished within the light. Once they departed, Bai Gu prepared to leave as well, but Huo Ling suddenly called out to him. Aren't you the least bit worried about Aluo? Bai Gu halted, chuckling softly before responding. Worry? What is there to be concerned about? Did you meet Yi Shuangluo on the first day? He is certainly not the type to seek his own demise. His willingness to venture forth signifies his confidence in making a safe return. Rather than concerning yourself with him, I suggest you direct your worries toward the aloof members of Group 4 who are accustomed to their lofty positions. Based on our understanding of him, he will not indulge their whims. Bai Gu glanced towards Long City, murmuring to himself, I can already sense the impending storm of blood and chaos. In Long City, Yi Shuangluo's expression was exceedingly grim, appearing precariously unsteady. The teleportation ability of Xiao Qinyu was surprisingly reminiscent of the game system's transportation. Although he did not succumb to the same level of nausea as during his last encounter with Huo Ling, he still had to steady himself against the hilt of Mo Zhu to avoid collapsing. Well, I have delivered you to Long City. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Would you like me to point you in the direction of Group 4? Yi Shuangluo declined Xiao Qinyu's overtures. Since their first meeting, she had exhibited a certain eagerness towards him, often gazing at him with a look of longing. Had he sensed any malice from her, he would have seized the opportunity to dispose of her long ago. All right, let this incident count as a favor owed to you. Very well, I shall consider it a favor owed to you. In the future, I can agree to one request that neither violates my principles nor is excessive. Then let us part with the hope of crossing paths again. Before departing, she unexpectedly blew a kiss to Yi Shuangluo. He hastily shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. To be fair, Xiao Qinyu was indeed a remarkably beautiful girl, adept at both dressing and presentation. Certainly, both Little Hua and the devoted Bai Gu often stole glances at her legs. If her attributes were to be quantified, her innate charm would score no less than 9 points. With such a stunning beauty taking an interest in him, any ordinary man would, at the very least, feel a thrill of delight within. Yet, Yi Shuangluo was different. He genuinely perceived something amiss with this woman, though he could not pinpoint what it was, rendering the situation rather awkward. He, such as the cost of carelessly discarding waste and squandering resources. A creature, a grotesque amalgamation of various refuse, cackled as it extended its left hand, formed of water, and its right, charged with electricity, towards a small boy who could scarcely move due to his trembling legs. Little Bao. Everyone seemed reluctant to witness this scene, fully aware that in the next moment, the boy would be transformed into refuse. Crack! The creature's claw did not reach the boy, instead colliding with an ice shield. Whoosh! In the next instant, a multitude of wind blades cleaved the monster into dozens of fragments. Swish! A strike imbued with ice elements dispatched the refused creature, rendering it frozen solid. The little boy looked up to see an older brother clad in blood-red armor standing protectively before him, blocking both the sunlight and all impending danger. Little Bao. The boy's mother rushed towards him, calling out loudly, even losing a heel in her haste. Mother. The pair embraced, weeping, while the father stood aside, resembling an outsider. Thank you. Thank you for saving my son. The boy's mother, tears streaming down her face, bowed in gratitude towards Shuangluo. No need for thanks. This is the duty of us members of Dawn, Shuangluo replied. As soon as he identified himself as a member of Dawn, an unusual silence enveloped the air. The boy's mother immediately pulled her son away from him, as if he were a ferocious beast. Shuangluo was perplexed. Moments ago, she had expressed profound gratitude, but now her demeanor suggested a readiness for violence. What could have transpired? Just as he was grappling with his confusion, the little boy suddenly broke free from his mother's grasp and, under her terrified gaze, ran up to Shuangluo. Thank you, big brother. To express his gratitude, he even offered Shuangluo his favorite grape-flavored lollipop. No need for thanks, Shuangluo said, unwrapping the candy and placing it in his mouth, reflecting inwardly. What a polite child, unlike some reckless brats who indiscriminately fire guns. As if on cue, a voice piped up, Achoo! Achoo! Who's thinking of me? Shuangluo had just taken a stroll around Long City, discovering that its differences from Luo City were minimal. He even encountered several monsters he had seen in Luo City. For instance, the garbage monster he had frozen was also present in Long City. If one carelessly littered or wasted resources, a garbage monster sporting sailor and electric arms would come to confront them. Returning to the present, Shuangluo noticed a line of anxious individuals standing nearby and curiously inquired, Why aren't you leaving? They all paused momentarily, and one tentatively asked, Can we go? Your legs are your own. If you wish to leave, then go. Must you seek my permission? Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed in haste, seemingly fearful of Shuangluo changing his mind. Goodbye, big brother. Chapter 76, The Unyielding Dragon, E.E. With a thunderous roar, a crimson motorcycle sped towards them. It screeched to a halt with precision right before the frozen garbage monster. Huh, how is the garbage monster already dealt with? What a waste of my time. The youth cursed under his breath as he prepared to leave on his bike. Yet, despite his vigorous attempts to rev the engine, the motorcycle remained immobile. Just then, a cold voice called out from behind him. Are you from Group 4? He was about to unleash a tirade of curses, but an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. I am. Who are you? If I recall correctly, the Dawn Action Manual explicitly states that whenever a citizen calls for help, members of the local Dawn Division must arrive within 5 minutes, no longer than 10. You took half an hour to arrive. Is that reasonable? The young man immediately dismounted, circling the boy with a skeptical expression. Are you a member of the investigative team sent by headquarters? The boy shook his head, causing the previously tense youth to relax instantly. Then what do you care? I was late, so what? Such matters are of no concern to you, are they? A young man sighed helplessly, silently drawing his blade. A minute later, he stood atop the body of a youth, the long knife poised against the young man's throat, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Shall we converse properly now? Yes, yes. I am willing to listen to whatever you wish to say, but could you please move the knife away? The youth gulped, panic rising within him as the blade rested against his neck, particularly after witnessing its terrifying sharpness mere moments ago. A mere twitch could sever his head from his shoulders. Had you only spoken this way from the start, the young man remarked, gradually withdrawing the knife from the youth's throat, his fingers lightly caressing the blade. Indeed, this proves far more effective than mere words. The charm attribute is utterly useless, a worthless trait. Leaf Frostfall silently berated inwardly before lowering his gaze to the youth beneath his foot. Now, enlighten me on how your group tarnished the reputation of Dawn in Dragon City. Huh? The youth was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, his gaze becoming evasive. We haven't done anything. Our group has a stellar reputation in Dragon City. With a scoff, Leaf Frostfall activated his Shura demon eye, swiftly plunging the blade into the youth's thigh. Ah! The youth let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig as an indescribable wave of agony engulfed him. Leaf Frostfall gripped the hilt, gently pulling downwards. I have little patience for nonsense. Should you utter such trivialities again, I shall ensure you comprehend the essence of suffering. I understand. I shall speak. I will reveal everything. Tears streamed down the youth's face. The pain seared into his memory. Well then, I am no longer concerned about how you sullied Dawn's reputation. Instead, tell me about your newcomer, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is a wonderful person, recommended for our group by a member. We all hold him in high regard. He respects his seniors, is friendly, and always willing to lend a helping hand. Is that so? Leaf Frostfall pondered. Given your fondness for him, it seems his damage enhancement against you must be considerable. It appears this Xiaoyu wields the tears of the hypocrite better than himself. Next, inform me of your actions that prompted the investigation team to scrutinize you and pillage the common folk. The youth fell silent for a moment, then nodded reluctantly, yet immediately offered a defense. In truth, we did not do much. We merely sought some compensation for our efforts. After all, we saved their lives. Is it unreasonable to request a bit of money? Wealth is a mere external possession. If they cannot afford it, we would gladly accept their houses or cars instead. If all else fails, perhaps they could spare their wives or daughters for our company. Surely that would suffice? Upon hearing the youth's words, Leaf Frostfall felt a mix of surprise and understanding. No wonder they had reacted that way upon learning he was a member of Dawn. The terms Dawn member, red and black long knife, and red armor collided violently in the youth's mind, and suddenly he recalled a certain individual. You are Leaf Frostfall. Shuangluo neither acknowledged nor denied the situation, merely regarding him with a smile that was ambiguous at best. How did you end up in Longcheng? You should be in Luocheng, shouldn't you? A benevolent smile graced Shuangluo's face as he gently patted the young man's cheek. Wasn't it your team leader who summoned me to apologize? Here I am. The young man looked at Shuangluo with a mix of terror and confusion, having sensed a fleeting aura of menace emanating from the youth just moments before. Don't act recklessly. The investigation team should be arriving in Longcheng any moment now. If you proceed thoughtlessly, we will both meet our end. He attempted to instill caution in Shuangluo through the mention of the investigation team. Yet it was evident he did not grasp the true nature of his opponent. Do you think I would act recklessly? I am here to resolve issues, the youth replied, his amiable smile unwavering. He retrieved a burlap sack from his spatial backpack and ensconced the young man within it. Then, mounting his motorcycle, he activated the navigation on his phone and sped towards the location of the 4th Division. Meanwhile, within the conference room of the 4th Division, a man with a receding hairline lounged in a swivel chair, while 2 young women attended to him, massaging his legs and shoulders. With eyes closed in enjoyment, he spoke with feigned seriousness. Team Leader Long, numerous individuals have recently submitted formal complaints, alleging that you have permitted your subordinates to plunder civilian property. Is there any truth to this? That is unfounded. Ahung informed me while he was alive that the very purpose of our Dawn organization is to protect civilians. I have always kept his words close to my heart. The corners of the Mediterranean man's mouth curled upward in disdain as he retorted, Team Leader Long. Such statements might deceive those naive young recruits, but to use them on me is quite excessive. Unfazed by the man's accusations, Long Yi smiled lightly and exchanged a knowing glance with the 2 young women. Instantly, their pupils transformed into heart-shaped pink hues, and a bubble of pink gradually enveloped the trio. As the bubble completely encased them, the man's breathing grew increasingly labored, as if he were undergoing an extraordinary experience. Oh dear, I suddenly remember I have matters to attend to. Please excuse me, Long Yi said, rising and exiting the conference room. 15 minutes later, the Mediterranean man emerged from the conference room, appearing invigorated. He addressed Long Yi, who stood by the door. After some reflection, I must say you are entirely correct. A principled leader like you would never condone the misdeeds of your subordinates. Surely, someone must be slandering you. Your perceptiveness is truly admirable, and I hold you in the highest esteem. The 2 exchanged knowing glances and shared a silent understanding, a mutual acknowledgement of the unspoken bond between them. Everything unfolds just as Xiaoyu described, including this rotund fool's reaction. This fellow is indeed quite the character. Although the Mediterranean man appeared to be engaged in discussion, his tone conveyed an unmistakable sense of authority that could not be dismissed. Long Yi nodded, wearing an expression of understanding. Oh, of course, that is quite acceptable. After all, spoken language requires ample practice. Ha! Team Leader Long, you truly are a discerning and engaging individual, he added with a grin. Regrettably, Fang Hung departed this world far too early. By the way, it has been many years since his demise. Do you ever feel a pang of loneliness? His gaze traversed the alluring contours of Long Yi's figure, a glimmer of avarice evident in his eyes. The 2 young women were quite commendable, yet ultimately somewhat inexperienced in various aspects. In contrast, Long Yi was akin to a fully ripened peach. exuding an intoxicating fragrance that enticed every man who laid eyes upon her to savor her essence. You jest. Tonight, I have secured a reservation at the finest restaurant in Long City. Might you grace me with your presence? The Mediterranean cast her a meaningful glance, the lust in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a subtle appreciation. Very well, let us proceed. As Long Yi regarded the Mediterranean's retreating figure, her irises transformed into a radiant golden hue, and scales began to emerge across her body. Leader Long, are you not accompanying me? I have arrived. Leader, the members of the investigation team may perish, but they must not die in Long City. Therefore, while they are present, I kindly ask you to exercise restraint. I assure you, once they have left our domain, I shall personally hunt them down. Chapter 77. Expulsion of all members. Booming sounds echoed as Long Yi and the Mediterranean stepped out the door, only to be met with a roar of motorcycle engines in their ears. A striking red motorcycle soon came into view, drifting and kicking up a cloud of dust. However, as the dust settled, a stranger emerged upon the bike. The Mediterranean, his expression impassive, remarked blandly, Leader Long, your team members are indeed full of vigor. At that moment, Long Yi had no time to respond to the Mediterranean. Her attention remained fixated on the youth riding the motorcycle. Who are you, and why are you riding Gumo's bike? The youth leisurely hung his helmet on the handlebars and tossed a burlap sack from the back of the motorcycle. Unable to discern the contents of the sack, the Mediterranean quietly retreated to a distance he deemed safe before halting. Long Yi crouched down and gently scratched the sack with her nail, instantly tearing it open to reveal a figure both familiar and foreign. Leader. Familiar, for this was her subordinate whom she had known for 5 years. Foreign, for his face was bruised, and his body bore multiple wounds. Observing her bleeding subordinate, Long Yi's eyes turned icy. Yi Shuangluo leaned against the motorcycle, languidly stating, Do not thank me. I merely dealt with a traitor within our ranks. It was my duty. This statement only served to fan the flames of anger. As Long Yi gathered her energy and expelled a fireball towards the youth. Boom! Although the youth evaded the attack, the valuable modified motorcycle was reduced to mere fragments by the explosion. In an act of retribution, Yi Shuangluo's thoughts sparked a flurry of azure icicles that soared toward Long Yi. Crack, crack, crack. The first icicle struck true, piercing her left arm and leaving a notable wound. However, the temperature around her began to rise rapidly, causing the approaching icicles to melt away upon nearing her. The two individuals, after all, were engaged in a confrontation at the entrance of Division 4, creating quite a commotion. Before long, all members of Division 4 rushed out. Long Yi glanced around. Apart from Xiaoyu, who was assisting her with a child, the rest were gathered around her. Perhaps emboldened by her numbers, she boldly inquired, Pray tell, who are you to dare cause turmoil in our Dragon City? Yi Shuangluo shrugged lightly, a teasing smile gracing her lips. How is your daughter? Now that I've arrived, where might she be? The moment these words fell, Long Yi and the members of Division 4 instantly recognized the intruder. It's you. Huh. That coward Lu Feiyong actually sent you here. However, I've had a change of heart. You dare to harm AMO, and you shall not leave unscathed. With that, Long Yi stepped forward, the temperature around them rising once more. I shall inform Lu Feiyong that the people of Evernight have attacked our Division 4. And in a moment of carelessness, you were slain by them. How fortuitous, for I too have altered my plans. Yi Shuangluo raisit hervipon. The blade aimed squarely at all present members of Division 4. I truly did not anticipate that you would shamelessly extort the common people in Dragon City. Long Yi, I have heard that during your husband's life, Dragon City consistently ranked among the top 10 civilized cities of the Yen. How do you reconcile this with your deceased spouse's legacy? Before her words could fully settle, a youth adorned with a half-mask could no longer contain himself and leaped forward. Impudent, he seemed eager to showcase his prowess, directly unleashing his abilities. In the next moment, he emerged from the shadows behind Yi Shuangluo. Yet before he could launch his surprise attack, she had already extended her hand toward him. With a snap, countless ice particles converged, and in an instant, he was encased in ice. This display clearly subdued the other members of Division 4 who had contemplated assaulting her. Yi Shuangluo pointed at the fallen Gumo, articulating with precision, He has confessed to all your misdeeds. I possess both video and audio evidence. At this, a balding man with a Mediterranean appearance jumped forward. Oh dear, Captain Long, you have evidence? This puts me in quite a predicament. I would love to assist you, but his greedy gaze roamed over Long Yi. His intentions unmistakable. Before Long Yi could respond, a member of Division 4, a dark-skinned bald man, erupted in anger. Apradicamin. Then don't bother. If you dare to gaze upon her again, I swear I will gouge your eyes out and use them as marbles. The Mediterranean man's eyes widened, and he dare not look at Long Yi any longer. After berating him, the bald man turned to Yi Shuangluo and shouted, "Do you know why this place is called Dragon City?" "Why?" "Because it is Dragon City, Long Yi's Dragon City." Yi Shuangluo omitted similit incidenge, pondering whether this woman truly believed herself a queen, so brazen in her demeanor. Even if she were a queen, what of it? Emperors who ruled the realm had been slain before. Sister Yi, at worst we could withdraw from Dawn together. I am eager to see how splendid this Dragon City becomes without us. Indeed, Sister Yi, even if we withdraw from Dawn, they cannot do anything to us. Yes, Longsheng is our territory. Even if we exit Dawn, this place remains ours. With the heavens high and the Emperor distant, why should we be constrained by others in Dawn? The crowd around us exchanged words, and it seemed they truly swayed Long Yi. Very well, let us withdraw from Dawn together and no longer be subject to anyone's restrictions. Upon uttering this declaration, Long Yi felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Shuangluo applauded vigorously, uttering a statement that left everyone present in astonishment. Do you know? We of Dawn have never withdrawn. We have only perished, since you are so eager to leave. Allow me to assist you. The crowd was utterly bewildered by Yi Shuangluo's words. When had it ever been impossible to withdraw from Dawn? When had such a rule been established? Once again, it was the dark-skinned man who first voiced his doubts. You're talking nonsense. When did Dawn ever have such an absurd rule? The youth's face bore a kind smile, yet his tone was imbued with an undeniable authority. There was none before. But now that I, Yi Shuangluo, have arrived, my word to the law. Immediately, a formidable aura radiated from the youth, causing those seasoned fighters who had long battled against strange tales to feel a tightening in their chests. In a swift motion, he cleaved the 4 team members who had just attempted to ambush him, freezing them with ice elements, slicing them in half. Silence engulfed the room. They could scarcely believe the scene before their eyes. Their companions, with whom they had shared countless days, had truly been slain. Yi Shuangluo's actions unequivocally indicated one thing. He was not jesting, nor was he merely speaking harshly. He was utterly serious. Amidst the stillness, Yi Shuangluo raised his bloodied blade, Mo Zhu, pointing it directly at all members of the 4th group. How can we eradicate strange tales and protect the citizens of Dian with a bunch of parasites like you? A group that takes money, yet accomplishes nothing. Today, I shall expel all members of Dawn's 4th group. Chapter 78, The Onset of Slaughter, Part 1. You seek death. Perhaps sensing the impending danger, they simultaneously transformed. Observing the 4th group members morphing in size and shape, Yi Shuangluo quipped with amusement. Is this a zoo? So many beasts and creatures. Having been in this world for nearly half a month, he had come to understand its power hierarchy. Abilities could be categorized into 3 types. First, the special type, represented by figures such as Hualing, Baigu, and Lu Feiyang. Next, the divine weapon type, epitomized by the globally recognized Zhou Boyu. Divine weapon users, upon awakening, would possess a weapon unique to them. Their fates were intertwined, and should the weapon suffer harm, so too would the wielder. Lastly, there was the beast type, where users could transform into various ferocious beasts. Notably, among the 4th group, over 20 members were predominantly of the beast type. Aside from a few warriors of the divine or special classes hiding at the back, the rest had transformed into ferocious beasts, gorillas, eagles, tigers, and lions. Standing beside the few members who had not metamorphosed was a dragon, draped in scales, having taken the form of a fire dragon. With a fierce roar, the gorilla pounded its chest with both fists, then charged towards Yi Shuangluo. It sprinted, leaped, and then delivered a powerful punch. Yi Shuangluo remained steadfast, motionless, while the gorilla stumbled back 3 steps, its fists bleeding. Thorn Halo 1. Skill type, passive skill. Effect. For each instance of physical damage inflicted by the enemy, 5 will be reflected back at them. Upgrade requirement. 50 armor points, 2 points. Evaluation. Don the thickest armor. Endure the most brutal blows. How is it that before I even unleash my strength, you have already fallen? Yi Shuangluo tested his new skill with satisfactory results. It was time to commence the battle. With a mere thought, the dual elements of wind and ice enveloped Mo Zhu. The gorilla, seeing Yi Shuangluo charging towards it, threw another punch. Yi Shuangluo sidestepped with a nimble step, his blade slicing cleanly towards the gorilla's chest. At that critical moment, a green light suddenly surged into Yi Shuangluo's body. The enemy has initiated natural entanglement against you. You must make a strength check. If successful, you will be immune to negative effects. Although he passed the check, In that fleeting instant, he was subjected to a control-type skill, while the gorilla was adorned with a layer of blue armor. Simultaneously, a bird, encased in icy armor, dove towards him from the air, with a thud and a whoosh. The icy armored bird, unable to halt its momentum, collided with the gorilla. The impact was thunderous, and both beasts collapsed to the ground. The icy bird flapped its wings, attempting to rise once more, but Shuangluo had already raised his longsword. With a swift thrust, he pierced through the bodies of both the icy bird and the gorilla, achieving a double kill. Long Yi, witnessing this scene, was consumed by rage. How dared he slay his own companions before her very eyes? She vowed to kill Shuangluo and relish in his torment. In stark contrast to Long Yi's frenzy, the others remained composed, though they mourned the loss of two comrades. They understood that now was not the time for remembrance, as Shuangluo was charging towards them with his blade raised. A black panther, clad in blue armor, charged forward. With a decisive swipe, the armor shattered, yet the panther remained undeterred, opening its mouth wide. Simultaneously, all four groups of members transformed into beasts also opened their mouths. With a deafening roar, the sound reverberated in Shuangluo's ears. You have suffered a sonic wave attack, group, stunning you for 55 seconds. You need to perform a dual check of Constitution and Will. Constitution check passed. Will check passed. This instance of dizziness is negated. Perhaps it was due to the previous success of this maneuver that the Black Panther, after executing it, let his guard down. Consequently, Shuangluo seized the opportunity to thrust a blade directly into his gaping mouth, which had widened from his roar. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced through the Black Panther's body, his gaze still lingering with the arrogance of one who believed the tactic had succeeded. With the Black Panther's demise, 9 spectral soldiers were summoned forth. Observing this, Shuangluo unhesitatingly activated the special effect of Wolf's Feast. These spectral soldiers shared a profound connection with him. No words were necessary, for merely envisioning his commands in his mind would suffice for them to execute his orders. As if on cue, they launched an immediate assault on the avian and beastly foes that surrounded them. Their audacious fighting style caused genuine chaos among the flock of creatures. Meanwhile, Shuangluo harnessed the power of the wind element to soar through the air, heading straight for the humanoid members positioned at the back. In a team battle, it is essential to eliminate the rear ranks first, targeting the most vulnerable and troublesome foes, particularly the one who had been adorning the avian and beastly creatures with armor. Because of her, an enemy that Shuangluo could have dispatched with a single strike now required 2. The girl wielding the staff noticed Shuangluo's blood-red gaze fixated upon her, causing her hands to tremble uncontrollably. Long Yi, witnessing this, swiftly reassured her, "Do not fear, Xiaohan. With me here, he cannot harm you." Xiaohan managed a strained smile, repeatedly comforting herself internally. "It's all right. With Sister Yi here, I will be safe." In the air, 3 large birds encircled Shuangluo, attempting to thwart his advance. Yet, they were ultimately no more than insects against a chariot. With a flurry of slashes, they plummeted to the ground, lifeless. "Ziyu, why do you not fire your weapon?" A tiger, engulfed in flames, roared at a girl clutching a shotgun, who was shielded at the rear. "I do not wish to, but for some reason, every time I aim to shoot him, I become dizzy," she stammered, tears welling in her eyes. Every time she sought to target the boy in the sky, a wave of vertigo overcame her. Yet if she did nothing, she felt perfectly fine. It was utterly bewildering. As the avian and beastly creatures were momentarily restrained by the spectral soldiers, Shuangluo reached his destination. Without hesitation, Long Yi unleashed a massive fireball towards him. Shuangluo raised his hand to conjure an ice wall to intercept the flames. Upon contact, the fire and ice began a relentless battle of negation, enveloping the area in a thick mist. In that instant, Long Yi could see nothing. Yet Shuangluo relied on his acute perception to ascertain the location of his target with clarity. He methodically stowed away the inked blade into his spatial backpack, subsequently retrieving the Crimson Flame Fong Type 3. Although his mastery of fire was not as fluid as that of wind or ice, and typically, fire elements were reluctant to approach him, he could forcibly summon the fire element with sheer will. Thus, he barely met the requirements to wield the Crimson Flame Fong Type 3. After he extorted the Crimson Tooth Type 3 last time, he frequently used various monsters as targets for practice. Therefore, striking the following completely immobile static targets was merely child's play. This was largely thanks to Lu Feiyong. Although he was often of little use, when Shuangluo expressed his desire for sniper rifle ammunition, the latter immediately procured several hundred rounds for him. Bang! 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 The Crimson Tooth Type 3 fired 3 consecutive shots. The first bullet shattered the blue armor the staff girl had cast upon herself. The second bullet struck her head, killing her instantly, and the third bullet eliminated another female target. Meanwhile, the ghostly soldiers, who were on the verge of total annihilation, bore tattered armor that could crumble at any moment. However, with Yi Shuangluo's 3 shots, 18 ghostly soldiers were summoned anew, and the upgrade granted by the Wolf Banquet caused their armor to begin to restore, becoming intact once more. Chapter 79, The Slaughter Commences, Part 2. After Yi Shuangluo dispatched the members in the rear, he swiftly approached the surviving beasts on the ground. Long Yi followed closely behind, seeking to impede him. Yet, as Yi Shuangluo mingled with the members of Group 4, she hesitated, reluctant to unleash a wide-ranging flame attack. Consequently, under the cover of the ghostly soldiers, Yi Shuangluo moved like a tiger among sheep, dispatching the members of Group 4 one by one into the realm of the dead. Once they all lay lifeless, Long Yi stood frozen, seemingly unable to believe the scene before her, watching her loyal subordinates fall one after another. She was consumed by a rage that rendered her utterly irrational. "I will tear you apart." With a resounding rip, 2 enormous dragon wings sprouted from her back, bursting her clothing as they unfurled. This marked an evolution of her abilities. The Mediterranean man gazed up at Long Yi, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He never anticipated that this woman possessed such extraordinary talent. After the initial Fire Dragon King underwent mutation, no other ability user had manifested dragon wings. Although Long Yi had grown stronger, Yi Shuangluo remained unfazed. He ordered all the ghostly soldiers to retreat, ensuring they would not be caught in the fray and diminish the effects of the Wolf Banquet. "Are you ready to die?" Long Yi's voice was frigid as she looked down upon Yi Shuangluo from her elevated position, akin to a deity judging a mortal. Yi Shuangluo, however, leisurely produced a pouch of powder, gently blowing it towards Long Yi. She stood still, fully absorbing the powder, and then smirked with derision. "Huh, do you not know that I am a fire dragon's vessel, impervious to all toxins?" Yet a peculiar smile emerged on Yi Shuangluo's face. "Who said I was administering poison?" "Beauty's Tear. Type one-time item. Quality white. Effect. This item is only effective on human females, capable of igniting their desires. The higher the charm attribute, the more potent the item's effect. If the charm attribute is below 4 points, the subject is completely immune to the item's effects." Long Yi paused momentarily, puzzled. Not poison? In the next moment, she felt an inexplicable warmth enveloping her body, rendering every part of her exquisitely sensitive. As a 35-year-old woman, she was acutely aware of the implications. She had comprehended the nature of the powder she had just ingested, and it was this realization that fueled her ire. How vulgar! How despicable! For depravity is the hallmark of the ignoble, while elegance serves as the epitaph of the virtuous. Did you truly believe I would stoop to the level of a wretched scoundrel? How could such filth even exist? Dragon YY's délicat visage flushed à fin crimson, and beads of perspiration began to form on her brow. Her breath grew increasingly labored, and in her eyes, the boy she should have loathed transformed into an unexpectedly alluring figure, exuding a potent masculinity. She yearned to surrender herself into his embrace and revel in the pleasures of intimacy with him. Suddenly, she struck her own cheek with a resounding slap, chastising herself for entertaining such sordid thoughts. The nature of the dragon was inherently lustful, a side effect of her extraordinary abilities. Historically, the power of the fire dragon had been inherited by men, leading to countless women surrounding the previous wielders, including her husband. Moreover, the Dawn headquarters would actively assist in procuring various companions for them. Yet she was a woman, a mother. Unlike the previous generations of wielders, she could not indulge in the same manner. Her desires had merely accumulated over the years. She had often sought release through various means. But it was only now that she realized those outlets had merely provided superficial relief. In the midst of her turmoil, Yi Shuangluo produced the Crimson Flame Fong Type 3 and silently activated the Infernal Dragoness Roar. A thunderous roar, reminiscent of a dragon's cry, erupted from the barrel of the weapon. With a jarring boom, Dragon Yi scrambled to her feet, barely managing to shield herself with her dragon wings at the last possible moment. However, the newly formed wings were obliterated by a single shot, sending her plummeting from the sky. Before she could regain her composure, Yi Shuangluo charged forward, delivering a decisive strike. Instinctively, she swung her dragon tail in an attempt to thwart the blow. Her once powerful tail, capable of effortlessly severing steel, now felt feeble, almost flirtatious in its attempt to defend. Regrettably, Yi Shuangluo was wholly unperturbed by the dramatic display. He cleaved through her tail without a hint of hesitation. Pain intertwined with desire as she gasped, an odd sensation of pleasure coursing through her body. The proximity between them heightened her awareness of his masculine essence, intoxicating her and rendering her incapable of launching a full frontal assault. With a swift motion, Shuangluo struck again, sending scales and blood flying. The excruciating pain jolted her back to reality. She immediately recognized that she could no longer afford to engage in close combat with this young man. She needed to retreat, at least until she could alleviate the effects of the aphrodisiac coursing through her, for without it, she would stand no chance in battle. At this moment, the dragon wings behind her had regained much of their strength. She took to the skies, preparing to flee when a cold and ruthless voice pierced her ears. Long Yi, I command you to fight with all your might. Do not retreat, and certainly do not lose. Long Yi, in disbelief, turned toward the source of the voice, and the sight before her rendered her momentarily speechless. Her most trusted novice, Xiaoyu, held a dagger poised against her daughter's throat. Mom, help me. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Panic surged within Long Yi as she flapped her wings, desperate to save her daughter. Don't come any closer. Xiaoyu deftly drew the dagger across the small, round arm of her daughter, enunciating each word. If you advance again, it won't merely be a scratch on the arm next time. Yuan Yuan. In that moment, her concern for her daughter momentarily quelled her desires. Yet, she evidently overlooked the fact that she was engaged in battle. How dare you fight me while glancing around? How much do you underestimate me? With a swift motion, Shuangluo, unbeknownst to her, harnessed the elemental wind and appeared behind her, effortlessly slicing through her scales and severing her dragon wing. With a resounding thud, Long Yi plummeted to the ground, her desires intermingling with the pain from her injuries, pushing her to the brink of despair. This time, she did not rise. Shuangluo followed closely, landing atop her as a means of cushioning her fall. Crack! Long Yi felt several of her bones break anew, her body's recovery inexplicably slowed. You scoundrel, I will kill you. In response to her death throes, Shuangluo chose to grip her blade with one hand, aiming for the heart, and thrust it downwards with fierce intent. Thud! Long Yi, perish! Upon witnessing Long Yi's demise, Xiaoyu's expression soured, exclaiming, Useless thing! How could you die so easily? He had merely observed the battle's onset, initially intending to let the fourth group expend their energy against Shuangluo. Little did he know, they proved utterly inept, failing to draw even a drop of her blood. When Shuangluo engaged Long Yi, he had contemplated a sneak attack, but found no opportunity, especially after his Crimson Flame Fong Type 3 had been extorted from him. Ultimately, left with no choice, he resorted to threatening Long Yi with his daughter, attempting to orchestrate a mutual downfall. However, he had not anticipated that this would inadvertently assist Shuangluo, providing her with the chance to severely injure and ultimately slay Long Yi. Listening to the ceaseless cries of the small, round one, Xiaoyu became increasingly agitated and plunged the dagger into her neck. Just like your mother, a worthless creature, unable to even yield a treasure chest. He discarded the lifeless body of Yuan Yuan carelessly to the side. Seizing the opportunity, while Shuangluo seemed oblivious to his presence, he hurriedly slipped away. On the other side, after slaying Long Yi, Shuangluo reached out and seized the last member of the fourth group, Ziyu, who held a hunting rifle, pulling her close. Please, don't kill me. I did not attack you at all. Shuangluo nodded slightly, her blade swiftly slicing through her neck. I have faith in you, after all. The judgment of the Overlord has been incessantly ringing. Under the celestial illumination of countless stars, Shuangluo's blood-red armor, nourished by the crimson essence, gleamed with even greater vibrancy. The multitude of corpses strewn about attested to one undeniable truth. He indeed followed through on his words. The Dawn Group 4 was entirely expelled. Chapter 80. The Blood War Beckons. Where do you intend to go? Upon hearing the voice, Xiaoyu swiftly retrieved his Naraka spear from a spatial backpack and activated his skill. Yomi's Symphony, Wild Song. Detected intent to attack the preparatory player of World 1122. A willpower test is required. Test passed. The system's prompt in his mind was but a fleeting interlude. Xiaoyu was wholly engrossed. The Naraka spear radiated a black luminescence as it lunged forward with fervor. Clang, clang, clang. The Naraka spear clashed incessantly with Mo Zhu. The onslaught of Mo Zhu intensified, while Naraka's spear began to falter. Once the skill concluded, he found himself relentlessly pressed back by Shuangluo. In this contest of strength, he was utterly outmatched. Whoosh! The blade of Mo Zhu, imbued with the elements of wind and ice, descended upon him with ferocity. Yomi's Symphony, Dusk. A gray mist enveloped the Naraka's spear, thrusting forward with an eerie swiftness. The instant Mo Zhu made contact with Yi Shuangluo's spear, the gray mist surged into his being, accompanied by the system's ominous chime. The enemy has cast a skill upon you. A dual test of constitution and spirit is required. Failure will result in instant death. Your legendary passive effect, Warlord's Demonic Heart, has activated, granting immunity to this instant death condition. Swish, swish, swish. A handful of spectral archers, under Yi Shuangluo's command, began to unleash arrows from afar. Xiaoyu could do naught but defend against Yi Shuangluo's slashes while evading the relentless rain of cold arrows. Yomi's Symphony, Frenzy. This skill has not yet completed its cooldown. Xiaoyu was incredulous. He was acutely aware of his own abilities, believing the cooldown should have elapsed by now. Regrettably, in the midst of battle, he had no means to check his status bar. Otherwise, he would have discovered an additional affliction. Frozen, skill cooldown increased by 25, action speed decreased by 20. Due to Xiaoyu's recent skill failure, he had unwittingly exposed a vulnerability, which Yi Shuangluo seized upon, accelerating his assault. Xiaoyu had no time to regain his composure as he faced blow after blow. Clang, clang, clang. With each clash, the durability of the Naraka's spear diminished. Should this continue, it would soon shatter. Xiaoyu found himself retreating with each weapon collision, until he was soon cornered against the wall. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had always held himself in high regard, dismissing other players and natives alike. Everything had seemed perfectly in order until he encountered Yi Shuangluo, when all began to unravel. He first extorted the Crimson Fong Type 3 from himself. Then, he took matters into his own hands, slaughtering the treasure chest monster he had nurtured, which he had intended to eliminate before his departure. The most lamentable aspect was that he now had to plead for mercy. Otherwise, once the spear of Naraku shattered, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Brother Yi, I was wrong. Spare my life, and I will compensate you further. Xiaoyu sought to employ the same trick as before, attempting to use his gear to avert disaster. However, Yi Shuangluo merely wore a cold smile, even accelerating the speed of his strikes. The pressure upon Xiaoyu intensified, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Brother Yi, there are penalties for killing teammates. You must possess formidable skills, right? Would you truly be unbothered if the system stripped them from you because of me? Upon hearing this, Yi Shuangluo halted his assault, seemingly reluctant to lose his skills to the system. Xiaoyu sighed in relief, his arm that had been bracing the spear, now hanging limply. Yi Shuangluo, you had better not give me an opportunity. Do not appear weak or bloodless, or I shall ensure you understand true suffering. With a swift motion, the blade easily pierced flesh, pinning Xiaoyu to the wall. What are you doing? The searing pain coursing through his body made Xiaoyu comprehend why the player with the highest kill count during Eternal Night had constantly lamented. With a sharp crack, Yi Shuangluo delivered a slap to both his left and right cheeks. Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. He had been slapped while pinned against the wall. Yi Shuangluo, do not overstep your bounds. If you possess the courage, kill me. I wish to see how you fare without me as a teammate against the nearly full-strength Eternal Night faction. Indeed, you make a valid point. Yi Shuangluo wholeheartedly agreed, and, activating the Azura Demon Eye, delivered 2 more slaps. Xiaoyu felt as though his soul was being seared, only to be cast into an abyss of ice. The sensation of both ice and fire tormented him, clouding his vision and threatening to extinguish his consciousness. Yi Shuangluo glanced at Xiaoyu's dwindling health bar, retrieved a small red vial, life potion, from a spatial bag, and poured it into his mouth. Xiaoyu's vision cleared once more, now tinged with a hint of fear as he looked at Yi Shuangluo. What do you intend to do? With a swift motion, Xiaoyu's hand shot up, yet he could not even muster a cry of anguish, for Yi Shuangluo had severed his hands before delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. After enduring the onslaught, his health plummeted to 6, leaving him utterly defenseless. Honestly, I did not mean to torment you. I merely aimed to severely injure you, and it is quite difficult not to kill you. Yi Shuangluo kindly explained, then personally seized his clothing, dragging him outside like a lifeless dog. Before pursuing Xiaoyu, he had frozen the Mediterranean Sea. With a mere thought, the Mediterranean was instantly unsealed, regaining its freedom. The first thing it did upon liberation was to bellow angrily at Yi Shuangluo. I warn you, do not act recklessly. I am a member of the investigation team. Your superior. The words he spoke appeared forceful on the surface, yet they were merely a fade concealing his underlying frailty, clearly indicative of a lack of conviction. He had witnessed firsthand the annihilation of 4 group members at the hands of Yi Shuangluo. Although he did not know Yi Shuangluo personally, he recognized this youth as someone undeniably formidable. Yi Shuangluo merely smiled nonchalantly, flexing his wrist and twirling his blade, casually inquiring, "Do you wish to live or to die?" Upon hearing this simple and straightforward question, the Mediterranean man gritted his teeth and retorted, "What must I do to live?" Shuangluo gestured towards the pitiful figure of Xiaoyu. A mere puddle of despair, and a gentle smile graced his lips. "It's simple. Pledge your loyalty and kill him." At that moment, it dawned on Xiaoyu what Shuangluo intended, prompting him to unleash a torrent of curses. "Shuangluo, you wretched cur, do you think this ploy will be effective? Just wait to lose your attributes and have your skills diminished. Rest assured, I shall await you in hell. I eagerly anticipate your downfall after the system has weakened you, leading to your utter destruction by the eternal night." Unfazed, Shuangluo retrieved a small red vial, a life potion, from a spatial backpack and forced it down Xiaoyu's throat before seizing his head. With a resounding thud, the Mediterranean man observed Xiaoyu's battered visage, bloodied and unrecognizable, and swallowed hard. "Proceed," came Shuangluo's voice, devoid of emotion. His blood-red eyes fixated coldly on the Mediterranean man. It must be said, the intensity of those crimson eyes struck fear into the Mediterranean man's heart. Suppressing his terror, he summoned his dragon soul dagger and carelessly pierced Xiaoyu with a few translucent stabs. "Is this sufficient?" he asked, watching Xiaoyu's health deplete. Shuangluo waved his hand, signaling that he could depart. The Mediterranean man began to retreat slowly, and, as the distance grew, he broke into a frantic sprint. At that moment, he cursed his parents for not endowing him with 2 more legs. He needed to escape Dragon City post-haste, for it was far too perilous. Xiaoyu opened his status bar, witnessing his health plummeting, and realized that his life was truly nearing its end. He lacked even the strength to retrieve supplies from his spatial backpack to restore his vitality. This was the final question that plagued him before death. Based on his understanding of Shuangluo's character, during their first encounter, he had attempted to take a shot at Shuangluo. Logically, he should have been killed then. Why had he been spared? Upon hearing this inquiry, a cryptic smile graced Shuangluo's face as he crouched down, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. "Because you wear the tears of the hypocrite around your neck, and your emotional turmoil is so blatant that it nearly screams, 'I am the traitor.' I wish to release you to see if you would indeed fulfill my expectations and bring the group leader of the 4th team to confront me." Xiaoyu gazed at Shuangluo in disbelief, a look of resignation crossing his features. "So that is the reason. Player 8852 of the Dawn Camp has perished. Remaining players in the Dawn Camp, 3. Due to the remaining players being only 3, the Blood Battle mode has been activated. At this moment, the positions of the remaining players in the Dawn faction will be displayed in real time on the map." Chapter 81, Heart of Plunder. Shuangluo opened the map and beheld 3 flickering red dots located in Dragon City, Summer City, and abroad. He could envision that the players from the Eternal Night faction would soon launch a full-scale assault to encircle them. Let the battle commence. An insatiable fervor for combat surged within Shuangluo's crimson eyes. If the players from the Eternal Night sought him out, he would not hesitate to unleash a massacre. After all, as long as he spared one, he could continue to achieve his accomplishments. With this thought, Shuangluo summoned his talent interface. Daily achievements, 88,240. Challenge achievements, 035. He swiftly glanced at the unfinished daily achievements and then at the challenge achievements. There was no need to rush the daily ones. They could be completed with time. However, perhaps he should prepare for the challenges. "Congratulations. You have achieved, strike down my teammate. Detected that a player from the same faction was indirectly killed by you. Rewards modified. Congratulations. You have received the reward, Heart of Plunder. Heart of Plunder. Quality, black. Equipment type, accessory, special. Effect, Soul Devourer. Each time you kill a player from your own faction, their skills will be consumed by the Heart of Plunder. You may select one skill from all the players you have killed from your own faction in each world and add it to your skill repertoire. This equipment only needs to be placed in your spatial backpack to take effect. Evaluation. What? Your skills are formidable. Splendid. Once I slay you, they shall be mine." This item Shuangluo pondered, unsure whether it was truly beneficial or not. After all, it required direct action to kill, as indirect kills were not an option. Yet, the system strictly prohibited combat among players of the same faction. Killing a teammate would result in permanent attribute reduction and skill deprivation. Shuangluo shook his head, lamenting the potential of the Heart of Plunder. Unlike the Tear of the Hypocrite, which was utterly useless, the Heart of Plunder boasted powerful effects. But he was hesitant to take the risk. Just as he was lost in thought, the effect of Pluto activated silently around his neck. Countless black chains surged forth from Pluto, piercing directly into Xiao Yu's body and drawing his soul within. This scene took Yi Shuangluo by surprise. He gently caressed Pluto. Could it truly imprison a player's soul? Soul of the traitor, Xiao Yu. Effect. When you imprison this soul, you can disregard the rule forbidding mutual slaughter among players of the same faction. Would you like to imprison? Yi Shuangluo stared in astonishment at what Xiao Yu's soul had presented him. Could this be Xiao Yu's talent? It was no wonder the traitor dared to strike at him. He could indeed kill his teammates. Yi Shuangluo couldn't help but marvel at the diverse talents of players, each exhibiting an array of peculiarities. For the time being, he refrained from imprisoning Xiao Yu's soul, as it was not yet needed. When the occasion arose for him to eliminate a teammate, he could easily make use of it then. However, with the presence of the traitor Xiao Yu's soul, the effect of the Heart of Plunder could now be realized. With a mere thought, he stored a green and 3 white treasure chests into his spatial backpack. Notably, upon Xiao Yu's demise, the system granted Yi Shuangluo a unique item. Congratulations, you have acquired the Crimson Die. The Crimson Die, classified as a special item, possessed the ability to yield points, equipment, or miscellaneous items based on the result of a throw. While a standard Crimson Die could produce 3 items, the one in Yi Shuangluo's possession belonged to a player from the same faction, allowing him to obtain only 1 item. He tossed the blood-red die into the air, and in a moment of inspiration, released it. The die spun upon the ground before finally revealing a score of 5. 5 points, highly valuable item. Congratulations. You have obtained the Tear of the Hypocrite. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Shuangluo found himself both amused and bewildered at having drawn the Tear of the Hypocrite. However, its appearance seemed different from the one he had sold. Could its effects also vary? With a hint of curiosity, he opened the detailed information of the Tear of the Hypocrite. The Tear of the Hypocrite, categorized as a white-grade accessory, boasted special effects. The Blade of Backstab, when attacking any unit that holds affection and trust towards you. Damage increases by 10 to 20 based on their affection and trust levels. And the Blade of Civil War, when attacking players from the opposing faction. Damage is reduced by 10, while attacking players from the same faction increases damage by 15. When you kill a player from your own faction, the number of times the Crimson Die can be rolled increases by 1. The evaluation read, reunited after a long separation. Are you moved? In this encounter, you have both grown. This evaluation indeed matched the item he had sold. Yi Shuangluo gazed at the necklace, shaped like a teardrop, with a complex mix of emotions. Strictly speaking, this was his first piece of equipment. When he sold the Tear of the Hypocrite, it was merely a white-grade item. Now it had transformed into a white-grade item with an additional special effect. It was evident that Xiao Yu had a fondness for it, as it aligned perfectly with his own talents. My sincerest apologies for slaying such a devoted master. Yi Shuangluo earnestly apologized to the Tear of the Hypocrite before once again stowing it in his spatial backpack. Nonetheless, it remained of no use to him at present, though his current position was visible to all players of Eternal Night, making him an easy target for ambush in a scenario where the enemy lurked in the shadows while he stood in the light. He was no ordinary player. His perceptive attributes had already transcended the norm. Within a radius of 5,000 meters, he possesses the uncanny ability to instantly sense any malice directed toward him. It must be acknowledged that this perceptive attribute has proven invaluable to Yi Shuangluo, aiding him in evading countless dangers along his path and rendering numerous ambushes by enemies futile. The illusory affinity attribute of charm is fickle, easily diminishing and attracting various perverse individuals. In contrast, his genuine affinity attribute lies in perception, the first extraordinary ability among all, which remains unwavering and has proven effective on countless occasions. As Yi Shuangluo walked, he abruptly halted, gazing skyward. The stars twinkled brilliantly. Yet he found no familiar figures of the cowherd and weaver girl, nor the Big Dipper, and certainly not the 7 killing stars. At times, an overly acute perception can lead one to discern that which ought to remain unnoticed. In this instance, he could sense that every star in the heavens directed malevolence towards him. In truth, on the very night he arrived in this world, he had sensed the animosity of these celestial bodies. Despite his relentless efforts to disregard it, their hostility had only intensified, reaching a point now that felt akin to thorns in his back. As Yi Shuangluo scrutinized these malevolent stars, he suddenly received a message. Pest, perish. This was not a solitary message from a single star, but rather a collective consciousness emanating from the constellation. Yi Shuangluo opened his talent interface once more, directing his attention to the challenge type achievements. Challenge achievement, Fear of the Stars. Achievement requirement, instill fear in all the stars within this illusory sky. Tell me, constellations, do you fear as well? Chapter 82. the mightiest ability and the weakest practitioner. Could it be that they are preoccupied with matters in Xia City and abroad, leaving no time to attend to me? He shrugged, finding solace in the peace. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Dawn in Xia City, bang, bang, bang. A group of oddly dressed men and women relentlessly assaulted the Dawn headquarters. Some bore rocket launchers, others wielded Gatling guns, while some brandished knives, bows, and staves. Yet their attacks were as ineffective as a mere scratch. The protective shield showed no signs of even the slightest crack. Damn it, this wretched turtle shell cannot be breached. It is inscribed with anti-space runes, preventing any spatial abilities from infiltrating. Anti-space runes? Surely they were arranged by that foul woman inside. Damn, I told you. The natives of Eternal Night wouldn't come, leaving us to be the vanguard. There must be something amiss. Stop the incessant whining. What good does it do to speculate now? The teleportation scroll has malfunctioned. What shall we do? Cool it. At such a time, the only option is to flee quickly. This thing not only has anti-space runes, but also rebound runes. If it charges up and fires, we will all be finished. The players from Eternal Night scattered in all directions, while the protective shield slowly shifted from white to a blood-red hue. Boom! Inside the protective barrier, a girl, her expression tense, collapsed onto the ground, murmuring, "I survived." In another dimension, as Shuangluo entered, he found Bai Ge seated on a sofa, sipping soda and watching television. Shuangluo cast a fleeting glance at the television, where a seemingly fantastical drama was being aired. "Farewell to this world, father." Shuangluo observed, indeed. It is a fantasy genre undeniably enchanting. The dutiful son watching a drama about dutiful sons. Truly a delightful irony, dear family. Was your journey successful? Bai Ge inquired, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the screen. Not too bad, Bai Ge replied, turning to Shuangluo, who was no longer adorned in the blood-red armor he had worn since their first encounter, but was instead clad in a sleek black trench coat. I see. Bai Ge nodded, seemingly grasping the situation. When shall we depart for Summer City? Shuangluo asked casually from the opposite end of the sofa, still engrossed in the fantastical show. The day after tomorrow, I still need to prepare some items. As Shuangluo engaged in light conversation, he silently calculated how long it would take to complete his daily achievements. Suddenly, Xiao Qinyu and Lu Feiyang appeared in the living room. This was the price Xiao Qinyu paid each time she utilized her abilities, an unscathed world map. One could only commend Lu Feiyang, the vice captain, for his resilience. While Huo Ling and Shuangluo often felt dizzy after teleportation, he seemed entirely unaffected. Did you not claim you were going to resolve the issue? Lu Feiyang's voice was low, barely concealing his fury. It is well known that the swiftest way to resolve a problem is to eliminate the one who posed it. Unable to suppress his anger any longer, Lu Feiyang bellowed. So you slaughtered all of Group 4. Do you even comprehend what you have done? Do not raise your voice so. I'm not deaf. I can hear you. Shuangluo rose to meet his gaze, his dark eyes gradually turning a blood-red hue. Bai Ge had witnessed Shuangluo in battle and knew that the change in eye color signaled impending conflict. Lu Feiyang, do not assume a moral high ground to criticize me. Do you consider yourself noble? As the vice captain of our group, I do not expect you to be blind to right and wrong like Long Yi, but you should not continually concede and allow others to take advantage of you. When you agreed to my journey to Long City, you should have realized there were only two possible outcomes. Either I would be humiliated by Long Yi, or I would rise in defiance and slay her. Do not pretend you did not foresee these outcomes. I am no mere child. You cannot deceive me. Your current indignation stems from my annihilation of Group 4, which was unexpected for you. You believed I would only eliminate Long Yi. However, you must also recognize that there were tyrants in Long City committing heinous acts. Our Dawn group has sacrificed dearly to protect the innocent, and the hard-won reputation we built has been tarnished by these rogues. They are but a handful of rat droppings, spoiling the entire pot. Lu Feiyang opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. The initial confrontational air began to dissipate. Yet, you even spared no children. That is a bit too. Lu Feiyang had not finished speaking when Shuangluo forcefully interrupted him. Stop with the nonsense. It was the newcomer from Team 4. Xiaoyu, who did that? He didn't want Long Yi to venture into the underworld all alone, so he sent that troublesome child along with her. I was equally saddened by that child's demise, you know? I even took it upon myself to avenge her. The aura surrounding Lu Feiyang diminished once more. After a moment of silence, he inquired, So, do you believe you are entirely blameless? Shuangluo met his gaze with her blood-red eyes, a terrifying malevolence emanating from her after yet another bout of slaughter. I believe I am in the right. If you wish to prove otherwise, then come and defeat me. I too am curious to see how the so-called strongest ability in the world, metamorphosis, fares in the hands of the historically weakest wielder. As soon as she finished speaking, Shuangluo retrieved Mo Zhu from her spatial backpack, her black cloak instantly transforming into blood demon armor. Upon hearing the term historically weakest wielder, a flicker of anger appeared in Lu Feiyang's eyes. It was a title he despised. Even a clay figurine retains some semblance of spirit, and deep within, he indeed harbored thoughts of teaching Shuangluo a lesson. With a flicker of intent, various elements enveloped Lu Feiyang's form. Around him, an array of weapons began to materialize. Floating in midair, poised to launch an assault at his command. Bai Gu, who was peeking through the door, felt his heart race at the sight. Would a confrontation truly erupt? On one side stood Lu Feiyang, a longtime vice captain. On the other, Shuangluo, a recent addition but united by a common foe. To be fair, despite his longer acquaintance with Lu Feiyang, he found himself rooting for Shuangluo. After all, Lu Feiyang would not assist him in becoming a devoted son. Bai Gu felt a surge of excitement, having even prepared soda and popcorn for the impending spectacle. As the intensity of their auras escalated, signaling an imminent clash, Xiao Qinyu patted Lu Feiyang on the shoulder, cleared his throat, and remarked, "Ahem, Feiyang, if you truly intend to fight, know that you may find yourself frozen for at least 3 to 4 months post-battle. Do you really wish to wage war against your own? Setting aside the embarrassment of losing, even if you win, you'll be incapacitated for 3 to 4 months. Is it worth it? The committee is set to judge you. They prefer you to go willingly, or they will send the tribunal to drag you in." If Lu Feiyang were to engage in combat, he might earn a measure of respect from Xiao Qinyu, only to abandon the endeavor at the mere words of others. Shuangluo shook her head. Utilizing the world's strongest ability for the most cowardly acts, you truly are something else. Haha, you are indeed quite amusing. Shuangluo glanced at Xiao Qinyu, who was fixated on her with unwavering attention.